This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Resonant Abyss, Book 2 of the Resonant Sun series, written by J.N. Chaney and Christopher Hopper, performed by Mark Boyette. Chapter 1. Are you sure this is the right place? Rachel nudged her chin in the direction of the derelict nightclub just across the street from where the hover cab dropped us off. I understood her misgivings. Back in Celion City, this was the part of town where bodies got dumped after a hit. Investigators would never distinguish the corpses from among the homeless, nor would they pick out the smell. Without giving me a chance to reply, Lars answered over our earcoms. Yes, Miss Fontaine, this establishment matches the location and description that Mr. O'Raga provided us. I think she was asking me, buddy, I said to Lars, the beloved but sometimes snarky AI. But we appreciate the confirmation. And yet I had the answer, sir. I rolled my eyes at Rachel and then nodded toward the bar. Not exactly Mr. O'Raga's style, is it? No, she replied. But then again, he didn't hire us because of our eye for decorating. I placed a hand on my chest in mock offense as we crossed the wet street. Are you saying we don't have good taste? She cocked an eyebrow at me from beneath a few strands of black hair. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Fair enough, I conceded. We dodged a hover car and then stepped up on the opposite sidewalk. A hollow sign flickered above us with the words Gance's Dances in tacky yellow lettering. The streets, this deep in Varadia's underbelly, smelled like piss and grease, no doubt because this is where the upper class dumped both. I stretched my back, grateful to be out of the distant horizon, even if it was down here in this hell's hole. Being cooped up in a starship for long periods of time wasn't exactly my usual daily routine. But with my new position in Minoraga's off-the-books search and retrieve enterprise, I figured I'd better get used to long hours on a starship. It sure beat running the graveyard shift as a security guard. The buildings around us soared upward, disappearing in a haze of clouds that glowed pink in the setting sun. Lars had parked the Horizon on one of the docks near the city's south end, and then we'd hitched a hover cab down to ground level, or zero as the locals called it. The driver had refused unless we coughed up 300 extra credits. Back on Celion City, I would have threatened the guy with extortion charges. But here, I supposed it was just how things ran. Damn, I felt eyes on me already. Is it, detective? Rachel said. She was looking at my hand, which instinctively crept inside my coat toward my shoulder holster. We are only hostiles here if we give them reason to shoot. And showing up uninvited is reason enough where I come from, I replied. The subsonic pulse of industrial grind music thudded from inside the bar. It was still too early for too many people to be inside, but I suspected that come nightfall, this place would be total chaos. I looked at the doors and then nodded to Rachel. Ladies first. She smiled and walked forward. The doors parted and Rachel made no effort to downplay her entrance. After all, for the next few minutes, she was no longer Rachel Fontaine. Instead, she was Scarlet Mason, underworld elitist with credits to burn and an image to keep up. At least that's what the file that was distributed across the Galnet near and far said. She spread her arms and let her black jacket flutter in the air. Her long black hair billowed, undulating in waves, and her thigh-high boots moved in time with the beat of the music that enveloped us. For my part, I was playing the role of a bodyguard. Dark shades, leather jacket, and black cargo pants and boots. Letting Rachel take lead on this part gave me more opportunity to watch our six. Fine by me. Plus, based on her performance back in O'Raga's complex, I'd say she had a knack for acting, which only made me more curious about her past that she held so close to her chest. Today's tasks seemed easy enough. First, we needed to secure the services of a cargo pilot named Victor. While Araga gave me the final say on who we worked with, he asked that his team vet all potential candidates. That was understandable given the sensitive need-to-know basis of our mission. If Victor agreed, and the sum we were willing to pay him would all but ensure that, his freighter would deliver goods that we collected and ferry them back to Araga. This would allow us to stay on task without constantly having to retrace our steps to Celion City. I had asked the billionaire tycoon why we couldn't use one of his existing shipping channels, but I figured I already knew the answer, or at least a form of it. Min Araga had a way with words. "Privacy," Araga had said, "is never an accident, nor is it cheap. Staying out of sight is an expensive business, one that requires creativity and intentionality." In this case, creativity and intentionality meant buying the services of what looked to be a drunk-ass freighter pilot who was down on his luck. "Please don't tell me that's Victor," Rachel said as she surveyed the room. Everyone in the place was eyeing her save for one washed-up drunk at the bar, who stared into his bottle as if he couldn't figure out where the beer had gone. Or his life. Hard to tell. "He fits the profile," I said, holding back a grin. "That's weird," Rachel replied. "Mr. Araga's file didn't say worthless bum on it." Picky, I replied. But it did say able to keep a secret, capable mechanic, and extremely proficient. "At falling off bar stools?" Rachel asked, pointing. The man fell off his stool and crumpled to the floor in a flapping of his canvas ankle-length coat. "That's enough for you, Vic," the barkeep yelled over the music. "Time to go back to your ship." "Yep," I said. "That's our man." The second reason we were here, and the more important one, was to meet Falco, though I highly doubted that was his real name. According to Araga, Falco was an underworld fence who specialized in hard-to-find minerals. When I asked Mr. Araga how he knew the man, the tycoon explained that he liked to stay connected to the channels that tried to rip him off. My guess? He probably had some protium go missing once upon a time or something. Better to deal with the enemy you can see than the one you never saw coming. It was the same in police work, too. That was the whole reason for hanging on to informants, whether they knew you were using them or not. "Head to the bar," I told Rachel over comms. She straightened her jacket and eyed the drunken freighter pilot as he climbed back up to his seat. "What's your poison?" the bartender asked Rachel. "Whiskey sour with a dash of egg white," Rachel replied with an aristocratic tone. The bartender was about to protest when she cut him off. "Gods, you lowlifes don't have synth eggs down here, do you?" "Sorry, lady, too expensive for our tastes." Rachel made a show of lifting her hands off the bar and looking for a napkin. "Clearly." "How about for your boy in black there?" I was about to order a scotch when Rachel said, "He doesn't drink when he's working for me." The bartender nodded and went to start Rachel's drink. "The hell's I don't?" I said over comms. "We have to fit the parts, don't we?" she asked. "Hey, I can still protect your ass and drink." "Not Scarlet Mason's ass," Rachel protested, flicking her hair off her shoulder. "She's far too demanding." "You got that right." I nodded to Rachel. "I'm going to talk to our boy. Hang tight." Then I moved to lean against the bar beside Victor. He winced as I approached, the bar's light catching him in the eye. "Looks like you're a little down on your luck there, Space Rider," I said over the sound of the music. Victor blinked, eyed his empty hands as if he expected there to be a beer bottle there, and then looked back at me. "Getting lucky comes later," he slurred. "First I gotta get rid of all my inhibitions." "Inhibitions?" "That's what I said." I chuckled. "I think you've taken care of those just fine." Victor blinked several more times, then asked, "How about you? You got any inhabitations?" 1 or 2. I nodded at him, then lowered my voice. Listen, is your name Victor Palmadier? Who's asking? Did I win the lottery? He laughed and punched me weakly in the arm. Depends how much you were hoping to make on the lottery, I replied. That seemed to sober him up at least a little. You got a job? 'Cause if you need a freighter pilot, I'm your man. As a matter of fact, I do. He eyed me, a look of curiosity forming on his face. What's you haulin'? Dirt? Mist? Romp? He nudged me with his elbow. Unless you're more into the kinky stuff. But I'll have you know, he raised a finger, I don't do slaves. Even a freighter pilot has litmuses, and that's mine. A man with morals, I replied, guessing he'd meant to say limits instead. How refreshing. That's me. I've got morals and then some. I'm sure you do, I said wryly. Victor brought his wrist up and tapped his watch. A hollow image of a light-class civilian freighter appeared. Her rectangular hull was interrupted by a bridge section a third of the way to the aft. Her name's Dolores, Victor said, moving his face to within a few centimeters of the floating, translucent image. Ain't she a beaut? Can carry up to 20,000 metric tons of whatever you want, getting from one part of the quadrant to the other. Where's she now? I asked Victor. He pointed over his head. In orbit. Alpha Station. Had some repairs to do, but she'll be ready when you are. What do you pay? Credits, on delivery, I said. No good. He answered, shaking his head. Credits up front. Thanks, but no thanks. How about 3070? Still not good enough. Dolores here's a fine ship, and if you want her to treat you right, you gotta treat her right. You copy? The man seemed to sober as the conversation went on, especially as we discussed credits. Apparently his appetite for booze was exceeded only by his craving for profits. Half down, half upon completion, I suggested. Victor thought about it for a second, then said, Sounds fair to me. He extended his hand. The truth was those were the terms I'd originally wanted, but he didn't need to know that. I shook his hand. Forward me your details. I held up my new comm watch, courtesy of Mr. Oraga. It sure beat my old one. That thing was a piece of junk. I brought up my contact file and slid it Victor's way. The image of Dolores vibrated as a new notification appeared, signaling the arrival of my information. He replied with his own contact information. Got it, I said. I look forward to doing business with you, Mr. Palmadier. Oh, and one more thing. What's that? My boss really doesn't like pilots who drink on the job, but trust me when I say that you'll be rewarded in ways you can hardly fathom if you comply. Victor leaned across the bar to look around me. He was ogling Rachel. Now you're talking, Victor said. Wait, her? No. If it keeps him sober, let's roll with it, Rachel said in my comm. No way, I said, turning away from Victor. Then he's going to think I work for you. And that's a problem because... I leaned in close. I can see now that this was all a mistake. You're having too much fun with these roles. She shrugged her shoulders and went back to sipping her newly acquired whiskey sour. What's life without a little fun? How soon you think you'll need me? Victor said from behind me. Hard to say, I replied over my shoulder. All depends on how much fun my boss is having. Why don't you go sober up and make sure Dolores is ready by week's end? So soon? And there's a 5,000 credit bonus in it for you if she is. Victor pushed himself away from the bar, his feet kicking a few empty beer bottles on the floor. I'll have her ready to fly for you, Mr. Say, what's your name? Just call me Hammer. I crossed my arms. Okay then, Mr. Hammer, Victor replied. His eyes went a little wide as he repeated the moniker. "I'll be in touch." "You do that." I turned back to Rachel as Victor stumbled toward the exit. She had an eyebrow raised. "What?" I asked. "Just call me Hammer?" I felt like he needed some motivation. Names are great ways to convey power. "Hammer, though?" "Hey, at least it's better than Scarlet Mason." "You wish," she said, standing abruptly. "At least Scarlet has a legitimate backstory thanks to Lars." She removed her coat and handed it to me. "Would you excuse me, Hammer? I have actual work to do." Rachel brushed past me and carried her drink across the dance floor toward a private seating area blocked by 2 thugs. "Hey, Lars," I said over comms, getting up to follow her. "Yes, sir." "Let's give Hammer a fun backstory." "Noted, sir." "Thanks." Rachel paused to address the foremost bouncer. "Scarlet Mason to see Falco," she said, leaning toward the man, cupping her mouth so he could hear her over the volume of the music. The burly man nodded, glanced at me, and then walked back toward a curtain. "You good?" I asked Rachel. She nodded, giving me a quiet, you? "Yep." "Miss Mason," said the bouncer as he emerged from the curtain. "Mr. Falco will see you now." "He comes with me," Rachel said, thumbing my way. The bouncer nodded in assent. Then he frisked us, took our pistols, and led us into the darkness. Chapter 2. "Well, well, well," the man called Falco said, as Rachel walked into his private lounge. "What do we have here?" Surprisingly, the music was considerably less oppressive, which was a nice change, but the lighting was dimmer. I didn't like that because I had to remove my shades. Concealing eye movements was an easy way to keep an enemy off balance. But I also didn't like it because it made it harder to catch items that could spell disaster for an undercover operation. Things like concealed weapons, hidden figures, and covert communications, such as hand signals or subtle head gestures. "Mr. Falco, my name is Scarlet Mason," Rachel said, offering her hand. Falco sat upright and took her hand. His black hair masked his lips as they pressed into the top of Rachel's hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Scarlet, the sensation of liberation." If Rachel bristled at the new nickname, she didn't show it. "I'm doing some shopping, and I heard you was a man to speak to," she said, and then took a sip of her drink. "Shopping? My. I do like the way you talk, SSL." My gods, did he just make an acronym of her new nickname? What a douchebag. "Please, have a seat, anywhere you like." Rachel took a seat in a red leather chair while I stood over her shoulder, channeling my years as a police officer in hopes of being somewhat intimidating. Falco was the gatekeeper for where we headed next, where Oraga suspected our first cache of artifacts was waiting. The only way to get close to the artifact's location was to get an appointment with a certain mine owner, and the only person who made those appointments was this reject of the galaxy. "So tell me," Falco said, "what brings you to Falco exactly?" We're talking in third person now? "I'm looking for someone who deals in rare minerals," Rachel said. "Word on the street is that you're the man to see." "Oh, I'm always the man to see," he said. "And who, pray tell, supplied you with my name, might I ask?" Rachel set her drink down on the table. Then she looked him in the eye. What she said next had been well crafted by Lars, based on Oraga's extensive database. "Mink sent me." "Mink?" Falco hesitated. "And how is he doing these days?" This was Falco's test, as every smart fence had one. You didn't get anywhere in the underworld without being cautious. In fact, I was pretty sure his club's cameras had already scanned us and were searching for hits on the dark net. Thanks to Lars, Falco's hackers would find enough goods to keep them busy for quite a while, and to keep Falco happy. Rachel stood up suddenly and looked at me. "Hammer, we're done here." "Whoa, whoa, whoa," Falco said, hands up in a placating gesture. "What's the matter?" "You're not Falco." "Falco is not Falco?" he asked, placing his hands over his heart. "Mink isn't a man," Rachel said. "She's a gorgeous woman, who it seems has taken enough of a liking to you that she sent you my way. Come back," Falco said, gesturing to the chair. "It was only a test. Like you, I need to make sure that everyone I deal with is who they say they are." Rachel hesitated, all an act. "I tire quickly of false leadings, Falco," Rachel said. "Oh, as do I, love, as do I." "I need someone who can move mist," Rachel said. "Mist?" Falco said, sitting upright. "How much we talking?" "As much as I can get." "I'm afraid you're going to have to be more specific than that, love." "Exclusive distribution." Falco's eyebrows went up. Then he started shaking his head. "Sorry, love. I can't help you." "Can't help me or won't help me? Because those are two very different things." Falco leaned forward and lowered his voice. "Miss Mason, I understand that you may have a lot of credits. Your file certainly implies that you do. But the man you want to speak to, well, he doesn't take too kindly to guys wanting to break up his existing distribution channels." "Then it's his lucky day." "Oh?" "I'm not a guy." Falco looked away, smiling to himself. "Fair point." He relaxed a little, but this wasn't over. "Exclusivity? You have the leverage for exclusive rights." Falco leaned forward, chuckling. "I just don't think you have the means to move that much mist." "How many distributors are there? 5? 6? Rachel took a sip of her whiskey sour. "And how much of that pie do you see, Falco?" She let the question hang in the air. The man stared at her. "I bet you have some movers that run for one of those distributors. Pays you enough to keep this place open. Maybe a few others like it, which there's nothing wrong with." Rachel hesitated, eyeing the back room with some amount of disdain. "With this? But why settle? If I control distribution, well then, I don't think I need to tell you what a monthly commission is on that." Falco pursed his lips, tapped them with a finger, and said, "Miss Mason, I'm sorry, but unfortunately for you, Mr. Falco," Rachel said, her words strong and deliberate, "you've heard my business plan, and I don't believe in non-disclosure agreements, at least not the traditional sort. So if you turn this down—" Rachel sighed, then set her drink on the table. "You will regret it for the rest of your life." She cocked her head to one side, "as short as that life may be." Damn, she has balls. "I really don't think you're the one to be threatening me right now," Falco said, bristling toward Rachel. "Why not?" Rachel raised her hands. "I'm not the one who's going to die in 90 seconds. Falco hesitated, then laughed out loud. He pointed to the 2 bouncers at the doors. "You hear that, boys? This one's a real stitch." The 2 guards gave half-hearted laughs, drawing their coats back to reveal their firearms. I honestly had no idea what Rachel was up to, but I was growing more uncomfortable by the second. For her part, however, Rachel seemed completely in control. "Monsieur Falco," she said, "I'd like to remind you that you now have 67 seconds of life remaining." "And how do you figure that?" "Because," she pointed to the table, "I poisoned your drink when we shook hands. You'll notice some of the powder still on the table." Falco's eyes darted to a trace of white powder on the shiny surface near his drink. "It will be painless, I can assure you," said Rachel, "but still effective for my purposes." Damn, she's good. I couldn't be sure, but I thought I detected a hint of panic behind Falco's eyes. "I'm not buying it," he said, but his tone was less than convincing. "You don't have to. You'll be plenty convinced when your heart stops in 40 seconds. "You little bitch," Falco said. He gestured to his guards, who then drew their weapons on us. "Easy, Monsieur Falco, I do have an antidote." She produced a small pill from inside her coat. When the hells had she come up with this stunt? "Shoot her and take it," Falco ordered. My chest holster felt so much lighter without my pistol in it. Falco's guards had frisked Rachel and I thoroughly. "Not so fast," she said, placing the pill between her teeth. Her speech was hindered by the pill's presence, but it helped get her point across. "I'll swallow it before the bullets kill me, and not even you will have enough time to dig it out of my stomach before your time runs out." Falco stared at her. A droplet of sweat slid down his temple. She has him. I could hardly believe it. 15 seconds, Monsieur Falco," Rachel said through the pill. Falco stood up and thrust out his hand. "Give me the pill, you crazy bitch!" "We have a deal, then?" "Yes, we have a deal." Rachel removed the pill from her mouth and handed it to him. "You'll want to chew." Falco ground the pill between his teeth, swallowed, and then downed the rest of his drink. "Did it work?" Rachel waited. After a few seconds, she said, "Looks like it did. Now, please, take a seat." Falco was visibly shaken and tried his best to regain control of the room, despite it shifting in Rachel's favor. He sat and smoothed his shirt. "The man you want is Ozzy." I thought I saw Rachel's shoulders tighten when Falco said Ozzy's name. "He's in the Tiberian system, runs the mines on Meldorn. It's not hard to find. Slip gap points will get you there in 2 days. I'll inform his personal assistant that you'll be on your way." "You see," Rachel said, standing up. "That wasn't so hard. Congratulations, Monsieur Falco. You just became a very wealthy man." Rachel turned on her heel and said, "Come along, Emma. We have a ship to catch." As we walked across the dance floor toward the exit, I noticed 2 men at a table who seemed out of place. They avoided eye contact with me and seemed overly engaged in conversation with each other. They also lacked drinks, and their coats were a little too bulky in places. Based on their thug-like builds, it was safe to say they weren't here for the dancing. "You okay?" Rachel asked. She must have noticed my concern. "Something's off," I said. "Falco?" "Nah," I said, leading us off the dance floor. "He wants your commission. I could hear it in his voice." "Then what? You think Victor was a plant?" "No way," I said, moving toward the door. "No actor is that good, not even you. No offense." "None taken." Just as we were about to exit, the doors slid apart, and 2 men planted their feet, blocking the way out. I stopped, holding my arm up to block Rachel, and sized them up. They wore street clothes, but were too well groomed and muscular to be here for the drinks and dancing, plus I was pretty sure the bulges underneath their jackets weren't liquor bottles. "Back up," I said to Rachel. "Negative," she replied. She had her back to me and was watching two more goons approach us, the ones from the table. "If they draw, we defend ourselves and then look for cover," I said. "See, that's one of the things you're going to have to change about yourself, Flint," Rachel said. "What's that?" "In this business, you draw first." And with that, Rachel reached under her dress and withdrew two pistols from thigh holsters. Chapter 3. Rachel aimed both pistols as the men closed on our flanks, arms outstretched. She fired, alternating between the two aggressors, and struck them each in the chest. No sooner had her shots rang out than the men in front of me stepped through the doorway and drew their weapons. But instead of aiming at Rachel, they both aimed at me, which, as I dove for cover behind a half wall, seemed like an odd turn of events. Rachel was the obvious threat at the moment, not me. Bullets chewed into the short wall behind my back and showered me with debris. I finally got my weapon out and waited for a break in the fire. When it came, I leaned out sideways, keeping low, and fired on both men, striking them center mass. I watched, hoping they'd drop. Instead, they only stumbled backward a few steps. They wore some kind of armor. Even though we were outfitted with firearms from Moraga's custom armory, these men weren't going to go down easy. I glanced at Rachel, who'd taken cover behind a support column near the bar. People yelled and screamed as they ran through the club. Muzzle flashes lit up the room as gunshots competed for attention in the music-laden soundscape. More bullets showered my position. Again, however, Rachel was left alone. I stole a glance to see two of the men angle toward her, weapons lowered. "They want you alive," I said to Rachel over comms. No sooner had I spoken than gunfire sprayed the tables and chairs next to me. "And I'm pretty sure they want you dead," Rachel replied. "Is it that obvious?" I asked. There was another break in the assault. I nodded at Rachel, then we both leaned into the open, taking aim at our nearest assailants, and fired. This time, however, I wasn't going for center mass, I was going for headshots. It was way harder to do than the hollow movies made it look, mind you. But if you'd put enough rounds down range, which was something only paid law enforcement and military types ever had the luxury of, it wasn't impossible. In fact, given how close these goons had gotten to us, it was hard to miss. I squeezed the first round at thug number 1. The bullet exited the back of his skull in a spray of fine mist that glinted in a moving light from over the dance floor. His body fell backward, arms trailing like streamers. Before the man hit the floor, I fired on thug number 2, coring a hole in the side of his head. Oddly, the man was alive enough to speak something, but the words were garbled. His hand clenched, pinning his weapon's trigger down. Rounds whizzed around the bar. The firearm acted as if it was on the end of a rope, firing on full auto. Patrons screamed louder as they ducked for cover, trying to get to the exits. I noticed several of them nursing wounds, and more than one person lay on the ground, motionless. Damn. The goon count was 2 down, 2 to go. "You care to help us, Miss Mason?" I said to Rachel as I pulled back behind the wall. The 2 remaining thugs saw their downed friends and opened fire on me. "You seem to be doing just fine, Hammer," Rachel replied. I scooted further behind the wall as the men cut the angle toward my position. "Hey, Lars," I asked. "Yes, sir." "You like the nickname Hammer, don't you?" "I am an artificial intelligence, sir. Therefore, I am devoid of—" "Personal preference or feelings," I said, finishing for him. Yeah. I pulled my feet up as a line of bullets traced their way a few centimeters from them along the floor. I pushed my pistol out and fired 2 blind shots just to make the enforcers think twice. Then I looked over at Rachel to see her still casually resting against her column. "Gods, woman, you gonna get in this fight anytime soon?" I asked, now for the second time. "So you need my help?" "Possibly." More rounds peppered my position. The thugs had diverted from Rachel and moved closer to me, a lot closer, and that's when I realized this was exactly what she'd been waiting for. Rachel stepped from her cover, pistols forward, and fired 2 rounds at the same time. The combined muzzle flashes washed her face in bright white light. One bullet severed thug number 3's spine at the base of the neck and exited through his front teeth. The other round passed through thug number 4's head and hit the far wall. taking a handful of brain matter with it. Both men fell toward me, impacting the ground at the same time. I blinked at their bodies only once, amazed and slightly disturbed at just how lethal this woman was, and then stood up. "You used me as bait," I said, my pistol and open hand outstretched. "Bait?" "Yeah," she said, looking toward the front door. "Maybe we should change your moniker to Bullseye." "Or maybe Lefty." "Lefty?" "Lefty died by his partner." Rachel rolled her eyes. I had better puns, but I had to admit it wasn't bad. "I see what you did there, sir," Lars piped in. "It was quite ingenious." "See there?" I asked Rachel. "The AI likes it." "Whatever," she said. "We gotta move." I reached inside my pocket, pulled out a 100-credit chip, and flipped it toward the bar. It clattered around upturned stools and broken glass. The bartender poked his head up for a quick glance. "That's for our drinks," I said. "And sorry about—" Rachel gestured to the entire room. "Well, all this." "Come on," I said to Rachel. "Another 100 creds says there are more thugs where they came from." I ran toward the door and heard Rachel follow behind me. "What do you think they were after?" she asked as we stepped into the darkening street. The city's odor hit me harder than last time, probably because my senses were heightened from the firefight. "You! Clearly," I said, scanning both directions. "Me? You wanted to be the boss, right? Well, welcome to the joys and privileges of leadership." "You're saying someone wants to beat us to the mist we want," I blurted out just in case someone was listening. Rachel winked. "Right." Araga wasn't the only person in the quadrant who wanted artifacts. Ubrick's takeover in Celion City had proven that, and I'd bet creds on him not being the last competition we'd encounter. The way I saw it, the way my gut saw it, someone was on our tail and wanted to know what we knew. And as it stood at present, Rachel was the hot ticket to their jackpot now that we'd met with Falco. "Think he got a bullet to the head?" I asked, thumbing over my shoulder. "Who?" "Falco," Rachel laughed. "Gods, I hope so." "Mr. Reed, Miss Fontaine, please be advised that I'm detecting several life signatures closing on your position from the west," Lars said. "Copy that, buddy," I replied. "I want the horizon fired up and ready to fly when we get there." "Understood, sir." "Come on," I said, tapping Rachel on the arm and pointing toward the east. "Let's go." We ran down the street until we hit a main artery with traffic zipping left and right. Low-end hover cars jostled against one another in an unorchestrated display of sparks and bangs as each vehicle competed for a position on the street. Apparently this far down, the rules of the road meant a free-for-all. "Now I know why that cab driver wanted so much money," I said to Rachel. "He should have asked for more," she replied. I nodded. "No kidding." This was more like a space derby than an evening commute from the office. As with most cities I'd visited, vehicles this far down were the ones that couldn't fly. Cheaper, less expensive to maintain, and the standard mark of the lowest working class. Just then, a new metal-on-metal bang rang out. I turned around to see 4 more enforcers beating down the street behind us, guns firing, of course, only at me. "Here we go again," I said to Rachel. But she was already off and running, directly into traffic. "Damn, woman, you really are insane!" A few bullets ricocheted off the grimy pavement, spraying my boots with sparks. And apparently I'm just as insane. I waited for a gap between hover cars and then stepped into traffic. Bullets struck vehicles with loud thuds and twangs as I moved deeper into the chaos. Strangely enough, no one seemed to pay Rachel or me any mind. They drove on, not attempting to avoid us in the least. I didn't know whether to be impressed or disturbed. We ducked under hover scooters, dodged cargo sleds, and narrowly missed being sandwiched between 2 cars whose drivers were apparently pissed that the other existed. Still, the assailants on our 6 were more pissed that we existed. Well, at least that I existed. I assumed they still wanted Rachel. We moved as fast as we could, stepping through gaps and timing our movements with the vehicle's odd patterns. Our feet splashed through puddles of liquid, the consistency of which I had no desire to know about, and my boot crushed more than one amphibious creature that lived in the potholes. By the time we reached the far side of the street, the gunfire had abated. "How are we looking, Lars?" I asked over comms. "To continue with your idiomatic expressions, not good, sir," he replied. "There are 2 more groups that appear to be closing on your position from the north and the south, respectively." "2 more?" Rachel asked, looking at me for some sort of confirmation. I shrugged. "That's what the man said." "Sir, might I remind you that I am neither male nor female?" "We can discuss your gender transition issues later, Lars," I said. "Right now," I watched the vehicles whiz past us. "We need to catch a ride." "Seriously?" Rachel asked. "Very seriously." I removed my pistol and drew it on the next car heading toward us. Based on the fact that no one had tried to avoid us when we'd passed in front of them moments before, I knew it was going to take a strong display of force to get one of these desensitized drivers to stop. I opened fire, emptying my magazine on the driver's windshield. "What are you doing?" Rachel yelled, trying to pull my arm down. "It's composite," I replied over the bark of gunfire. "Practically indestructible." The vehicle slammed on its brakes, its reverse pulse thrusters beating hard against the pavement. It slipped out of traffic and careened to a stop a few meters from us. "Indestructible, eh?" Rachel asked, pointing at the large, spider-like cracks that splintered out along the windshield. "I never said it was flint-rated." Rachel rolled her eyes at me. The driver flung the door up and charged out of his hover car in a fit, but as soon as he saw Rachel and her twin pistols, he put his arms up and backed away. "Take whatever you want, lady," the man said. "You're crazy." She continued to train her weapons on the man as he backed around the rear of the car. I took the opportunity to pass beside her and slip into the driver's seat. "Hey!" she yelled. "Get in," I said, pointing to the passenger side door. "I was gonna drive." Suddenly, bullets pinged off the hover car's hood and struck the building beside us. "Get in the damn car!" I ordered Rachel. She complied and pulled the passenger door up. The automatic doors hadn't even shut yet as I hammered the throttle trigger on the steering yoke. The vehicle shot forward, pressing Rachel and I back into our seats. But that lasted only a second. The car sputtered and bucked. Then it shot forward again, and then it slowed. A red indicator on the center console indicated some drive core failure. "Come on, Tina," I said, patting the dashboard. "Don't do me like this." "Tina?" Rachel asked. "I name every car Tina," I said, still pounding the center console. "You have problems, man," she said. Just then, the car leaped forward, its drive core back online. "See?" I said, gesturing to the console. "Tina." Rachel rolled her eyes. The sound of bullets pinging off our rear end and cracking our back windshield was joined by honking horns as I pulled into traffic. I jockeyed for position and then said, "Give me a route, Lars." "In 300 meters, turn right," Lars instructed as if he were sitting in a comfy crash couch and sipping tea on the horizon. "Copy that," I said, seeing the gap between buildings fast approaching. "You planning on slowing down?" Rachel asked. "Why?" I asked. Rachel reached for the handle along the door. "God's damn it, Flint!" I threw the car into a hard right turn, slipping through the air at a 90-degree angle. The pulse panels reared up in full deflection, straining against the momentum we generated. But Tina wasn't going to make it, at least not as smoothly as I'd hoped she would. The power dimmed for a split second, which was long enough to keep us from negotiating the turn without incident. As we rounded the corner, my driver's side door slammed into the oncoming building, which sent Rachel falling into my lap. "Get off me, lady," I said, getting the car back on track. "This is hardly the time." "You wish," she said, sitting upright. The side street was considerably clearer than the main thoroughfare. Only a few cars remained ahead of us, most traveling at half our speed. I overtook the first 2 and dodged an oncoming cargo hauler. Horns blared as we zipped by, but there were no gunshots. "Nice work, Hammer," Rachel said. "At least that bought us a little time." "A little?" I glanced at Rachel, who was busy replacing her pistols under her hiked-up dress. They're on foot back there. For now, I pulled my eyes away and looked back at the road. Ah, shit! Rachel looked up with me to see 2 armored hover trucks blocking the end of the street. I pulled back on the yoke and jammed the throttle all the way down. "What are you doing?" Rachel yelled. "You're not going to make it." "The hell's I'm not." Tina pitched backward as the pulse panels adjusted our angle of attack. Hover cars like this weren't designed to get more than 2 or 3 meters above the ground, but I didn't need to get over the armored vehicles, just over their hoods. "Flint!" Rachel yelled, grabbing my arm. "Hold on!" The headlights filled our cabin with bright light as the nose of our car struck both vehicles' hoods. The force whipped our heads forward before throwing us back in our seats. Our car careened up the truck faces like a launch ramp. The drive core whined as the pulse panels deflected the energy, but not enough of it. Tina's belly ground along the armored trucks in an ear-splitting tear. It lasted only a second, however, before we'd cleared the roofs, sailing through the air in free flight, and headed directly for the building face beyond. "Flint!" Rachel screamed. I yanked the steering yoke hard right, bottoming out the servos. The panels flipped to the left, and I crushed the throttle. Then we rolled, our belly heading toward the oncoming building as the drive core sent a wave of energy toward it. The car was attempting to keep us from slamming against the building, but I knew that wasn't going to happen. We were going far too fast. Tina hit the structure with such force that I thought my vertebrae had fused together. Sparks shot past the windows, as did chunks of the wall and pieces of the car. Suddenly, Tina lost power and started to tumble out of the air. "Flint!" Rachel yelled, grabbing my shoulder with one hand and the door's handle with the other. Her hair went weightless, suspended in the fleeting moment of zero gravity. Just then, the power came back online and the vehicle tried to right itself. We landed in the street, bouncing off one bottom edge and rolling to the other before Tina leveled out. "Hells yeah!" I cried, pounding the yoke with my fist. I squeezed the throttle, and we shot forward again. Bullets struck our tail and skittered off the pavement outside, but we were putting distance between us and our pursuers. A wave of energy surged through the car and distorted my vision. Moving from back to front, everything looked hazy for a split second. As soon as it passed, every light in the cabin went out, and Tina lost all power. The vehicle dropped like a rock. Rachel and I rocked violently as the car slammed into the pavement. "EMP!" I yelled. "Get out!" There would be no recovering from the electromagnetic pulse for a vehicle this old. It was as good as dead, as was every unshielded device on the block. But our comms would be fine. I pushed the door out and up, suddenly aware of just how much it weighed without the mechanical servo assist. Gunfire erupted from the direction of the armored trucks. I could already see the vehicles attempting to turn our way in the narrow street. Assailants poured from the back bays and headed our way. "Who are these guys?" Rachel asked, already running down the street. "I think they watched your latest sex hollow," I added. "Probably want your autograph." "Very funny," she said without laughing. "We've got to find cover fast," I said. As if to drive my point home, a large-caliber railgun round exploded in the pavement about 5 meters in front of us. My ears rang as my body flipped sideways, skidding along the street. I rolled to a stop and pushed myself up, driven by adrenaline. "Rachel!" I yelled, blinking my eyes into focus. "Yeah," she replied over comms, weaker than I'd hoped for. Or maybe it was just because of the bell tone resounding in my ears. I saw her raise a hand, struggling to stand up. "We gotta get off the street." "Roger that," she said, stumbling in my direction. I pushed myself up as more bullet fire pelted the pavement around me. "Something tells me they don't want you alive anymore, Rachel." "Really?" she asked. I could see blood coming from a small cut above her temple. "What gave you that idea?" I smiled, despite the pain coming from my hip and shoulder. "Something about that last care package. It's not you, it's me," I think the card read. We darted toward a side alley. It wasn't much, but it got us out of their line of fire. "What do you think changed their minds?" Rachel asked. "My guess, if they can't capture you, then killing you is the next best thing," I said, jogging toward the far side of the alley. It looked like it banked to the right up ahead. We rounded the corner only to find a tall fence blocking our way. "Lars, buddy," I asked, turning away from the wired wall. "How may I be of service, We need another way out of here." There was a moment's hesitation before Lars replied, "The door to your left has been unlocked for your convenience." I heard a small click as an internal mechanism moved. "Thanks, buddy," I said, moving toward the door. "A little easier than Araga's towers, isn't it?" "I feel that is an unfair comparison, sir. The security here could hardly be termed secure. Breaching this building's firewall is, as you say, like taking edible compounds high in sucrose from a newly birthed human offspring." Rachel and I pounded down a dank hallway with flickering yellow lights. "Not exactly how that expression goes, Lars, but I get what you mean." "Very well, sir. Please proceed straight for 37 meters and then turn right." "Copy that," I said. Our footfalls echoed down the tiled corridor. Several people poked heads out from behind doors marked with numbers. Apparently this was some sort of apartment building. No sooner did they see us pass by, however, than they shut the doors. Sounds of deadbolts clicked behind us. In all the housing projects I'd ever walked through, that meant these tenants were used to— "Now where are both of you going in such a hurry?" a man called out from the far end of the hall. He stood at a T intersection, slapping a baton into a palm. "Out of the way, pal," I yelled as we continued to run toward him. "You're in our house now, bitch," the hoodlum said just as 4 more of his friends stepped into view. They wielded knives, brass knuckles, and one of them even had a whip. A whip? Really? "We'll get out if you just stand aside," I said, still charging toward them, waving them aside with my pistol. Most of the time, the sight of my weapon made people move, but not these guys. Idiots. "Not gonna happen, I'm afraid," said the leader. "You have to shoot first, Flint," Rachel said in my ear. "Not happening," I replied. "What was that?" said the lead hoodlum with the baton. "Look out!" I was now only a few strides away. But the baton went up and knives were poised to slice. These guys weren't moving. So I lowered my shoulder, dodged the leader's first baton swing, and slammed into his gut. His head slammed against my back as I drove him into the far wall. I heard something crunch in his abdomen as the air left his chest cavity. Then something bit into my flesh along my thigh. A knife, I supposed, but the assailant's attack ceased the moment Rachel broke the man's arm with a front kick. I backed away from the wall, allowing the gang's leader to crumple to the ground. Then I looked down and saw a blade protruding from my leg. I grabbed the handle and wrenched it out, cursing as I did. But both the blade and my pistol were knocked from my hands as someone on my other side slammed into me. It was the man with the brass knuckles. Now weaponless, the hoodlum swung at my head. I leaned away from the deadly arc, then retaliated with a knee to his groin. The man doubled over, groaning in pain, before I landed an elbow in the back of his neck. He'd be stunned and may never produce children, but he'd live. I looked up to see Rachel take a whiplash to the forearm, but she let the leather tool wrap around her limb and then jerked it taut. The man fell off balance and stumbled toward her, meeting Rachel's rock-hard fist. I heard the man's nose crack before he crumpled to the ground in a heap. The last man was about to try and stab me with his twin blades when the side of his face blew off. More bullets followed, stitching a line of holes along the back wall. "Rachel!" I said, diving into the right hall. "I'm with you," she replied. Her body rolled to a halt next to mine. I looked back as bullets riddled the gangbangers' bodies, shredding them to pulp. "Come on," she said, pulling on my arm. "There's a door." I looked ahead and saw the exit. I was on my feet a little slower than I intended. The pain in my thigh was agonizing, but I didn't dare back down, at least not yet. Footfalls echoed down the corridor as our pursuers approached. Rachel took the lead, sprinting toward the door. She smashed into the crash bar, through the opening, and into the darkened street once more. "Lars!" I demanded. "Turn left, sir." Rachel responded right away and took off running. I was right behind her, but still moving more slowly. She turned back around to look at me, and her eyes widened. "Duck!" she yelled, withdrawing her pistols from beneath her dress again. I dropped, my thigh protesting so badly it made my eyes water. I heard gunfire and felt rounds break the air mere centimeters over my back. A man screamed and others yelled. I chanced to look behind me to find our assailants pouring out of the door and right into Rachel's weapons fire. She squeezed the triggers methodically, picking one target after the next, alternating weapons. I ran forward in a crouch despite the pain searing my leg. "I'm almost out," Rachel yelled. "Need a break to reload, a little help." I grunted, then raced to her side where she handed me one of her pistols. I turned back toward the door and continued her smooth pattern of fire, giving each man a moment to step out onto the landing before firing. Meanwhile, Rachel reached back up her dress and removed 2 extended magazines. "Really?" I said. "Where were you keeping those?" "Mind your manners, Monsieur Reed," she said. She ejected her spent magazine onto the pavement and drove a new one home. Then she handed the newly charged sidearm to me, and I continued firing, while she took the spent pistol and reloaded it. As soon as she had, she resumed firing with me until no one else emerged from the door, either because no one was left or they feared the suppressive fire. "Let's go!" I yelled, turning to continue down the sidewalk. We dodged pedestrians who dropped to the ground for cover, leaping over them in a race to put distance between us and whoever might be on our tail next. There was no way such a well-prepared force would be taking this lying down. "We've got to find a way back up," Rachel said, looking skyward. The sun must have dipped below the horizon as the clouds had grown dark. "Time to call our cabbie back," I said. "Really? You have a better option?" Rachel hesitated. "No, not really." "Lars." "At your service, sir." "Get that cab driver back down here. Offer him 1,000 credits now and another grand later. Tell him to meet us at whatever intersection we'll be at by the time he gets here based on his current location. You do that math, and tell him to crush it." "Right away, sir." Rachel had turned and was tapping my shoulder. Flint?" I looked back and saw one of the armored hover trucks come around the corner. The kinetic round from earlier, the one that had sent us flying, had clearly come from the railgun that sat above the trap doors which had opened on the truck's roof. The weapon looked to be remotely operated and, like the truck, was turning our way. "Son of a bitch!" I yelled. We leaped inside a storefront when the sidewalks exploded in a dizzying display of debris. The ringing in my ears was back. Glass pelted us from the blown-out shop windows, and people inside the store screamed. I looked up, recognizing this as an all-hours convenience store with low-end synthetic food boxes, drink pouches, and cheap smokes. "Everyone stay down!" I yelled, noting that my voice was getting hoarse. I noticed a man behind the counter peering at me. "Back door?" His eyes went wide, and he pointed to the rear of the store. "Thanks." I reached in my pants pocket and flipped him one of my 100 credit chips. Call me the frickin' Tooth Fairy. Rachel and I bolted toward the back of the store, moving around frightened shoppers, and pushed through the door marked Employees Only in faded letters. It smelled like shit and piss, and I noted a bathroom without a door. But further back, near a small loading bay, was a door marked Exit. We pushed through it and found ourselves, once again, in a side alley. "Flint, you're losing blood," Rachel said. "Yeah, happens when you have a big hole in your body." "You're looking a little pale." "Well, you find us a way out of here, and I promise I'll let you take my clothes off and fix me up. Deal?" "Lars?" Rachel asked. "Awaiting your instructions, Miss Fontaine. How's the cab coming?" "I'm happy to report that he kicked his passengers out and is headed to meet you now. ETA in 30 seconds. I recommend proceeding left down the alley you're presently standing in, and—" "Great," she said, grabbing my arm and slinging it around her neck. "Tell me as we run." "As you wish." We ran forward in tandem, but I was getting tired and pretty cold. Still, I managed to keep up with Rachel, though I doubted she was running at full speed. We made it to the end of the alley's L shape and turned to see a main street at the opposite end. "The cab you hired will be arriving ahead in 15 seconds, Lars said over comms. "Great job, buddy," I replied. "I owe you one." "You owe me one what, sir?" "Never mind, Lars," Rachel snapped, winded from exerting so much force to keep me upright. Sometime in the last few moments, it had started to rain. Hard. We raced forward, the hope of escape propelling me with renewed vigor despite the cold seeping into my bones. Our feet splashed through more puddles, driving away rodents and several cats. Every step made my thigh burn more. I swore my leg was going to fall off any second. "Almost there!" Rachel yelled. 10 more meters, Lars confirmed. The crisscrossing traffic was getting closer. Suddenly, the hover cab pulled up. The driver looked around, searching for his fare. I could pretty much guarantee he wasn't expecting the sight of us. "Hey!" I waved my free arm at him. I had to repeat myself several more times before I caught his attention. But when I did, the man's eyes widened so big I thought they might pop out of his head. "Open the door!" Rachel yelled. She'd barely gotten the words out of her mouth when, of course, more weapons fire erupted from behind us in the alley. Bullets slammed into the cab, causing Rachel to throw me in the back seat. She dove in after me and crushed the door close button with her fist. Our weapons clattered to the cab's floor. "Drive!" Rachel yelled. The cab lurched forward as more bullets peppered the glass. I tried to sit up, but my head was pressed hard against the seat's fake leather. I needed to get an arm under me. Suddenly, the cab decelerated. From my spot on the back seat, I looked forward and noticed the driver slumped against the steering yoke. A gout of blood flowed from his right temple and another from his neck. The vehicle slammed into a street pole. Not hard enough to do any damage, but hard enough to send me to the floor. "Damn it!" Rachel swung her legs over me, reached behind the dead driver's back, and pulled the lever to open the door. Then she used both legs to kick the man's body out and slid into the driver's seat. Chapter 4. Rachel backed the cab away from the pole and into incoming enemy fire. Bullets chewed up the rear end as Rachel changed gears. Then she squeezed the throttle trigger and the cab leaped forward, darting across 3 lanes and straightening out in the 4th and farthest. Gunfire ebbed as Rachel put some distance between us and our pursuers. "Nice job," I said, pushing myself up in the back seat. "I didn't know Scarlett Mason had her driver's license." "She doesn't," Rachel said. She shot me a quick wink and then put her eyes back on the road. "Hey, that needs a tourniquet." I looked down at my leg and got my first good look at the injury. No wonder I was in so much pain. The gash looked like somebody had used a set of pruning shears to try and remove a simple splinter. The hole was large enough for me to fit 2 fingers into, and I was pretty sure I could see my bone. Blood had turned my pants a glossy black, and more was coming. "You got any recommendations?" I asked. "Hold on," Rachel said, making a sharp turn onto a secondary street. "Try cutting off the bottom of your pant leg." "Smart thinking." I pulled out my folding knife and started to cut away the fabric below the knee. "Say, Lars, buddy." "At your disposal, sir." "You care to direct Miss Scarlett Mason here on the best way to get back to the ship?" "Right away, sir. Miss Fontaine, I am sending coordinates to this particular vehicle's flight computer now. Its robust on-board navigation system will make your return trip to the ship much easier. However, I will continue to monitor your progress and provide voice commands in addition to the visual cues from the on-board holo display." "That would be great, Lars," Rachel said. "Thanks." "My pleasure. And if I might add, you played a very convincing Scarlett Mason back there." "Why, thank you, Lars." "Of course, miss." "Hey, you two," I said, preparing myself for the pain that was about to come. "Can we keep the chit-chat down a little? We're not out of the asteroid belt yet." "Asteroid belt, sir?" "Gods, Lars," I said, grabbing the ends of the tourniquet I'd cut. "It's another figure of speech." "Ah, very good, sir. It seems that—" I cut Lars's voice off with a cry so loud it even startled me. But the pain was easily one of the worst things I'd ever felt. "Gods damn it!" "You okay?" Rachel asked. "Fine," I said, gritting my teeth as the improvised medical tool squeezed off the arteries supplying blood to my leg. "But I'm pretty sure this cabbie is going to have one hells of a cleaning bill when he gets his car back." Sir, interjected Lars, might I note that the cabbie's dead? I know, Lars, we all know. Ah, I see. Based on your comment, I wasn't sure if you missed that point. Didn't miss it, pal. Was right here when it happened. The pain in my leg was beginning to subside, and I could see the blood flow slowing around the wound. I put my hands on the front seat headrests and pulled myself forward. It wasn't as graceful as I would have liked, but I did have a pretty severe injury. By the time I got myself situated in the front seat and looked over at Rachel, she looked worried. "What is it now?" I asked. Her eyes darted between the small rear-view holo screen, the main nav screen, and the rain-soaked windshield. "I don't think we're out of this yet." I turned around and looked through the remains of the back windshield. "I don't see anything." "You will," Rachel replied. There was a long bend in the street, one that went out of sight between buildings. All I could see were headlights in the distance. I was about to tell Rachel she was seeing things when cars started to pull over. Sure enough, 2 large hover trucks with floodlights came barreling around the bend, headed straight for us. "What is it with these guys?" I asked to no one in particular. "And where are all the cops in this damn city?" I turned to Rachel. "How soon to the next ascent point?" "According to the map," Rachel said, "we still have another 2 kilometers before we reach a controlled flight area." "We're never going to make it. Rachel, take us up." "Wait, now?" "Right now, yeah." "But that will get every cop in the district." I nodded. "On our tail, faster than we can blink." "And then what?" "Well, I haven't figured that part out yet, but it sure beats being shot." The words had barely left my mouth when a kinetic round from one of these damned trucks struck a car traveling beside us. The bullet tore through the vehicle and must have hit the condensed drive core because the explosion was terrific. Our cab lurched sideways. The remaining windows blew out, showering Rachel and I in safety glass and water. I saw the vehicle flip end over end, transformed into a charred husk caught on the wind. When Rachel finally got the car level, a second round gouged out a hole in the pavement less than a meter from our right front quarter panel. The cab bucked, causing my head to strike the dashboard. I blinked away motes of light. "Get us up, Rachel!" I roared. Rachel responded right away, activating the vehicle's advanced flight system and diverting power to the ion thrusters. "Hold on," she said. The cab pitched backward and pulled away from the road. I watched the traffic beneath us, the cars instantly shrinking in size. We'd gotten only a few meters above the tops of the nearest buildings when an alarm sounded in the cabin. "Warning," said an automated female voice. "Your vehicle has exceeded the maximum flight ceiling for this traffic zone. Please return." "Yeah, no shit," Rachel said, swiping the message away. She held the throttle and pulled back even more, pitching us into a steep climb. The wind and rain whipped my hair, and for a split second, I almost forgot about being chased, stabbed, and shot at, all within the first few minutes of our very first mission. We surged between skyscrapers, heading toward the cloud ceiling. The sensation was awesome. It reminded me of chasing criminals through Celion City, weaving between buildings and hunting down perps. Only this time, we were the perps. Well, kinda. We had killed a few people already, but that was self-defense. "Hey, Flint," Rachel asked. "What is it?" I looked down at the cars. From this height, they looked like tiny toys with their little headlights and their— "Where are all the cops?" I snapped out of my reverie. Maybe the blood loss was getting to me? "Cops? Yeah, we should be surrounded right now, shouldn't we?" I looked around, then looked behind us, nearly a straight drop out the back windshield. The only thing following us were those trucks and a few support vehicles. I sat forward and let my head fall back against the headrest. "Damn it," I said with a sigh. "What?" Rachel asked. "What is it?" "They've bought off the cops." Rachel looked between me and the front glass at least 3 times before asking, "You're not serious right now, are you?" "Very. Whoever these guys work for, they've got pull, lots of it." "Like a raga," Rachel said. I raised my head up as much as I could. "You're not saying—" "No, not like this is Oraga's doing, God's Flint. I mean these guys work for their own type of Oraga." "A rival enterprise," I concluded. "Right. Maybe they're after the same thing we are, but we're one step ahead." "We might be one step ahead, but they came with more guns." Suddenly a hail of bullets pinged against our back bumper and skittered through the blown-out windows. Rachel and I both ducked. "They're gaining on us!" she yelled. "Can't you go any faster?" She shot me a death glare and pulled her hand away, revealing her index finger pinned against the throttle. "So this is all she's got," I said. More bullets thudded against the vehicle as I realized what we had to do. "You have much experience flying inner city?" Rachel shook her head. "Probably not as much as you, Mr. Police Detective." I grinned. "Change seats. But I thought you were afraid of heights." "I am, but I'm more afraid of getting shot. Change seats." Rachel stabbed the button on the holo display that read Course Hold, and then pulled herself out of her seat. She climbed over me as I slid sideways, moving from one seat back to another. I winced as I brought my legs under the flight yoke and got settled. "You have any ammo left?" I asked her, depressing the Course Hold button. She reached in the back seat and collected her pistols. "A little, between the two magazines." I reached a hand under the driver's seat and searched around with my fingers. "Here," I said, pulling another pistol from a holster fixed to the seat bottom. "Add this to your collection." "Very nice," Rachel said, admiring the old-school weapon. "Just use it sparingly. We don't know how long this is going to last." "Copy that," she said. Then she looked over her shoulder. "They're gaining on us, Flint." I know. The enemy's vehicles were certainly faster than our taxi, and fighting gravity was not doing us any favors. We were still headed toward the cloud ceiling's bottom, now less than a kilometer away. The buildings on either side extended through the haze and up to the city's greater heights, which was where we needed to get. But with all the heat on our tail, we'd put the horizon in jeopardy if we went there now, and that was not something I wanted to do. "You might want to secure yourself, Rachel," I said, grabbing my own harness straps and buckling them around my chest. Her eyebrows went up. "You never told me you were a hover racer." I said with a mischievous grin. "There's plenty about me you still don't know." "A man of mystery," she said, buckling herself in. "How alluring." "Time to get busy," I said. I reached up and switched off the vehicle's Horizon Assist mode, the program that helped the car remain stable. Doing so gave me full control over the cab's flight surfaces and power system. For what I had in mind, I'd need all the control I could get. "Warning," said the car's automated voice. "You have chosen to deactivate this vehicle's Horizon Assist mode. Do you wish to proceed?" I swiped the accept indicator and hoped to gods there wouldn't be any more talking. As soon as the flight computer confirmed that full steerage had been diverted to me, I rolled the flight yoke to the left and sent the car into a diving barrel roll. "Whoa-ho-ho!" Rachel hollered, punctuated with a few sharp giggles as our bellies went zero gravity. She braced herself against the sides of the car as we went upside down. The bullets stopped pinging off our tail, and I watched our pursuers' taillights rotate in a circle as we spiraled out of their line of fire. Up ahead I saw a small space between two skyscrapers. That would get us out of harm's way, at least for a few seconds. I slowed the cab's roll rate and prepared to shoot the gap. Rachel grabbed my shoulder. "Flint, are you—" "Yup." The cab shuddered as I moved with gravity to increase our speed. And I rolled 90 degrees to the left, putting us on knife edge. Rachel had no reason to be afraid. My trajectory was perfect, and if it wasn't, neither of us would live long enough to care. This was about confidence in the course, and I was as committed as I could get. The building faces came up fast. We shot between them, swallowed by their shadows. The drive core's whine reverberated off the hard surfaces, echoing as we went. I looked through the cab's skylight and saw people illuminated in the office building. The poor bastards are working the graveyard shift. Probably a holiday weekend, too. Ahead, the long vertical slit of open sky grew wider as we sped toward it. I could see Rachel's white knuckles wrapped around the handle at the top of her door. Then I looked at the rearview holo screen, but apparently the damn camera had been shot out by our pursuers. I chanced to glance over my shoulder and saw headlights coming after us. "Son of a bitch," I said. "What?" Rachel asked, then followed my eyes to the back. She looked out and saw what I had. "How is that even possible?" "Guess I'm not the only show in town," I said. As we shot out of the gap, I veered hard right and brought us in toward the buildings. They would act as cover until I could improvise the next part of our escape. The windows were only a few meters from Rachel, and I could tell by the way she leaned toward me that she didn't like this arrangement. Another look over my shoulder showed 2 enemy vehicles fly out of the gap. They split up, moving in wide circles, until one of them banked hard in our direction. At the same time, I noticed the 2 trucks and several more cars come whizzing around a corner farther back. "You must have put on quite a show," I said to Rachel, "'cause these boys can't get you out of their minds." Rachel gave me a nervous smirk. "Leave 'em wanting more, right?" "Next time, leave them wanting a little less. Hold on." I banked left, crossed open sky, and headed toward another gap between buildings. This one wasn't as narrow as the last, but I guessed it would provide more complex routes than a simple straight shot, judging by the massive cluster of buildings that lay beyond it. Our pursuers followed us across the wide-open avenue and even managed to fire on us again. Bullets peppered our car, but it was a railgun strike that most impressed me. Just as we entered the building's combined shadow, half the structure's corner to our left blew out in a shower of debris. Glass and metal slammed into the cab so hard I thought we were done for. But after a dramatic skid to our right, which caused us to bump against the skyscraper there, I was able to stabilize the vehicle and continue on. I looked back to see the trucks peel away, but a total of 5 cars filed in after us. An opening on our right provided the first of what I hoped were several sharp turns. I rolled right, slipping between buildings, and pegged the throttle. Our cab lurched forward and raced down a long corridor. I could see hover cars a few hundred meters below us, their drivers completely unaware of what was happening over their heads. I banked left, dividing 2 more buildings, and then pitched the nose down to avoid a pedestrian walkway tunnel that connected buildings. Enemy fire whizzed through our cabin and struck the windshield. Glass bits, or maybe metal from the bullets, stung my cheek. I winced, but held the car steady. The rain was letting up, but water droplets still forced me to blink constantly. Another 2 walkways lay ahead, each at different heights. I pulled up over one and then dove under the next, hoping the movement would shake off the gunfire. It did, but only for a second. "You ready?" I asked Rachel. She nodded. "I want you to hit them coming off this next turn. They won't be expecting it." "I got it," she said. I watched as Rachel undid her harness and repositioned herself in her seat. "Don't lose me, okay?" "Hey, you're the one who kept popping up on me," I said, referring to back when we met in Oraga's towers. "I don't think I could lose you if I tried." She grinned and then readied her pistols. I banked our car around a sharp right turn, then slowed, giving Rachel as much of an advantage as I dared. As soon as the first vehicle appeared, Rachel fired a single round into the windshield. On its own, the round did nothing but crack the composite glass. But it was the effect the round had on the driver that did the rest of the damage. Startled, the driver tried to avoid the gunfire and went wide, a move that sent him into the opposing building. Sparks shot out from the building as the car crumpled into the immovable structure. It rolled laterally, glass exploding, and then started to lose altitude. The second car was close behind and appeared moments after the first. Rachel fired several rounds, probably guessing that the first car's fate had tipped off the driver. But if any element of surprise had been lost, Rachel's rapid fire made up for it. The second vehicle didn't even negotiate the turn. Instead, it collided with the apex of the building's corner. The effect was devastating, splitting the car down the center like a knife slicing fabric for a tourniquet. The 2 halves of the car flipped away, swallowed in the traffic far below. "Nice shooting!" I yelled. Rachel gave me a smile and replied, "Your driving isn't half bad either." The 3 remaining cars filled in behind us, but we were too far away for Rachel's pistols to be effective. More gunfire hit us. I was beginning to wonder just how much more this taxi could take. Good thing the drive core is in the front. I rolled up and to the right, then swung up and to the left. trying to avoid the incoming fire. "Down there," Rachel said. She pointed to an opening in the center of a large building. In the low light, I guessed it was a construction project of some sort. I just hoped it ran through the whole building. "I see it," I said. "This might be rough." Rachel sat forward and reattached her harness. That was a smart move. I lined the car up with the opening and tried to hold it steady. The rounds we'd taken had clearly knocked our thruster alignment off. The cab shook and shuddered, but it was nothing more than I could handle. I'd had squad cars in Celion City get shot up more than this and still fly. The hole expanded until it swallowed our car. Hundreds of exposed columns whipped by on either side of us, dressed with bundles of cables and construction materials. Cranes crisscrossed the thoroughfare, forcing me to maneuver around them, which presented another great opportunity to lose our tails. "Rachel!" I yelled. "Take the shot!" Rachel undid her top buckle and reached around her seat. I saw her sight in the closest vehicle, then fire. The pistol barked 3 times as bullets pinged off the enemy windshield. The vehicle didn't swerve away, its driver probably having learned a lesson from the last 2 cars we downed. But it also didn't try to avoid the next crane arm. The gantry chopped the car's top off like a razor blade nicking a pimple. Sparks exploded in all directions as the metal passenger compartment sheared away, causing the lower half to careen into the office floor. The body flipped and then slammed against a column. In the chaos, the 4th vehicle tried to dodge the 2 broken sections of the car in front of it, but the driver's efforts were wild and his steering overcompensated. The car bounced off the floor and rolled on its side. Normally, this would have been an easily recoverable state, but in a corridor this tight, the driver was unable to stabilize the car and smashed into a beam that drove through the driver's seat. "4 down, 1 to go," Rachel said. I looked ahead and saw the exit coming up fast, but there was something odd about it. Instead of open sky, I saw lights. Hundreds of lights. "We got traffic coming up," I said to Rachel. She looked forward with me and saw cars crossing outside the hole. "It must be a sky bridge," she said. I nodded, trying to think what we could do. If we ejected into that mess, we'd never survive. And neither would the innocent drivers on their nightly commute home. We'd already been the cause of more than 1 civilian death tonight, and I didn't look forward to the nightmares that would provide me. "Think you have enough room to dive under it?" Rachel asked. "What? Why? Just, do you think you can?" I examined the obstacle racing toward us. Sure enough, it did appear that there might be enough distance to roll over and then yank back on the flight yoke, but there was no way to be sure. "I think so," I said, "but that will have to do." Rachel steadied her pistol with both hands and rested her arms across the dashboard. I saw her flick the mode switch to full auto as she aimed at something out the front window. I traced her line of sight to a large crane that was suspended over our path, but she wasn't aiming at the crane, she was aiming at a huge energy capacitor slightly above it. Before I could protest, Rachel squeezed the trigger and unloaded a withering stream of bullets at the giant storage device. The first several bullets bounced harmlessly off the reinforced outer shell, but she only needed 1 to get through, and 1 did. The bullet that broke the plating set off a chain reaction that sent a shock wave through the entire tunnel. The explosion made the crane arm ripple, and then it snapped free of its base. I punched the throttle as I noticed the trussing begin to fall. I gritted my teeth, wheeling our little cab forward, barely sliding beneath the construction vehicle's massive appendage. It groaned as we slipped by, cables snapping as the fire from the blown capacitor billowed toward us. Soon we were on the other side, and the exit was less than a second ahead. I wrenched the controls sideways and rolled the cab upside down. Then I watched the floor rotate and stop 3 meters above my head. As soon as the floor gave way to open sky, I punched full reverse and pulled back with all my strength. The cab screamed at me. Thrusters diverted, energy panels protested, and the car dropped. Rachel and I were pressed back in our seats. I felt the blood drain from my head as we changed directions. Then I shot down along the building's face, mere meters from the top of our cab. Rachel glanced up and yelled, "Get us out of the way!" I didn't need to look to know that the last remaining car had collided with the crane and its wreckage was probably following us down. I rolled 90 degrees to the left and then pulled back, traveling along the building to our right. No sooner had I done so than I saw flaming debris hurtle past our tail and plunge into the depths beneath us. I had started to breathe a sigh of relief when a low power indicator started to flash on the dashboard. Son of a bitch, I said as I ran a hand over my face. Guess they don't make 'em like they used to. Lars, Rachel said, how far are we from this ship? As your navigation module will show, you are. It's blown out, buddy, I said. We gotta do this the old-fashioned way, and we don't have much time before the rest of those goons figure out where we are. Understood, sir. As it happens, you are less than a kilometer from the building's base that supports our platform. And then, 2 clicks up? I asked. Affirmative. Think she'll make it? Rachel asked. I grimaced. Nope. Then what are we going to do? I'll let you know when I think of something. Sir, if I may. Go ahead, Lars, I said, hoping he had a bright idea. The building that the distant horizon is docked on has several freight elevators that operate from the ground floor. They service the docking platforms without stops on any office floors. Buddy, I thought we went over this. Me and elevators are the same as you and stairs, so you've said, sir. You're saying it's a straight shot up, then? Rachel asked. I am, Lars replied. Rachel looked at me. Seems like the best option. Lars, we're going to ditch the cab as close as we can to the base of the skyscraper. Any way you can keep the remainder of these thugs from following us? I'll see what I can do, sir. Great. And make sure the doors to the building are unlocked. Just track our positions for which entrance we try. I don't want to be caught with our pants down. I have already factored that into the revised mission plan. I like the way you think, pal, I said. Just try to keep your pants on, sir. Lars added. I have no contingencies for their loss at present. Chapter 5. I pitched the cab down and aimed for the closest expressway. For one, I wanted to put as much distance between ourselves and any would-be pursuers, namely those armored trucks if they showed up again. Plus, I hoped we'd blend in with the rest of the traffic, unless, of course, they'd somehow gotten a lock on us using some sort of tracking tech. For another, I figured that, should our cab's drive core go dead, a drop from a few meters would be a whole lot more enjoyable than a drop from, well, however high up we'd just been, which was too high for me. Talk to me, Lars, I said. Proceed along your present route for 550 meters, then turn left, Lars said. Got it. The cab shuddered as I eased into our descent and tried to bleed off speed, but the deflector panels had taken too much of a beating to keep it steady. I pulled into traffic and struck the vehicle in front of us, sending it into a 90-degree skid. It skittered across the road and struck 2 more vehicles, but all 3 cars righted themselves amid a flurry of blaring horns and offensive hand gestures. Well, that got their attention, Rachel said, looking out and up through the passenger window. Don't tell me, I replied. It's the trucks, she said, a sense of urgency growing in her voice. I said not to tell me. And they definitely saw that. They're definitely headed this way. Damn it. I glanced at the power indicator. We don't have enough power to get up and over this. I'm not sure we'll have enough to get there flying straight and level. Turn left, Lars said. I crossed 2 lanes of traffic and then turned hard left. Our tails slammed into some sort of automated service bot on the corner. It shot through the air and exploded against the side of a building. Whoops, I said, the word dripping a false sense of regret. Seeing things explode was something I never tired of, even if this wasn't the most ideal setting for appreciating such things. Hey, I was a guy, what could I say? Proceed another 200 meters, then turn right, Lars instructed. Got it, Rachel replied. She looked out her window again. They're gaining on us. This is bad. With those trucks coming down on top of us, there was little we could do. We had nowhere to run, and the buildings provided little cover. Any attempt to duck into a side alley would be suicide without thrusters to get us out of a dead end. Get out of the way, I yelled, pushing our cab's nose between two cars ahead of us. The drivers honked, then as we squeezed by, the occupants went wide-eyed as they saw the condition of our chewed-up taxi. I hadn't seen it myself, of course, but I could only imagine how many bullet holes raked the body. A few kids sat in the back seat of the car directly to our left, enjoying the cool night air with their window down. "Get an education, kids!" I yelled over the wind. "Don't end up like me!" The poor kids' jaws dropped as we jostled by them. "Wait to inspire the next generation," Rachel said. "It's a public service," I replied, shrugging my shoulders. "Turn right," said Lars. I made the turn onto a straightaway, the end of which met a T intersection against a robust-looking skyscraper. "Is that Our Lady up ahead?" I asked Lars. "Indeed, sir. The cargo bay leading to the service elevators is around the back." "Step on it!" Rachel yelled. I didn't need to look behind us to know the trucks were hot on our heels, but I was already squeezing the throttle for all it was worth. "Son of a bitch!" I seethed, willing the cab to give us a little more. We had maybe 300 meters to go when the road, 4 meters ahead, exploded, blossoming into a maw of tormented asphalt. I tried yanking the yoke to avoid the hole, but all that did was yaw us so that we approached the obstacle at an oblique angle. The cab tried to absorb the sudden ground inconsistency, but it lacked the power. Instead, a shard of freshly wrecked road caught the underside of our car and flipped us. My body went weightless as the cabin filled with smoke and bits of pavement. Then we slammed onto the street and continued rolling down the road, my head whipping back and forth with each impact. My leg, which had remained relatively stationary until this moment, banged against the side of the console. A fresh stab of pain extended through nerves and almost made me vomit. When we finally came to a stop, Rachel hung upside down beside me, half cradled in her restraints. Drops of blood dripped from her head and onto the cab's shattered roof. "Rachel," I said, unfamiliar with the voice coming out of my mouth. My ears rang like a failing drive core. I cleared my throat and then spoke her name again. "Rachel, can you hear me?" She stirred, blinking her eyes open. What's going on?" "Get out of the cab," I ordered. "The cab?" She looked at her chest. Then I saw realization dawn on her face. "Damn it!" Instantly, Rachel was grappling with the buckles. I undid my own and collapsed on one shoulder against the cab's inverted ceiling. Then I reached for the door frame and pulled myself out. My leg throbbed as I attempted to stand on the wet road. I looked across the bottom of the smoking taxi and saw Rachel get up, looking above us. "They're coming back around," she yelled, pointing at the trucks as they banked in a steep U-turn and pitched down toward us. My first attempt to step away was met with the blast of a car horn as we were still in the damn road. Traffic split around our wreckage like water flowing around a rock, but the spectacle did not stop commuters from their mad dashes home. "Come on!" I yelled at Rachel, nodding toward the building at the end of the street. I limped forward at first, gritting my teeth against the pain shooting through my thigh. Then I forced my legs into a run, realizing it was that or be atomized by the railguns. I'd barely made it a dozen steps when another round cratered the street to my left. The energy from the impact knocked me sideways, but I managed to keep my feet under me. "You okay there, cabby?" Rachel said, steadying me with two hands. I hadn't realized I'd almost bowled her over. "I'm good," I said, my ears ringing even louder now. I refocused on the building and then called to the AI. "Lars, anything you can do to help us out here? We're pretty exposed, and I doubt we're going to make it." "I am working on a potential solution, yes," Lars said. "How potential?" asked Rachel as we picked up speed. "Approximately 30 seconds," the AI replied. "I don't think we have that much time, pal." Suddenly, I had an idea. The vehicles behind us were slowing down to avoid our wreck, and then picking up speed again once they were past it. There was no way we'd get to the building in time on foot. We needed speed. We needed a ride. The thought of putting innocent lives in danger did cross my mind, but the way I saw it, we'd already put everyone on this street in danger simply by being here. The faster we got off the road, the faster the commuters would be safe. "Rachel, where are you going?" she asked. "Back this way, come on!" Rachel seemed reluctant to return toward our wrecked cab, but she followed nonetheless. "What the hell's Flint?" "On me!" I slowed as I neared the taxi and then waited for the next hover car to approach. It was a utility vehicle with a flatbed in the back, filled with all sorts of maintenance equipment. Judging by the logo plastered on the truck's rusted door, this guy was a plumber. "Climb on!" I called to Rachel. The driver noticed us as he slowed, his face looking over at me in shock. I gave him a slight wave and quirked grin, then hopped onto the flatbed with Rachel. The plumber accelerated, but not before casting us several curious glares. "Keep going, buddy!" I yelled through the back glass, pointing toward the building at the far end of the street. We picked up speed, doing far better than we would have on foot, when the plumber looked back at us again. But his eyes were on something else. I looked behind us and saw the trucks, along with 3 more pursuit vehicles converging on our position. Bullets rattled the maintenance equipment on the flatbed, shooting sparks in all directions. One round hit some sort of compressed tank. It exploded and jarred Rachel off the bed. "I gotcha!" I shouted, grabbing her wrist. Her legs dangled down, feet skipping along the pavement. She tried to bring them under her, but the plumber was driving too fast. "Take my other hand!" I yelled. Rachel lunged, feet behind her, and caught my other wrist. I heaved, and she crashed into me as I fell back into the equipment. Something stabbed my back, wedging itself under my shoulder blade. "Thanks," she said, but then changed her expression to one of concern. "You okay?" "Just a cramp," I said, unsure if that was all it was or something far worse. There was no way to be sure now. We had more important things to worry about, like not getting blown up by a railgun. "Lars, buddy," I asked, "how are you coming on that solution for us?" 10 seconds, sir. Please stand by." I looked through the plumber's windshield and saw the building not more than 100 yards away. He was slowing and preparing to make a left turn. "This is our stop," I said to Rachel. "We'll never make it," she replied, referring to the remaining distance we'd have to cover on foot. "We have to try," I said. "Come on." I grabbed Rachel's hand and we leaped off the flatbed just as the plumber slowed to negotiate the turn. Well, at least that was one commuter who'd survived the night, I thought. Rachel and I broke into a run, heading for the building. We had to cross a wide sidewalk and an open plaza before skirting the main entrance and heading down a side alley. I looked over my shoulder. Our assailants were doubling back for what I was sure would be their final assault. There was no way they'd miss us in the open like this. "Lars," I asked, my voice rising. "It's now or never, pal." "Solution inbound," was all he said. Probably as curious as I was, Rachel slowed and looked over her shoulder with me. We watched as the enemy vehicles came about and turned their weapons on us. Suddenly, something flew out between 2 buildings and struck the side of the first truck. The impact knocked the vehicle sideways, but it wasn't enough to do more than minor damage. "That's it?" I said to Lars, with no attempt to hide my displeasure. As if in answer, several more objects appeared from all sides and slammed into the enemy vehicles. They looked like large drones of some kind, but I couldn't be sure. They were moving too fast. The vehicles rocked back and forth until one of the objects drove right through a passenger cabin. Another blasted into the drive core compartment, turning the car into nothing more than a flying rock. More objects pelted our pursuers like massive bullets driving into moving targets, blowing out windows and knocking out deflector panels. Within a matter of seconds, it seemed as though every occupant in the cars and trucks was dead. Rachel and I stopped long enough to watch the miracle unfold, only to realize that the driverless vehicles still had considerable momentum and were headed straight for us. "Over there!" I pointed to a concrete safety barrier that was in place to keep stray cars from entering the building's ground floor. Rachel and I darted toward the barricade as the dead vehicles hurtled toward us. I caught their motion out of the corner of my eye as we ran, hoping we weren't too late. Lars had come through to save the day with whatever those things were. only for us to die in the unfortunate aftermath. "Hurry!" I pushed Rachel out in front of me. She sprinted ahead as I roared against the tearing pain in my leg. Metal whistled through the night air, and I could sense the giant objects closing in. This would come down to microseconds. Rachel left her feet, diving for the barrier's protective cover and disappearing in the shadow. The inbound vehicle's headlights glared in my peripheral vision. I held my breath and lunged, pushing off the ground with all my strength. My body sailed through the air, laid out horizontally as the monstrous wrecks of metal struck the street a meter away. The sound was deafening. Then my body slipped into the shadow as the vehicles collided with the safety wall. I rolled to a stop as plumes of fire and car parts shot around us. The ground shook under my back. It was like being swallowed by a thunderstorm with no way to escape. Rachel reached over and grabbed my arm as the wreckage continued to fly past us, shrapnel and flames screaming like demons from the worst hellholes in the galaxy. And then it was over. Bits of debris and ash rained down on our bodies like hail and snow, but neither would cause us harm. I coughed several times, and then watched thick black smoke rise in billowing plumes, engulfing the building's face in darkness. "You okay?" I asked Rachel. She propped herself up on an elbow and looked at me with a soot-stained face. "Yeah. You? I'm definitely gonna need Lars to probe me later," I said, hoping the AI would chime in, and he didn't disappoint. "Sir, I'm unsure if you are just forgetful or intentionally making fun of me, but I'd like to remind you that I have not, nor do I ever, plan to probe you." "That's what they all say, pal," I said as Rachel helped me up. My leg had gotten worse, and I could see bits of metal caked in the congealing blood. Still, this was no time for an examination. We had to get topside, and fast. "I'm guessing they'll have reinforcements," Rachel said. "Come on, we gotta hit those freight elevators." She and I set off again, my head suffering from bouts of vertigo and a growing migraine. We ran toward the building's left edge and then rounded the corner into an alley meant for delivery trucks. Wide cargo bays lay ahead and to our right. "Any of those doors?" I asked Lars. Our boots splashed through shallow puddles. The scent of urine and old beer met my nostrils, stirred up by the recent rainfall. "The nearest will do," he replied. "The first elevator is open and awaiting your arrival." "Copy that," I said, grateful that we would be standing still soon, and even more grateful that we were about to get out of this damned city. Rachel led the way and banked right, bounded up a set of stairs, and then hurried through an unlocked service door. I chose the ramp instead, unsure if I'd be able to manage the steps. By the time I pushed through the door, I saw Rachel standing inside a wide freight elevator holding the sliding door for me. No sooner was I in than she let the door shut. "Which floor?" she asked Lars. "I already have it programmed, Miss Fontaine," he replied. "Please enjoy the ride." "Enjoy the ride?" I asked, with no effort to hide my sarcasm. "Yes, that is appropriate, isn't it, sir?" "It's just—" I looked to Rachel for help. "It's perfect, Lars," she said, then looked at me when I gave her a bewildered look. "What? Perfect?" I replied. "That wasn't exactly the word I was going for." The freight elevator picked up speed as we ascended the megalithic structure, shooting through the cloud floor and up toward the docking platforms. I took advantage of the break to catch my breath. But I also knew relaxing was dangerous. Rest too much, and the adrenaline would wear off. Then, were the fight to erupt again, there wouldn't be time to ramp back up. Best to stay amped and hyper-vigilant. "Ship's ready to go, Lars?" I asked, leaning against the elevator's wall. "Affirmative, sir. And Tiny has already urinated on the bridge twice. Not to worry, however. I have deployed maintenance bots to clean up the mess." I chuckled. "Thanks, Lars. Saves me the work." "My pleasure, sir." The elevator started to slow and the illuminated numbers changed less quickly. When the unit came to a stop, a robotic, masculine voice announced, "You have arrived at Docking Bay 7. Please pay attention while exiting the elevator." The doors parted and Rachel and I stepped onto the wide platform where we'd picked up the cab earlier in the evening. Likewise, the distant horizon sat on the far end, just where we'd left her. Only now her thrusters were at idle. We'd made it. I took a deep breath, feeling myself begin to relax. This high up, the clear sky gave way to stars and a burning pink hue in the west. I didn't care if we ever saw the underworld again. I liked the fresh air just fine. "Sir," said Lars over comms, "I would advise both you and Miss Fontaine to increase your pace and board the ship immediately." "What is it now, Lars?" I asked. 2 civilian shuttles are on an intercept course with our current position." I glanced at Rachel. Could be nothing. But Lars continued. "The Horizon's long-range sensors indicate that the vessels have raised their forward shields and are charging weapon systems." "Weapon systems?" I asked as my pace began to quicken. "What kind of civilian shuttles have weapon systems?" "The kind meant to keep us from leaving the city," Rachel replied. "Let's get a move on, Captain Reed." "I'm really starting to hate these bastards," I said. "As am I," Rachel replied. She slung my arm over her shoulder again, and we picked up speed, crossing the platform in quick order. We'd clomped halfway up the ramp when the hydraulics kicked in to close it. "Are we in that much of a rush?" I asked Lars. "We are, sir. May I lift off?" "Damn, Lars. You haven't even given me a hello hug yet." "I promise to do so once we've achieved an adequate distance from the enemy shuttles." "Fair enough," I said, "but I'm holding you to that." I'd barely finished the sentence when the ship lurched. Rachel and I extended our free hands to steady ourselves in the corridor as Lars cleared the platform. We moved toward the bridge, careful not to fall with the Horizon's sudden motion. "Activate the dampeners, Lars," I ordered. "My apologies, sir." "I don't want to hear it now. Just get us out of here." Rachel and I felt the inertia dampeners engage, and the ship stopped moving as violently. We turned the next corner and stepped up to the bridge. When the doors parted, Tiny bounded toward me. He went up on his hind legs, placing a forepaw directly on my injured thigh. "God damn it, Tiny!" I roared. But the dog was oblivious to the agony he was causing me. He licked my twisted face, fighting against my best efforts to push him aside. "Mr. Reed, I recommend you and Miss Fontaine secure yourselves immediately," said Lars. "Getting there," I replied, finally getting Tiny to stand down. "It's good to see you too, buddy." "Thank you, sir." "I was talking to Tiny." "Ah, my apologies. In any case, in addition to being seated, I recommend you seek immediate medical attention. My scanners detect—" "I can't do both at once, pal." "That is a logical conclusion, sir. Given that fact, I recommend that you be seated." "Can do," I replied. "I hope to be clear of our pursuers in less than 5 minutes, which will place you in no further harm than you are presently in." "How comforting," I said flatly. I slid into the captain's chair and buckled myself in. Rachel buckled herself behind the navigation couch, bringing up the hollow displays of our current position, as well as the enemy's. 2 ships, ETA in 20 seconds, she reported. "Get us out of here, Lars." "Right away, sir," he replied. The ship suddenly dropped away from the platform. My stomach did a backflip as Lars pitched the ship straight down, headed toward the cloud floor. Light from the planet's twin moons shimmered across the feathery surface, rising to meet us. "Lars, buddy," I asked, my tone growing uneasy as we picked up speed. "What you doing?" "Evading our pursuers, sir." "I believe the direction you wanted was up." "Negative, sir. While we will seek orbit eventually, doing so now would require us to use weapons systems." "And why are we against using weapon systems?" "For the same reason you are against killing people who have yet to display hostility," Lars replied. "So you've suddenly developed scruples?" I asked Lars. I braced myself as we plummeted back through the clouds and into the very realm of Veradia that I swore I'd never revisit. "Vessels in visual range," Rachel said, bringing up a hollow display with a rear-facing view from the horizon. What looked like 2 Falcon-class shuttles pursued us a few hundred meters back. Their folding wings were set in the closed position, providing them higher speed and greater maneuverability. I held the seat arms with a death grip as Lars directed the ship into a tight barrel roll. Then, seconds before we crashed into a traffic-laden street, he pulled up, the force pushing me down into my chair. Without the dampeners, I'd have certainly blacked out, especially considering how much blood I'd lost. "In answer to your question, sir," Lars said, "no, I have not developed scruples. My system does not calculate moral values, but logical assumptions and mathematically accurate probabilities. As such, I am simply abiding by the precedent set by the ship's captain. Were the ship's commanding officer to be Rachel, however, I would—" Suddenly, flashes of light flickered in Rachel's hollow of the 2 shuttles. They were shooting at us. I watched the shield display as it noted the impacts and responded with a revised shield strength value of 88%. "Shoot the damn ships!" I said to Lars. The horizon banked left and then right, weaving between buildings at breakneck speed. "Which brings up your second aversion to public displays of violence," Lars continued. Have you been studying me again, Lars? I thought we went over this." "Of course, sir. One of my primary—" "Get to the point!" The horizon glided between 2 buildings and then executed a power loop that took us up and over a suspension bridge, bustling with bumper-to-bumper traffic. I looked at the pursuing shuttles as they, too, executed the maneuver. "The collateral damage resulting from weapons fire," Lars said, continuing as if this entire conversation was nothing more than casual banter, "constitutes a civilian casualty risk of 71%. "But what about our casualty rate?" "Given my efficiency rating with the Horizon, I placed our likelihood of surviving the current engagement without resorting to use of weapon systems, assuming all variables are maintained, at 94%. 94%? Rachel echoed, eyebrows up and lips curled down as if she was really impressed. "Not bad." "God," I said, rocking back and forth in my chair from the ship's movements. "Are we really having a discussion of ethics while evading hostile enemy forces?" "It would appear so," Lars replied. "Yes." "If the variables change," I said, "I want you to shoot those ships down. Understood?" "Understood, sir." Lars ran the Horizon a few meters off the ground, buzzing the tops of every car for a kilometer. Our speed continued to increase as Lars pushed the Horizon to what I was sure was its in-atmosphere threshold. He was getting close to the buildings, too. I shot a look at Rachel. She seemed as concerned as I was, hands gripping the nav console, trying to stay steady. Lars continued to weave in and out of several buildings, doing so at speeds that I never would have been able to match even if I worked for it every day of my life. Such was the benefit of having an AI helm your ship, and not some drunk-ass pilot like Victor. Headlights passed beneath us in long, fluid white lines, while office windows shimmered with the reflections of our thrusters and the muzzle flashes of the shuttles behind us. "They're shooting again," I said to Lars. "You are correct, sir," he replied. "However, they are falling behind." "So your plan of outrunning them is working," I concluded. "Indeed," Lars replied, still maneuvering the ship through the cityscape in a death-defying manner. Had I not been so worried about dying from my leg wound or how many times I'd been shot at in the last half hour, I probably would have enjoyed it. "Now," said Lars in his calmest voice yet, "if you will kindly brace yourselves, we are about to accelerate in an attempt to break the planet's gravitational pull." "You mean we're launching?" said Rachel. "Considering we are already underway, no, but the rest of your premise is essentially correct." "Take us up, Lars," I said, grabbing the seat's armrests. "We're ready." Chapter 6. The distant horizon's thrusters fired at full throttle. Our nose pitched skyward in a high-speed ascent so steep that I couldn't lift my head or arms out of my chair. I was pretty sure the skin on my face was pressed back toward my ears, and I had trouble swallowing the saliva in my mouth. I managed to see Rachel out of the corner of my eye, pressed into her crash couch. The horizon shuddered as we climbed higher and higher. I watched the altimeter's digits pass 10,000 kilometers, then 20,000, then 30,000, all in a matter of moments. I had yet to really put Araga's gift to me through its paces since leaving Celion City, but Lars was seeing to that just fine. There would be no way those enemy shuttles could keep up with us now. "How much longer?" I managed to ask. My chest was tight and I was having trouble keeping conscious. "We will be exiting Alton 4's stratosphere in 27 seconds. "Can you hurry it up a little?" I asked, teeth clattering together. "Sir, our thrusters are—" "I was kidding." "Are very good, sir." I tried to focus on the main hollow screen to keep my mind off the unbearable pain in my thigh. It felt as though the flesh around my leg was trying to peel itself away. I watched as the sky overhead grew less pink and more black, eventually giving way to the stark, star-covered landscape of space. "The shuttles have abandoned their pursuit," Rachel confirmed, her voice quivering. I glanced at the rear-facing hollow and saw only the distant glow of Viridia amongst the clouds. "You see?" Lars asked. "Weapon systems unused, no civilian casualties reported." "Someone give the AI a medal," I said to no one in particular. Tiny barked in answer, which I thought was comedic. He was still bound in his makeshift dog-style crash couch. "Thanks, Tiny." "Main thruster burn sequence complete," Lars noted. A second later, the horizon's constant forward push subsided, and a wave of relief washed over my body. "Orbit achieved. All systems nominal," Lars said. "I still think you could have shot them." I unbuckled my harness and attempted to stand. But now that the adrenaline was finally ebbing, the pain was excruciating. Likewise, I knew that the tourniquet had been cinched around my limb for far too long. Any more and I might lose it. "Sir," Lars said, "I advise we admit you to sickbay as soon as possible." "I second that," said Rachel. She bent down and released the harness from around Tiny. Tiny thirded it by running up beside me and leaning into my good leg with his body. All right, let's do this thing. Gods know, I like both my legs." Rachel helped me through the bridge doors and then directed me towards sickbay, which was at the end of the curved corridor that ran along the port side of the ship. Once there, Lars brought the facility's systems online. Sterile white lighting illuminated 3 medical suites. Aside from a bed, each unit was filled with odd-looking multi-tools on the end of articulated arms, not unlike the chair I'd seen in Oraga's office. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to probe you now, sir," Lars said. I cocked my head sideways. "Lars, did you just make an inside joke?" "Yes, sir. Was I successful?" I chuckled. "Yup, you sure were, pal." "But seriously, sir, please lay yourself on the bed in Suite 1, and then I will probe you." Rachel moved me forward into the suite and then helped me onto the table. "Hey," I said, wincing as she swung my legs up. "Back there with Falco. Where'd you get the poison?" Rachel smiled. "It was just salt." I laughed. "And the pill?" "A headache med." "Son of a bitch," I said, gasping as I lay down. "Lars, can you hurry this up?" "As soon as Miss Fontaine steps aside, I will commence an initial analysis." "That's just the problem," I replied. "Miss Fontaine has this crazy look in her eyes, and I'm worried she's going to drug me and then rip my pants off before you do." "Nice try," Rachel said, backing away. "Beginning initial scan," Lars said. I watched as 2 arms began removing my pant leg using small counter-rotary saws, while a third scanned my skin with some sort of yellow light bar. A larger light bar descended from the ceiling, and moved from head to toe about half a meter above my body. When the scan was complete, Lars said, "The stab wound in your leg is substantial, and you've developed a bacterial infection that is spreading rapidly. However, the tourniquet not only restricted blood loss, but also kept the infection isolated to your leg. You've suffered several minor lacerations and contusions, as has Miss Fontaine." "When did you scan me?" she asked, covering her chest with her arms. But Lars didn't abate in his review. "Which will require her to seek medical attention later. You, however, Mr. Reed, are the priority. The medical procedure will include removing the tourniquet, mending material damage, and administering antibiotics, among other things. I would highly recommend full sedation, but that is your decision." "It's going to hurt?" "Yes, sir. To put it in your parlance, it's going to hurt like a bitch." I swallowed. "I've had enough pain for one day, pal. Put me under." "Very well, sir." "And I'll be right here," Rachel said, a reassuring look forming on her face. I felt genuinely touched. "Thanks, Rachel," I said, leaning my head back. "No, not for you, for me. I'm next, remember?" I gave a crooked smile. "Sure you are." When I awoke, Rachel was sitting beside me under soft lights, reading something on a datapad. Strands of black hair cascaded around her face, framing her delicate features. For a second, she looked almost normal, not like the calculated killing machine that I'd become accustomed to, but more like the office worker I first encountered on the night we met. This moment betrayed a little more of whoever she was before her military-style combat training before learning how to kill than I bet she intended to show me. "Hey," I said. My voice sounded groggy and hoarse. Rachel looked up, startled, and put the datapad down. "Hey? What you reading?" "It's nothing." "The hell's it is? Probably some throwing knife master's manual." She blushed. "Actually, it's—" "What?" "A Florence Redbreast novel." I saw her cheeks flush a shade of pink as she stashed the datapad under her seat. "Florence Redbreast? As in the romance novelist?" Rachel nodded. "Gods, Rachel, never figured you for one of those." "It's my one guilty pleasure," she said. "Why? You got a problem with that?" I held my hands up in mock protest. Nope. I'm just interested by the information, nothing more." "Good," she said, settling herself back into the chair beside my bed. "So how are you feeling?" "Pretty damn great right now." "You should be." She grinned. "I saw those probes dose you with enough painkillers to make a starship go limp." "Limp?" For some reason I looked down at my groin. Call it instinct. "You'll make a full recovery," Rachel continued. "Don't worry. Everything will be operational again in a few hours." I took a deep breath. "Well, that's good to hear, because it's never been more than a few hours between—" "I don't need you to finish that sentence, thanks." I smiled, then rested my head back down. "Suit yourself." Silence filled the space between us for a few moments as I enjoyed not being chased or shot at. It was a good feeling, especially knowing we'd gotten away. But there were bad feelings, too. "Have you asked yourself what we've gotten ourselves into?" I caught Rachel's eyes as she searched my face before answering. "How do you mean?" "There you go, keeping your cards close to your chest," I thought to myself, not for the first time. "I mean, Oraga commissioned us to find ancient artifacts that are extremely rare and unquestionably valuable. To that end, he's willing to gift an ex-cop and a freelance bounty hunter acquisitions curator," Rachel said, correcting me. "Whatever, he's gifted us a state-of-the-art starship and an unlimited budget. Plus, we're operating off the Union's radar. His own people don't even know about us. Doesn't that bother you?" "Bother me? I've always liked anonymity." "But you haven't Wondered why he wants these artifacts so badly? He's a billionaire, Rachel replied with a brief wave of her hand. They're super weird. Eccentric would be the right word. I stared at her for a second without commenting. What? She asked. Really? That's all? Sure, I've worked for plenty of guys like him. They want something bad enough, and they have the budget to make it happen. End of story. And you never ask why? Nope. Not if the payout is large enough. And guys like Oraga know that the more money they pay, the quieter their secrets stay. That's because people like me don't want to miss out on a payday like Oraga's just because we can't keep our lips tight. People like you, I said. Rachel just stared at me, then said, Yeah, as if that was supposed to mean something. And who exactly are people like you? You still know far more about me than I know about you. And I know that's hard for your detective brain to let rest, but you're going to have to live with it for a while. Until when? Until I want to tell you more. I could tell from the hard look in her eyes that I wasn't going to get more out of her. Don't push her, Flint. I could hear my brain say. I had a good thing going with Rachel, at least as much as two high-end bounty hunters could claim to have. I wasn't going to ruin it now. Well, I said, taking a deep breath and folding my arms behind my head. I want to know. No? Why these artifacts are so damn important to Oraga, I replied, and why a rival organization or whatever it is willing to kill us for them. Rachel raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more. Come on, you're saying that doesn't bother you? I asked. We shot and killed people back there. Who were trying to shoot and kill us, she said. A dead person is a dead person, and we killed them. There's no way these artifacts are worth killing over unless they are more than just artifacts. I'm telling you, Flint. Rachel sat forward. These are exactly the kinds of questions you don't want to ask. Don't want to ask? I repeated, sitting up a little. These are exactly the kinds of questions I'm going to ask if I'm going to keep getting shot at. Easy, Flint. Don't give yourself a... I'm not going to take it easy, Rachel. If I'm going to risk my life, your life, and innocent lives in every city we make port in, I want to know why, or else I'm out. Sounds like you should have thought of that before you signed on Oraga's bottom line. Well, maybe that's true. But he bears some of the responsibility, too. How so? If he knew our lives were going to be in jeopardy, and he was obligated to say as much. I'm pretty sure he did, Flint. How's that? Well, he said it'd be dangerous. Dangerous? I echoed. Rachel, dangerous is doing things in the adventure hollows, walking over rope suspension bridges, swinging across canyons, you know? But that back there on Varadia, that was not dangerous. That was insane. And you didn't think what you did in the towers back on Celion City was insane? I glared at her. What's that supposed to mean? Flint, need I remind you that the mayor of your city gave you a medal? You took out more guys in 60 minutes than I do in a weekend. I popped my head up. Wait, you kill that many people in a weekend? Never mind. My point is, you are the one who showed Oraga that you could handle yourself in situations most people couldn't dream of. That you weren't afraid to pull the trigger, to make the hard calls. I mean, you did so with not only your life on the line, but dozens of hostages too, with mine, with Heather's. As far as I'm concerned, you're just as culpable as Oraga, if not more. That's a cheap shot, Rachel. Isn't it? She didn't look like she was going to budge. Trust me when I say that I've seen my share of daredevils. Either you were born to do this stuff, or you were just showing off. And you don't seem like the kind of guy who has something to prove. If anything, you're a bona fide knight. A what? I asked. A knight. A type of legendary warrior from the old mythologies. You mean from your romance novels? Something like that, she said, waving the comment off. They rode some giant mammals and carried swords, but they lived according to virtues instead of just for themselves, and they did heroic things because of it. That's what Oraga sees in you, I think. And that's what I see, too. Damn. You didn't have to get all sentimental just because I got probed. She laughed. I liked it. Hold on just a sec, I added, realizing she'd played me. You just said I was culpable for all this, and then you paid me a compliment to smooth it over, didn't you? Maybe, she said with a coy little grin. And now you're trying to work me over with that cute smile of yours. I can neither confirm nor deny. Damn you, woman, you're good. She half closed her eyelids and raised one shoulder toward me. Why, Monsieur Reed, I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. Come here, I said, leaning over the side of the bed. I felt a small twinge of pain as I rolled to one side, but the pleasure of giving her a kiss would far outweigh the soreness in my leg. I returned to the bridge on my own power the next morning to find Rachel and Tiny on the floor playing tug-of-war with a small scrap of fabric, probably my old pants. Today I was dressed in some crew shorts and a blue Union t-shirt. Mr. Reed, Lars said over the bridge's audio system, how good it is to see you, and walking well, I see. Well enough, I replied. Hey, Flint, Rachel said. She lost her battle with Tiny as the dog ripped the fabric from her hands and came bounding toward me. Hey, Rachel. Tiny leaped toward my chest and placed his paws on my shoulders. And hey to you too, pal. I scratched behind his ears and gave him a kiss atop his head. Gods, you need a bath, boy. That can be arranged, sir, Lars said. You're going to need a few bots to hold him down, I'm afraid, I said. Or I could sedate him, Lars added. Sedate him? Lars, you can't just go around knocking people out whenever you want. And yet it remains an effective way to deal with the frailties of biological existence. I rolled my eyes and shuffled toward the captain's chair in my deck slippers. Whatever. Just get him cleaned up. As you wish, sir. Crazy AI, I muttered as I sat down. What's on the agenda for today? Rachel asked. Well, I thought we'd head to the mining facility on Meldorn. You sure you're good for that? Rachel asked. I could tell the question had more than one layer based on our conversation from the night before. Part of it was my physical stamina, but the other part was the question of whether or not I wanted to keep pursuing these damned artifacts without totally knowing what they were. How long did Falco say we'd need to get there? I asked. 2 days, right? Yeah, said Rachel, nodding. The Taciton system is approximately 2 days away in slipspace, sir, Lars confirmed. And how long before I'm fully healed, Lars? Your healing has already been accelerated due to the success of last night's surgery, the AI replied. You should be feeling quite strong within the next 24 to 48 hours, and within 3 days you'll have nothing more than a small scar to remind you of the injury. 100% then? Affirmative, sir, 100%. But, Flint... Rachel eyed me. She wanted to know how I felt about the artifacts. I knew it. I'm going to call Oraga now, I said. Right now? Rachel replied. Is there an echo in here? Yeah, right now. Might as well get clarity on what this is all about before I risk anyone else's life, most especially mine. I winked at her. Lars? Yes, sir. Get Mr. Oraga on the line, would you? Right away, sir. Please stand by. I ran a hand over my hair and relaxed in my captain's chair. Tiny lay down beneath me, and Rachel walked over to stand beside me, arms folded. After only 10 seconds, a large image of Mr. Oraga's head appeared on the main hollow screen, replacing the black sea of stars. His hair was combed backward, and he adjusted his monocle as he looked at his hollow screen. "Good morning, Flint. Rachel. Tiny?" Auraga said, nodding toward each of us. Tiny tilted his head and twitched his ears. "Good morning," I said. "Hello, Min," Rachel added. "Looks like you're—" I studied the scene behind the old man. "On an ocean-faring yacht of some kind?" "Ah, yes," said Auraga. He spread his arms from his spot in a white leather seat shaded by an awning overhead. The boat's teak decking extended out behind him and dropped away to a sparkling oceanscape. "We're on the planet of Nimbus Proximus today, scouting some new sub-oceanic reserves. Quite a lovely place, I might add." "Looks like it," I said, noting the islands in the background that were speckled with palm trees. "And you are—" He leaned forward as if reading something. "Finishing some intel gathering on Altan 4, from what Lars has told me." I looked at Rachel, unaware that Lars had been forwarding our activity on to Auraga, but I shouldn't have been surprised. Billionaires didn't become wealthy by ignoring their investments. "That's right," I said. "Ran into a little trouble, but we got what we came for." "I see that," Auraga said, returning to look at us. "And how's that leg feeling?" Again, I tried to hide my surprise at how much he knew. "Feeling fine, Min. Lars said I should be back to normal within 72 hours. "Marvelous," said the billionaire. "Now, how may I help you? I'm afraid I'm rather pressed for time." "What are these artifacts really for?" "Flint," Rachel said under her breath. She bumped her hip against the side of my chair. "Not so direct." "Not so direct? I didn't know any other way." "A man who cuts straight to the point," Auraga said. "I knew I liked you." He pulled the circular pane of glass from his eye and began to wipe it with a white handkerchief. "Before I answer, may I ask what sparked this line of inquiry?" "Frankly, I don't like being shot at," I said. "And I don't like killing people unless I have a damn good reason to." I moved my ass in my chair a little, feeling it grow numb. "And for another, I didn't think we'd see this much action in our first mission for you. In fact, I didn't think we'd ever see this much, period. But it seems you're not the only one interested in these artifacts, and everyone else is willing to kill for them. That said, if Rachel, Tiny, and I are going to put ourselves and others in harm's way, I want to know what we're doing it for." "Because?" Auraga asked. "Because, if there's not a good reason, I'm out." "You did sign a binding agreement, might I remind you?" "So sue me," I said a little more flagrantly than I meant. I guessed the pain meds were still running strong in my blood. "And if that doesn't suit your liking, shoot me." "Easy, Flint," Rachel said again, clenching her teeth. Auraga stared at me in silence for several seconds. God, is he actually considering shooting me? Truthfully, I had no idea how he was going to respond to my line of questioning, but I felt I had a right to know. I had a responsibility to every civilian we had endangered. I might not be on the police force anymore, but the desire to serve and protect innocent lives was still there, and I doubted it would go away any time soon. "So be it," Auraga finally said. He replaced the monocle over his eye and raised his chin. "What I'm about to tell you is highly privileged information. The mere fact that I'm telling you greatly increases the likelihood of your death. I had hoped to keep you from bearing such a burden. However, I understand the need for full disclosure, so I do not fault you for it. The fact of the matter is that I, too, would wish the same were I in your position, especially given the gravity of what you experienced in the last day. Furthermore, I quite anticipated this. though that makes me sound far more ostentatious than I actually am. The artifacts I have employed you to pursue represent a rare collection of puzzle pieces, for lack of a better term. The ancient civilization that created them, while old, was far more technologically advanced than we are. It is believed that this map, once assembled, leads to a specific destination where a powerful possession is hidden. Sounds like one of your fairy tales, I mumbled to Rachel. Then back to Auraga, I asked, which is what? In a word, a weapon. I looked at Rachel, then back to Auraga. What kind of weapon? That we don't know. I held my hand up at him. No disrespect here, men, but you mean to tell me these artifacts form some sort of ancient treasure map that leads to some sort of ancient weapon, and with all your power and money you have no idea what it does? Auraga raised an eyebrow, then said, That about sums it up, dear boy. Yes. I chortled, which made Tiny whine. Ha! I'm suddenly having serious doubts about all this. Flint! Rachel chided me. You can't back out now. No, he's quite right to be concerned, Auraga said. He is? Rachel asked. Miss Fontaine, if I may be so bold, this sort of excursion rather suits you, does it not? She looked from Auraga to me and then back to him, giving a wry little smile that said she enjoyed this sort of thing. As I thought, said the billionaire. This is, as it were, your cup of tea. You require fewer details to appease your curiosity, so long as you get half down, half upon completion. Am I right? Well, when you put it like that, yeah, she said. Which is exactly why I arranged for you to be present at my complex on the night of the heist. Rachel's eyes went wide. Excuse me? Ha! I said, letting out a laugh. Seems I'm not the only one who got duped. Auraga raised his palms. My proposal was genuine, Miss Fontaine. Make no mistake about that. Our intelligence narrowed the threat of a burglary down to the Founders' Day weekend. Beyond that, we had little idea as to when or by whom, though I had my suspicions. Likewise, I had a feeling you would see to my vault's safety, which you endeavored to do marvelously. However, it was Mr. Reed here who surprised us all. Surprised you? I asked, trying to keep up with this man's crafty old brain. Of course, Mr. Reed. For one, you risked your life for the sake of the hostages. I believe we've covered that, as well as my quick acceptance of your second shift request for the night in question. You needed to make more credits, and I needed a man who I perceived I could count on. But you also separated yourself from every other mercenary I have ever employed. Gods, there is so much wrong with that last sentence, I said, with all of the sentences. While someone like Rachel could be relied upon to act without cause, so long as the price was right. No offense intended, Auraga said. None taken, she replied. You, Mr. Reed, proved that violence is only extended in a measure comparable to the crime. So you're basically saying Rachel's a cutthroat and I couldn't think of the word. You're a white knight, Auraga said. Rachel punched me in the shoulder. Told you? Hey, I said, rubbing my bicep. You guys read the same romance novels or something? Excuse me? Auraga asked. Nothing, I said. I swore Lars must have sent the old man a video feed of our conversation last night. In any case, it is precisely your need to know the truth that qualifies you for a pursuit of this magnitude, Auraga said. It's not enough simply to do the job. I need someone who needs to know why they're doing the job. So you're saying you're glad I asked you, then?
Glad? The old man smiled. Had you not? Had you been satisfied in killing bad guys simply because some old coot gave you a starship and an unlimited supply of ammo, I would have been sorely disappointed.
Weird, Rachel said out of the side of her mouth. That's enough for me. I'm trying to feel honored, Min, but that's gonna take a while.
I understand.
About this weapon, though. If we're speaking openly, I'm not entirely sure I feel comfortable with what we might need to do next.
How so?
Asked Oraga. Since he seemed genuinely interested, and I figured it was now or never to get everything clear, I charged ahead. This is no longer only about some billionaire's love for collectibles. It's about an arms race. At least that's how the other team made it feel back there on Varadia. Shouldn't the Union be handling this sort of thing?
The Union.
Oraga spoke the term like he had some sort of long, jaded history with it.
I would no sooner trust the Union with this find than I would those who are trying to beat me to it.
The goons in Varadia? He nodded.
Indeed. If this all turns out to be nothing, then I'm out some credits and you're out some time. However, if this turns out to be equal in scope to the other assets we've discovered—
Other assets? I asked. So there's more? More than these keys and this weapon?
That is for another day, Mr. Reed.
But I really think that if we're—
Another day, Mr. Reed.
I felt Rachel put a hand on my shoulder. Okay, so maybe I'm being a little pushy. Could anyone blame me?
As I was saying,
Oraga continued,
if this turns out to be an important find, then the Union are the last people I want getting their hands on it, save, maybe, for my rivals.
And what makes you the qualified party? I asked.
Flint,
Rachel said out loud this time.
It's quite all right, Miss Fontaine, though I appreciate your sense of etiquette.
How ironic for an assassin, I whispered over my shoulder.
I'm not an assassin,
she said and crossed her arms. Assassin?
I believe I am the qualified party, Mr. Reed, because I'm terrified of the outcome.
Well, this is new. The outcome, sir? Oraga leaned in closer to his hollow display.
I know we don't know one another well, he said, but we have both seen what men and women do with unbridled power. For you, it was evidenced on the streets of Celeon City. It was people who dealt drugs that killed children. It was pimps who whored out little girls to the highest bidder. It was people who beat their wives, stole their neighbors' prized possessions while they were away on vacation, and poisoned their bosses' cats when they didn't get a promotion. For me, it was evidenced in the mines beneath the floating city. It was the hands of my masters who beat me for not meeting quotas, who cut off my father's fingers 1 month at a time when his productivity slowed, who raped my mother in front of us both when they went too long without a good whoring. I don't trust anyone to do with power what I have proven I can do with it.
Which is what? I asked, moved by the old man's account, but no less deterred from the hard questions that needed asking.
Hide it from the galaxy, he said, and if I can't, destroy it.
But you're the one who's trying to expose it, I replied. Seems a little self-serving, if you ask me.
Not expose it, Mr. Reed. Get to it first to keep it hidden. Trust me when I say that I would have longed for all of this to remain a secret. In fact, I was content to let what little I knew of these devices remain in shadow. It was that way for many years, such that I thought I may be the one to die with the knowledge. But employees can be fickle, and friends even more so. Someone stole what you knew?
Rachel asked. Auraga nodded solemnly.
My best friend.
Is he the one behind the rival organization, then? I asked.
No. How can you be so certain?
Rachel asked.
Because I killed him.
Well, this is getting interesting. You killed your best friend, I restated, just to be clear. Auraga nodded again, then raised his lower lip like he was defying the universe.
I don't wish to discuss it, but it was what had to be done, and I regret that things ever came to that. Suffice to say, no, the rival enterprise is of a far more nefarious origin, one which must never be allowed to obtain what I am sending you to seek out.
So, I said, not sure what to do yet with all the information. You want us to go as far as we can in obtaining these artifacts and securing the weapon, whatever it is, and if it even exists, and then you're going to destroy it or lock it away forever, throwing away the keys? Auraga didn't smile.
That is correct, Mr. Reed.
Then why not just throw away the artifacts? I asked. Seems like a few already fell to Ty Beer's surface in the wreckage of your tower anyway.
A salient point. The answer is twofold. One, the keys are indestructible. The 3 artifacts in my vault have already been recovered by one of my teams, and they are in pristine condition.
You're telling me they survived the fall and the resulting explosions? I was shocked. I mean, we felt the blast from
your precarious perch on the end of the elevator cables. I am aware. Yes, they survived. Secondly, however, is the simple fact that I feel an obligation to ensure that the weapon is decommissioned. Since so little is known about what these ancient people built, even the thought that something exists that could wipe out planets requires that we investigate.
Hold on a second, I said, standing up for the first time since walking onto the bridge. Did you just say wipe out an entire planet?
I did, Mr. Reed.
Gods, I whispered.
And if it is true, then, with or without the artifacts, we must find this weapon and destroy it, once and for all.
A long silence filled the connection. I felt Tiny come up beside me and press his head under my hand. I patted him softly, beginning to wrap my head around all of this, whatever it was. Then, before my brain could try and stop me, I said, I'm in again, but more.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
And so am I, Rachel said. Someone's got to watch out for Monsieur Save the Universe here.
Thank you, Miss Fontaine.
And I'm in too, said Lars. Someone has got to watch out for Miss I'm a pissed-off bitch and I don't care who gets in my way. Rachel covered her mouth in an attempt to contain her laughter, but failed. I've been accused of worse, and yet strikingly accurate, I said. Bravo, Lars. Chapter 7. When the call with Auraga ended, I ordered Lars to take us to the nearest slip gap point that would start us toward Meldorn. The 2-day journey would require using a total of 3 tunnels, all well within Union territory. Given the lengths Auraga had undertaken to ensure the Horizon's anonymity, despite being a retrofitted light corvette, I doubted any Union patrols would give us any trouble. And if they did, I suspected Auraga would be able to pull some strings. That said, Auraga had ordered us to keep his name out of any dealings with the Union or anyone else. In fact, were we to be captured or killed, Auraga and all of his vast enterprises would disavow us. How comforting, I mused to myself. Sarcasm aside, however, the whole idea of working for Auraga was pretty great. 1 in a billion, you might say. It was made even better now that I had some semblance of what we were doing with a one-of-a-kind starship and a vast fortune at our disposal. While I didn't exactly relish the thought of being chased and shot at more than we already had, knowing it was to keep nefarious characters from getting their hands on an ancient superweapon went a long way to making the risks more tolerable. In fact, on some deep level, I felt like Rachel, Lars, Tiny, and I were saving the galaxy. Not that I would ever say as much to anyone, but I thought it. If Auraga was to be trusted, and I believed he could be, then we were the best hope civilization had from being wiped out at the hands of ruthless terrorists. All of this was speculation, of course. No one actually knew if the weapon existed. And if it did, where was it? That question was made even more clear by a question Rachel had asked Auraga before we terminated the call. "Have you been able to discern anything from the artifacts already in your possession?" Rachel asked. Auraga frowned. "I'm afraid not, Miss Fontaine. It seems that the devices are coded beyond our ability to decipher them." "Coded?" I asked. "As in software Lars couldn't break? I find that a little hard to believe." "Not software," Auraga said. "Hardware." "How do you mean?" I asked. Auraga swiped his hand. A second later, a three-dimensional image of a peculiar-looking object spun slowly in our hollow feed. It was dark gray and appeared to be a little larger than my hand. It had an oblong shape interrupted by various protrusions, some angular, some rounded. The design almost seemed random and nonsensical, save for the intricate lines and characters that covered the entire surface. "Is that one of the artifacts?" Rachel asked, stepping forward to get a closer look. "It is," Auraga replied. "All three in my possession look nothing alike, except for the gray patina and the carved characters." "Do you think it's writing of some kind?" I asked. He nodded. "I do. But then again, we're talking about a creation that predates our civilization by thousands of years. It could be anything." "And none of your analysts or AIs have deciphered it?" asked Rachel. "Unfortunately, no. Not only does it not match any known language, but it also does not follow any known patterns, naturally occurring or invented." "Then you're saying it's completely foreign, completely alien to us," I said. "That's correct. And I fear that without the rest of the artifacts, we will remain in the dark. They are, not to be too obtuse, the keys that unlock the key. Find them all, and we are one step closer to deciphering what they mean." The keys that unlock the key. The phrase lingered in my head as Lars brought us closer to our first slip-gap point. "Sir," the AI said, "awaiting your command." "Let's do it, pal," I replied. "Open it up." I watched on the main holo display as a tear in space opened. No matter how many times I'd seen this, I still marveled at it. Tendrils of lightning danced around the newly formed seam, racing up and down the edges as if searching for something to strike. The gap grew wider and wider, revealing a dazzling sea of swirling green light. Despite our ability to take advantage of this otherworldly technology, slipspace was still beyond human comprehension in terms of how it worked or how the tunnels got here. Some argued it was a fluke of physics, while others claimed it was a gift from the gods. For my part, I never had much of an opinion on the phenomena. I was just grateful it reduced journeys between star systems from millions of light years to a few days. That said, I couldn't help but wonder if Auraga's strange artifacts had something to do with it. As if maybe the ancient civilization that created keys to a superweapon was the same that populated the galaxy with faster-than-light travel tunnels. Either way, I was beginning to feel that the galaxy was getting bigger and more mysterious than I'd ever thought, and I already thought it was plenty big and more than mysterious. The horizon moved forward, her bow crossing the slipspace threshold and moving into the tunnel. Rachel brought up several more camera feeds that showed the ship in the context of the massive tube. Our hull shimmered with the green and yellow light as we moved fully into the tube. Then an aft-facing camera showed the slip gap start to close behind us. The blackness of space turned into a narrow slit that grew thinner by the second until it was nothing more than a thin line erased by a surging tide of green energy. "Slipspace entry is successful," Lars announced. "Time to next slip gap point, 16 hours, 37 minutes, 20 seconds. Estimated time to final destination, 43 hours, 10 minutes, 21 seconds. "Well, that's a wrap, folks," I said, sitting up from my captain's chair. "Where are you headed?" Rachel asked. "To take a nap." "Oh?" Rachel looked at me in surprise. "Or read a trashy romance novel, I haven't decided which yet." "Didn't peg you for that sort." Rachel placed a hand on her hips. "I'm not, but I figure I'd better read up on these nights, since it seems like I have some pretty big shoes to fill. That," I winked at her, "and I'm a sucker for a good kiss." The next 2 days passed without incident. I slept, mostly, perhaps more than I intended to, and I was grateful for the time to rest. While Lars's magical med bay had worked wonders on my body, there were still certain things that only nature could do. That required downtime. Not that I minded the occasional visit from Rachel, of course. I categorized those under leisure activity, some visits more active than others. By the time we exited the third slipspace tunnel, I felt like a new man. I no longer limped through the horizon's corridors, and I felt fit enough to get through an entire workout session with Lars's careful oversight. The AI was more like an obnoxious spouse than a technological assistant. Still, I knew he was just looking out for my own good. We'd been in system about an hour, approaching the planet of Meldorn, when Rachel and I convened in the horizon's tactical room. In true Union fashion, the space had hollow emitters on the conference room table and along every wall, so that if the occupants wanted to, they could transform the entire room into a virtual environment. This meant battle strategies could be played out in real time with no distractions. That was far from our purpose today, but it was still nice to know that we had access to such forward-leaning military tools should we ever need them. "You're going in as my employer this time," Rachel said, sliding me a data pad across the table. "Can I still call myself the Hammer?" I asked. She raised an eyebrow, a scary one. "Your alias is Samuel Landry." I glanced down at the profile picture. It was my face, all right, but I was standing on the summit of a snow-peaked ridge wearing a heavy coat and expensive-looking climbing gear. "You're a reclusive mineral rights tycoon," Rachel continued. "Who happens to be a professional mountaineer?" I asked. "It's your hobby. You've peaked over 100 of the quadrant's tallest mountains." "Not bad." I rubbed my stubble, comparing my jawline to the man's in the picture. He looks a little leaner than me. "I had Lars take a few kilos off." "Are you saying I'm fat?" "I'm saying that when you're training for an expedition, you tend to run a bit lighter." "So I'm between conquests, then." I placed a hand on my abdomen and pushed my stomach out a bit. "I'm saying you're bored and looking to take over a new mining operation. It's the pattern we've established for you." "Damn, you're not playing around." "No, we aren't, sir," Lars added. "To ensure maximum buy-in from our target, we must meet it with equal immersion." "Immersion?" I asked. "Immersion in the backstory of Samuel Landry." "Got it. It's like detective work and building a backstory for one of our undercover agents." Rachel started to nod, but transitioned to shaking her head. "Yeah, no, not even close." She swiped a file off the glossy tabletop, and it appeared on a holo display. Lars has populated the Galnet with over 15 million instances of your family name going back 6 generations. Marriage licenses, death certificates, business investments, both legal and illegal, press releases, hostile takeovers. We even have your medical records from when you had the pox at 6 years old. I had the pox? Sammy did, yes. Damn. Indeed, sir, Lars noted. I have ensured the authenticity of every occurrence within superior metadata encoding. Only the most sophisticated AI would ever be able to detect the fraud. But what if they have a you, Lars? I asked. If you would allow me to finish, sir. I rocked back in mock offense. Snippy. Only the most sophisticated AI would ever be able to detect the fraud if given enough time. And how much time are we talking? Rachel asked, looking at me like she already knew the answer. 1,328,604 years, approximately. Smarty pants, I said to her. That is, Lars added, assuming that the present encryption levels remain as they are. However, the statistical likelihood of that is— So, I said, interrupting the AI, it's basically bulletproof. So long as the actor can play the part, Rachel said. Yes. Oh, the actor can play. My arrest record can attest to that. Mr. Reed does make a valid point, Miss Fontaine, Lars said. See? I said to her. Rachel modified her previous statement. So long as he stays away from nicknames like the Hammer. You're just jealous. I looked back at the datapad. So Falco got us the meeting, and I buy a 50-year mist lease for exclusive distribution from this particular mine on Meldorn because— Because you have been diversifying in the recent years, Rachel said. Have I now? Into illegal substances, Lars added. They pay more, Rachel said, and they connect you with the types of people you have always wanted to be connected with. Psychopaths and warlords? I asked, with one eyebrow raised. Among other things, Rachel said. You've tired of inheritance babies, longing instead for the lure of the underworld. Have you seen those guys? I asked, 'cause I have. Stick to the story, Flint. I am, I'm just saying, Samuel is going to be disappointed when he finds out their hobbies involve wholesale slaughter, human trafficking, and extortion. Maybe he has a dark side, Rachel replied. Everyone does. Regardless of how you find Mr. Landry's motives, Lars said, he is looking into this particular mine because of its off-the-books psychedelic production. Rachel nodded. On the record, this is an iron mine, and it does fairly well, but a second look at the planet's largest facility shows that it's way too nice to be benefiting from iron commodities. Off the books, it's peddling mist, I said. We've established that. Among many other things, sir, Lars said. And quite a bit of it. Rachel swiped another file onto the holo. The last 10 years of iron profits are in blue. Not too shabby, I said, noting the graph that showed an average gross income of 25 million credits. That wasn't enough to keep everyone happy? Apparently not, Rachel said, overlaying the graph with a second data set. I whistled. 753 million? And up another 8% this quarter, Rachel added. Saying nothing of the ethics of this kind of operation, what makes you think the owners are going to want to sell me exclusive rights for 50 years? Seems like they're doing just fine as it is. They're about to get some troubling news, Rachel said. I raised an eyebrow. Oh? Lars spoke up. Miss Fontaine has had me populate the Galnet with several convincing stories of embezzlement, fraud, and conspiracy among the companies presently holding the mine's distribution rights. Has she now? I looked at Rachel. And they're not going to think that's suspicious, what with a new buyer showing up right on the heels of those stories?
This is the underworld, Flint, not a card game with your grandma.
Hey, I'll have you know my grandma was ruthless at cards.
I'm sure she was. Rachel shot me a smile. If there's blood in the water, then everyone's going to start circling. We'll just happen to be the first.
Plausible, I said. But I still don't understand why my original plan of sneaking in at night isn't going to work. Seems like you've gone to a lot of work to pitch a story that we don't need to carry past Falco back there. I didn't like that Rachel and Lars had changed the plan while I slept.
Statistically speaking, Lars said, your original plan for infiltrating this mine and looking for artifacts, well, it sucked, Rachel interjected. Given the various derogatory connotations of the term, I am inclined to agree with Miss Fontaine, added Lars.
It sucked? I looked around the room to see no one, looking for non-existent support.
Rachel folded her arms. It turns out this operation has a lot more going on than we initially thought, Flint. The above-board activities are big, but there's something else happening in those mines. They run much deeper than we thought, which means we're going to need a lot more time to run the scans.
So we need to keep pitching the transaction to justify our extended presence on the site, I concluded.
Right. By the time the owner figures out what happened, we'll be long gone.
I'm not sure I like this, I said, scratching under my ear. Feels like it's an oversell if you ask me. I don't understand why we need that much more time to sneak down there, make our scans, do a little digging, and then get out.
Sir, said Lars, if you will allow me to explain.
Go ahead, pal.
According to Mr. Oraga's original intelligence, you and Miss Fontaine will need several hours to complete the deep scans of the mine.
Got that. Still not seeing the rub, buddy.
My revised scans, since entering the system, indicate a significantly larger area to be scanned than previously believed.
How much larger are we talking?
Where you and Miss Fontaine would have needed to be on site for no more than 3 hours under our initial estimates, my minimum projections now put you at plus 4 days before full sweeps can be completed.
4 days? I asked, feeling as though my brain might explode.
But we'd need to buy ourselves a lot more time, Rachel asked, looking as though she'd already asked and answered this question herself. Sir, Lars continued, Miss Fontaine's idea of perpetuating the story does allow for a lengthy transaction process. While the verbal agreement could be made in a matter of hours, the finer points could take a week to 10 days. Since you will almost certainly be hosted on site for a transaction of this magnitude, it will provide you both plenty of time to scan the mine section in question, recover the artifacts, and escape the system.
Why didn't you both consult me on this?
You were snoring, Mr. Reed, and you do love your sleep.
I stewed for a few seconds. Oraga had given me responsibility of this enterprise, and I'd never been one to take people's trust in me lightly. Where some leaders may have felt the freedom to sidestep accountability, I somehow felt like the universe was always watching, that it would make amends in the end. And now, on our very first mission together, I was being left out of the loop on crucial decisions, all because I was recovering from surgery on a damned stab wound. That said, I also knew that part of good leadership was trusting your team, even when you didn't like the suggestions or how they arrived at them. I realized that Rachel and Lars's plan to keep the distribution ploy going, while slightly outlandish, was plausible. In fact, the more I thought about it, the more I realized I had nothing better. The only other ways I could think of to secure so much time underground were to either land on the opposite side of the planet and sneak in, which would take weeks of execution, or try and get hired as miners, which was far too tedious and didn't guarantee access to the part of the mine we needed to search. I sighed, then rolled my head to stretch my neck out. Mr. Landry, he has that kind of scratch to buy distribution rights?
He does, Lars said. I was generous with your portfolio. Perhaps a little too generous, but nothing to raise anyone's suspicions. If anything, the Union's multiple investigations of your assets has added more than enough credibility as to their validity.
I've been investigated by the Union?
Sure have, Rachel said, and more than one of the auditors has gone missing in recent years.
She made air quotes with her fingers. So I'm already playing dirty.
Making your pitch to the mine owner all the more believable, added Lars.
I'm not saying I like it, I said, and I don't appreciate you making plans without me. But I get that we're on a timetable here, and thanks for letting me sleep.
Rachel nodded slightly. It wasn't right what they did, and it seemed like she understood that. But we also didn't have time to argue.
Plus, it's better than anything I had in mind, I said.
Thanks, Rachel said. We tried our best, sir, added Lars.
Right, then who's the bad guy? I asked.
Rachel sent up another file. His name's Oswald Oppenheimer, a.k.a. Ozzy. 2.3 meters, 98 kilos. He's one bad dude. The guy's profile pic showed a broad-shouldered man with enough of a dark beard to cover his bald head twice over. Ozzy here started showing up on the Union's organized crime radar about 7 years ago. Pictures of dead bodies started appearing one after another. I knew the angles all too well. These were crime scene images. I noticed Rachel look away from a few of them. I couldn't exactly blame her. Made a name for himself by leaving bite marks in the necks of his victims, she continued. God. I grimaced at a close-up of a ghastly chunk removed from under a corpse's ear. This guy has issues. He became the go-to hitman for the main crime syndicates, Rachel said. Quick, ruthless, and with a perfect track record.
An assassin turned business owner? I asked.
That's where it gets weird, Rachel replied.
Lars chimed in.
Mr. Oppenheimer went dark for a year before reappearing on Meldon at the head of the sector's largest mist operation.
He saved up his earnings and purchased the mine? I asked.
Most indicators suggest that, yes, said Rachel. But we have reason to believe he was placed there.
Ozzy got a promotion, I said.
So it seems, sir, said Lars. There was speculation that the authorities were getting too close to arresting him, and the syndicates couldn't risk having him taken into custody because of how much he knew.
I folded my arms. So it was either kill him,
which was too risky considering how many fail-safes guys like him have in play to out former clients, Rachel said.
I nodded. Or give him something to play with and pay him a fortune to do it.
Which is where the Meldon mines come in, said Lars.
I was starting to put the pieces together for myself. I can't imagine Ozzy's very happy about all this. Even if you have a fortune, what's the use if you can't roam the galaxy to spend it?
Which is exactly why he's going to entertain your offer, Rachel said. You're not only going to take care of his distribution headaches, you're going to pay extra for it.
Very clever. I genuinely admired the plan's elegance. It's so over the top, so unexpected, that it just might work. I looked at Rachel. So if I'm Samuel Landry, who are you? Still Scarlet Mason?
Rachel bowed slightly. At your service. By now, the security footage from Falco's nightclub will have gotten to Ozzy, so it's in our best interest to keep up appearances. Plus, he arranged the meeting in my name.
But what about my likeness? I was the Hammer.
As if we'd forgotten, Rachel said, rolling her eyes. I took the liberty of altering the footage. Lars said, The Hammer, as it was, looks nothing like you.
You sly son of a bitch, I said. Well played.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I rubbed my hands together. Let's get suited up and prepare to meet our new mark. We've got a mine to steal. Chapter 8. The distant horizon entered Meldorn's orbit right on schedule as per Lars's estimates. There were no planetary shuttles, no greeting party, and no comms traffic. Just eerie silence as we overlooked the massive hunk of ore that had spent the last several decades being ripped apart to feed the Union's massive appetite for raw materials. I suspected that had Falco not arranged our little meeting with Ozzy, we would have been met with orbital defenses and an endless barrage of quad cannon fire. Instead, all was perfectly still. But knowing that some neck-biting, bloodthirsty thug sat in the chair behind all this made the silence even more eerie. The hub of the entire mining operation rested slightly above the planet's equatorial line, perched atop a chain of low mountains. The industrial city rose along the ridge, denoted by tall drilling rigs, countless collections of bulbous gas vats, rock quarries, and kilometers-long warehouses no doubt filled with mineral stockpiles. While the initial scans showed dozens more facilities like this around the equator, this was by far the largest. Likewise, it was the location that Falco had provided Rachel. As the horizon approached its docking platform, I noticed several white cones poking out of holes in the ground. "What do we have here?" I asked Lars. "Those appear to be launch silos, sir," the AI replied. "My initial scans show them to be part of the mine's vast orbital delivery system." "Gotta get all these resources off planet or he can't pay the man," I said. "Pardon me for asking, sir, but who is the man you're referring to?" "Exactly." Lars hesitated. "I'm not sure I understand." "And it's probably better that way, pal." The horizon finished docking procedures on a platform that overlooked the main mine from the south when Rachel walked on the bridge. "So how do I look?" I asked her. "Like a wealthy playboy with too much time on his hands," she said, unbuttoning the top of my white shirt. She double-checked my business slacks, staring at my butt a little longer than normal, then tucked a loose strand of hair back into place over my forehead with all of its slicked-back counterparts. "There," she patted my cheek. "You're a regular lady killer." "It comes naturally, what can I say?" Rachel smiled, then stepped back, asking, "How about me? How do I look?" "Like you're ready to kill someone." "What?" She shot me a confused look. "You gotta relax a little," I said, pressing her shoulders down. She wore a red leather jacket, black t-shirt, and shiny black leather pants. "Guys like this want to feel like they're in control." "I know that," she said, pushing my hands away. "Then why are you wound up so tight?" I was finally putting voice to the concerns that I'd had about her. Something just felt off. She shook her head a little. "Nothing." I wasn't buying it. "Why, Miss Fontaine, you're not nervous, are you?" "Nervous? No way." I waited a beat for her to add more, but she didn't. "You're not very convincing." "Just tired of waiting," she replied. 2 days stuck in slip space makes me, I don't know, jittery is all." "Well, get those shakes out because I need cool, calm, and slightly deranged Scarlet Mason beside me. Once we're inside, we're on until the job is done." "Right," she said, straightening her jacket and pulling her hair up into a ponytail. "Let's do this." "Lars," I asked over comms. "Awaiting your orders, sir." "Lower the ramp." The rear loading ramp cracked open, letting in a thin but glaringly bright streak of light. It flooded the cargo bay along with the smell of damp rock and rusty metal. A hot blast of air swirled in, carrying fine particles of dust that pricked my face. "Game faces," I said. "Let's do it." I walked down the ramp and onto the platform surface, my high-end dress shoes clip-clopping as I went. Behind me, Rachel's knee-high boots beat the ground with the bearing of someone who wasn't about to let anyone walk all over her, which again bothered me a little. I couldn't put my finger on it, but she seemed on edge. Rachel needed to relax, to act like this was just one more acquisition in a long line of business deals. As we neared the docking tower's round entrance port on the platform's far side, the doors slid apart to reveal a thin man in an exquisite business suit. He bore tiny, wire-rimmed glasses that looked like antiques, apparently having opted out of corrective gene therapy as an adult. "Ms. Mason, I presume?" said the man, hand extended toward Rachel. "A pleasure to meet you," she replied. "I am Eno Wadsworth, personal assistant to the CEO. We've been expecting you." He looked at me. "But I'm sorry to say we have not been expecting you, Mr. "Landry," I said. "Samuel Landry." I took his hand and shook it, careful not to do so too masculinely and betray my working man's background. "I'm sorry, Miss Mason, but without prior—" "Mr. Landry is my employer," Rachel said. "But we were given to believe—" "What I wanted you to believe at the time," she said curtly. "But as I'm sure you can understand from working for your own employer, the galaxy's elite demand a certain amount of anonymity, do they not?" Eno looked between Rachel and me. "Quite so, quite so," he replied, his demeanor softening toward me. Then, to me instead of Rachel, he asked, "Safe voyage, I presume?" "Well, if you call what we've been doing safe," I said, winking at Rachel, "then sure. But I'm feeling pretty sore right about now." Eno looked between us again. "Ah, I see. Well?" "Relax, Eno. Nothing she won't offer to you, if you ask politely." I pulled his hand toward me and leaned into his ear. "Just watch yourself. She can get a little frisky sometimes, if you know what I mean." I heard Eno swallow, then he wiggled free of my hand. "Would you care to freshen up before we begin? Though, from what our mutual contact says, you must be eager to begin the tour of our facility." I said, pulling my belt up a little. "I feel pretty well relieved, wouldn't you say, Miss Mason?" Rachel gave me only the coyest of feline grins, playing the part maybe a little too well. "I would say so, Mr. Landry," she said, glancing at my pants. "There, you see?" I patted Eno on his shoulder. "I think we're good to go." "Very well," said the man. If he was caught off guard, he was doing a good job of remaining the consummate professional. "Let us begin." After being frisked and scanned by 2 security guards, our tour started with drinks in an elegantly appointed lounge. 2 servers prepared me a glass of scotch, while Scarlett took her usual whiskey sour. I nibbled from my handful of salted nuts, playfully feeding 1 or 2 to Rachel. We stood beside a floor-to-ceiling window that stretched along one far wall, admiring the landscape, a clash of metal and mountain like 2 titans competing for dominance against the lurid morning sky. When we were done, the servers returned with glass tubes of opal-black coffee. From the smell of it, Ozzy had sprung for the best in the galaxy, and I didn't protest. "Thank you," I said, trading my snifter for the tube's metal handle. "Would you care—" "Black," I said, preempting the server's offer of additives. Coffee this good didn't need to be ruined by the artificial. Rachel, on the other hand, asked for light cream and 2 hits of sucrose. Her tube became a tumultuous mixture of white and black, resembling billowing clouds on the edge of a storm front. She brought the tube to her lips and sipped. "Perfect," she said to her server. "Thank you." The man bowed and then disappeared through a set of doors. "Would you please follow me?" Eno said, gesturing toward a wide set of silver doors. The corridor beyond was flawless in design, a wonder of mixed materials comprised of polished wood floors, aluminum knee walls, alabaster railings, and frosted white glass for walls and ceiling. Round sconces lit the way with subtle amber hues, giving the impression of walking through the hallways of a luxury hotel rather than an industrial mining complex. "Welcome to the main headquarters for the Meldorian Mining Corporation," Eno said as we left the tunnel and emerged into a large vestibule. The windows stretched at least 20 meters and then curved inward to form a massive dome. Flowering plants lined numerous stone pathways, and more than one pergola covered secluded seating areas beside bubbling fountains. I shot Rachel a quick glance. This was definitely not what I was expecting. But to Eno, I said, "How quaint." If the man was perturbed, he didn't show it. Instead, he motioned forward again. "This way, please." We walked across the vestibule and took the centermost set of doors. The next room contained a 6-seat hoverpod that floated on what looked to be an elevated maglift track. "Please," Eno said, "take the front seats." They were extremely comfortable, made of fine leather. All around us, the seamless glass gave the impression that we were sitting in open air. Rachel and I buckled our lap belts, careful not to spill our coffees. "Prepare for departure," said a sensual female voice from speakers near our feet. The glass door sealed shut as Eno buckled himself in behind us. A moment later, the hoverpod was surging ahead, moving through a dark tunnel toward a point of light. The vehicle accelerated faster and faster until we shot out into the outside world, hundreds of meters above a massive quarry. Giant mining vehicles moved about the pit, scouring the ground for prey. "We boast the largest collection of state-of-the-art mining machinery anywhere in the sector," Eno said. "I heard it was anywhere in the quadrant," I said over my shoulder. I hadn't really heard that, but I wanted to see what Eno here would say. "Some have conjectured as much, and personally I wouldn't doubt it. That said, however, we prefer to be confident in what we can actually measure and leave the speculating to the amateurs." "But isn't mining just another word for speculating?" I asked. "Not when you're certain of what you'll find." Eno shot back without taking a breath. "Certain? Seems a high claim for a mine that few know anything about." "By design," Eno said. "My employer chooses to keep things discreet." "Something I can appreciate," I replied. "How many more active quarries like this do you have?" "Over 400, and those are, as you said, just the active ones. Depending on demand, we will open up additional sites." "And demand is?" "Currently, iron ore, steel, and aluminum futures are on the rise. Likewise, carbon, cadmium, and silicon futures are performing higher than expected." "So things are looking good for you," I said with a grin. "Things are always looking good for us, Mr. Landry," Eno said in an unflappable tone. The hoverpod picked up speed and shot toward a massive warehouse that swallowed us whole. Once inside, the atmosphere was hazy, as if someone had been burning a large fire for days on end. "Please don't concern yourselves with the dust," Eno said as small bits of debris pelted our glass bubble. "The pod's composite material is nearly indestructible. Likewise, we treat the air with mist to prevent particle cloud explosions." "I've heard those can do more damage than people imagine," I said, more for Lars's sake than anyone else's. "I heard that, sir," said the AI. I grinned. "They can indeed, Mr. Landry. Safety is our second highest value." "And what's your first?" Rachel asked. "Profits." As I started to see through the dense atmosphere, I noticed a network of massive machines, conveyor belts, and metal chutes. "This," Eno said, "is an example of a Stage 1 processing facility. Every quarry has at least 4. Here the raw elements are separated in bulk from their substrates and prepared for refinement. Including the gases? Rachel asked. Gases are treated elsewhere as their collection is done through closed pressure systems. How effective is this stage? I asked, trying to sound like I was an informed buyer. How much waste? Yesterday's figures had this facility collecting 97.46% of all mined elements. Not too shabby, I said. It is the highest rate for any mine in Union territory, Eno replied as he straightened his back. Like I said, not too shabby. Indeed. The next building was pitch black except for 3 enormous red glowing pits, located equidistant from one another. As my eyes adjusted, I could see metal chutes from the other rooms dropping the raw materials into the pits. The debris shrank as it fell away, betraying just how large and how deep the magma pits really were. My stomach fluttered as I considered the height. These represent our smelting fields, one of 2 for this particular dig site, said Eno. I imagine this isn't a facility anyone likes to hang out in, I said. The pod is built to sustain the excessive heat, Mr. Landry, Eno said, not to worry. I believe Monsieur Landry was referring to your employees, Rachel said. They are all fitted with proper protection, though we have had our share of accidents over the years. Accidents? I asked. A mine is a dangerous place to work, Mr. Landry, and as I mentioned, our investors' profits are our primary concern. I like the way you talk, Indigo. It's Eno, sir. Yeah, it is. What's next? The pod left lava pits and moved into a brightly lit warehouse filled with monstrous machines that stretched to the ceiling. The maglift rack weaved between them in a series of S patterns. Molten liquids poured into forms, shooting sparks high into the air. Massive hammers pounded out sheets of metal. Still more machines chewed, ground, cut, and bound all manner of materials into any number of finished forms. It was a lot to take in. In here, Eno said, we have an example of a formation plant. The refined materials are tooled into usable compositions spanning an endless list of tolerances. New ones can be added weekly, sometimes daily, depending on the needs of our customers. From space stations and starships to city and remote colonies, if people are living in it, it probably came from our facilities. That's a pretty outrageous claim, I said, nudging Rachel in my bravado. It is not a claim, Mr. Landry, it is a fact. A fact, he says. I gave Rachel an impressed face. Not bad at all. The last stop on our tour is our shipping department, Eno said as we rocketed into the final warehouse. Row upon row of transport shuttles were lined up, each being loaded with crates of various sizes. Here the final products are prepared for transport to all ends of the quadrant. Question, Incipio, I said, raising my hand like an eager schoolchild. This time the man didn't bother correcting me. With so much to haul, how come we didn't see any shuttle traffic when we arrived? Because we didn't want you to, Mr. Landry. I believe he might be referring to cloaking technology, Lars said in my ear. I replied back as much to Eno as to Lars. Come now, Mr. Iridio, if you're talking about cloaking devices, one for every one of these shuttles would cost more than your entire mining operation. Let's just say that there are certain secrets no one gets to see, Mr. Landry, not even our most significant benefactors. Everything's got a price, I said, folding my arms behind my head and leaning back. Just gotta find it. The hoverpod finished its route and brought us back into the station where we started. A small shower of water washed the vehicle down, and then massive ducts blasted us with what I could only imagine was warm air. When the glass doors finally opened, Rachel and I stepped out of the pod and followed Eno back into the main vestibule. I stepped up beside him and took him by the arm. I could feel his body tense. "Say, Anelio, it feels like you're about to send us to some sort of waiting room where most would-be investors get the big sales pitch and enjoy more complimentary drinks, and I get that. It's your shtick, but—" I looked back at Rachel and then leaned into Eno's ear. "We were hoping to see another type of mine, if you know what I mean." Eno rested his arm from my grip and smoothed his jacket. "Mr. Landry, I plan on depositing you in Mr. Oppenheimer's personal lounge, not to worry. You can speak with him on whatever business dealings you have in mind, when he's ready." "You see, Sugar Buns?" I said, clapping my hands once, the sound echoing throughout the cavernous space. "We're getting the royal treatment, no expense spared." Back to Eno, I said, "Lead the way, my good man." "I am," Eno replied. "I'm pretty sure he likes me," I whispered back to Rachel, loud enough for Eno to hear. But the man was a picture of self-control. We walked around the vestibule and entered a smaller doorway which required a pass key, a thin wristband which Eno wore under his jacket sleeve. The panels parted, and the same woman's voice as before said, "Welcome, Mr. Eno Wadsworth." "Eno!" I exclaimed. "That's it!" The man cast me a sideways look. We stepped onto a moving floor and passed along windows that looked over the quarry. Suddenly, the tunnel began to rise, and by the look of the angle, we'd be heading up for a minute or more. Rachel and I passed the time flirting while Eno tried to ignore us, but I had a feeling Rachel's playful sounds were getting to him. They were getting to me, and I thought we were damn cute. Higher and higher we traveled until the windows no longer showed a long drop to the quarry but an illuminated passage inside a cave. "Say, are we inside a mountain now?" I asked. "Indeed, Mr. Landry. Mr. Oppenheimer prefers wide vistas afforded by great heights, as opposed to the confines of the mines." "A man after my own heart," I said, knowing my sarcasm would only be appreciated by Rachel and Lars. When the moving floor finally leveled out, we stepped off and passed through another secure door. It opened to a long corridor with several more doors on either side. Eno led us to the second door on the right and gestured toward a spacious lounge not unlike the first room we'd entered when getting off the ship. But unlike the first, there were no servants here, just leather couches, a full wet bar, and wide panoramic windows. "Please help yourselves to whatever you'd like to drink. Mr. Oppenheimer will be with you shortly." "It's been great being with you, Mr. Williams-Wadd," I said, reaching for the man's hand. "It's Wadsworth." He pulled his hand away and bowed instead. "Mr. Wadsworth, yes, thanks for the tour." "Indeed," Eno replied and then stepped out of the room. The doors closed behind him, leaving Rachel and I alone. We were still being surveilled, I knew. In a facility like this, no space was ever private. But the first part of our sales pitch was over. The next step would not be so easy. Chapter 9. The view from the mountain's summit was breathtaking. Rachel and I looked down at the mining operation, one of several small cities dotting the long ridge. Below them, however, lay a valley floor that stretched halfway to the horizon, eventually giving way to yet another vast mountain chain that disappeared around the planet's edge. This desolate world truly was a miner's paradise, full of craggy terrain and buried treasure, if you possessed the equipment to harvest it, that is. And Ozzy did. The Meldorian Mining Corporation was nothing short of gargantuan. I had never seen such a large operation before. Maybe I needed to get out more, who knew? But just the small segment that Eno had shown us suddenly made me worry that we weren't offering Ozzy enough for distribution. If the mist mine was as vast as everything else we'd seen, he might not take our offer seriously. I had a rising suspicion that Samuel Landry might have to sweeten the deal on the fly if Ozzy didn't like the initial numbers. But that wasn't my biggest worry. Something was wrong with Rachel. Granted, I hadn't known the woman long, so who was I to say? But I did know enough about people to know when they'd been spooked, and something had rattled her. At first I thought it was just nerves. Everyone got them on sting operations, me included. The idea of becoming someone else for the sake of a takedown was a lot harder than the hollow movies made it out to be, and it strained the human psyche more than the general public knew. But as I thought about it, I realized that wasn't what Rachel was suffering from. This woman, whoever she was a professional. While I still hadn't gotten the full story, I at least knew that Araga had hired her, and that meant she was high caliber. My guess was that she was union-trained, probably a covert operative of some sort, then decided she could make more money working in the private sector. Or maybe she had been fired for something stupid like me. Nah, she was better than that, better than me. I'd never say as much, of course, which made the fact that she seemed off all the more disconcerting. It seemed that the closer we got to meeting Ozzy, the more anxious she became, and she tensed almost imperceptibly when Falco had mentioned his name. So she knows him. That was the only conclusion that made sense to me, to my detective brain. Of course, this was hardly the time to bring it up. We were standing outside the lion's den, our every move monitored. But if she had previous dealings with the man, it could jeopardize the whole mission. Which made me anxious. Goddamn it, I said, putting my second glass of scotch down. Rachel snapped her head at me. That is one beautiful sight, I continued, gesturing toward the panorama. Don't you think? Sure is, she said, not skipping a beat. You want it? I want it bad, baby, I replied, licking my lips. And I'll do anything to get it. I like the way you talk, Monsieur Landry. I looked her in the eyes, wondering if she was about to blow the mission, wondering if I'd made a horrible mistake in not fishing out the root of her past sooner. But we were in too deep. There was no going back. Just then, the doors to Ozzy's office parted. Rachel and I turned to see a veritable mountain of a muscled man step into the lounge. He was head and shoulders above me, dressed in beige cargo pants, combat boots, and a t-shirt so tight I thought his pectorals and biceps would tear it apart at any moment. And just like his profile pic, the man had a shaved head, tanned skin, dark eyes, and a beard that touched midway down his chest. As powerful as all that seemed, it was the man's deep voice which was the most arresting. It sounded like the gears of a mine crane as it winched ore from the deep. Mr. Landry, Ozzy said with an unwavering glare, removing an unlit cigar from the corner of his mouth. Mr. Oppenheimer, I replied with a stare to rival his. At least, I hoped it did. The guy was super intense. I hope you enjoyed your tour of my facility, he continued, now moving toward us. For being a giant, he certainly moved lightly on his feet. It was as if I could feel the air move around us before he even got close. We did. I shook his offered hand, which went all the way to my wrist. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Oppenheimer. Please, mate, he said. Call me Ozzy. Marvelous, I replied. But the man seemed to ignore my comment, instead eyeing Rachel from head to toe. Gods of Sirius, what do we have here? Scarlet Mason, Rachel replied, holding out her slender hand. Her forearm seemed swallowed by the man's massive grip. I am personal assistant to me, Ozzy said. She's not available, I said. Sure she is, he replied, bending his head down and kissing Rachel on the hand. Everything's for sale for the right price. Then he stuck the cigar back in his mouth and smiled at me. The sick feeling in my stomach was part of undercover work's cost, the part that I hated most. Everything in me wanted to take this asshole down for that exchange alone, and who knows how many more he'd made exactly like it in his lifetime. But this wasn't the time. For one thing, there was no way I would win in a fist fight against those giant paws. For another, I wasn't packing my pistol, but far above it all, retaliation would blow the whole op. And I wasn't stupid. "But you did punch the police chief on live TV," my inner voice said. Suddenly I noticed Rachel's face was stone cold. Had the man just gotten to her? This is not the time to drop out of character, I thought to myself, hoping my brain would transmit the unspoken message to Rachel's brain. Hold it together, Rachel. My gut turned, however, when I reminded myself that this woman was a veteran grifter. Fooling the likes of Ozzy was something she did in her sleep. So what's this all about? Is this Scarlet Mason, or is this Rachel? My suspicion that she knew Ozzy in some way only became stronger. Something had happened, something that had rattled her. The icy look in her eyes betrayed it, even in the split second that she glared at him while he averted his eyes to kiss her hand. As soon as Ozzy's head popped back up, she was the sexy, smart, and deadly Scarlet Mason that Ozzy had no doubt seen on the footage from Falco's club. "Well then," Rachel said with a sultry timbre, "when do we start negotiating?" Ozzy's bearded lips widened into a devilish grin. "Right this way." He took her by the arm and turned back toward his office, leaving me to pick up the rear by myself. I took the opportunity to check in with Lars. "Lars, you in the security system yet?" I whispered, turning my head. "Not yet, sir. The encryption is quite robust." "But not too robust for you, right?" "Correct, sir. I am making progress. I'll let you know when I'm in." "Copy that." I followed Ozzy and his newfound lust interest into his office, which, unsurprisingly, was even more lavishly appointed than anything we'd seen yet. First came the view. The entire back wall was made of glass, with clear doors that opened onto a generous deck. From here, Ozzy could see the entire mountain chain extending to either side, while the valley floor fell away far below. Next came the office's interior. The vaulted ceilings were finished in dark, stained wood and expansive skylights. Elaborate light fixtures hung over the polished concrete floor, casting pale light over expensive rugs and low-lying leather furniture. Old-fashioned wooden end tables and antique light fixtures echoed the rest of the furniture lining the walls. Large cabinets with ornate doors, glass cases with all manner of knives, swords, and spears on display, and more than one table boasting an assortment of distilled beverages and drinking vessels. The strangest thing, however, were the bronze and marble statues spread throughout the room. Most of them were scantily clothed women of a particular sort, which, as it so happened, seemed to match Rachel's body shape precisely. What sculptures did include men, well, let's just say they seemed to be enjoying themselves with their female counterparts. "Looks like this guy's been cooped up for too long," I whispered over my shoulder, pretending to look around. "How so?" Lars asked. "Call it intuition," I replied. Then, as Samuel Landry, I let out a long whistle. "Quite the digs you have here." Ozzy tipped his head toward me, and then led Rachel to a wide leather couch that, judging from the wear marks, had seen its share of use. "Can I get you something more to drink?" Ozzy said to Rachel. "I'd love another scotch," I said. "Thank you." Ozzy glared at me. "Careful," Rachel said into her shoulder. "And for you, Miss Mason." Ozzy's charm, if it could be called that, returned as he looked back at Rachel. "I'm feeling a little tipsy already," she said. She avoided the couch and chose to sit in a leather chair instead.
Maybe I'd better slow down."
"Not today," he said, turning to the nearest bar stand. He'd apparently taken notes on the surveillance feeds around his operation because he started making her a whiskey sour, complete with an egg white, from a real egg. "He's definitely got too much time on his hands," I said softly as I examined one of the more provocative statues. Ozzy walked back and handed Rachel her drink. She thanked him and took a sip.
"Delicious," she said.
"Am I Scotch?" I asked.
"Help yourself, mate,"
Ozzy said as he took a seat in the chair beside Rachel. The leather couch groaned under his immense weight, squeezing and creaking as he relaxed with a long sigh.
"So,"
he said, not taking his eyes off Rachel,
"it seems that you're interested in psychedelics."
"Did Falco tell you that?" I asked, pouring myself a finger of the malted amber fluid.
"The hollow feeds told me. Falco was shot before he had the chance."
"How convenient," I stated, thinking back to our meeting with the fence. So Ozzy probably had his eye on Rachel from the beginning. The bright side, of course, was that his desire for Rachel might distract him from our plan, and that could work to our advantage. But there was only so far I'd let Rachel go. Artifacts or not, I wasn't going to let her get hurt, and certainly not at the hands of this bastard freak of nature. Well then, I took a seat in one of the leather chairs. "Shall we get down to business?" Ozzy pulled his eyes away from Rachel and stared at me.
"Ms. Mason here said you'd like to secure exclusive distribution rights on our facility's mist production for a 50-year term."
I inclined my head and opened my mouth to speak when Ozzy continued.
"While it's certainly a lucrative offer, and it seems, Mr. Landry, you certainly possess the resources to back such an audacious proposal, I'm afraid it simply can't be accommodated, mate."
"Oh?" I asked. Both Samuel Landry and Flint Reed were genuinely curious.
"Long before you got here, and even long before I purchased the mine, other wealthy people, other very powerful people, already secure the very types of claims that you would like to purchase. They have, it seems, beaten you to the punch."
"Well, Mr. Oppenheimer—"
"Again, just Ozzy, mate,"
he said, looking back to Rachel. "Ozzy, I'm sure we can come to an agreement that not only satisfies your discriminating needs, but takes care of your pesky PR problems as well." Ozzy cast me a curious stare.
"As in public relations?"
"And who's to say what kind of infighting you're going to have, and a mountain of financial issues to follow? Probably an investigation from the union, too. I mean, unless your distributors don't squeal on their source."
"You're talking about the recent headlines?"
Ozzy didn't seem fazed in the least. "I am."
"Ah."
Ozzy gave a wave of his hand.
"Trust me, Landry, that won't be a problem. And if that's your angle, I'm sorry to say that—"
"I'm buying your mine," I said, blurting the words out before I knew I'd said them. But we were desperate, and I needed something fast. That got his attention, and Rachel's, judging by the alarmed look she gave me.
"What did you say?"
Ozzy asked.
"I must concur with Mr. Oppenheimer," Lars added. "What are you doing?"
"I'm buying your mine." Ozzy acted like he wanted to say something, but didn't know what. Then suddenly he laughed so deeply and so loudly that I thought I felt the floor tremor.
"Oh, you're funny, Landry."
He looked at Rachel, but pointed at me.
"Your sugar daddy's got wit. I'll give him that."
But Rachel didn't share Ozzy's laughter. In fact, her face went deadpan. Gods, was she going to strangle him with her eyes or something? Ozzy looked back and forth between the two of us, his face eventually betraying a sense of confusion.
Wait,
he said, leaning forward, trying to catch his breath.
You're not actually serious right now, are you?" He's dead serious, Rachel said, leaning forward. When Ozzy looked back at me, I gave him the subtlest of nods. "We're here for the mine, Ozzy," I said. "And we're not leaving until you name your price." Ozzy worked his jaw, tongue moving across the fronts of his teeth. Boy, did this guy need a vacation. I was tempted to step back as the beast of a man stood up, but Samuel Landry wouldn't do that. His money and connections did all his talking. If I assumed a defensive stance, this guy might see right through me. For all intents and purposes, Samuel Landry was buying this mine and wouldn't take no from anyone. "The mine is not for sale," Ozzy finally said, lips tight. "That's funny," I said, rubbing my hands together. "To quote you from earlier, everything's for sale, for the right price. Isn't that correct, Mr. Oppenheimer?" "Well, that may be true, mate," Ozzy said, standing up. "I promise you this mine is something you cannot afford. Now, if you'll excuse me," he pointed us toward the door. "I have important work to attend to." "Do something," Rachel hissed over comms as she hid her face in her shoulder. Ozzy walked toward the exit. "We're losing him." "I believe I have a suggestion," Lars said suddenly. "It's now or never," Rachel said, standing up. "He wants his old life back," Lars said. "Excuse me?" I said out loud, completely by accident. It was a rookie mistake. I stood to try and cover the error. "What did you say?" Ozzy asked, turning around. "The crime syndicates," Lars continued. "They're like families with incredible amounts of control, and I suspect that Mr. Oppenheimer hates the mine. I can explain later. Therefore, while he may have the money to leave this place and put a crew together, he doesn't have the permission," I said. "Correct," said Lars. Ozzy looked at me angrily. "What was that, Mr. Landry?" Lars added, "What Ozzy really wants is the one thing money can't buy. I want to offer you more than just the fair market value on your mine, Mr. Oppenheimer. I want to offer you permission." "Permission? To do what?" I had him. Instead of returning to my chair, I took a long walk around the room and ended up behind his desk. I turned his leather office chair around and sat down, swirling my scotch. "You know," I said, letting my words come out slowly, "I was a fan of your work. A real fan. Everyone was." "Mr. Landry, if you don't—" "The Sunday Massacre in Grendale, the bloody neckties of San Somas, the Karamanka twins." I stared into my glass. "We loved waiting for the news channels to name your escapades. They always gave them a nice ring, you know? And then one day, poof." I looked up, my fingers spreading apart in a miniature explosion. "You were gone. The Union assumed you'd been killed. Every police precinct in 10 systems went looking for your body. But we," I tapped my chest lightly, "we knew what happened. Because we did it to you." Oppenheimer was moving toward me. I wasn't even sure if he was conscious of it, but he was. The giant beast was actually moving toward me. "You sure you know what you're doing?" Rachel asked softly. I nodded. "Come to Papa," I said to myself, reeling the murderer toward me with the silver thread of lust that I knew ran through this man's veins. "We put you here atop this tall mountain over these dull mines. We knew we couldn't kill you. You had mechanisms to release enough evidence to bring all the syndicates down." Oppenheimer was stepping around furniture and heading right for his desk, but I didn't show the slightest cause for concern. This beast could smell fear, and if I made one wrong move, one muscle twitch in the wrong direction, I knew he'd try to end my life, and chances were he'd succeed. But if we were going to keep him, this was our only shot. But we also couldn't let you keep going. The Union was too close, because you made too many mistakes." "I didn't make mistakes,"
Ozzy yelled, suddenly slamming his hammer of a hand on the desk. It startled the shit out of me, but I somehow managed to keep it together because I was peeling back the flesh and getting to the heart. "Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy," I said, shaking my head ever so slightly. "You know that, and I know that, but the rest of the Dons, they didn't see it that way." "And they were bastards for it," he said. "I agree, but for that moment I had to play along. That is," I said, taking a sip of the scotch and then placing the glass down on the mahogany tabletop. "Until now." Ozzy looked at the glass and then looked back to me. "I don't understand," he replied, scrunching his face up. "You're not one of the Dons. Your name—" "Samuel Landry?" I smiled. "Of course, where are my manners?" I shot Rachel what I hoped was a barely imperceptible glare. "Lars, I need a top syndicate family name," she said under her breath. God, she's amazing. "McBride," Lars replied. "Last known kingpin of the McBride Black was Lewis Hellman McBride. He hasn't been seen in 3 years and is believed to be—" "You might know my late uncle Lewis," I said to Ozzy. He eyed me for a moment. I felt a challenge coming on. That, or he didn't believe me. Maybe Lewis didn't have any siblings, so a nephew was impossible, or maybe the family was a different skin color, or maybe— "Lewis McBride is your uncle?" Ozzy said, still not seeming convinced. "Was my uncle," I said, growing impertinent. "Was. But last time he and I spoke—" "He was a damned fool," I said, swiping my glass off the table and letting it shatter against the ground. "So that's why I killed him." Ozzy's eyebrows went up. Catching him off guard like this was fun, but it was also risky. You killed Lewis McBride?" I returned Ozzy's look of astonishment with one of my own. "Do you have a problem we need to discuss, Mr. Oppenheimer?" "No, it's just that—" He paused, studying my face. I was beginning to get uncomfortable. Suddenly I saw a glimmer of an idea twinkle in his eye. "Tell me, what color were his eyes when you plunged your knife into his chest?" "It's a trick question, sir," Lars interjected. God bless that wonderful AI. "Lewis Hellman McBride only had one eye, and it was blue. Secondly, it had been rumored that he was shot, not stabbed." "I wouldn't know," I said to Ozzy. The man responded like a lion about to roar, reaching toward a shoulder holster. "Because I didn't stab him, I shot him." "Twice," said Lars. "Twice," I added. Ozzy's mouth was agape with his hand frozen inside his jacket. "And he only had one blue eye, you bumbling ignoramus. Just who the hells do you think you're dealing with here anyway? I do suggest that you listen to my proposal before I tire of you, because if you haven't already figured it out, you have no blackmail on me. Therefore, I have everything to gain by killing you. Your fail-safes exposing the deep, dark secrets of the past will merely make me the head of every crime syndicate in the sector almost overnight, so I will only make this offer once, because right now, I'm not sure which of my many options I like best." Ozzy tried to say something, but the words never came out. "Sit down, Mr. Oppenheimer, and quit your stammering." Right on cue, Rachel pushed a large leather seat toward the back of Ozzy's knees, giving it a final little jerk to force him to sit. "Now then, let's talk about my proposal, shall we?" Chapter 10. My supposed plan to give Ozzy permission to run his own crew and recover his place in the syndicates came off as easily as if I'd made it up. Because I had, every last damn word of it. Lars had been right. The only thing this man wanted was his old life back. He dreamed of having the blessing of the syndicates restored, to do what he felt he was born to do. Wasn't that what we all wanted? Most people's dreams just didn't include carving up human corpses with their mouths. But there was still the matter of initiating the mine purchase, which was something I insisted that I wanted to do. Ozzy had become so engrossed with my offer to give him free rein in the galaxy again, endorsed by the McBride name, that he'd all but forgotten about the acquisition. "But in order for you to do your job," I said to Ozzy, enjoying a new glass of scotch, "I need to continue to build the power to do mine." He grunted. At what level he comprehended all this, I wasn't sure. Ozzy downed several beers as we went over the finer points. Granted, the man's body mass probably allowed him to drink several times what anyone my size would consider buzzworthy before he felt a thing, but I noticed his mood begin to lighten as the hour passed. That and Rachel was doing her best to distract him with coy looks. Perhaps a little too well, I noted. Most of the last hours entailed Ozzy retelling some of his grandest escapades during his glory days. Had I still been on the force, I'd have had enough of a confession to put this guy and half the syndicate families away for life. "You and me, mate," Ozzy said, his speech growing louder, "are going to make an excellent team, you know. I promise you that." "I believe you're right," I replied. "I still don't understand why you want this mine, though. It's a terrible place to live. Plus, you're just going to draw the attention of all the families." "Which is precisely what I want," I said, lying more easily as the single malt soothed my racing heart. "You want them to find you?" "Ozzy, I've been biding my time for years, waiting in the shadows. I was dismissed as a sideshow, a triviality at best. Do you have any idea what that's like?" Ozzy nodded. "Yes," I replied. "I suppose you do. Well, the time has finally come for me to take my rightful place. It began with killing my uncle, and the first phase of my rise to power will end with releasing you and acquiring this mine." "I like it," he said. "Now." I took my time in standing up from Ozzy's office chair. "I believe it's time for me to see the heart of this operation. Shall we?" Ozzy led the way down several corridors while Rachel and I walked arm in arm. I was impressed once again by Ozzy's sheer size as he marched down the hallway, his shoulders seeming to brush the walls as he went. The corridors themselves were declining in appearance, each successive one becoming a little less opulent and a little more industrial. Additionally, we rode down several elevators, each of which grew more utilitarian in function. I felt the cars rock each time Ozzy shifted weight on his feet. While I couldn't be sure, I was willing to bet credits that we were descending into the mountain beneath Oppenheimer's office. "Sir," came Lars's static-laden voice over comms. "I am signal with arms. Please, position." After that, the channel went silent. Rachel looked over at me. I raised an eyebrow and then went back to being Samuel Landry, or was it Samuel McBride? Maybe I needed to lay off the scotch for the day. The last elevator we stepped into was the most rickety of them all. It smelled like urine, old cigarettes, and rust. It also shook more than the others. Suddenly, our momentum slowed and the cage clattered to a halt at the bottom of what I assumed was a shaft that had plunged us deep underground. "Welcome to the top of Mist City," Ozzy said. "Don't get too close to anyone, or else we'll have to shoot them. And replacing them can be such a pain in the ass." Then he stopped and seemed to consider something. "But then again, that isn't my problem anymore, is it?" His giant hand came around and landed on my shoulder with such force I thought it might drop me. The nerves in my shoulder and spine flared in protest. Ozzy stepped from the elevator and was greeted by a thug covered in more grease than skin. His sleeveless shirt probably hadn't seen the inside of a washing unit for several years by my count. Tattoos started at the man's wrists and traveled up his arms, stopping just short of his flat-top haircut. He wore several weapons against his sweating body and carried what looked to be a high-voltage shock prod between his hands. The thug nodded to Ozzy and stepped aside. Clear of the elevator, we turned out of the main corridor and into a strange command room that stylistically seemed to straddle the fence between advanced technology and primitive cave. Computer workstations sat on bare rock floors, while sleek light fixtures clung to the cave walls like large bioluminescent caterpillars. It smelled of mildew and plastic, and of 3 operators who'd not seen the inside of shower stalls for several weeks. "Look alive, rats," Ozzy announced as we stepped behind what I guessed was the main control station. The 3 goons snapped their heads back and sat up straight. "We have some special guests." He gestured toward me and Rachel. "From here," Ozzy said to me, his speech still slightly slurred. "We are able to control all the hover lines that transport the mist in the miners. We also monitor their habits and keep them, orderly." I nodded, and we all know how disorderly they can become. One of the operators let out a snort as if saying, "Ain't that the truth?" "We also control mist refinement, distillation, and packaging, all sub-level. Keeps us off the radar if and when the Union gets too close." "The Union inspects you?" Ozzy shook his head. "Not yet. But you can never be too careful, can you, Mr. McBride?" "No," I said. "You certainly cannot." I leaned in to examine a few of the holo displays, trying to act interested about the operation. But I didn't have to try too hard. I really was interested. What's more, I could hardly believe that our plan had worked, and that we were getting a private tour from Ozzy himself. Granted, I wasn't thrilled about how he'd taken to Rachel, and feared what he might want to do with her if I left them alone for more than a minute. But Rachel could take care of herself. I needed to get the lay of the land, bring down some of the Horizon's scanning equipment, and conscript a few of Ozzy's miners to help us dig, all in the name of testing the product. This was going to be better than I thought. "How far down do these tunnels go?" I asked the man at the nearest workstation. My eyes looked at a flickering feed that showed several miners using jackhammers on the walls of a tunnel that was about 15 meters wide. "That one there's 3.5 kilometers down," the man said between rotting teeth. It smelled like an animal had died in his throat. I winced, repeating the number. I'd never heard of any mine being this deep, and I'd never smelled a man's breath so foul. I studied the picture more closely, wondering what kind of equipment they'd used to bore so far. The smooth walls had an undulating wave pattern to them. These markings, what equipment did this? "That's not us, mate," Ozzy said. "Those were here long before any miner got here." "You're saying they're naturally occurring?" I asked. Ozzy nodded. "If you call giant monsters natural." "Giant monsters?" I asked, glancing at Rachel. "More like lava flow, you mean?" "That ain't lava, mate. Creatures bore those holes, I'm telling you. And sometimes we still hear 'em." There was an awkward silence as I decided whether or not to challenge the man further. That deep, there were plenty of reasons to hear strange sounds. Giant monsters were the least likely explanations. "They lurk down there in the abyss," said the man behind the workstation. "They eat people, too." "Eat people," I repeated, my tone flat. "And you've seen this?" "No, mate," Ozzy said. "But we've lost plenty of miner. Damned creatures knock our feeds out when it happens, too." Again I eyed Rachel, careful not to draw anyone's attention with the look. "Anyway, how much mist does my new mine put out?" Ozzy grinned. "More than you could use in 1,000,000 lifetimes and survive, mate." "I don't know. Miss Mason and I use an awful lot." "Do you now?" Ozzy examined us with a curious look. Let's just say the iron production is a side job. You feel me?" "That's what I like to hear," I replied. "I'll want to test the product first and inspect a few of these sections with my own equipment, all standard procedure." Ozzy eyed me, but then winked. "I got you, mate. I'll arrange for a sample. Don't you worry." "And an inspection." It was apparent that Ozzy thought I just wanted to get high, but as I pressed him for the inspection, his mood changed to more business and less pleasure. "You don't trust the quality of the operation?" "I don't trust anything I don't test for myself, Mr. Oppenheimer, and if the details of what we discussed above no longer suit you, then I will find someone else to—" "Do your tests, mate. What do I care? Let's just get it done." "Perfect," I said, feeling a wave of relief. "And as for getting it done, how long do you think it will take to initiate the sale?" "I'll have Eno start things rolling. Couple of days, I wager." "Marvelous. In the meantime, we'll stay aboard our ship." "Nonsense," Ozzy said. "You'll stay in my home. It's nice and cozy." "We'll stay on our ship until the transaction is complete," I insisted. "No deal, no spoils, you feel me?" I asked, using the man's tagline and raising my chin. "No need to get testy, Mr. McBride. I was just trying to be hospitable." I was about to step away from the workstation when I noticed another bank of displays along the far wall showing what seemed to be a camp of some kind. Miners, I guessed. Only judging by the guards posted at the exits, the massive security doors, and what looked like motion-sensitive automated weapons in the ceiling, the scene seemed a lot more like a prison than an underground work camp. "What do we have over here?" I asked, moving toward the hollow feeds. "Just our labor force, mate. Nothing to waste your time with." My eyes flicked between displays, taking in as much as I could as quickly as I could. There were hundreds of workers, maybe even 1,000, it was hard to say. Massive freight containers acted as barracks, while tents dotted the haphazard layout of the sprawling community. It truly was, as Ozzy had first said, a small city, or at least a town. But that wasn't what concerned me. As I examined the feeds further, I noticed children. Dozens of children. Some were missing hands, others used crutches to move around. They wore utility belts, gloves, and several still wore helmets, heading to or returning from a shift. I felt a knot turn in my stomach, something deep, like the dull ache the day after a fist fight. Ozzy wasn't using professional miners for his missed operation. He was using slaves, and he was using children. "Excuse me, please?" said a small voice from a hollow display to my right. A kid approached one of the guards near a large rusting door. "Mr. Overseer, sir, my mother needs the medicine now." "Shut up, kid," the man said, raising his prod. "Turn that off," Ozzy said, pointing at the nearest operator. "No, wait," I said, choosing my next words carefully. "I want to see how your staff deals with this annoyance." Ozzy seemed surprised, then waved off his man. "But you promised," the kid continued. He couldn't have been more than 12. He had nappy black hair and dark skin, made all the more dusky by the soot that covered him. And while his frame was slight, still several years away from manhood, he looked sinewy and strong. "I said shut up, kid." The overseer flicked his prod toward the child and released a bolt of electricity. The discharge crossed the distance with a blue flash and surged around the kid, throwing him back. His body lay on the rocky ground, shaking. "Come on, kid," I said, willing the boy to get up. I had no idea how many amps that had been, but if it was enough to throw a person back, it was enough to kill them. "Come on." Suddenly the boy moved, pressing a hand into the ground and forcing himself up. "Yes," I said. once again caught off guard by my failure to stay in character. I was clearly out of practice. Since I was sure I'd drawn the attention of everyone in the command room, I continued with, "That's how you deal with those cheeky little bastards?" The three operators laughed, and Ozzy grinned ear to ear. "And that's not all we do to them, mate. Some of their women are quite a handful." "I'm sure they are," I said absently, feeling the knot in my stomach twist even tighter. Chapter 11. Rachel and I stood on the Horizon's bridge, addressing a larger-than-life hollow feed of Min Oraga, while Tiny sat at my feet and insisted that I scratch him as we talked. "The good news," I said, "is that we seem to have convinced Oppenheimer to sell the mine to us."
"Well done," Oraga said. "How hard was that to do?"
"Thanks to Lars's quick thinking," Rachel said, "Flint was able to play on the man's weakness."
"Which was?"
"Offering him his old life back," I said.
"As a syndicate hitman," Rachel added.
Oraga nodded.
"The life he had stripped from him has become your leverage point. Well played."
"Thank you," I said, but again, Lars deserves the credit.
"While I recognize that as a genuine gesture of kindness," Lars said, "please note that I lack an ego. Therefore, the designation of credit, as it were, is a meaningless placeholder."
"Well," I said, pulling up the waist of my cargo pants, "call it what you want, and call me an old-fashioned place-holding kind of guy, but you'd better get used to it, Lars, especially if you keep pulling fancy stuff like that."
"I consider myself duly warned, sir."
Oraga adjusted his monocle.
"As for your access to the mine, with the coordinates I provided?"
"Yeah." I scratched my jawline for a moment. "That's going to be trickier than we thought."
"How so? Are you unable to access it?"
"No. I believe we've bought ourselves enough of a window to get the equipment down there and get a full scan, though it is significantly deeper than we suspected."
"Then what's the tricky part?"
"Sir," said Rachel,
"Oppenheimer is using slaves as miners."
The billionaire furrowed his brow.
"That is not entirely unexpected, especially for an illegal operation such as this."
"Right," I said. "However—"
"A large number of them are children, Min,"
Rachel said. Oraga's eyes widened ever so slightly. His genuine look of concern further convinced me that the man was not blinded by his bajillions. He had a heart.
"Well, that certainly changes things a little, doesn't it?"
"I believe so, sir," I replied. I looked to Rachel. "We still have hopes of discovering whether or not there are artifacts in this mine, and we will do our very best to recover them, as per our agreement. However—"
"We've got to rescue those slaves,"
Rachel said, voicing the objective for the first time. I let the words hang in the air for a moment, as we all seemed to consider the implications. This changed the plan, turning an already complicated search and recovery mission into a full-blown rescue operation. "Men, if I may be so bold," I said, "is there any way you could send in a second team to rescue these people while we focus on the artifacts? I feel we are under-equipped for such a task. Needless to say, the Horizon is only equipped to handle another 15 or 20 people max."
"I am quite aware of the distant Horizon's capabilities, Mr. Reed. What concerns me more is both the timelines of this news, as well as your proximity to the situation. For one, even if I could reassign a cohort of my security detail to assist you, doing so would likely initiate a full-out orbital conflict. This would not only jeopardize your presence there and set back the recovery of any artifacts in the mine, possibly by several years, but it would place the lives of too many people at risk, including the very people you wish me to save. If that were not enough, Said conflict would no doubt draw the suspicions of both the Union and the syndicates, and that is not hot water that I care to dip my toes in. This is not the time nor the place to explain to you the manifold enterprises which would be undermined, many of which are serving and protecting countless more lives than the ones you currently seek to liberate. Granted, there is no price I could put on a single human life. However, in a universe of gray, I am forced to play cards against the dealer of the greater good.
So what you're saying is that we're the closest, quietest, and therefore best hope these miners have, I concluded.
That is precisely what I'm saying, Mr. Reed. Yes.
I mulled over everything Araga had said. I saw the logic in it, of course. It just felt so frustrating, knowing I was talking to one of the most influential men in the quadrant, and the best he could do was, well, us.
I have high hopes for you, Mr. Reed. Miss Fontaine? Thank you, Min,
Rachel said.
I believe I chose you well, he continued. Or perhaps the cosmos chose you. I simply employed you.
Just great. Here we are about to take on an impossible task, and our benefactor is going full-tilt mystic on us.
Mr. Reed, do you have something to say?
Araga asked. I shook my head, snapping out of my inner monologue. No, sir. I just think we need to start working on a plan.
Agreed. And don't forget the freighter pilot you recently acquired back on Altan 4. Victor, was it?
Yes, I said. Victor Palmadier.
While my people don't necessarily agree with his, how shall I put this, workplace state of mind, they do insist his track record as an outstanding pilot and clever navigator speak for themselves. Additionally, the man has his own vessel, which is a combination that's getting harder and harder to come by these days. You did well in securing his services. Use them. In a scenario like the one you're about to encounter, I suspect they will come in handy.
Agreed, I replied.
Well, I'll leave you to it then,
Araga said, leaning back in his chair.
If anything comes up or you think there's something I can do from here that doesn't incite a system-wide conflict, let me know.
We will, sir, Rachel said.
Thank you.
Thanks, men, I added. Araga closed the connection, and the hollow feed went black. So, we're on our own for this, I said, turning to Rachel. She nodded.
Seems so.
Any bright ideas?
Not yet, but I'm working on something.
We convened in the Horizon's operations room again. I held a fresh mug of coffee while Rachel sipped from a thermos of water. I probably should have been drinking water too, but I was too restless. We had a job to do, and that required coffee, which is technically water, right? Once again, Rachel had several digital documents strewn across the high-end planning table's screen. She moved them around, formulating something in that mind of hers, that beautiful, strange, and slightly maniacal brain. The woman was a mystery, and the more I watched her work, the more I wanted to know about her past, one that both Lars and Araga were keeping from me. It seemed I'd have to get the goods directly from the source, but that might be a long time coming.
First off, Rachel said, we're going to need to run those scans.
Agreed, I said. We can't plan around what we can't see.
Right. And the more we have, the better. If there turn out to be no artifacts, then that makes our lives a lot easier.
And if there are, I said, leaving room for her to complete the sentence.
Then we have to make a plan that allows us to grab them.
I nodded. So what do you have in mind?
Lars?
Yes, Miss Fontaine, the AI said over the conference room's loudspeakers.
Is there any way you can hack into the building's security system? I completed that task over an hour ago.
What the hell's, buddy? I asked. I thought you said you were going to tell us when you got in.
I did say that, and I did attempt to tell you. However, our comms connection disintegrated as you went into the mine with Mr. Oppenheimer, so there was no way to tell you.
Putz, I said.
Is that a slanderous term, sir?
Figure it out.
I am placing it in my task manager, sir.
Rachel smiled and then tucked some hair behind her ear.
Anyway, Lars, she said, if you have access to building schematics and mine maps, that would help us tremendously. Certainly, Miss Fontaine, it's my pleasure to serve you. In an instant, several new folders appeared on Rachel's tabletop. She seemed energized by the new documents, whereas I always found paperwork revolting. I never understood how the analysts were so content to sit behind their desks and wade through oceans of numbers, salivating over them like they were trails of candy leading to some mountain made of even bigger candies. By the way the woman stared, poring over Lars's files, Rachel was both candy chaser and cutthroat assassin. A unique combination. Here,
she said, swiping a map of the mines up on the main holo display.
Right here.
She pointed at a large cavity about 1 kilometer before the mountain peak.
According to the metadata, this is where the miners are being held.
Tang City's main enclave, I suggested, using Ozzy's title for it.
Right. I also agree with that assessment, Miss Fontaine, said Lars.
Now, Rachel continued, seemingly oblivious to anything else in the room.
If I lay the building schematics atop the mine map, merge the layers, and then re-render for three-dimensional support while accounting for ocular distortion, that should give us... There!
Her sudden outburst actually startled me a little. I watched as she swiped a new file to the holo display. It rotated slowly, displayed in full color, and showed a complete representation of the facilities, the mines, and every place where the two intersected.
You just did that?
I asked. She nodded proudly.
Uh-huh. Exceptional work, Miss Fontaine, Lars said. Thanks, Lars. Coming from you, that means more than most. Were I to feel, I estimate the emotion would be akin to feeling deeply touched, accompanied by a mild dose of warmth in my posterior cheeks.
Your what?
I'm sorry, sir, butt cheeks is what I believe the correct colloquial term is.
I'm pretty sure you want facial cheeks, pal. Humans don't get flushed in their asses. Rachel covered her mouth in a futile attempt to keep from laughing. It gave me a good laugh, too.
Ah, very good, sir. I do see my misappropriation of the two terms. I have made note of it for future reference.
And aren't we glad for that? I said, sensing the poor AI may never live this one down.
Anyway,
Rachel said in an attempt to compose herself,
it looks like this is the main elevator shaft we took down to the command room with Ozzy.
She pointed to a tube that connected to a room a dozen stories below the man's office and then descended deep underground, terminating outside a small chamber about halfway between the surface and the slaves' enclave. So the slaves are another half-click deeper than where we were, I said.
That's correct,
Rachel said. Deep enough that our comms went out, which is one problem we've got to address right away.
One with an easy solution,
Lars interjected. Let's hear it, buddy.
Miss Fontaine, I assume you're going to want to set up at least 3 SPDG scanners in order to optimize penetration and maximize triangulation.
3 who-biddy-what's-its? I asked, holding up both hands for everyone to stop. And what's this about maximum penetration and...
Optimal penetration and maximum triangulation, Lars corrected. You can't change him, Lars, Rachel said. He's a man. Some things are just stuck the way they are forever.
Hey. But Rachel forged ahead with a smile.
SPDG stands for Super Probe Deep Ground Scanners. They're used to map subterranean...
Wait. Super Probe? I asked.
And here we go.
Lars, you've been holding out on me, pal.
Holding out on you, sir?
I always knew you had a super probe." There was a moment's silence.
"Sir, I do not understand your line of implied inquiry."
Rachel lost it, laughing into her forearm as she wiped away a tear.
"God's flint, give the AI a break, would you?"
"Oh, come on, Rachel," I said, now unable to keep a straight face. "You're telling me you're not excited to see his super probes? The guy's got 3 of them, apparently." Rachel was laughing so hard she had to sit down in one of the conference room chairs.
"I regret to inform both of you that I am entirely unable to follow your dialogue. There may be a problem with my sensor equipment, or perhaps my system integration architecture requires defragmentation to—"
"There's nothing wrong with you, Lars," I said, trying to catch my breath. "You're fine, just the way you are."
"While I appreciate the sentiment, I fail to see how your conclusion—"
"Lars," I said, regaining some of my composure, "your equipment is just fine." Rachel snorted, unable to hold back.
"All 3 of them."
It was at least 2 minutes before Rachel and I composed ourselves. She actually had to step outside for a few moments because every time she looked at me, she started to laugh. Truthfully, laughing this hard was a nice change-up. We'd both been pretty tense ever since we nearly died in Varadia, and laughter truly was good medicine, as the old saying went. Gods knew we needed as much of it as we could get. Humor had a way of easing the pressure of even the most tense situations. I'd experienced it a while back on the Force. Several times we'd been on stakeouts or planning takedowns where a joke, at just the right time, pushed away the evil that we knew we were about to encounter. And given how ghoulish Ozzy was, and the dire circumstances of the miners he kept enslaved, we needed a moment of relief right now. Rachel and I stood over the table with sore abdomens and cheeks, the facial kind, with me feeling slightly tired but refreshed, as though I'd just woken up from a nap.
"I think the first thing we need to do is start to build relationships with the miners,"
Rachel said. I looked at her, surprised. "Relationships?" She nodded.
"Have you ever studied the mental states of humans held in captivity against their will?"
"From the outside of a jail cell, yeah." I watched Rachel start to shake her head at me, so I stopped her from having to say more. "Maybe not as much as you, but yeah. I've done my share of homework on domestic abuse victims, seen some bad stuff in my day."
"Then you know we have 2 hurdles to surmount even before we try to stage a rescue."
2? Right. Which are—" Rachel inclined her head as if waiting for me to continue. But when I didn't, she said,
"Convincing them we're not with the enemy."
"Not with the enemy," I said, nodding affirmatively.
"Even though we seem to be."
"Seem to be, right."
"And then reassuring them that our attempts to break them out are genuine and not a ruse to get them in trouble."
"In trouble, yep, I figured as much." Rachel folded her arms.
"Bastard."
"What? I totally tracked all that."
"Moving along,"
Rachel said.
"I think the best way to begin going about this is to ask Ozzy for a few miners to assist in setting up the scanners. I assume he'll only be too happy to not use his paid help for the labor, and it gives us a perfect opportunity to build trust with them. With any luck, they may even have intel that helps us."
"Not bad," I said. "In addition, if and when the time comes to excavate some artifacts, they're going to be our best bet at removing them."
"At which point I'll amend the security feeds," Lars added, "ensuring that Mr. Oppenheimer and his staff won't have the slightest clue what you're up to, sir."
"Sounds like a plan, pal," I replied. "But it still leaves the biggest question unanswered."
"Which is, how do we get everyone out?"
Rachel and I said at the same time. "Right," I replied.
"And I think that one is going to come once we know more about what we are up against,"
Rachel said.
"We're going to need a sizable evacuation route for that many people, or we'll be here for a month. By the looks of it, the elevator shaft isn't efficient enough, and—"
She examined a close-up on the main vertical shaft which corkscrewed the psychedelic mineral to the surface.
The mist conveyor system looks like it will only chew up people.
And there's the matter of getting them off planet, I said, trying to be a pessimist without lowering my hopes too far. I wasn't without an idea, however. Lars, can you contact Victor and ask him to head for this system? But for God's sakes, don't let him near the planet yet. In fact, don't tell him anything other than to stand by. We'll cover his fuel and throw in some credits on top, even if the job doesn't come through. Oh, and ask him if his ship—
Dolores,
Rachel said. Ask him if Dolores can make atmospheric entry. We need to know exactly what kind of freighter he's piloting.
As you wish, sir,
Lars replied. A moment of silence passed as Rachel and I looked at each other. Tiny whined, probably sensing the unrest in the room.
Guess it's time to call Ozzy,
Rachel said. Be my guest. Chapter 12. Ozzy was more than delighted to see Rachel on the Hollow. While using her as a pawn to manipulate our enemy was not something I enjoyed, I couldn't dismiss the fact that it was working. The guy gave me the creeps. He probably had a black hole for a soul. But his reckoning would come soon enough, I had no doubt. One way or another, we were going to ruin him or die trying. It was only a matter of when and how.
Send some of those slaves to help us with our equipment. Would you, Ozzy?
Rachel asked, drawing the man's name out.
I can have my men
abandon their posts for menial labor befitting of that scum?
She put her hands on her hips and thrust them to one side. I watched Ozzy's eyes track the movement.
I don't think so.
But the slaves never see daylight. Bringing them up—
What kind of sloppy operation do you run around here, that you'd take paid staff to move around sampling machines?
We timed this part of the pitch in advance. I walked on camera right as Ozzy was about to reply. Is there a problem here? What's this about moving our equipment?
Nothing, Mr. McBride, Rachel said. I was just discussing—
It's fine, mate,
Ozzy said, waving her off.
All set. I'm sending a few meaningless miners to give Rachel a hand for you. Meanwhile—
He eyed Rachel up and down.
Why don't you come pay me a little visit?
I'm afraid that's not possible, I replied, for two reasons. One, I have not sampled the mine's output for myself yet, which means there's still a chance this deal might not go through.
Mr. McBride, I can assure you—
Assurances mean little to me without substantial collateral, and right now, I've only got your word. Therefore, until the deal is sealed, Rachel remains with me. Call her a reward for your diligence. Secondly, I need her in the mines with me. While you may consider her only eye candy, I happen to need her skills with our equipment. Replacing her is going to be a pain in my ass, and you and I both know how hard it is to find good people, don't we? Ozzy nodded, looking downright dejected, poor guy.
Aye,
he said in a melancholy tone.
You'll have your slaves in a few minutes.
Marvelous, I said. Simon, I asked, turning off camera. Will you and the stewards prepare the champagne?
Talk to you soon,
Rachel said, giving Ozzy a wink, then tapped the channel closed.
Simon?
She asked me. It was the only name I could think of in the moment.
The only name?
Yeah, I had a friend in school once named Simon. It's a good name. Rachel raised an eyebrow at me. Anyway, now he knows we have a crew, so he'll think twice about sending anyone to investigate our ship while we're gone.
Good thinking, sir, said Lars. Your ingenuity is surprising at times.
I stopped. You're surprised that I have some ingenuity?
Yes. Rachel, on the other hand, has ingenuity that is quite predictable.
Rachel seemed positively proud of this announcement. Why are you looking at me like that? I asked her.
My lips are sealed,
she said, drawing her thumb and forefinger over her mouth. So my ingenuity is not predictable, Lars?
And thus why it is so surprising, sir. My lips are sealed, Rachel repeated, walking off the bridge, trying to contain more laughter. Rachel and I traded our business attire for ultra-thin exosuits that resembled something between high-end work clothes and armored combat gear. We were, after all, gazillionaires, here to buy a mine that we needed samples from. I figured the exosuits not only worked in our favor to reinforce our story, but they also would help us stay alive if anything went south. They were flexible enough to let us poke around tight spaces, but robust enough to prevent us from dying unnecessarily, which was always a plus. As for how Rachel looked in her exosuit, I had to admit that it didn't matter what she wore. The woman always looked fine, which I understood was why she played so well with her marks. Learning to use your natural assets as well as your learned ones was the stock and trade of any good covert operative, which, once again, exacerbated that nagging question I had of where Rachel had come from. Just ask her, you idiot, I'd thought numerous times since meeting her. But I knew she wouldn't give up the information easily. What little I knew of the galaxy's underworld, and I knew more than most, told me that anonymity was a highly prized commodity. When someone was as deep as Rachel had been, or still was, how was I supposed to know? You were placing your life in someone else's hands when you gave up your true identity. And the more people you told, the more people who could jeopardize your life and those of the ones you loved. So it was best not to tell anyone. But she'll tell you, I thought, eventually. Lars had drones move SPDG scanners into the main cargo bay and ready them for the miners. The scanners remained in their shielded flight cases, making them appear as opaque boxes, if Ozzy was to get any bright ideas and scan them, which I supposed he should. Who was to say we weren't a rival faction trying to plant explosives in his mine and blow the whole thing sky high? Fortunately, these machines were so rare and so complicated, I figured we could say they were whatever we wanted them to be and no one would doubt us. You'd need a degree in advanced something or other mechanics to make heads or tails of these contraptions, and that suited me just fine. The other thing the crate's shielding did was keep anyone from discovering the weapons hidden in the secret compartments. Granted, I didn't want a shootout this early in the game, but if push came to shove, we needed to be prepared for the worst, and that meant having some of Mr. Oraga's lethal inventions at our disposal. Truth was, I couldn't wait to get my hands back on the MX-090 assault rifle again. We'd stashed some additional goodies in the crates that I wouldn't mind playing with either. "How are you feeling?" I asked Rachel as we stood facing the cargo bay ramp. She reached over and punched the open button with the bottom of her fist. "Ready to find some artifacts, free some slaves, break some heads." "You don't say. Then I think you've come to the right planet, Miss Mason." The sliver of light grew wider as the ramp dropped, exposing us once again to the planet's industrial-smelling air. 5 miners walked toward us, held at gunpoint by 2 barrel-chested overseers. Judging by the way the miners winced at the direct sunlight, my guess was that they hadn't been topside in months, maybe even years. "Right this way," I called down the ramp, inviting them up. "Hold on," yelled one of the overseers. "Not before I inspect the hold and the cargo." He stomped into the bay, weapon pointed at me, a posture that Tiny didn't take kindly to. "Easy, Tiny," I said, holding a hand up to keep my fearless canine from lunging at the thing's throat. Of course, I could have given Tiny the command to lie down and quit growling, but where was the fun in that? Instead, my pup remained on all fours, lips curled back to reveal his long sets of sharp teeth. "What is that?" the overseer yelled, pointing his weapon at Tiny. "I really wouldn't do that if I were you," I said, realizing I had an opportunity to play on this man's fears.
Like the majority of people, this guy had apparently never seen a dog in person before. Bullets don't hurt it, just makes it more pissed. And right now, he's pretty pissed. So I recommend you keep your head down, do your job, and let us all get back to work. The goon returned his attention to the 3 large flight cases on casters.
Open them up.
Please, I said, nodding back at Tiny. The man stared at me. I can see you are fairly dim-witted and haven't been briefed on what you're involved with, making you even more stupid and foul-tempered than usual. As if talking to a child who spoke a different language, I used big hand motions and said, I'm your new boss, and if you don't mind your manners, I'll have Tiny eat you for breakfast, right after my auto turrets shoot your knees out. Right on cue, Lars activated 2 of the cargo bay's micro-auto turrets located in the hold's corners. Just the whine of the servos made the overseer's eyes dart around. It was a universal sound of dread. Tiny added to the effect by producing 2 sharp barks.
Sorry, boss,
the overseer said, stuttering.
I didn't mean to.
Go ahead, I said, inviting him closer. Do what you were told to do, inspect the crates.
No, I think.
Inspect the crates, I said through tight lips. Tiny growled behind me. The man nodded and stepped forward. Rachel popped the latches and opened each lid, letting the grease-laden thug look inside. It was a lot like watching someone who had no idea about hover cars look under the hood and try to prove their competency with meaningless ums and uh-huhs. The man stepped away, clearly not having the faintest idea of what he'd just seen, and said,
They're clear, you're good to go.
Then he waved the miners up the ramp and ordered them to begin wheeling the crates across the dock's platform. The first miner coming up the ramp was someone we'd seen before. As the crates began their descent, I leaned over to Rachel. It's the kid from the security camera. The one who asked for meds for his mother? She replied. Exactly. He's not afraid of the guards, and he has a cause. Rachel folded her arms. Grab some med packs from the infirmary. I think we have our first contact. Then she raced down the ramp after the kid and walked beside his crate. She certainly enjoys taking the initiative, Lars said over the private comms channel, denoted by a double beep before he spoke. That she does, Lars. No one can fault her there. Then where can they fault her? He asked. For not leaving any initiative for anyone else. Rachel and I rode in the first elevator trip down with 1 crate and the kid. The remaining 2 crates would follow with 2 miners and 1 overseer each. The car was cramped, but it was the perfect opportunity to begin the first phase of our plan. Lars would be filtering all video and audio for anything that might give us away, which left us free to do what needed doing. My name's Rachel, she said, holding her hand out to the kid we'd seen earlier in the camera feed. My eyes widened at the sound of her real name. She couldn't have forgotten so easily, could she? The boy looked up at her and then looked back down, averting his eyes. Hey, she said more tenderly. It's okay. You can shake my hand. But the boy shook his head and then nodded to the security camera in the elevator car's corner. You have nothing to be afraid of, Rachel said. Our ship's AI has taken care of all those. The boy hesitated, then slowly looked up into Rachel's eyes. Rachel, she said again. Telmont, he replied, taking her hand. But everyone just calls me Monty. It's a pleasure to meet you, Monty. The kid searched her face and then pulled his hand away. You're not allowed to speak to guests, are you? He shook his head. Well, you can speak to me. And Flint here. She looked at me. Damn, now she was using my name. She had a reason for this, I just didn't know what it was yet. My best guess? Building trust. Few things undid new friendship faster than finding out everything you just forged was built on a shifting foundation. But using real names when there was still so much game left to play was dangerous. One slip was like a crack in a solid piece of granite. Give it enough time and leverage, and even the biggest block of stone can be split in two. I held out my hand. "Flint Reed," I said. "Nice to meet you, kid." Monty shook my hand, but then his eyes darted back to the security camera and he pulled his hand away.
"The Overlord they're always watching. I promise you," Rachel insisted. "They're only seeing what we want them to see now. You're safe." "You're never safe down here," Monty replied. "As long as you're with us, you are," she replied. Who are you?"
"Believe it or not, kid," I said, "we're here to help you."
"Help me?"
Again, his eyes darted to the camera. "Don't worry, kid. You don't have to be afraid of the cameras anymore, I promise. Here, watch." I turned toward the small black bubble in the corner and started making faces at it. Then I flipped it off with my middle finger, and then I yelled an obscenity at it. "That was quite offensive, sir," Lars said over comms. "But extremely necessary," I replied. "Huh?" asked Monty. "Oh, sorry, kid, talking to Lars." I pointed to my ear. "Our AI back on our ship, like Rachel was telling you."
You can talk to him? This deep?"
he asked. "These crates have repeaters in the walls." I tapped the sides. "As long as they stay relatively close to one another, they should communicate to the secondary repeater we placed in the top of the elevator shaft just fine."
"You placed a repeater up there?"
I nodded. "Sure did, kid."
"Who are you?"
"I already told you, we're here to help." I looked at Rachel. "Are all kids this dense?" She shot me a death glare. "What?" I asked, lifting my palms and shrugging my shoulders. Rachel looked at the boy.
"Monty, you have to pardon him. He can be—"
"Careful," I said.
"Slow."
"That's not being careful."
"We want to help you escape,"
Rachel said. Monty pulled away from Rachel. He probably thought this was some sort of trick from the overseers or something. That's what I would think in his position. This sort of thing just didn't happen. But then again, maybe that's what I was now in the business of, delivering this sort of thing as a day job. First it was saving hostages, now it was rescuing miners, and all while keeping the galaxy safe from an ancient superweapon falling into the wrong hands. Yeah, I could get used to this, so long as I didn't get shot. That would really put a damper on my day. "Listen, kid," I said. "She's telling you the truth. I know it might seem outrageous, and I get that, I do. But sometimes good things do happen out of nowhere, and today, we're your good thing. You're just going to have to trust us."
"Or else what?"
"Or else you and your mother are going to die in these tunnels."
"How do you know about my mother?"
he asked, growing defensive. I looked to Rachel.
"We're posing as buyers for the mine," she said. "When we got the Grand Tour, we saw you trying to reason with the guards for medicine." "She's very sick,"
he said, clutching his elbow with his hand. "We figured." I removed a med pack from inside a utility pouch on my hip. "That's why we brought you this." Monty stared at the med pack as if it had been sent by the gods themselves. His hand moved toward it, but hesitated.
Are you actually giving this to me?"
"Sure am, kid."
"Get that to your mother right away," Rachel added. "But don't let the guards see it."
He nodded, stuffing the pack inside his shirt.
"You really came to free us?"
he asked, looking at me. "Truth is, kid, we came for something else."
"To buy the mine,"
he said, restating what was mentioned before. "Yeah. No." I raised an eyebrow. "We came looking for some buried treasure."
"Like the bedtime stories?"
"Like the bedtime stories, yeah, but in order to get access to it, we had to—"
"Pose as people who were interested in the whole mine,"
Monty concluded. Doing so would get you access to the tunnels for a couple days while the acquisitions rights process was initiated. Then you could sneak down and look for your buried treasure without anyone suspecting you."
"Damn," I said, letting out a low whistle. "Smart kid."
"And these," he said, tapping the top of the case. "You probably said you wanted to sample the mine's walls, but I'm guessing these are scanners of some kind."
Rachel looked to me and then back at Monty.
"You're a pretty bright little man," she said.
"I read a lot," he said.
"Well, now I know where I went wrong as a child," I said with a wink.
"Read?"
Rachel tilted her head.
"They let you download books?"
"Nah, but we have access to data pads to control equipment, and a few of us know how to hack their wireless system. It doesn't get us access to much, but the Overlord has a library we're able to scrap from. We'd be noticed if we tried to hack the Galnet or something, but no one seems to care about books, so we download anything we want without being noticed."
"Impressive," I said, and I meant it. This kid was resourceful.
"So why do you want to rescue us?"
Monty asked. "Why do we want—" I cut my sentence short and looked at Rachel, taken aback by the question. "Why wouldn't we want to rescue you, kid?" Rachel leaned toward Monty, using her physical presence as a communication tool to emote empathy like few I'd seen.
"Being down here, I'm sure it's been difficult for you. And it does things to you. Makes it feel like you're not valuable. Like someone's thrown you away and forgotten about you. But you are valuable. What we're after down here is very important, but Monty, you're more important, you hear me? Even if we don't find what we're looking for. You were worth the trip, and we're going to get you, your mother, and the rest of your people out of here."
"But what we're looking for is still pretty important," I added, not wanting to miss the point. The elevator slowed and then jolted to a stop. When the doors opened, Monty was the first out, tugging on the crate's handle and pulling it clear of the lift. A guard watched us emerge, but most of his attention went to Rachel. She gave the man a small wave. Once we were out, the elevator doors closed and the car headed up to the surface.
"Can you still read me, Lars?"
I asked softly, putting distance between us and the thug.
"Loud and clear, sir. Our connection integrity is at 95%.
"Works for me," I replied, giving Rachel a quick nod. We rounded a corner when Monty asked,
"So what are you guys looking for?" "Well, that's a little complicated,"
Rachel said, pulling up the hollow map she'd created, displaying it from a wristcom.
"We need to get this crate to this location."
Rachel pointed to a blinking red dot at a crossroads.
"That's this way," said Monty. "Not far."
We followed him as he set off down the tunnel at a quickened pace. The case's casters squealed as we moved along the polished rock floor, kicking up bits of rock and dust. "Not too fast," I said to Monty. "We don't want to give Lars too much editing work to do. Too fast and we'll raise suspicions, right?"
"Right."
Monty slowed a little, but he still pushed the crate with enthusiasm.
"So you after gold, silicon, cadmium?"
"No," Rachel said. "We're after
ancient artifacts from a technologically advanced, though extinct civilization," I blurted out. Rachel looked at me as if I'd lost my mind. Hey, if she was going to be up front and honest with the kids, so was I. Plus, I didn't see what the fuss was about. If this kid or anyone else in his community were going to help us, they needed to know what we were after, and we didn't have any time to waste. "What, Rachel?" I asked, stressing her name on purpose. Two could play the game of being up front with the truth.
"Hey," Rachel shrugged. "It's your show."
"Yeah," Monty said without missing a beat. "I found some of those."
Rachel and I jerked our heads toward the kid.
"What did you say?" I asked. "These artifacts you're after? I found some a few weeks ago."
"Some?"
Rachel said, clearly astonished.
"As in, more than one?"
"Yeah, but I only showed Ozzy one.
Whoa, 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 hold on, kid. I slowed the crate and eyed the closest security camera. You're telling me you found multiple artifacts down here? Sure. I think there might even be more, but I haven't been able to get to them yet. My heart was beating faster than I expected it to. Apparently my brain was pretty excited about this turn of events. What did they look like, kid? Small, grayish. I could hold them in my hand, but they were each different and they had a funny language etched on them. I smiled at Rachel. This was it. We'd scored on our very first run for Araga, and I couldn't wait to tell our benefactor. But I also knew we had a long way to go before we were in the clear, so best not to get ahead of yourself, Flint. Where do you say you found them? I asked. I didn't say where yet, but I can show you. Is it far? Rachel asked. A good question. Monty nodded. Very deep. It couldn't be good if a miner said it was deep. We were already deep enough for my tastes. I'd never been in a mine before, but I was beginning to suspect that my fear of heights was also paired with a fear of the deep. Perfect, I thought. How long to get there? I asked. About half an hour. We'll need to take an RTV. An RTV? Rachel asked. The repulsor transport vehicles that travel the tunnels underground, down where all the best mist is. Great, I said, having no idea what one of these RTVs looked like or exactly how deep we were headed. Let's get the scanner set up and then you can take us. If anyone asks, we'll just say you're helping us investigate the mine's quality before we buy it. Also, don't use our real names, kid. I added, feeling the payoff coming for Rachel's quick thinking earlier. We're not really buying the mine, remember? Just getting your artifacts and rescuing the miners, Monty said. Right. When we're around the others, I'm Mr. McBride, and she's Miss Mason. Got it? Monty nodded. Good. As we pushed the crate the rest of the way to the location on Rachel's map, I couldn't help but feel hopeful about this mission. Things were going according to plan, maybe even better than our plan. But that also made me a little nervous. If I'd learned one thing, it was that life was a cruel mistress, and if you underestimated her, she'd knee you in the groin without a second thought. How are the other crates looking? I asked Rachel. She pulled up the live hollow feed on her wristcom. One's just come down the lift, the other one's still up top. As long as those miners are as efficient as Monty here, they are, he said. Rachel smiled at him. Then we shall be triangulating within the next 15 minutes, 20 tops. Then depending on how deep these tunnels go, I'm guessing we have a detailed composition analysis within 3 or 4 hours. Plenty of time for us to hit Monty's jackpot by the sound of it. Monty nodded. And all while doing due diligence in our attempt to purchase the mine, Rachel added. We brought the crate to a stop. Rachel popped the lid and started setting up the scanner. Meanwhile, I looked at the closest security camera. You on that feed? I asked Lars. Affirmative, sir. Proceed. I nodded and then knelt beside the crate, reaching under the bottom and undoing the recessed latches in the base. The panel swung open, giving me access to several weapons. While I desperately wanted the MX-090, I knew it would draw too much attention. Instead, I opted for 2 of Araga's RP-11 pistols. I passed one to Rachel. She quickly stuffed the weapon in the waistband around the small of her back, while I did the same. I also really wanted to retrieve some of Araga's multi-function grenades. Not that I wanted to use them in a mine, for so many obvious reasons, but I decided to leave them for later. Right now, we needed stealth over power, and those bad boys would blow stealth right off the planet's surface. We set? I asked, looking to Rachel and then Monty. They nodded at me. Then let's do this. I rubbed my hands together. I was starting to feel like Lady Luck was blowing on my dice. Chapter 13. We passed a few overseers who were marching chain gangs of miners through the upper tunnels, but none of them seemed to pay us much attention. I got the impression that, aside from the thug who boarded the horizon to search the crates, word had spread to leave the new mine owners alone. I hoped it lasted long enough for us to do what we needed to and get out. For his part, Monty led us at a steady pace toward a large inset section of the tunnel where several of the soot-covered RTVs sat in a line, awaiting passengers. A raised platform led up to the train-like pods that sat in a recessed corridor. While each RTV was mostly cylindrical in shape, they had very clear top and bottom halves that boasted dozens of repulsor panels. Monty explained that when the vehicles had sufficient power, which wasn't always, the panels could keep a pod suspended in the middle of whatever cavity it was in, clear of the narrow, spine-like track that ran along its belly. This allowed for maximum speed and the smoothest ride. However, when an RTV was old or the tunnel was too unstable, the vehicle could sit on the conventional track and progress the old-fashioned way, as he called it. From the look of them, each RTV could hold about 20 to 25 people, making the pods larger than I imagined them being. We boarded the next available vehicle and waved off the closest overseer who tried to ask us if we needed assistance. Again, it was Rachel who the man spoke with. Monty and I were irrelevant. Gods, how long has it been since they've seen a woman who is not a miner down here? Judging by everyone's obsession with Rachel, I guessed 100 years. Monty entered a code on the RTV's sparse console and told us to hang on. The vehicle lurched forward and then began to steadily accelerate before reaching a top speed of maybe 40 kilometers per hour. The track descended gently at first, but as the tunnel began banking left and right, the angle steepened, and we plummeted deeper into the mine. "Where are you from, kid?" I asked Monty from across the pod. "Here," he said. "Yeah, but before that, I mean. Still here, Mr. Flint." "Hold up, you mean to say you were born down here?" "A mine baby, they call us." "Us?" Rachel asked. "So there are a lot of you then?" "I don't know. What's a lot?" That raises an important question. I started to count 1 on my fingers. Well, a couple of questions, actually, but let's start with how many of you there are. "Mine babies? At least 100, maybe 30 the generation before mine." "Generation?" Rachel asked. I could tell she was trying not to show her dismay. "Are you saying there are several generations living down here?" "3, as far as I can tell. Mine's about 50 years old, give or take." "And all these people," I blinked, trying to rationalize how anyone could keep innocent lives underground for so long, let alone at all. "These miners of yours, they've been down here that long?" "Some haven't, some are new. People that were arrested or taken prisoner for one reason or another, but everyone else, yeah." "So you've never been anywhere else?" I asked. "I think he made that point, Flint," Rachel said, an edge to her tone. But I knew it wasn't directed at me. She was probably pissed, just like me. "That was the first time I've seen the sun," Monty said, his eyes trailing off to something in the distance. "It was beautiful." "Holy hells, kid. Are you serious?" Rachel leaned over, trying to catch Monty's eyes. "That was your first time out of the mine, Monty?" He nodded. "It was nicer than I imagined it would be, but I still felt scared." "Scared? Because the overseers might shoot you?" "No," Monty replied. "There weren't any walls to keep me safe." I caught Rachel's eye and held her gaze. If I'd hated Ozzy and his ilk before, I really hated them now. "Right," I said slowly. "Well, we're going to keep you safe, Monty. Walls or no walls." "I believe you," he replied. I was taken aback by the sincerity of the comment. "Just promise me that you'll take care of my mother, too." "We will," I said, then corrected it by saying, "I will." I considered Monty for another moment,
recognizing that this kid had grown up far too fast. He was 12, sure, but he was a hardened miner. He'd probably watched plenty of his people die. We hadn't even heard about his father yet, and here he was demanding that we help his mother.
"What's she suffering from?"
Rachel asked.
"The blight,"
Monty said.
"Clings to the walls. The deeper you go, the worse it gets." "How come you're not sick?"
she asked. He shrugged.
"Don't right well know. Seems to affect older people, adults and stuff. Most of us kids stay clear of it."
"They just put you higher in the mines?" I asked. But Monty shook his head.
"Nah, they put us just as deep as everyone else."
"And your father?" I asked. "Where's he at?" Monty lowered his head. "Hey, sorry, kid, I didn't mean—"
"They shot him."
Monty's lower lip trembled. Then a tear swelled in his eyes, skimming down his soot-stained cheek.
"He was just trying to get Mom some—"
He reached inside his shirt and pulled out the med pack I'd handed him.
"Some of this. And they shot him. Wasn't 3 weeks after that they raped my sister. Took her upstairs to the offices for more. When they brought her body back down, they'd slit her throat. Took me a whole day to—"
Monty choked.
"To clean her body."
"God, I'm so sorry, kid."
"So am I,"
he said, stuffing the pack back inside his shirt.
"I thought maybe I was really going to be able to help my family this time, to at least help my mother. With the artifacts."
"How do you mean, kid?"
"If you find something special down here, or if you strike a mist vein, you can get out. At least, that's what they say. But I'm not sure it's all true. They take you to see the Overlord, Mr. Oppenheimer."
"I'm guessing that from the sounds of what you said earlier, you showed him one of the artifacts you found?" I asked. Monty nodded.
"I just wanted my mother's freedom. I wanted to be able to take care of her, to make her well again."
"But he didn't let that happen, did he?"
"Nope. He kept the one I showed him, and then said I needed to find more for that to happen." "And you didn't tell him about the rest?"
Rachel asked.
"If he was really going to let me and my mother go, that one artifact would have bought her way out. No one has ever found something that important down here. That's when I knew it was bunk."
"Bunk?" I asked.
"Yeah, you know, bunk, scratch, a scam."
"Scam, got it."
"Anyway, I decided to keep the presence of the other artifacts to myself. Figured maybe they did something special, or, I don't know. I just didn't want to give up the only leverage I've ever had down here. So I led the overseers down a wrong tunnel and told them I'd found it at the end. They've had miners digging that direction ever since."
"You really are a smart kid," I said.
"Thanks, Mr. Flint. But right now I don't want to be smart. I just want to get my mother better."
"I hear you, kid. I hear you." I couldn't imagine how much this kid had seen in his short life. But I'd met kids like him before, back in the parts of Celion City that didn't make the Hollow brochures. They'd been forced to grow up too fast, too. And I hated it, because the majority of them ended up being perps that I had to lock away. Sure, they made stupid decisions and got caught for it, but I wasn't willing to put all the blame on them. Again, like gravity, life could be a bitch, and sometimes you just got dealt a bad hand. But how you played that hand made all the difference in the world for your future. And this kid, this one right here, he had a future. I believed that with all my heart. If only you can keep him alive, Flint. "Why are you willing to help us like this, Monty?" I finally asked. "I mean, you only met us half an hour ago. You sure we're not spies working for Ozzy just trying to lure would-be revolters out in the open to trap you?" He shook his head.
"Nah. For one thing, you're too nice to be lying."
"That's a first," I said.
Not you so much, Mr. Flint. I was more talking about Miss Rachel."
I looked at her. "This kid's a terrible judge of character."
"I beg to differ,"
she said, sitting up a little straighter.
"And second,
You picked the least important revolter if we had any. I mean, who wouldn't want a chance to challenge Ozzy and his overseers? But they're too strong, too many weapons."
Monty swallowed and then thought in silence for a second.
"Mr. Jones? He'd lead a revolt. Same with Mr. Longman. Draw those guys out and I see your point."
"But what if we're just using you to get deeper into your cell?"
"Then you're wasting your time."
"And how's that, kid?"
"Because I don't snitch."
"Even if we threaten your mom?" Monty turned his head slightly, studying me carefully.
"You really don't get it, do you?"
"Afraid not, kid," I replied.
"My mom's dead."
Rachel's eyes went wide.
"What?"
"Not today, and maybe not tomorrow,"
Monty replied.
"but she'll be dead soon enough. And how many more years do I have? 20? 30 if I'm lucky? We're all dead down here. It's just a matter of time."
Gods, there were few things sadder than a child in touch with their own mortality.
"So,"
Monty continued,
"even if you are lying, you've given me something that I've never had before, something I'd be happy dying for now that I've had it."
"And what's that?" I asked.
"Hope,"
he said. Damn, if this kid wasn't getting to me. I swallowed the lump in my throat and forced the tears from welling up in my eyes. The little bastard.
"Truth is, I've been trying to think of a way to save my people for the last couple of years, and to stick it to Ozzy and his men, but I'm—"
"What?" I asked. "Just a kid?" He lowered his eyes and nodded. "You know, when I was your age, I wanted to join a boxing gym." Monty raised his head toward me. "You know what that is, right, from your books?"
"Yeah,"
he said.
"You wear gloves and stand in a ring that's actually a square, and you fight each other with your fists."
"You got it." Well, I wanted to learn to box, to fight. But my old man, see, he said we didn't have the money, and looking back, we probably didn't. So I offered a deal to the owner of the gym. I proposed to be a sparring partner for every one of his fighters if he'd let me work out for free on my off time.
"Sparring partner?"
"Think a human punching bag,"
Rachel said. "Right," I replied. Anyway, he turned me down.
"Why?"
"Because who wants to spar with a kid?"
"So you didn't get to join the gym?"
Monty concluded. "Wrong," I said. I showed up, climbed into the ring, and stood there until one of the boxers took a swing at me.
"And you blocked it?"
"Hell's no, kid. I got the living shit beat out of me, but I kept getting up. I learned how to move with the fighters, learned their rhythms, and I learned how to take a punch without getting rattled. I was just a kid."
"But you learned how to fight with adults,"
Monty said. "We have a winner," I said to Rachel. "The point is, kid, don't let your age stop you. As far as I can tell, you're one of the brightest kids I've met in a long time, maybe ever. But I don't meet that many kids."
"You have any of your own?"
"Gods, no, don't ever ask me that again."
"I just thought that you and Miss Rachel—"
"No kids, kid, move on." He nodded. "We're going to save your people, and we can't do it without you, Monty."
"Really?"
"We need someone to open the door for us," Rachel said. "We need a gatekeeper."
"As in, open the door to the Enclave?"
Monty asked. "Not the physical door," I said. "Lars will take care of that."
"Your AI?"
"Right," I said. "We mean a proverbial gatekeeper, someone who can help connect us with your people. That person, Monty, is you." Monty looked between both of us a few times.
"You must really be desperate,"
he said at last. "How's that?"
"I'm the last person you want as this gatekeeper."
"Because you're just a kid?" Monty hesitated. I put my fists up and started shadow boxing in slow motion.
"I'll do what I can,"
Monty said, smiling at me.
"And that's all we're asking for."
Rachel placed a hand on Monty's shoulder.
"You'll do just fine."
"For now, let's check out this mine shaft of yours."
Monty stood up and walked toward the back of the pod, holding steady with the railings hanging from the ceiling. The vehicle continued to jostle back and forth as we plunged deeper into the planet. I saw the kid rummaging around in a storage locker. When he returned, he carried 3 full-face oxygen masks with small red canisters under the chin. "You're going to need these," he said, handing us each a mask. Then, pulling 3 new cartridges from his pants pockets, he added, "And take an extra air cartridge, too. Never hurts to have more than you think you'll need." "Is it that bad down here?" I asked. "You ever been in a mist mine, Mr. Flint?" "Can't say I have, kid." He nodded as if sizing me up. "First, these help keep the blight away. But that's the least of our concerns." "The least?" I asked. Monty nodded. "On the street, I hear mist is something you have to ingest or inject to get high. But down here, in its purest form, you just have to breathe it in." "I can think of worse things," I said, smiling at him. "Only it's so potent that you get about 3 whiffs before you're gone." "You can get high from it that fast?" I said. "Not high, Mr. Flint. Dead." "I guess that changes things." "Hey," Rachel said, fitting her mask's strap over her head, "at least you die happy." We walked down a curving corridor about 20 meters wide. My feet rose and fell with the sloped ridges that undulated every meter or so. The grooves were so predictable, so patterned, that only a machine could have made them. But for what purpose, I had no idea. I also noticed that the tunnel was hot. Damn hot. Unlike the barracks level that maintained a cool, even temperature, we'd arrived at a depth where lava and geothermal forces ruled. I even noticed certain patches of the walls and ceilings glowed red-hot. "How much further?" I asked Monty through the mask's short-range infrared comm system. "Just a little further," he replied. "We're almost there." While my feet seemed to clomp along on the peaks and troughs of the ridges, Rachel seemed to glide across them, bounding from one peak to the next with almost no effort. "Show off," I said. She didn't even bother to look at me. I was about to physically get her attention, thinking maybe our comm link had broken, when she raised her middle finger at me. "Classy, super classy, Rachel." "I do what I can," she replied, not missing a beat with her feet. So far, we hadn't seen a single other soul down here. I wasn't sure if I should be elated or concerned, but it was worth asking Monty about. "Where is everyone?" I asked. "You typically work this section alone?" "Nah," he said. "It's a mandatory rest period." "Not bad," I said, wondering if maybe Ozzy had at least some virtue in how they ran this operation. Given how much I was sweating, I imagined the miners couldn't work long in these conditions. "Like a break or a nap or something?" Monty didn't turn back to look at me, but his pace slowed for the quickest second. "No, for sleeping. 2 hours off, 10 hours on. Then we get a 6-hour extended rest session every other cycle." 2 hours? I asked with a strained voice. "Yeah, why? You seem surprised." Gods, I didn't have the heart to tell this kid that such expectations were insane and unhealthy, and probably one of the reasons everyone died so young. Changing subjects, I asked, "How much time do you think we have before everyone returns?" "Well, how long do you guess I've been helping you?" I hesitated. Why does that matter? Then I connected the dots. "Are you saying they pulled you from your sleep in order to help us?" "Yeah, Mr. Flint. But don't worry about me. If everything you're saying is true, then it was the best reason to miss sleep I can think of." Strange things happen when you stop thinking about a group of people and start thinking about an individual. Your mind works differently somehow. Before, I knew we needed to help these miners get free. But knowing some of Monty's story, knowing how much heart this kid had, it changed things. Now I would give my life for this kid to see sunlight again. By the gods, we were going to get him free or die trying.
Chapter 14. Monty led us into a small tunnel branching off the main corridor. Unlike the larger one, this tunnel had apparently been dug by hand, or at least by pneumatic jackhammer, judging by their prevalent numbers scattered throughout this section of the mine. "You dug all this yourself?" I asked Monty, impressed with the amount of work it must have taken if so.
"I did, Mr. Flint. It's not as hard as you think, if you take care of your equipment, that is."
He nodded at a jackhammer at the end of the tunnel. You know how to maintain it yourself?" I asked. The kid was 12, for crying out loud.
"I do. Fix almost everyone's broken gear down here. The overseers are slow and hate doing the work, even though they're supposed to help us. And most of our own mechanics are too old to be as fast as we need them to be."
"How fast do you need them to be?" asked Rachel.
"Fast enough that we don't get tased."
My thoughts went back to the sight of Monty getting shocked on the holo feed. "Seems you're a pretty handy guy to have around then." He shrugged.
"Just part of my job, I guess. Here, come this way."
He motioned us further into the tunnel. The ceiling height declined as we neared the end where his jackhammer lay. I was about to ask him why he was leading us down a dead end, when Monty sank to his knees and moved a sizable rock away from a hole about the size of his torso.
"In here."
Monty withdrew from the tunnel's end, allowing me to pass by, and handed me a flashlight. My heart was pounding as I realized I was about to lay my eyes on an artifact for the first time. I didn't even know what the damn things did, but I was excited to see one. After all, people had died for these contraptions, and if we weren't careful, any one of us could be next. Being significantly larger than Monty, I had to slide forward on my stomach, mask skimming along the rock floor. The stone was uncomfortably warm, and I couldn't imagine spending more than half an hour down here. Sweat ran down the inside of my mask as I pushed myself into the hole with my legs. Once partly in, I pointed my flashlight around and noticed I was passing through layers of composite materials, metals, plastics, cross-sections of trusses. Once I was buried past my hips, my head poked through into a small square space made of metal. I immediately noted how much cooler it was.
"What the hell's—"
"What do you see?" Rachel asked. I could hear the eagerness in her voice. "It's just a boxy little space," I replied. In the middle of an underground mine? This was nuts. And what were all those layers of material about?
"A little boxy space?"
Rachel repeated. "And no artifacts. What's going on, Monty?"
"No, that's just the first space," he said. "Push the panel to the left."
"Panel?" I laid my palm against the left wall. Unlike the rest of the tunnel, it was cool to the touch, and it felt loose. I pushed hard, and it gave way on one side. The thin metal wall flexed as I pushed it harder, barely able to see into a second, similarly sized compartment. But this one wasn't empty.
"Holy gods,"
I said.
"What do you see?"
Rachel was practically yelling in her microphone.
"I see—"
I shined my flashlight on 4 mysterious-looking devices slightly larger than my fist. These, I had no doubt, were our artifacts. My heart was beating in my ears. "Relax, Flint. Take a breath." I reached in and touched the nearest device. My fingers grazed it, and I could feel a chill run down my spine. For all I knew, Monty and I were the first people to touch these objects in hundreds of years, maybe thousands, who knew?
"I see artifacts," I said at last, unable to hide my exuberance.
"You do?"
Rachel asked.
"Gods, this is so exciting!"
"So these are what you're looking for?" asked Monty.
"Yes," I replied. "Well, I believe so. We won't know for sure until Lars sees them and runs his scans, but from everything we know about them, these devices certainly fit the profile."
One artifact had numerous flat sides,
making it appear more like a complex geodesic sphere, while another was more cube-like. But each device had small protrusions and extensions that made them unique from one another. What they all shared was the grayish finish covered in strange white etching, the troughs of which had a subtle blue tint. I placed the first one down and touched a second, examining it as best I could from my awkward position within the first small compartment, which begged the next question: what are these spaces?
I don't know, Mr. Flint, replied Monty. Your guess is as good as mine.
And you said you found the first artifact in this first chamber? I asked.
Yep, all by itself.
And you drilled through all that other stuff to get to it?
I did.
I started pulling the artifacts out of the second compartment and stowing them in the first, until I had all four. Then I slid out of the small channel part way so that I could start passing the artifacts back to Monty one at a time. I had to wiggle the devices past my chest and suck in my gut each time. But as I passed them back, I started noticing more details about the layers of material that Monty had dug through. There was a lot more to them than I'd first realized. I started noticing welds, rivets, and wires.
Rachel?
I asked, my voice rising.
Yeah.
I think you need to get in here and take a look at this.
Why? What for?
I pushed myself out the rest of the way and made room for her. Just take a look. I want to know what you think. Rachel looked at me, puzzled, but nodded. She slid past me and pressed herself into the opening Monty had made. She was up to her stomach when she said,
Flint, this is really interesting.
Uh-huh, I replied, inviting her to go on.
These layers, it seems like their order was meant to keep something out.
Uh-huh.
But Monty's drill made fairly quick work of them, it seems, which means they weren't built to withstand mining operations.
Keep going.
And the wire and connections are more reminiscent of...
She stopped. Of what? I asked.
A starship.
I looked at Monty, whose dark eyes went so wide I thought they might explode. Just what I was thinking, too.
Gods, Flint, what does this... I mean, how could
What's a starship doing buried in the ground all the way down here? Your guess is as good as mine, Rach.
And with artifacts in it.
She paused.
You don't think this ship...
I don't think anything right now, I replied, cutting her off. Not until we get a scan of this thing and try to figure out what we're actually looking at. For her part, Rachel sounded extremely interested in the presence of a starship down here. Granted, so was I. It was strange, absurd even. But the tone in Rachel's voice made me believe that she was extra excited, like she'd been hunting starships for a while and this was her first successful find. I looked at the kid. Monty, did you try and break through any of those other panels? He nodded so forcefully that his mask slid around on his face a little.
But I couldn't get any of them to budge, not like that left side did.
My guess is that those are storage lockers built into the side of the hull. Maybe along a bulkhead, it's hard to say.
So,
Monty said,
you're saying there's an entire starship right there?
He pointed at the hole. I don't know, kid. Maybe it crashed and this is just a piece. For all we know, it crashed here 1,000 years ago and this spot used to be on the surface.
Or maybe it got dragged down here,
Monty said, his voice turning to a whisper. I shined my light in his face. What did you say?
The monsters of the deep,
he said, as if reciting a line from a horrific bedtime story. He blocked my beam with his hand.
They're what made all the tunnels.
Monsters, I repeated, unconvinced. Monty nodded.
I never believed any of the elders. Mrs. Boneshaw mumbles about them all the time, but she's convinced these tubes weren't made by lava. They were made by the creatures that once lived down here.
How was someone supposed to respond to conjecture like that? I'd seen some pretty crazy-ass stuff in my day, but monsters who bored giant tunnels in a planet made of solid mineral deposits? I tended to agree with Monty. No way. We won't know anything more until we scan it, I said at last. But for now, we need to get these 4 artifacts back to the ship. You think it's safe if I keep digging through it? Monty asked. Safe? I looked back toward the hole as Rachel climbed out. Hard to say, kid. There could be a container of one thing or another on the other side of any of those panels, one nick and kaboom. Plus, we have no idea how old that thing is. The fact that you're not dead already seems cause enough for mild celebration. Like I said, let's run a scan and have Lars— Hey, who's down there? Shouted a voice from the tunnel's mouth. Overseers! Monty yelled. Hide! But there was nowhere to hide. I glanced down at the artifacts on the ground. A beam of light was moving toward us, and there was no way we'd be able to get the devices back into the opening in time without betraying the existence of Monty's find. Rachel tried shoving the rock back over the hole, but the overseer appeared before she was done. Well, what in Orion's asshole do we have here? The man asked through the external speaker on his mask. How dare you question me? I said, stalking out of the low-ceilinged tunnel toward him, hand reaching around my back for my RP-11. Do you have any idea who I am? I don't care who you are, said the overseer. You're doing something shady and— Hold on. What are those? Monty tried to use his body to cover the artifacts, but the kid was too skinny, and Rachel wasn't in a place to assist him, having just finished moving the rock. I felt my hand tighten around the pistol's handle. I'd have to do this fast, and then we'd need to run. The gun's report would echo down here for days. And where did you find them? The overseer eyed me suspiciously. Gods damn it, we were blown, and this guy knew it too. The overseer raised his shock rod toward me with one hand and tapped his ear with a finger. Brugman to base. I've got— The man never finished the call. A shovel came down on the man's head so hard that he dropped like a sack of flour and collapsed on the floor. But he wasn't simply knocked out. The shovel had struck him at an oblique angle, the side of which sank at least 3 centimeters into his skull. There, standing behind him, was an old woman with a wooden cane resting against her hip. Been wanting to do that for 40 years, she said from inside her own mask. Mrs. Boneshaw, Monty exclaimed. You— The kid looked at the body and the blood pouring from the overseer's fatal head wound. You're going to be in so much trouble for that? Not as much trouble as you're going to be in for discovering all those trinkets, she said, pointing her cane at the artifacts behind his back. Tapped into your channel and heard the whole thing. But by the sounds of it, you have yourself some friends who seem to have all our best interests in mind. Yes, they do, Mrs. Boneshaw. Then it seems we best get a move on. This dim-witted toad of a monster's ballsack won't stay hidden for long. Mrs. Boneshaw, your language! Don't you tell me what I can and can't say, runt. Might I remind you of what happened last time? I got it, Monty said, slipping around me. They'll be coming to investigate his call any minute. Which means we've got to hide the body, Rachel said, also moving out of the tunnel. I have just the place, said Mrs. Boneshaw. Then we need to get out of here. We need to get all of you out of here, I replied. Chapter 15. Damn, this guy ate too much, I said, hands slung under the dead overseer's bare armpits. I could only imagine the amount of times I'd need to wash my hands to get the smell off. Monty and I shuffled down the main tunnel, carrying the corpse toward a maintenance shed about 100 meters away. Rachel cradled the artifacts in her arms, while Mrs. Boneshaw led the way with a flashlight. So what's your story, lady? I asked the old woman. Been down here since the beginning of time, she replied, casting me a wry old smile. "Least that's what the young'uns say about me." "I can't imagine why," I replied. "Born down here?" "No," she replied. "Had a life once, back on Galago. Even had me a man." "What happened?" "I found a better one," she replied. It took me a second to catch her joke. This lady was a piece of work. "I mean—" "I know what you mean, Star Captain. Pirates captured the transport ship I was on. Took most of us hostage, at least those who didn't fight back. The ones they didn't keep as slaves, they sold to the highest bidder at Bower Ditch Auction." I knew the auction she spoke of. Everyone did. It was a slave outfit that constantly moved from system to system, avoiding the law. They bought and sold just about anything that could be stolen, but specialized in buying and selling people with only fast credits in mind. "And the mine's owner," I said. "He won the bid, I take it." She nodded. "That they did. Got their credits worth, too," Monty said, slightly out of breath. "Mrs. Boneshaw here can outwork most people and then some. Always figured it didn't matter who I was working for," said the old woman, "so long as I could be proud of my work and look myself in the mirror each night knowing I'd done my best." "Can't fault you for that," I said. "Of course not. The alternative is becoming a bitter old bitch. And nobody, I mean nobody, likes them." I chuckled. "Agreed." "And now," she said, arriving at the shed, "it's about time someone showed up and helped us escape, and you seem like good enough candidates." She worked the lock off and swung the doors open. Inside was a stack of jackhammers, supply tubes, oxygen masks, and toolboxes. Rachel set the artifacts down and helped Mrs. Boneshaw clear a path through the equipment just wide enough for us to pull the body inside. Then we covered it with random equipment until it was pretty much hidden. Rachel also found an old satchel large enough to hold the artifacts, then stuffed the devices inside. Mrs. Boneshaw closed the doors and returned the lock. "So what's the plan?" "The plan?" I asked. "Sure, the plan. How many ships you got? How many crew? You got an army up there waiting to charge in? If so, make sure to leave a pistol for me." Monty raised his hand. "Mrs. Boneshaw," I cut Monty off. "Ma'am, I'm not sure how much of our conversation you overheard on comms, but we don't have those things." "Pistols? That's fine. Rifles will do." "No, an army, I mean, reinforcements. It's just us." I nodded at Rachel. "The hell's it is," she replied. "Mrs. Boneshaw," Monty pleaded, "please, listen. You mean to tell me I just killed an overseer all for you two fancy-ass starship flying elites to tell me you're going to rescue us with fairy dust?" "Not fairy dust," I said. "But we do have an AI." "Oh, great," the old woman replied, making no attempt to veil her sarcasm. "Now you have a fancy-ass computer program, and you think you're saving the galaxy. My stars, we're saved now." To herself, she mumbled, "Well, you had a good run, Meredith. Swore you'd always fight back from then on, and you did. Killed one, too, right in the head. Least you can go out having done that." "Mrs. Boneshaw, we're working on a plan," said Monty. The kid looked to me, and then Rachel. "A plan?" the old woman asked. "That doesn't involve no fairy dust?" "Well," I said, wiping my hands on my pants, knowing they must royally stink, "maybe a little fairy dust." Suddenly, Lars's voice came over comms. "Mr. Reed, can you hear me?" "Loud and clear, buddy," I replied, turning aside. "What's up?" "Sir, Mr. Oppenheimer is requesting your and Rachel's presence in his office." "Tell him we'll be there in a little while," I said. "I'm afraid he is quite insistent that you show up now." "Insistent?" I tried to resist my brain's urge to jump to conclusions. On one hand, maybe Ozzy just wanted to see how the sample testing was going. Maybe he was bored and wanted to have more drinks. Or, more than likely, he was hoping to get some private time with Rachel. But the pessimist in me felt otherwise, and the knot in my stomach returned. Maybe Lars had missed a security camera, and Ozzy had overheard us. Or maybe he'd found a hole in our cover stories. Maybe he'd even contacted the McBride family and thrown my name around. The possibilities were endless, and I felt my anxiety level skyrocketing without having a single shred of evidence. "Fine," I said. "Tell him I'll be up in a few minutes."
"Just you, sir? He insisted that—"
"Rachel's not going anywhere near that bastard," I said, my temper flaring more quickly than I meant it to.
"Flint," Rachel said, "while I appreciate you looking out for me, it might be better if—"
"Don't do it, sweetie,"
Mrs. Boneshaw said suddenly, placing a hand on Rachel's arm. Rachel turned, looking as surprised as I was by the comment.
"If your beau there is talking about Oppenheimer, that there's a monster that rivals any of the ones down here. I've seen him do—"
The woman shuddered, and then seemed to choke on something. Once she'd composed herself, she said,
"Don't let him near you, darling."
There was something about the way the old woman spoke that sent a chill down my body. I caught Rachel's eye. "Why don't you go back to the Enclave with Monty and Mrs. Boneshaw? See if they can sneak you in so you can get the lay of the land. Start crunching numbers and work out how we get everyone clear." Rachel didn't protest, which surprised me. I wondered if Mrs. Boneshaw's words had the same effect on her that they'd had on me.
"Sounds good,"
she said.
"You sure you'll be okay?"
I nodded. "I'll let you and Lars know if I need help." Surprisingly, that was it. No protests, no alternate ideas. Rachel just went along with it. Apparently, even she had her limits on how close to an evil man she'd play. I had a sudden urge to thank Mrs. Boneshaw, but I also wondered what exactly she'd seen Ozzy do. We walked back up the main tunnel heading toward our RTV, when a crew of miners appeared around a corner led by two overseers. "Just what do you think you're doing?" asked the lead thug, calling the line of miners to a halt with a raised hand. This time, Monty raced forward.
"We're helping them with the mine samples for Mr. Oppenheimer,"
he said, pointing back at me, Rachel, and Boneshaw.
"These are the new buyers, Mr. Overseer."
"Shut up, kid," the thug said. I could see the man's expression change, even despite the glare of light on his mask. "I know who they are. I just didn't want you bothering them is all."
"I ain't bothering no one, Mr. Overseer, I swear."
The goon looked at me as we got closer. "He bothering you, sir?" "No more than a rat like him normally does," I replied in my most arrogant tone possible. "He may need a lesson when he gets back to you, however." The thug gave me a cruel smile. "Consider it done, sir." "That's what I like to hear. I'm going to be running a tight mine, Mr. "Rolson," the man replied, stretching out his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." I looked at his hand with disgust and pulled mine back. The thug thought better of his attempted handshake and resumed his grip on his prod. "Another time, perhaps," I said. "Right, yes, sir, another time." "Now get those slaves to work. We're behind schedule for the day." "Right away, sir." The man gave an awkward salute that didn't resemble any Union standard I'd ever seen, and started the miners off marching again. The sad slaves didn't even look up to acknowledge me. They simply marched forward, heading to their next shift. My heart sank as they passed, but not as much as it did with what Boneshaw said next.
"You just got them all whipped. You know, don't you?"
"Whipped?"
"Beat, yes, sir. Told them we were behind schedule, you did."
Son of a bitch. I sure as hells did. I'm sorry, I wasn't even thinking about that.
"Clearly,"
Boneshaw replied.
but you'll make it up to them.
I will.
You and your fairy dust, yes sirree. You're getting us out of here once and for all. I can feel it.
We marched on in silence, walking up to the RTV that had just delivered the band of miners we'd passed. It was empty now, doors ajar. As soon as we boarded and the doors closed, I yanked my damned mask off my head.
"Mr. Flint, no!"
Monty yelled. I turned around and saw the kid, hands extended toward me. He looked frantically between my mask and my face. That was when I took a breath and suddenly felt like the whole car got foggy. In slow motion, Monty pulled my mask back over my face, and Boneshaw slammed a glowing red button on the side of the car. I felt my clothes flutter as a gush of air blew past my body, filling the car with something. More fog, perhaps? The air got hazier, and everyone's faces started to glow.
"Mr. Flint, can you hear me?"
Monty asked, but his voice sounded far away. I wasn't worried, though. In fact, I felt the least anxious I'd felt in maybe my whole life. Come to think of it, I knew I'd been worried about something, maybe even a lot of somethings, but now I couldn't remember what they were. All my worries were fading away, leaving only happiness. "Hi, Monty," I said. "You're such a good kid." And I meant every word. I liked this kid. Hells, I thought maybe I even loved this kid. Couldn't be prouder of him if he was my own son. But his skin was so dark. Damn, maybe my skin was dark too. I looked at my arms, but they were glowing. I couldn't even tell what color they were.
"Sit down slowly, Mr. Flint," the boy said. "You took a hit of raw mist."
"Are we in a fish tank?" I asked. "It feels like we're swimming in here." I put my arms out and started to stroke through the haze. I felt my body move along the current. It's such a peaceful place.
"Easy, Mr. Flint,"
Monty said, holding my arm. Suddenly a woman appeared next to me, holding my other arm. "You are beautiful," I said. "Are you a princess?"
"You wish,"
replied the woman with a cackle that seemed to fill the car with color. Suddenly I started to remember this woman's name. "Mrs. Boneshaw?"
"The one,"
she replied. I felt myself fall into a chair made of clouds. It was the most comfortable chair I'd ever sat in. That's when another woman appeared. Her face was so striking that it felt as though my heart might burst. "You," I said, trying to utter the words that my heart wanted. "You're a goddess. A goddess." Then I started weeping. "You're the most beautiful being in the galaxy." I reached out to touch her face, but it was glowing so brightly and my tears flowed so strongly that my hands missed, landing on something soft and plump instead.
"Flint!"
the woman yelled, knocking my hands away. The sound startled me, and I jerked backward, falling deeper into the clouds. Then, without warning, the princess, who I previously thought was capable of no wrong, drove a knife into the side of my neck. At first there was no pain. It felt more like she had tickled me with her eyelashes. But I couldn't ignore the knife. A prick of heat flared from where the blade's point penetrated my neck. It started to spread wider and wider until it consumed my neck and shoulder. Before long, the heat had spread all the way down to my toes, and my body ached. I hated it. No, I despised it entirely. I wanted her to take the knife out, to let me go back to how I'd been moments ago.
"Mr. Reed,"
it was the princess's voice, but she wasn't looking nearly as princess-like as she'd been before.
"Mr. Reed, can you hear me?"
"My name," I said,
touching my throat. My voice sounded strange.
My name's Mr. Reed? Yes, the woman said, her face directly in mine. Can you look me in the eyes?
I did, wincing as soon as we made eye contact.
Oh, God, you're terrifying. Yup, the woman said. He's coming around. You okay, Flint? Came the other woman's voice, the goddess.
I blinked, trying to focus on her, thinking maybe her face would morph into something terrifying too. But it didn't. It was still.
Rachel. Yeah, it's me. What happened? You pulled your mask off before we flushed the pod, Monty said. Almost got yourself killed, you little asswipe, added Mrs. Boneshaw.
Flushed the pod? I asked. It still looked hazy, and I still felt buoyant, like I might float up to the ceiling if they let go of me.
With fresh air, Monty added. You took a big gulp of mist, but Mrs. Boneshaw gave you some gravity.
Gravity?
Not as in actual gravity. It's what we call the chemical that helps you recover more quickly from the effects of the raw mist. But you won't feel totally normal for a while still.
How long? Rachel asked. Her face still had a gentle glow about it.
A few hours,
Mrs. Boneshaw sang. No, she wasn't singing. She was speaking.
Maybe more.
A few hours? Rachel ran a hand over her hair.
But he has to go meet with Oppenheimer right now.
I'll be fine, Rachel, I said, reaching for her arm, but missing. I tried several more times to grab it until she took my hand. Just give me a few minutes.
I'm not too sure about this, Rachel said. Can you give him more of that gravity drug first? More? Boneshaw asked, her voice going up a whole octave. Miss, if I give him any more, he'll die of low blood pressure and a broken heart. That dose right there should have cleared him up better than this, but we take what we can get. Everyone's different.
Rachel looked at me for a moment. Maybe she wanted to kiss me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she wanted to kiss me. But I couldn't quite sit up to move in for my 50% of the action. Still, I leaned forward and puckered my lips as best I could.
Flint?
Rachel asked.
Yes? What are you doing?
You wanted to kiss me. I opened my eyes to see Rachel stare at Boneshaw.
We're all going to die.
Chapter 16. Our RTV pulled into the main station at the Enclave level, and the doors opened with a hiss. I was about to pull my mask on, not wanting another repeat of what had just happened, when Monty touched my arm.
You don't need that up here, Mr. Flint, remember?
That's right. We'd been up here without masks on, moving the scanners around. It wasn't until after we'd been in the pod for a while that we donned the masks. Thanks, kid, I said, lowering my arms.
You sure you're gonna be okay?
Rachel asked as we stepped out of the pod and onto the main loading dock. I nodded, but everything still looked like it was shrouded in a thick haze. Not as thick as before Mrs. Boneshaw had stuck me with her needle, but I could think straight. I'll be fine, I said. The truth was, however, that I'd never been high on raw mist before and had no idea how long these after effects would last. But I couldn't afford to keep Ozzy waiting, and Rachel needed to get cracking on an escape plan. Just get access to the Enclave, Rach. Gather as much intel as you can, and work with these two on a way to get everyone topside. I'll handle Ozzy and prep Victor with Lars.
And what if we find more artifacts?
Rachel asked.
I don't perceive that to be a problem.
Lars chimed in over comms. What do you got for us, pal? I asked.
With the scans 94% complete, I'm fairly confident that the 4 artifacts you already retrieved from the mines, along with the one remaining in Mr. Oppenheimer's office, are the only devices in the mine.
You're sure? I asked.
No, sir.
I cannot provide a conclusive finding until all the data is in. However, I can give you assurance value of 99.8945% at this present time." "So you're pretty sure," I said. "Works for me." "That means we don't have to worry about digging around in these mines anymore," Rachel added. "That is a logical conclusion, Miss Fontaine," Lars said. "However, it should be noted that I am detecting an energy reading from your previous location in the lower mine." "You mean by the starship?" I asked. "Affirmative." "What kind of energy reading?" Rachel asked. "I am uncertain." I considered the possibilities, but nothing made sense. "We don't have time to wait around. Lars, let us know if it turns into anything. For now, let's get to our respective—" Suddenly, I felt as though my words were pulled from my mouth, and a wave of vertigo made me swoon. The fog grew thicker, and I felt myself starting to fly again. "Flint?" I heard someone say from far away. Then all at once the sensation left, and I was back to normal. "Flint!" "What?" I asked Rachel, who was all up in my face, snapping her fingers at me. "You just went somewhere." "I'm fine," I insisted, pushing her hands away.
"It's the mist,"
Mrs. Boneshaw said.
"No two ways about it. Might be like that for another day or two."
"Another day or two," Rachel repeated, slack-jawed. Then to me she said, "Flint, you can't—" "I can, and I must, plus there's no time. We can't raise Ozzy's suspicions, and you've got to formulate a plan to get everyone out. I suggest you retrieve the scanners, too." I thought of the MX-090s and the multifunction grenades hidden in the bases. The weapons could come in real handy. "Right," she nodded, but she didn't seem convinced about my departure. "Gods, woman," I said. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you liked me or something." "Yeah, well, you'd be wrong there." "Then drop all this concerned crap, would you?" "What I'm concerned about is having to explain to Tiny why a crazed lunatic bit your face off." "He'll be fine," I said, waving her off. "Tiny loves me for my personality anyway." "Anyone could have told you that," she replied. I cocked my head at her, thinking of something smart to shoot back, when Rachel leaned forward and kissed me on the side of the cheek. "Take care of yourself. I'll see you soon." "See you soon," I replied, stunned by her genuine display of affection. This wasn't sex, wasn't lust, it was just care. Damn, I was going soft. "Sir?" Lars asked. "Go ahead, pal." "Mr. Oppenheimer has requested that you meet him in his secondary office." I slowed my pace. "He has a second office?" "Indeed, sir. It's located several floors below his main office. He says it's important he speak with you there." "You have directions?" "At your disposal now." I felt my wrist calm chime and rolled my hand over. The device glowed with an alert, signaling the arrival of new data. I activated the holo display and a map of the upper buildings appeared. "Proceed to the elevator and take the lift to sub-level 10, Lars instructed. "Can do," I replied, quickening my pace again. It took only another minute before I was at the elevator and had pressed the button to call the car. I stood around, waiting for the vehicle, watching fog move through the hallway. "What is it with you and me and elevators, buddy?" "Sir?" "Feels like we were just doing this together, you know?" "You are referring to our activity on Celion City?" "Yeah, what else would I be referring to?" "I'm not sure, sir. I'm simply trying to get used to your sentimentality, as well as your perception of the passage of time, using the descriptor just to refer to something that happened several weeks ago doesn't seem appropriate." "Gods, Lars, you sure do know how to ruin a moment." "What moment did I ruin, sir?" I chuckled. "All of them." "Oh." The elevator car arrived and the doors parted. I stepped inside, instantly aware of the urine smell coming from the corner, but within a moment the odor changed to that of flowers. I shook my head and blinked, watching the haze follow me into the elevator car as the doors closed.
More time must have passed than I realized because Lars had to ask me twice if I was going to push the icon for subfloor 10. "Thanks, buddy," I said, thumbing the right floor. "My pleasure, sir." There was a beat or two before Lars asked, "Are you feeling well, sir?" Gods, why does everyone keep asking me that? "Your pupil dilation is fluctuating as if your pulse, blood pressure, and your endorphin levels are spiking in waves." "Is that all?" "No. You're also exhibiting—" "I was kidding, pal, I get it. That mist hit really went to my head. And your circulatory system, nervous system. Has anyone told you that you overshare?" He paused. "Overshare, sir?" "Yeah, you're a classic oversharer is all." "I'm sorry. That term is not in my lexicon. However, I will initiate a Galnet search for all instances of the term in hopes of associating a workable definition." "That," I said suddenly. "This?" Lars replied. "You don't need to look it up, Lars. What you just did right there, that's oversharing." "But, sir, I was merely trying to—" "I know what you're trying to do, but when a guy is tripping out on mist and about to confront a former syndicate hitman one-on-one, you don't need to share so much detail about stuff." Again, there was another short pause as Lars's brain, or whatever he used, processed what I said. "I think I understand, sir." "Good. Great. Now—" The elevator halted, and I heard the cables jerk overhead. Gods, this thing is a death trap. No sooner did I think that, however, than I imagined the elevator car jiggling like a bowl of congealed dessert. It smelled fruity. I even thought about jumping in the car to make the dessert jiggle again. "Sir?" Lars said, snapping my attention back to the hallway that was appearing as the door opened in front of me. "I'm good, pal. Thanks." I stepped into the fog-filled hallway and checked the hollow map floating above my wrist again. The path, however, seemed blurry. Lars worked with me over comms to navigate the hallways, each one looking a little less industrial and a little more elegant, though nothing like the corridors we first walked through. Those were like I was in a fancy castle. "A fancy castle, sir?" Lars asked. "What did you say?" I replied. "What was that about a fancy castle?" "Who said anything about a fancy castle, pal?" Lars hesitated. "You did, sir." "The hell's I did?" Suddenly my own voice played in my ears, saying in a wistful tone, it was so pretty, like being inside a fancy castle. I massaged my forehead. "Sorry, Lars, I guess I'm not— the mist is really— What I mean to say was—" "You're still high, sir. I understand. And your secret's safe with me." "Thanks, 'cause if Rachel knew how bad it really was—" "She'd likely kill you, sir." "Right, and I prefer not to die today." "And yet you are about to speak with Mr. Oppenheimer while high." "Yeah. You think he scares me as much as Rachel?" "Valid point." I smiled. "You have arrived, sir," Lars informed me. I looked at a pair of gunmetal gray sliding doors. "In here?" "Correct, sir. I suggest you use the intercom system beside the door." "Right," I said, reaching for the call icon on the screen. I pressed the button and heard Ozzy's gravelly voice reply a beat later. His face appeared on the screen, cast in hard light that left a shadow across half his face. "Mr. McBride," he said, "and Miss— Where is Miss Mason?" "I've come alone," I said. "But I specifically asked—" "Are you going to open the doors or not, Oppenheimer?" I paused. "Lars, override these doors." "That's not necessary, Mr. McBride, please." The doors slid apart. "Come in." "Thank you," I said. My voice disappeared into a large room, the height and width of which I could only guess at. Like everything else, the office was filled with wispy tendrils of haze, ebbing and billowing like small cloud formations. Only in here the fog seemed thicker. maybe because the office was much darker than the hallway. It felt more like being down in the mines than in a space designed by the ostentatious Oswald Oppenheimer.
"That AI of yours is rather resourceful,"
Ozzy said from behind a small desk at the far end of the room. A single table lamp shone across his face at an angle. "So you finally noticed, did you?" I asked, trying not to sound surprised. Ozzy grinned.
"I try and stay attuned to all of the goings-on in my mind."
I would expect nothing less. I neared his desk and looked for a chair. Sitting down would help my head right now, help me focus. Ozzy seemed to read my thoughts.
"There are no chairs in here, Mr. McBride. I'm sorry, but I won't keep you long. I simply wanted you to see where I speak with the miners when I need to."
I must say you certainly went for a different design feel here. I like it. It's sparse, understated. It says I don't need to show off my wealth to prove I have power over you, you prancing, pathetic weaklings. Ozzy chuckled.
"Something like that."
He stood from behind his desk and moved toward me, eyeing me.
"Tell me, Mr. McBride, are you feeling all right, mate?"
"Feeling all right?" I echoed. "Of course I'm feeling all right. In fact, I feel fantastical." Fantastical? Fantastic, just fantastic. Damn it.
"You were, after all, in the mines, sampling the product, weren't you?"
I nodded. Yep, I was sampling the product, and it's good. So good. Top-notch.
"Yes."
Ozzy smothered his beard with a hand. Swirls of haze streamed out of it.
"Yes, it is."
"Sir," said Lars, "are you sure you're feeling all right?" I gave Lars a subtle,
"Mm-hmm." "And tell me, where did you say Miss Mason is?"
"She's also sampling the mist, Ozzy," I said, feeling like my body was growing lighter and lighter the more we talked.
"That's a shame. I was really hoping to see her again."
"I know. Too bad for you. Disappointment's a bitch, am I right?" Ozzy nodded.
"Anyway, I asked you up to find out what you think of the mines so far."
"So far?" I asked, nodding in what I hoped was a properly impressed fashion. "Not bad."
"The quality of the raw mist?"
"I'm enjoying it."
"I can see that,"
he said. The smile on the man's face seemed to start glowing.
"How about the miners?"
Ozzy asked. "Exquisite."
"Exquisite? You found the miners exquisite?"
I nodded.
"Then does that mean you wish to proceed with the mine's purchase?"
Ozzy asked. "I still have a few more items on my checklist, but—"
"But?"
"But?" I asked.
"No," said Ozzy. "You said but. I was just complimenting your butt."
"Complimenting my butt? What was this man talking about? I thought you were into Rachel." Ozzy laughed.
"I think you took one too many hits down there in my mind, mate,"
Ozzy said, walking toward me.
"Why don't you take a little while to—"
No, I'm fine," I insisted.
"You're sure?"
I nodded, but my head felt like it was disconnecting from my neck every time I swung it up and down. The motion seemed to pull me off my feet, like I was begging to fly, lifted up into the haze.
"You know what?"
Ozzy said, pulling out his cigar.
"Why don't I call a few of those exquisite little bastard miners to come and help return you to—"
"They're not bastards," I replied. My voice was stronger than I meant it to sound, but I couldn't help the tone. It was as if the truest words of my heart were shooting out of my chest, and I couldn't stop them. "They're people, you asshole, not animals, and you have no right to treat them the way you are."
"Hey, mate, listen."
"I mean, damn! You treat animals better than these people. What's wrong with you?"
"What's wrong with me?"
You might be a bad guy, I yelled, suddenly feeling as though Ozzy and I were circling one another as we floated up into a sky filled with clouds and light. But it's no reason to enslave innocent lives, all for the sake of your illegal mining operations. Excuse me? You heard me, I said. You're a bully, a murderer, and you need to be stopped. Mr. McBride. What? I think you need to consider your answer to my next question very carefully. Chapter 17. Who the fuck are you? Ozzy asked as he removed 2 pistols from behind his back. He pointed the weapons at my face, cocking both triggers at the same time. But the guns looked more like toys than anything I should be afraid of. In fact, the scene of this giant hulk of a man pointing children's toys at me made me laugh, harder than I anticipated. It was a deep giggle that rose up from the center of my belly. Within seconds, I was laughing so hard I was crying. My face hurt, my gut hurt. I hunched over, holding my stomach and wiping tears from my eyes. That's when I heard the sound of Ozzy laughing too. I peeked up just enough to see him lower the pistols and start to belly laugh with me. The cigar in the corner of his mouth bounced as he did, which made me laugh even more. Damn thing looked so funny sitting there flicking up and down. Gods, why was this so hilarious? You're a bully, he says. Ozzy said, roughly repeating my accusation from seconds ago. The man was laughing nearly as hard as I was. And you need to be stopped. Yeah, I replied, still doubled over in gut-wrenching laughter. You do. Oh, that's good, McBride. Ozzy stuffed 1 pistol in the back of his pants, pulled out his cigar, and wiped his eyes with the back of his forearm. That's real good, mate. Got me going there. I felt my laughter dying down and I was able to stand up straight again. All the energy I'd used seemed to have an effect on the haze in the room. It was thinning, but only mildly. You really got me. Yeah, got me too, I replied. I stretched my back, enjoying the last chuckles. Laughing was wonderful. I liked it. But I didn't like Ozzy. Why were we laughing together again? And you called the slaves exquisite, he added, stuffing the 2nd pistol behind his back, still smiling. Never heard that one before. You really did sample a little too much of the wares, mate. I sure did. But exquisite? He shook his head. You weren't far off. Some of those bitches are damned exotic. Put up a hell of a fight, too, and it's a right pity how many I kill after I had my way with them. But I can't let them go on living if they hurt me back. You know what I'm saying, mate. The haze was sucked out of the office in an instant. Suddenly I could see everything, feel everything in crisp, painful detail. I didn't know if the mist had finally worn off or if the adrenaline surge from my temper had just canceled all the effects. Either way, I was back, and this bastard needed to be taught a lesson. The tiny voice in my head reminded me I couldn't win against Ozzy in a fight. It was the same voice that told me not to slug the chief, and the same voice that told me not to fight with Heather. But did I listen? Hells no. For whatever reason, I pictured Monty's sister. I'd never met the girl, had no idea what she looked like or how old she'd been when Ozzy raped her and slit her throat. But it didn't matter. All that kid's grief surged into me, filling me with a rage so deep I had to let out or it was going to kill me. Suddenly, like a neutron bomb under a couch, my right fist exploded out from my shoulder and crushed Ozzy's nose. The cigar went flying as the giant man reeled from the blow. But the demon inside me had hardly been loosed. There was more, so much more. I delivered a left swing to the man's ribs, sure I felt a few of them give. A right hook landed against his left cheek, cracking something. either in my hand or his jaw. But it didn't matter. I drilled the man with my fists. Charges of stinging electricity shot up my arms as the pain tried to register in my brain, but I was moving too quickly to think about it. Finally, Ozzy brought his guard up, blood gushing from his nose. He roared something unintelligible and then charged me. I could see his right hand move back, readying for a punch to my gut. As his fist shot forward, I twisted to the left and felt the devastating blow graze my abdomen. He swung with his other fist, this time landing a blow on my back. The hit took my breath away. It dropped me to my knees, but I refused to go all the way down. I knew this was a bad position to be in. Granted, a referee would give a fighter time to stand back up in the ring, but this wasn't a boxing match. A hammer fist blow would be coming from my head and shoulders in a split second. I dropped my shoulder and rolled away from Ozzy, feeling the air move through the space I'd just occupied. My spine screamed in protest as I rolled to one knee, seeing Ozzy recover from a missed two-handed swing. Blood streamed through the air as the giant raised his head at me, shoulders low. He charged a second time, hands open and driving toward me. I made fists and brought them up under Ozzy's chin, smashing his jaw shut. But it was too little to deter his momentum. He plowed into me, hands clamping down on my biceps like vices. Blood splattered against my face and my body flew backward, crashing against the office floor. We slid to a halt before Ozzy released one hand and drilled a fist toward my head. But I twisted just in time for his knuckles to crack against the ground. He swore, arm recoiling from the missed strike. I brought my leg up, driving my knee into the burly man's groin. Unless the bastard was a eunuch, there wasn't a guy alive who wouldn't drop at a forceful strike to the nether regions. But Ozzy must have guessed my intent and rolled his hips just enough to keep the full energy of my attack at bay. My leg bumbled across his thighs. Ozzy returned the blow with one of his own, dropping a knee into my stomach as he tried to pin me to the floor with both hands. Again, the air was knocked out of me. But growing up as a human punching bag, I'd learned to keep fighting whether or not I could breathe. Ozzy's sudden focus on pinning me down, combined with the force he'd exerted on my gut, made him top-heavy, so I went with the advantage and brought both my legs up to strike him in the ass. Were it any other person, they would have been driven clear of me head first. The blow only managed to knock Ozzy forward one step. But that was all I needed. I slammed my boots back on the ground and used the treads to draw my own ass toward my heels. Once out from under him, I twisted and threw myself at his backside. Ozzy sailed forward, colliding with the wall adjacent to the door. I heard something crack as my own mass added to the impact against the barrier. But the giant spun, flinging me aside, and spit a mouthful of blood onto the ground. "You're dead," he said, seething, "and I'm going to enjoy devouring your flesh." "Yeah, well, you're dead too, Oppenheimer." I moved to withdraw my pistol from behind my back, but Ozzy withdrew one of his first. He said, pointing it at me. I abandoned the attempt and put my hands over my head. "So I'm dead too, am I, mate?" he asked, then chuckled. "I think you need to re-examine the facts." "Sir," came Lars's voice over comms. "Are you all right?" "No," I replied. "No?" questioned Ozzy. "Then I'm afraid you're going to die an ignorant son of a bitch." "Sir, can you confirm that you're in peril?" Lars asked. "Yes," I shouted. Ozzy winced. "Yes, you're an ignorant son of a bitch," I finished for him. "And yes, you're going to shoot me. But before you do, I just thought you should know that they're on their way here right now." "What are you talking about, McBride?" Ozzy asked, his face twisting into a crooked sneer. "They're entering the atmosphere, heading straight for the dock just as soon as possible." "Sir, if you're speaking to me, I am failing to make the connection." Ozzy shot me a face of mock surprise. "Are they? Who? The Syndicate? The families?" He scoffed. "They will be victorious," I proclaimed. "You're still on the mist, mate," said Ozzy. "And it's too bad, because your sources checked out, and you were going to be very wealthy. Instead, you're just going to make me more money." "Victorious, sir?" asked Lars.
Are you telling me that you wish for Victor to head to the docking port here above the mine?"
"Hells yeah, I am," I declared.
"Your gig is up, McBride, or whatever your real name is. You probably don't even work for them." Ozzy took a step toward me. "Do you have any idea how many times someone's tried to take over this mine? Granted, yours has been the most convincing by far. You almost had me."
"It doesn't change the fact that they're coming," I replied, "and there's nothing you can do to stop it."
"For the last time, who?"
"And what's their ETA?" I asked.
"What? Why are you asking me? You're the one making the claims."
10 minutes, sir," Lars replied.
"Hold on a sec, mate."
Ozzy used his pistol to motion me to turn my head, then took another step closer.
"What have we got here?"
He saw my earpiece.
"You're talking to someone? But that's
impossible. You really should get a Lars."
"A what?"
"A Lars. Could have prevented this." I extended my arm in a quick jab so fast it snapped Ozzy's head back. His pistol fired, shooting into the ceiling. I wrested the firearm from his hand, manipulating the mechanics of his thumb joint. The weapon clattered to the ground, and Ozzy groaned, covering his mouth with his free hand. I punched him again, this time striking his throat. The man buckled, letting out a hoarse gasp. With any luck, I'd broken his windpipe. But I wasn't so lucky. He bent and reached for his pistol.
"I'm opening Oppenheimer's office for you now," Lars said.
The doors had barely parted when I lunged toward them. I was still in midair, flying into the hallway, when the first bullet whizzed so close to my head that the breaking air was louder than the muzzle report. By the time I slammed into the corridor's far wall, 3 more rounds had struck above my head, showering me with debris.
"Close 'em!" I ordered Lars. "Close 'em right now!"
Ozzy stepped toward me, firing as the doors snapped tight. Small dimples appeared in the metal as more bullets made pockmarks on the other side. Then a loud thud resonated as Ozzy punched or kicked the doors, screaming at me from the other side.
"I'm going to kill you, McBride!"
Another monstrous strike shook the doors.
"I'm going to eviscerate you, mate, then eat you for supper."
"Hey, Rachel," I asked over comms.
"Go ahead, Flint.
Change of plan. We gotta get everyone out. Now." Chapter 18.
"What do you mean we have to get everyone out now?"
Rachel's voice sounded strained and pissed. She was clearly strained and pissed. I was heading back down the hallway at a full run, sliding around turns and slamming into walls. How can I make this more clear? Oh, I know. Ozzy is trying to kill me, and whatever window we had before, well, it just got very, very small.
"At the next intersection," Lars said, "turn left."
"Shit, Flint," Rachel said. "What did you do?" "Nothing. The guy's
You slugged him, didn't you?"
she stated matter-of-factly.
"I can confirm that, Miss Fontaine," replied Lars.
"Lars!" I yelled in rebuke.
"Based solely upon audio diagnostics, the samples I have immediately preceding the deterioration of Mr. Reed's and Mr. Oppenheimer's discourse are punctuated with sound waves consistent with a fist striking a human skull in the nasal cavity."
"Can we save the science lesson for later, pal?" I asked.
"The elevator is directly ahead, sir, and yes, we can save the lesson on acoustic analysis, though I was merely trying to—"
Automatic weapons fire sounded from further down the hallway. "Quit trying to impress Rachel and close these goddamned elevator doors."
"As you wish, sir."
I dove through the opening as the doors closed, slamming against the car. A line of bullets stitched up the back wall and then dented the backside of the elevator doors. I reached up and hit the icon for the lowest level. A soft chime sounded and the car lurched downward. Suddenly a klaxon began to sound. I didn't need a play-by-play in order to know it was for me. Still, Lars felt obligated to provide a detailed explanation.
"Sir, due to the conflict you initiated with Mr. Oppenheimer, he has initiated the mine's Level 5 security protocol, which effectively renders the mine unnavigable."
As in, doors shut, elevator stopped?
Correct, sir.
But I'm still descending.
Of course, sir. As you are fond of saying, they don't have a me.
I could kiss you on the mouth right now, buddy.
Not only is that physically impossible, but given your affinity for the opposite sex, it is highly improbable.
But there are certain times when it's absolutely requirable.
You just made that word up, sir.
I did, Lars, and I'm proud of it. Rachel, what are we looking at down there? I need to know what I'm walking into.
Well, there was a pause, followed by footsteps, like Rachel was trying to move apart from someone in order to keep talking. I could hear the klaxon coming through on her earpiece, too, which meant the alert must have been mile-wide. As far as I can tell, we have about 500 souls down here.
I'm sorry, Rachel, you broke up there. It sounded like you said
500, she repeated.
Gods damn it. That was way more than I thought. I was seriously starting to object to my earlier judgment call of punching Ozzy. This wasn't going to be some minor escape effort. It was a full-scale mass evacuation. Gods damn it!
You already mentioned that, sir.
Shut up, Lars.
Shutting up, sir.
Rachel, do you have any leads on escape routes?
Interesting that you should ask, she said. It seems the miners have been working on a side hustle for several decades. There's a back tunnel that Lars picked up in his scans. Monty took me to it.
I feel a big butt coming on here, I said.
Sir, what do big butts have to do with—
Shut up, Lars. Gods!
Right, Rachel continued. First off, it's not exactly finished.
Meaning?
There's no exit. They haven't broken through to the surface yet.
And second?
It's pretty treacherous, as in steep and narrow. One person at a time. A few sections are straight up.
That's not good, I said.
I agree. The main elevator is still our best bet.
And divide by 500 people. I tried to do the math in my head. As luck would have it, I didn't need to. I had an AI to do it for me, all in an obnoxious, know-it-all voice that I felt like strangling at times like this.
Sir, 500 passengers divided by 10, the maximum allowed in the elevator car, multiplied by a 4-minute round trip to the surface and back equals 3 hours, 20 minutes.
That's no good either, I said. We need more options.
Sir, if I may?
Go ahead, Lars.
Well, it's not an option, sir. Rather, I have additional information which you may—
Spit it out, buddy.
The energy reading I detected earlier is growing.
Can you be more specific? Do I really need to ask him that?
From the starship you discovered the artifacts in, sir.
Got it. What about it?
As I said, it's growing.
And that means?
I'm detecting what I think might be an eventual power surge of some kind. There seems to be an oscillating feedback loop.
Like maybe a drive core meltdown?
Perhaps, though this ship appears to be so old I am unable to determine what state its power system is in, let alone the composition of its—
Let's go with first possible scenarios, pal. That way anything less is a disappointment we can live with.
As opposed to surprises, we can't,
Rachel added. Right.
In that case, Lars said, I would propose that all your probing around down there inadvertently activated a self-destruct protocol, which, due to the vessel's age, was delayed, but may have a payload amplified by the mine's compression.
Spit it out, Lars, I yelled.
You're looking at a neutron explosion capable of collapsing the entire mine, and possibly swallowing most of the mountain, including all the upper structures.
Was that so hard? I asked, running a hand down my face.
How much time do we have?
Rachel asked. While I can't be conclusive, Miss Fontaine, signs show that—
Lars! I yelled.
35 minutes, Miss Fontaine.
I repeated the number in a tone of grim acceptance.
There's no way,
Rachel said.
All these people
are going to survive, I said. We're going to get them out. It's what we do, remember?
White Knight,
I smirked, and you're my princess.
No, Mrs. Boneshaw's your princess. I'm your goddess.
Wait, I called you both.
Sure did.
Lars? I asked.
Yes, sir.
Remind me to lay off the mist.
As you wish, sir.
The elevator car slowed and then jerked to a halt on the bottom floor.
To the left, sir, the AI instructed, toward the RTV port. 73 meters beyond that you will find the entrance to the barracks in which—
What did you say?
The barracks, sir. The enclave where all the miners—
No, before that.
The RTVs. I fail to understand what end your limited intellect is trying to reason towards, sir.
Somehow I don't think you were trying to insult me, buddy, and yet you still did. I set off at a run toward the beginning of the mine's underground transportation system. I have an idea.
Sir, if you are thinking that the RTVs have a route to the surface, I regret to inform you that all stops along the tunnels large enough to accommodate them are underground.
Sure, I said, starting to breathe heavier.
Whatever you're thinking, Flint, Rachel said, you'd better do it fast. I have an entire town here starting to get worked up over this emergency alert.
Lars, about that. Can you shut off the klaxon?
Of course, sir.
A beat later, and the infernal warning pulses stopped. Thanks, pal.
At your service, sir. Sir, please be advised.
I rounded a corner, coming up on the main hub for the transports, when I saw two overseers look up at me. I skidded to a stop, pulled my pistol from behind my back, and started backpedaling. Bullets ricocheted off the stone around me, spiraling off into the tunnel I'd just run through. I took cover around the corner as the men started heading toward me. Damn it, Lars! You could have warned me!
I attempted to, but you talked too much.
I talk too much? You think I talk too much? I leaned around the corner, pushed my pistol away from my chest, and sighted in on the foremost thug. He was running with his weapon in low ready position. I squeezed the trigger, then a single round leaped from my weapon and struck the man in the upper chest just below the throat. Since it was obvious he wasn't wearing body armor, I knew the bullet would crack his sternum, pierce his lungs, and probably nick his spine if I was lucky. Either way, he was down, crashing to the floor in an instant. The second overseer leaped over his former partner, but managed to raise his weapon and fire off another string of bullets. I retreated, but only for a second. As soon as the burst ended, I leaned out again and fired, putting 2 rounds center mass. The man clutched his chest and fell forward, landing not far from the first body.
You are clear to proceed, sir, Lars said.
Now he tells me. I ran to the dead men and stripped them of their weapons, slinging the rifles over my shoulder. We'd need to arm as many of the miners as possible. Up ahead, I saw the first of several vehicles, doors open and ready to take miners to their shifts. But as I approached the line, I looked into the tunnel's inky blackness in the opposite direction. Lars, where does this tunnel lead?
It's a dead end, sir.
I assume that, pal, but what I mean is, these cars had to get down here somehow, right?
Correct, sir. While the track does end about 132 meters around the bend to the left, there is a vertical shaft that extends all the way to the—
Oh is right, pal.
What's oh? Rachel asked. I've never heard Lars say oh.
Oh, I said, is figuring out how these cars got down here in the first place. The answer is—
They descended down an access chute.
Hey, that was my line, I said.
Which means—
No, I get to say it, I said, interrupting her.
They could ascend when they need to be repaired or swapped out, Rachel concluded.
Damn it, Rachel.
Sorry. Mr. Reeder's right, Lars said. Or rather, Miss Fontaine is right. While the shaft was sealed after their installation, there does seem to be a proprietary mechanism for opening the chute, allowing the pods to ascend and be serviced. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Flint? Rachel asked.
Load the passengers up and return to sender, I said, turning back to count the RTVs. Lars, how many we got in the system?
15, sir. But with a maximum capacity of 25 people per pod, that leaves us
75 people short, I said.
Correct.
Then we're just going to have to cram 'em in, Rachel said.
Lars, what's each RTV's ascent rate? I asked.
There are two ways the vehicles can be taken to the surface. One method is by way of mechanical winch. The other is by diverting significant power to the vehicle's undercarriage repulsor panels and shutting down the top ones. Which way's the fastest? I asked, feeling like I already knew the answer. The latter. However, it is typically used for emergencies only, or when a pod is being retired. I don't know about you, but I think both cases are true for us. Agreed, sir. However, I feel it's worth noting that according to the schematics I have access to, diverting power to the vehicle's repulsor panels in the measure we will need is an all-or-nothing action. Meaning, the ascent will be very quick. Works for me, and perhaps catastrophic, given how much weight you'll be attempting to move. I thought it through. You're saying these pods aren't designed to ascend when they're full of people? Precisely, sir. I'll need to accelerate the pods in such a way that they overcome the planet's gravity, achieving the proper velocity before the panels blow out, but limiting the burst such that the pods don't blow out the ceiling of whatever building awaits us, I finished. Precisely, sir. And you can do that? I am 78.91% confident in my ability to account for each pod's total mass, distance traveled, and destination coordinates. I was really hoping for 79%, but I suppose that will have to do. I'm sorry to disappoint you, sir. Cards, Lars, I was kidding. Ah. He paused as if considering his next words. You cheeky bastard, you. Lars's deadpan humor aside, I took a second to process this crazy plan we were forming on the fly. Have any better ideas? I asked. I don't, Rachel said. Nor do I, Lars added. Then, I say, we go with this. How soon can you open the chute, Lars? I can't, sir. I froze. What do you mean you can't? That's what I meant when I said proprietary mechanism. The chute's surface barricade is controlled by an independent system not tied into the rest of the mine's control center. I expect this is because of how little it is used, and therefore— So what you're saying is that one of us needs to go up and activate it manually? That's correct, sir. And let me guess, I added. There are 30 flights of stairs to get up there. No. But there is a wall-mounted lift platform capable of carrying one person to the barricade. Sounds like a delightful way to defy death, I murmured. Lars, can you make sure all the pods are lined up and ready to go? Affirmative. Rachel, I'm headed your way now. Sounds good, she replied. There are 2 other outstanding issues, sir, Lars said. Let's hear them, I said, taking off toward the Enclave's main door. Once the miners reach the surface, I anticipate considerable resistance from Oppenheimer's men. I might have a bright idea about that, but I'll need to get back to you. As you wish, sir. And the second? Victor's ship, sir. What about it? It's a civilian light freighter, sir. I gave Lars a puzzled look, even though I knew he couldn't see it. I don't see the problem. 500 people is a fraction of that ship's capacity. It's not the ship's tonnage allowance that concerns me. It's where to dock it, Rachel added. Damn it, I replied, rounding a corner to face the barracks door. Just then, I heard an RTV arrive in the port behind me. Sir, miners are returning early due to the emergency alert. Got it, I said, looking for a place to hide. I darted to a cluster of crates and rusty equipment standing opposite the book rack's massive gate. 15 seconds, Lars said. I raised my pistol and considered my next actions carefully. The last thing I wanted was to jeopardize the miners' lives, but not taking these thugs meant more for us to handle later. I count 2 overseers, Lars said. Copy that. Seems easy enough. Perhaps, Lars said. I cocked my head sideways. What's that supposed to mean? Well, sir, the mine-wide Level 5 alert apparently recalls all thugs in the mines and orders them to secure all exits and the slaves. Precisely, sir. Rachel, I said, better get ready for a standoff. Chapter 19. The overseers escorting the returning miners came around the corner. One in front of the group, one in the rear. There was no way I could take a shot on the foremost guard without jeopardizing the slaves. Unlike the Hollow movies, bullets that missed your target kept going into whatever thing or person was behind. The rear guard wasn't any better. I wasn't about to risk a shot with so many people in the way.
"Rachel," I whispered, "what's the condition inside?"
"Well,"
she paused, presumably to look around.
"everyone seems pretty excited about my presence, and Monty and Mrs. Boneshaw have been spreading the word about an escape. Any chance you can get them back to normal? Why's that? I don't think I can dispatch these two goons without harming the miners. It'd be nice if they just sent them back in the barracks and then went on their way." "Let me see what I can do," she replied. "And do it fast. They're almost to the gate."
I heard Rachel start shouting to get everyone's attention. It took her a good 10 seconds to get the people to simmer down, and another 10 to explain that they needed to remain quiet.
"I'm not gonna lie, Flint,"
Rachel said, whispering as the first guard approached the large metallic door.
"Everyone's pretty amped in here."
"And that should concern me because—"
No, stay back from the door,"
Rachel hissed at someone.
"You too!"
"Rachel!" I watched as the lead guard punched in a security code.
"I think they want blood, Flint."
"Can you blame them?" I asked.
"No, but they— Hey, get back!"
I heard some rustling.
"Flint, this might not be—"
Too late. The keypad accepted the code, and the massive metallic door rose upward from the ground. The foremost guard held his electric prod at the ready, but I could tell he was lazy. Had he known what was about to happen, he would have walked into the barracks differently. A scream came from inside the enclave as 20 men and women surged forward. Rachel yelled something over comms. I guessed it was an attempt to get everyone to stop. But they didn't. The thug looked up. While I couldn't see his face, I was sure he was in total shock. The man screamed as the slaves fell upon him, with Mrs. Boneshaw at the head of the pack. That woman was a beast. I only saw one miner's body fly out of the scrum, obviously taking the brunt of the prod's charge, but that was it. Seeing the mayhem, the miners in line turned on the guard behind them. The man screamed obscenities, fending them off with his prod for exactly 3 seconds. I know it was 3 because that's how long I counted before slipping out from my hideout with my pistol extended toward the back of the man's head. "Drop your weapon," I said, summoning all my years as a cop. The guard froze and the miner's eyes went wide. The sound of the prod clattering to the floor was the only bell the miners needed before attacking the thud and, quite literally, tearing him to shreds. If I had any doubts what decades of pent-up abuse-fueled anxiety looked like, I didn't need to look any further than the gruesome scene that played out in front of me. Interestingly, it only lasted for about 30 seconds. "Get inside, Flint!" I heard Rachel yell, this time more in the open air than in my comm. She stood about 15 paces away, just inside the barracks. "Off him!" I ordered the miners. "Get off him and get inside!" The miners looked up from their grisly work and examined me. I had a weapon, which their eyes immediately went to, but unlike the overseers, I wasn't pointing it at them. I said, "Get inside!" The miners turned and filed through the gate as others inside waved them in. Rachel was there too, pulling people forward. Come in," she repeated. Then she looked at me. "Didn't even have to fire a shot, did you?" "Seems not," I replied, stowing the pistol against the small of my back again. "Lars, at your service, sir. Can you seal us back up? We need as much time as we can to figure this thing out. No one else gets through until I say." "As you wish, sir. Please stand clear." A short warning chime indicated that the door was about to lower. It continued to pulse, along with a swirling red light, until the barrier was firmly in place. Monty and Mrs. Boneshaw led me to a central square in the middle of the camp. It was filled with benches, a few fire pits, and several sleeping mats. But more than anything, it was filled with people. Soot-stained, bruise-covered people who seemed to be watching me with bated breath. A hush fell over the crowd as the old woman all but shoved me up a short set of stairs to a wooden platform that they'd erected in the middle of the square. It had all happened so fast. It didn't dawn on me until the very last second that they expected me to say something, which was probably a good thing, seeing as how I've never been one for public speech-giving. "Hey," I said, pocketing my hand after it gave a quick wave. "It's nice to meet you all. I'm Flint." 500 sets of eyes blinked back at me. I turned slowly, surveying them. Their faces were tortured. There was pain, confusion, frustration, but above all, grief. So much of it that I suddenly felt a level of compassion for these people that startled me. Up until this point, the thought of saving everyone meant it was a good deed, like saving a kid like Monty or an elderly woman like Boneshaw, though the woman clearly didn't need much help. Now, however, I saw real people, enslaved, with names and faces and sets of eyes that were looking to me with a new emotion, one they probably hadn't held for years. And God slay me if I was going to let them down today. You've probably heard the rumors by now that we, Rachel and I, have come to help get you out of here. Well, the rumors are true. A murmur went up from the crowd as they looked around at one another. I'm not going to lie, I was kind of hoping that they'd be a little more enthusiastic. A round of applause or even a little cheer would have been nice. But then again, the rescue team was only comprised of me, Rachel, and our invisible AI. Victor, too, if he was on site. But the sight of two outsiders wasn't exactly praiseworthy. I know Rachel and I don't look like much, but I can assure you we have means at our disposal that will help get you to freedom if you do exactly what we say. How do we know they're not here to get us in trouble? Someone cried out from the back. It was met with several shouts of approval. And who's to say this ain't some trap? Someone else asked. Nay, he let us kill those motherfuckers right there in the corridor, yelled an old man standing proud with his cane pointing back toward the exit. No one's going to let us do that. Save the real thing. These comments were giving way to an argument that was quickly derailing the entire point of having a meeting like this. I tried raising my hands and getting everyone to settle, but things were getting out of hand. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. Lars, I asked. Yes, sir. Any chance you can make your presence known here? How do you mean, sir? I shrugged out of habit. I don't know, something that displays your awesome power or wonders or something. Just make a big introduction that helps shut them up and reassures them of our ability to save them. As you wish, sir. There was a moment's hesitation while I looked out at the pandemonium overrunning the camp. Monty and Boneshaw were wading into the fray, trying to calm everyone down, but the people were growing hysterical faster than they could work. All at once, the enclave's lights dimmed, and a loud voice boomed over the speakers embedded in the stone ceiling. To the community of those living inside Meldorn Mine's minor barracks, this is one of the gods. Lars, I hissed. What in the world are you doing? Instantly the chamber went dead silent. I am Lars, the all-powerful supreme galactic overlord from the fifth dimension. Fifth what? I asked, practically spitting the words out. But Lars was apparently undeterred. And I have sent forth my worthy messengers, Flint and Rachel, to help save you. Several miners sat down, swooning and overcome with awe. Messengers? I asked in disbelief. Listen to them now. The lights flickered, and the ground trembled. For the words they bring to you are life and not death. Lars, the all-powerful
All-Powerful has decreed it." When the lights came back up, the miners were visibly shaking, but all eyes were fixed on me. Several miners bowed low, while others pushed Rachel on stage to join me. She bumped into my side and apologized. "How was that?" Lars asked in our comms. "Remember the flower bomb?" I asked, recalling the explosion on top of Araga's tower. "Of course, sir. I am an AI and do not forget anything unless my programming is corrupted or my hardware is damaged, neither of which has transpired since that event." "I think you overdid it." Lars waited to reply, then said, "Well, at least I helped you achieve your goals, and I quote, to help shut them up and reassure them of our ability to help save them." "He has a point," Rachel added. "Yeah, but I'm going to have to refer to him as Lars the All-Powerful from now on." "It's an unintentional byproduct of the circumstances," Lars said. "Not going to happen, pal." "Not even once?" Lars asked. "Not a chance, pal." Rachel nudged me. "Talk to them, Flint." "I will," I said, facing the inevitable. "One more thing, Lars." "Of course, sir." "How do you get the floor to vibrate?" "I beg your pardon, sir?" "The floors. With your whole God's complex routine, how do you get them to shake?" A momentary silence filled our comms. "That was not my doing. Instead, sensors seem to indicate those tremors originated from very deep within the mine, sir." "The mine? Does it have anything to do with the starship's drive core?" "Not as far as I can tell, though its feedback loop does appear to be escalating as predicted. No, those vibrations are emanating from a point behind the range of our scanners. My apologies, sir." "Flint," Rachel said. She nodded to the people who were still in a state of shock. "Right." I coughed once, and then cleared my throat. "Listen, folks, like Lars, the All-Powerful," the AI interrupted. I gritted my teeth. "Like Lars—" "Fine. Lars, the truly wondrous beyond all your—" "Like Lars the All-Powerful said, Rachel and I are here to help you escape. But it's going to take everyone working together for this to work. It means we cooperate, we look out for one another, and we do this as a team. Copy?" "I don't think they know police speak, Flint," Rachel whispered beside me. I cleared my throat again. "You understand?" I saw the majority of the people nod at me. "Good. Rachel is going to help coordinate getting the sick and the elderly out first, but she'll need the help of those strongest among you. If you're able to help her, I want you moving over here." I pointed to a wide space to my left. People were already starting to move. "In a second!" I felt like a school teacher with an overeager class. "Meanwhile, I'm going to need all those who are familiar with weapons over here." I pointed to another clearing to my right. "If you have experience shooting, even better. If you're in neither of those two groups, I want you forming a line beginning over there." I pointed to a location about 20 yards from the main gate. "You'll wait your turn to exit the barracks when we tell you, in groups of 35. "Why 35, Mr. Flint?" someone asked from the crowd. "Yeah, what's Lars the All-Powerful's plan?" asked another. "Lars the—" I shut my mouth and then turned to speak into my shoulder. "Lars, if I ever get my hands on you—" "It's been a pleasure to be of service, sir," the AI replied. "What are we supposed to do?" a third person asked, with several other people vocally encouraging the question. "Better give them something," Rachel replied. "We're going to be using the RTVs to shoot everyone to the surface." "Not shoot," Rachel said. "Don't scare them." "To usher everyone to the surface." "Better," she said. "Since we don't have a lot of time, we're going to be filling the RTVs with more people than normal, which means you'll have to squish, but be patient with one another. The ride will only last a few seconds." "A few seconds?" someone asked. "Think of it like a thrill park ride." I looked out at the seas of faces. Only a handful of heads nodded in understanding, and the rest just blinked.
Gods, they really are sheltered. Can you blame them? Rachel asked. Nope, I sighed. Listen, just wait your turn to file into a pod, make room for others, and then hold on, got it? More nods this time. Good. Lastly, I'm going to need one volunteer with climbing experience for a special errand, but I'm not going to lie, it's not the safest thing. A hand went up right in front of me. Okay, I stopped. It was Monty. No way, kid, put your hand down. Please, Mr. Flint, I can do whatever. Any other volunteers? I asked. Let him help, Flint, Rachel said. I spun on her and whispered, I want someone to carry an explosive to the top of the miner's secret tunnel they've been working on. Oh, she said, a look of realization dawning on her face. Exactly. Not Monty. Mr. Flint, I heard you. I know that tunnel well. Been working on it myself over the years. I can get up and back quickly. I glanced down at Monty, then back at Rachel. I say let him do it, she said. He wants to help, and right now, we don't have a lot of options. Plus, I bet he's faster than anyone else. I took a deep breath. Fine, kid. But if you die, I'm going to be so pissed at you. I won't die, Mr. Flint. I stared at him for one more beat, hoping I wasn't damning this kid to the abyss. Then, to the crowd, I ordered, To your sections! Chapter 20. You still haven't explained this part of your plan, Rachel said over my shoulder. I was busy stuffing 3 of Araga's multi-function grenades that Rachel had retrieved from the scanner crates into a backpack for Monty. And for the record, I don't like that you're giving a kid grenades. We need a diversion, I said. I could feel Rachel studying the back of my head. To keep all these men away from the top of the pod chute? Exactly, I replied. They'll be expecting us to use the main elevator or a back door, so we need an excuse to keep them focused on one of those for as long as possible. With Lars's help, we might even be able to split their forces for a while. Monty here is taking the long trip up the shaft that his people have been working on for the last few decades. Then, once he's to the top, I patted Monty on the shoulder. Once I'm at the top, Monty continued, I place the grenades in a triangle pattern and activate their linked timer system with this. He pulled a small remote from his pocket. Why not just remote detonate them once he's clear? Rachel asked. It was Lars's turn to jump in. I'm afraid the mine's density will not allow it, Miss Fontaine. Gotcha, she said, nodding. Just like the comms. Precisely, he replied. How much time did he give you to get back down? Rachel pulled Monty's hand up to look at the remote's display. Her face went pale. 3 minutes? Are you crazy, Flint? Rachel, listen. That gives me plenty of time, Monty interjected. I only need 2 minutes to... He needs more time, Rachel said. He can't have more time. My tone was too harsh, but the clock was ticking. Rachel, listen. None of us have enough time. If Monty says he can get back down in 2 minutes, we have to trust him. That gives him 1 minute to spare. I still don't like it, Rachel said, putting her hands on her hips. But I trust Monty. Thanks, Miss Rachel. I zipped up Monty's backpack and helped him put it on. Rachel rubbed her chin. Hey, Lars? Yes, Miss Fontaine, replied the AI. Any chance you could, I don't know, bring this secret tunnel to the security detail's attention sooner rather than later? Maybe get some of them positioned outside the would-be exit point, say, I don't know, right around the time the charges break through the last few meters of stone? Why, Miss Fontaine, that sounds like a delightfully dastardly thing to do. Dastardly? I asked Lars, unfamiliar with the word. Yes, sir. Look it up the next time you wish to expand your own lexicon. Smartass. You ready? Rachel asked Monty, kneeling down and wiping some dust off his overalls. It was an extremely motherly thing to do, and it caught me off guard. Not that I didn't think Rachel could be a mother. I mean, she had the parts, blah, blah, blah. I just never envisioned her as Mom. mentally. But it was a good look on her, and in a really strange way it made her even more attractive to me. Like I need more reasons to be attracted to her. Seemingly satisfied, Rachel stood, kissed the top of Monty's head, and passed him off to me. "You got this, kid," I said. I put a hand on his shoulder. 5 minutes up, plant the explosives, 2 minutes down, and 1 to spare.
"I got it, Mr. Flint. Don't worry about it."
"I'm gonna worry, but that's just part of being an adult, kid."
"Just promise me you'll take care of my mom,"
he said, looking over to where several people were lining up the sick. "We will, kid. Don't you worry about her."
"That's part of being a kid,"
he replied, then ran toward his mom and gave her a kiss goodbye. "That's a damn good kid right there," I said.
"It's almost as if you like him,"
Rachel said, pulling up the MX-090 slung under her shoulder. "Not nearly as much as I like you with that rifle." Rachel leaned in and kissed me on the cheek. "One of these times I need that on my lips," I noted.
"Post-mission,"
she said.
"Gotta give you something to stay alive for."
"I have plenty of that," I said, eyeing her up and down.
"I'm sure you do."
"Mr. Flint," Lars said, "might I remind you that your window of opportunity to proceed to the ascent chute is diminishing. While no more reinforcements will be coming down from the surface, I cannot control the flow of those who are already subterranean." "Right, pal, I got it." I winked at Rachel, pulled up my own MX-090, then made for the Enclave's exit. As I passed the kid, I yelled, "Monty!" He turned from his mom's cot.
"Yes, Mr. Flint?"
"It's go time."
"See you back at the castle,"
the kid said, giving me a salute. "Castle?" I looked back at Rachel.
"It's old knight stuff,"
she said with her hands cupped to her mouth.
"It means don't get killed."
Noted. "You have precisely 28 seconds to get into the RTV ascent chute," Lars informed me. "So what you're saying is that my fat ass needs to pick up the pace," I replied. "Indeed, sir." I sprinted down the corridor toward the port where the long line of RTVs awaited passengers with open doors. Seeing the end of the line, I noticed a large space over the last vehicle, a hole that stretched into blackness far above the pod. I hadn't noticed it before, but then again I hadn't been looking for it either. It was nearly invisible to the naked eye with the way the cavern's work lights shone down. "I see the chute," I said to Lars. "Congratulations, sir." "How much time do I have before—" "Hide, sir, right now." I passed around the far end of the last pod just as 6 thugs ran around a corner and into view. They'd stowed their electric prods on their backs, brandishing automatic rifles instead. "They're heading for the Enclave," I said in a hushed tone. "That's right, sir. Their standing orders are to secure the miners and prevent any escape. More overseers will be arriving over the next 15 minutes. "But you have that door locked down, right?" "Indeed, sir." "Good, keep it that way."
"Until I give the word,"
Rachel said over comms.
"And would you get going already, Flint? All this chit-chat is making me sick to my stomach."
Pushy, I said in a mocking tone. "All right, Lars, talk me through this." "According to the schematics, you should see a narrow ascent track inserted in the rock. It should look like a vertical channel with a—" "I see it," I said, running toward the wall hidden in shadow. Sure enough, 2 metal walls formed a thin channel that stretched up into the darkness. "At your feet, you should find a metal grate, roughly 1 meter square. There's nothing here," I interrupted.
"Look more closely, sir.
You should see—" "I'm telling you, there's nothing here. All I see is a small rod protruding from the channel down on the ground."
"That seems highly unlikely, sir. Why don't you activate the rail system and bring the platform up? There should be a small recessed control interface to your left."
I noticed dingy silver trim around a rectangular control box. I flipped the cover and saw 3 analog buttons, 2 green ones marked up and down, and a big red one marked stop. I pressed the up button and heard an electric solenoid engage, followed by the burst of a motor. That's when the rod in the channel leaped upward 1/2 meter. I hit stop. Damn it, Lars!
But, sir, I didn't do anything.
There's no platform. Just this God's damned peg protruding from the channel. There was a momentary pause before Lars replied,
Ah, the platform must have been removed or damaged. Therefore, it seems that your current assessment of there only being a support dowel is correct.
So you're telling me I have to ride up on this peg?
If you wish to give the vehicles a viable chance of escape, yes. I would send you up the main elevator, of course, but it's currently surrounded by dozens of angry security guards who are finger-raping the call button.
Normally, Lars's attempt at humor would have made me laugh. And gods, if that wasn't funny. Rachel was even chuckling over comms. But right now I was facing the prospect of ascending a gods knew how high chute on the end of a toothpick. Well, this peg is about to finger-rape me, I said, sounding as pissed as I felt. So can everyone shut up for a second? I needed to think. There was no way I was going to be able to hold on to the rod long enough to get all the way up, so that was out. I needed a strap, like the one on my MX-090.
Sir, might I remind you that you're running out of time? The Starship's reactor is...
When I need an update on the timeline, I'll ask, pal. I punched the up button and then hit stop when the peg was just over my head. Then I put both my arms through the strap, bringing the rifle across my chest and under my armpits. I looped the strap over the peg and tested my body weight on the makeshift harness. To Araga's credit, the weapon didn't so much as creak. The strap, on the other hand, did. Lars, this may be the stupidest thing I've ever done with you, I said, going on to explain what I'd come up with. But then I remembered the flower bomb on the roof back on Celion City and leaping down the elevator shaft and the dance party we'd created in the cargo bay and having an entire building slide past me while I dangled on the end of an elevator cable. On second thought, this is just another day at the office. I punched the up button. The good thing about the chute being shrouded in total darkness was that my fear of heights wasn't in play. Well, at least not as much as it would have been had I been able to see everything. All I needed to do was keep myself from looking down where the faint glow of the lower tunnel was getting smaller and fainter by the second. I'd been dangling from the peg, racing toward the surface, for more than 2 minutes. My arms were starting to tremble, and my armpits were going numb. Occasionally, the toes of my boots touched the chute's stone wall, which kicked my legs out behind me. The first time it happened, I felt the strap jump along the peg a little. I couldn't see how far it had slipped. It was too dark, but my dark imagination told me it was only a centimeter from sliding off the end.
You are arriving at the surface, sir, Lars said. The ascent rate should be slowing.
The peg started clattering violently as I slowed. The strap moved toward the peg's end. Afraid that I was about to free fall, I reached up and grabbed the rod with my right hand, and not a moment too soon. Just as my fingers wrapped around the metal shaft, the strap jumped off the end. All my body weight jerked down on my aching arm, sending charges of pain through my chest. My entire upper body must have fallen asleep as it felt like tiny spiders with knives for legs were racing all over my skin. The rod continued to stutter as the ascent mechanism slowed, eventually bringing me to a halt just shy of a glowing panel.
You should see a control directly to your left, sir, Lars said.
Directly to my left, as in a meter over my head? There was a pause.
Ah, it does appear as if the ascent mechanism has delivered you a short distance below your intended target.
Well, when you say it like that, it doesn't seem so bad.
I am pleased to be of service, sir.
I rolled my eyes and grabbed the rod with my left hand, hoping to relieve some of the weight tearing at my right hand's fingers.
All you need to do is press the open button located in the center of the panel, sir, Lars instructed.
That's all? I asked sarcastically.
That's all, sir.
Lars, you do understand that I'm hanging a meter below the panel, right? I could feel my arms already beginning to shake.
This wasn't good.
But aren't you able to pull yourself up on the rod? I have previously calculated your arm length to be 1 meter, which means—
I know what I need to do, pal, and it's way harder than you think it is.
Ah, I see. Should I stop speaking to give you time to concentrate?
That would be considerate, yes.
Very well.
And with that, Lars went quiet. If that's all it takes, I need to hang over pits more often. First, I had to resecure my strap over the rod. More than likely, my arms would give out after slapping the button, which meant I needed a safety net. I just hoped the strap and the MX-090 would hold. The rifle was currently resting against my hip, strap wedged between my neck and right bicep. I shifted all my weight to my left hand and then quickly reached down with my right, grabbed the strap, and raised it over my head toward the peg. I slid it over the tip and made sure the strap made it toward the wall several centimeters before my left hand gave out. My body slumped on top of the rifle, catching me under my right armpit. I threaded my left arm through the strap, then gave myself a quick breather as I tried to get my speeding heart rate under control.
"How are you doing up there, Flint?" Rachel asked.
"Oh, just hanging out, enjoying the view," I replied.
"That bad?"
"Worse.
You almost done?"
I glanced up at the console. "I sure hope so."
"Okay, because you might want to hurry up a little. Looks like another few overseers have shown up."
"More?" I asked. "Lars, why didn't you tell me?"
"You asked me to let you concentrate, sir."
I couldn't blame him there.
"The guys look pissed, Flint," Rachel added. "We can see each other through the reinforced window ports in the gate. I'm guessing their codes aren't working for opening the door, and I highly doubt they like what they're seeing with the miners and our weapons."
"I could see how that might piss them off," I replied.
"Also, Monty's probably less than a minute from planting the grenades, which gives you roughly 3 more minutes before things get interesting,"
Lars said. "This isn't interesting enough for you, Lars?" I asked.
"I'm just saying."
"I get it, pal," I said, then looked up at the panel. "Rachel, even if I get this barricade open on my first or second try, I'm doubtful I'm going to get back down in time."
"Oh, really?"
she asked.
"I might have an alternate means of descent,"
Lars interjected. I tilted my head. "Somehow I really don't like the sound of that, buddy."
"Then let's save it for after you accomplish the primary task."
"Sounds good." I looked up at the console again and focused on the glowing green open button. My arms were still trembling. I wasn't certain if it was from muscle fatigue or plain old nerves. Either way, I felt like I only had one crack at this. I swallowed, took several quick breaths like an athlete psyching himself up for a play, and reached both hands toward the metal rod overhead. As soon as my fingers wrapped around it and I felt my body come off the rifle, I pulled myself up in a sharp, energy-filled thrust that brought my shoulders even with the peg. Then I extended my left hand up as far as it would go and focused on pressing the button with my index and middle fingers. Tap. As soon as my fingers bounced off the box, I knew I'd missed. Gravity took over, my right elbow extended, and my body weight snapped my arm straight. I heard the strap zip over the rod's tip, and suddenly the rifle was traveling down my legs. I flexed my left foot just enough to catch the strap on my toe before the weapon went tumbling down the chute. "Son of a bitch!" I yelled.
"Are you okay, Flint?" Rachel asked.
"No!"
"Sir, based on the pulsing audio I'm picking up from inside your ear canal, I estimate that you're—"
"Shut up!" There I was, hanging from my right hand, weapon dangling from my left boot, and I still had a button to press 1 meter overhead. "I really need a drink," I said, teeth clenched. The sweat in my palm wasn't making this any easier. My fingers were slipping. Suddenly, the chute started vibrating. But it wasn't just the shaking that startled me, it was the sound. An otherworldly moan echoed through the cavity as if the entire mine was going to collapse.
"What was that?"
Rachel asked in a startled tone, so I wasn't the only one who'd felt it.
"My sensors are picking up a significant energy surge from somewhere deep in the mines, Miss Fontaine,"
Lars said. The buried starship? I asked. No, sir. Much deeper. For whatever reason, all I could think about was the phrase monsters of the deep. Of course, I had no reason to believe any of these miners' myths. The easiest explanation was some sort of mine subterranean eruption. We were, after all, deep enough that the volcanic activity was inevitable. But that didn't sound like any volcanic activity I'd ever heard of. We needed to get out of here, and fast. Rachel? Yeah, Flint? If I don't make it through this, just make sure you get everyone out. Kill Ozzy and take care of Tiny. Flint, promise? I could hear the tremor in her voice. I promise, Flint. Thanks. Here goes nothing. Chapter 21. I put every last bit of energy into launching myself toward the peg, left arm extended toward the control panel. I willed my fingertips toward the open button and watched in relief as I then touched it. A bright green indicator illuminated and a klaxon sounded a few meters overhead. I'd done it. I tried to ease my body back down on my right arm, knowing I wouldn't be able to endure another jerking fall. I even managed to get my left hand around the top of my right hand's grip. But my fingers were too tired and sweaty, and as soon as my full weight came to bear on the peg, my arms snapped tight and my hands slipped off. The sense of free fall that fluttered in my gut sent a wave of panic to my brain that all but paralyzed me. I caught my breath, reaching for anything that might stop me from my imminent doom, but there was nothing around me. I tumbled away from the blinking green light overhead and saw the soft glow of the RTV port hundreds of meters beneath. I'd heard of people surviving near-death experiences and recalling their last thoughts or last words. I thought it strange that I would even think about this while plummeting to my death, but I did. And contrary to what the skeptics had said, myself one of them, I actually did have a last thought. Two, in fact. The first was, Lars, you son of a bitch. The second was, I hope Rachel can do this without me. Who was I kidding? There was a third, which was, ah! I actually heard my own blood-curdling shriek bouncing off the chute's walls as I plummeted to my death. The phenomena was a cruel twist of fate that was shared only by those who died falling down pits in the middle of mine shafts. I wondered if there was a special club in the afterlife for people who died this way, where we could share horror stories of hating heights and hearing ourselves scream all the way down. Maybe we did so over cold beers, using our empty bottles to mimic the sound of our pitiful cries. Suddenly, I felt my body begin to slow. For a split second, I thought it was the air resistance just before impact, but as I rolled around and faced the bottom, I saw that I was still 100 meters from the ground. "Flint!" I heard Rachel yell over comms. I thought she'd said it several times, but I couldn't be sure. As my body slowed more, something was physically resisting me, but I couldn't see it. Maybe I was hallucinating. Or maybe this was the whole everything slows down before you die thing. Slowing down even more, I heard a strange sound emanating from the RTV at the bottom of the chamber. "Don't worry, sir," Lars said over comms. "I've got you." "Flint, what the hell's is going on?" Rachel asked, her voice strained. I'm okay, I think," I replied, trying to calm Rachel's fears. "I can confirm that Mr. Reed is indeed okay," Lars added. My body was descending at less than a meter per second, what I would consider a gentle float toward the vehicle's roof. "Lars, are you... I've employed the RTV's upper repulsor panels in an attempt to deflect your body's inertia from impact on the mine's floor," Lars said. "Attempt?" I asked, the wonder more than apparent in my voice. "It's way more than an attempt, pal. You saved me." "I'm happy to be of service, sir." Feeling like a flightless bird who'd suddenly experienced flight, I tried moving my arms and legs in an awkward attempt to control my descent or reposition myself. My limbs, however, were pressed up and away from my body, pushed by the all-embracing force of the repulsor panels as Lars slowly lowered me to the RTV's roof. Then, as I neared the vehicle, perhaps only a meter away, my body left the power field, or Lars turned it off. Either way, I fell the remaining distance and landed hard on top of the pod. "What was that?" I heard a voice yell. I peeked over the edge of the RTV's roof to see two thugs looking my direction. "Sir," Lars said, "if you are thinking of engaging the enemy from your current position, might I remind you that we need each RTV to remain intact and operational. So no shooting from up here is what you're telling me?" I whispered. "Precisely, sir." No sooner had I said the words than I realized I didn't have anything to shoot with anyway. My MX-090 had fallen away at the top of the chute. Damn it! But I immediately regretted shouting the word. "Someone's definitely over there," one of the thugs said. I scanned the RTV's roof, but I only saw repulsor panels and layers of soot and debris. "I detect two overseers walking toward your position, weapons at the ready," Lars said. "Copy that." I pushed my body to slide off the far side, away from the overseers. Then I lowered myself to a place where I could safely fall the rest of the way to the ground. As soon as my feet touched down, I kissed my fingertips and touched the stone floor beneath me. Hello, good-looking. I scanned the ground and then spied my MX-090 about 5 meters away. And hello, good-looking. "Who are you talking to, sir?" Lars asked. "My new best friend," I replied. I scampered toward the weapon, picked it up, and hoped to gods it was intact. I noticed a large dent along the stock, and the grip was slightly bent, but the barrel looked straight. I wouldn't know if it was fully functional until I tried firing it. "No time like the present," I said. "Hey, Rachel." "Yeah, Flint." "Get ready to open the doors and engage the enemy." I ran across a gap between the RTV and the cavern wall, taking up a position behind some equipment crates. As per Lars' word of caution, the last thing I wanted was the enemy firing into the RTVs. "We're ready when you are," Rachel said. "I'm going to draw their fire. It should get their attention off the gate and give you time to open it and flank them. We'll squeeze them from both sides." "Copy," she said. "Go all in," I added. "We only got one shot at this, maximum violence of force." "Just shut up and let's get going already." I smiled. "Yes, ma'am." I leaned around the far edge of the crates and sighted in on the nearest goon. They'd been focused on the RTVs. In that split second before I squeezed the trigger, I came face to face, once again, with the fact that I was about to fire on a human being who hadn't first fired on me. Some deep part of me said it was cold-blooded. It was contrary to my police training, and it was unethical. But the louder part of me reasoned that these were very bad men who'd already killed innocents and, if given the chance, would end me without a second thought. Even if I were to announce my presence, as per department training, it would eliminate the element of surprise, most likely killing me and therefore placing Rachel, Monty, and the miners in greater jeopardy. If I was at fault, I'd rather it be said that I did too much killing to keep people free than not enough, while letting everyone die. I squeezed the trigger. A single round spat from the assault rifle and struck the first man in the head. The ultra-high-speed round turned his cranium into a cloud of red mist and bone fragments. I'd forgotten just how deadly this weapon was. Before the corpse hit the deck, I aimed at the second man, choosing to aim center mass instead of the riskier headshot. The thug looked in my direction, but not before I fired 2 rounds at his chest. Without body armor, the bullets burst out the back of his chest, blowing blood and organs onto the stone. Suddenly, weapons fire erupted from back toward the barracks. Bullets pinged off the stone around me. Dozens more smacked the crates. "Open it up!" I ordered Rachel. I heard her give the command, and within seconds, sounds of Araga's weapons joined the firefight. In the split second that I sensed confusion among our assailants, the gunfire stopping and no longer hitting my position, I popped up and acquired the first thug I saw.
As I squeezed the trigger, I noticed a hailstorm of fire pouring from the barracks. I only managed one shot before I saw the remaining bodies hit the ground. "Cease fire!" Rachel yelled. "Cease fire!" Apparently, getting the miners to stop pumping rounds into the overseers was harder than it appeared. I couldn't blame them, and neither would Rachel. But getting them to conserve ammunition was important. The gunshots ceased after Rachel's third order to stop. "Think they're dead?" I asked Rachel as I stood from behind my crates. "Hard to tell, through all the pulp," Rachel replied. I saw her step into the tunnel. "Down here," I said, waving at her. She saw me and nodded. "Let's start sending small groups to the RTVs. Get your team watching down those far tunnels." "On it," Rachel replied. "Lars." "Yes, sir." "Try and give us a heads up when you see more thugs coming our way." I'd barely finished the statement when another sizable tremor sent a shudder through the tunnel. Like the other, a strange sound accompanied it. Bits of stone showered down on my head. "Lars, pal?" "Yes, sir." "Why don't I think that was just a regular old ground quake?" "Because the energy readings are not consistent with tectonic plate shifts or volcanic activity. Your natural senses are quite perceptive." "Flint?" Rachel asked. "Go ahead." I could see her helping a group of the weakest miners head toward the RTV port, while the armed miners took up defensive positions on either side of the newly formed caravan. "You want to help these people get loaded?" "Will do. And Lars?" "Yes, sir." "What's your best estimate on Monty? I don't want the first RTV going up without that diversion in place." "He should be on his way back down. My best estimate would be 2 minutes." "And the blowback damage from the explosion should be minimal to the rest of the barracks, correct?" "Correct, sir. The appropriate term would be negligible." "Because I was really in need of the correct term," I replied with a snarky tone. "I'm pleased to be of such service, sir." "I'm sure you are." The first group of miners had arrived at the foremost RTV, so I began helping them up the loading ramp and into the pod. "Watch your step," I repeated several times as the first 35 passengers squeezed into the car. Several of the injured and sick groaned as they were pushed into the tight space, but no one complained. Once the vehicle was nearly full, I picked the closest miner with an MX-090 and ordered him inside. "I want you protecting them once you get to the surface." "Understood, Mr. Flint," the man said. "Find cover for these people and then help the next RTVs unload. You should find yourself arriving at—" I paused and turned my head aside. "Hey, Lars, what's above the chute?" "A maintenance warehouse, sir." I looked back at the miner. "You'll arrive in a warehouse. Wait for me to meet you, and then we'll get you boarded on one of our starships." I patted him on the shoulder and pressed the button to close the doors. "About that, sir," Lars said. "About the starships?" "Yes, I have updated information on Victor's vessel." "And?" "He will not be able to make atmospheric entry." "Why the hell's not?" "His ship simply isn't built for it, sir." "So what you're saying is that we're going to need to find individual transport off the planet in order to get the people to Dolores, sir." "Damn Dolores!" I ground my teeth together, stepped away from the RTV, and pounded down the ramp. "And where's Monty?" I asked no one in particular. Suddenly, a soft, white plume of dust emerged from the barracks door. "What was that?" I asked. "I believe that was Monty's detonation," Lars replied. A beat later, he added, "Yes, I'm detecting a sizable crater left on the far side of the main quarry." "And Monty?" I asked Rachel. She coughed, and I could see her waving dust from her face from my position. I repeated my question before she finally replied, "Still no sign of him. Gods damn it!" "So, would you like me to send the first pod?" Lars asked. "Do it," I replied grimly. "Please stand back, sir." I took several more steps away, telling the next wave of miners to stay clear. We all watched as the vehicle began to power up, diverting all power to the undercarriage repulsor panels. The pod began to shimmy and shake, and dust and rock blew out from beneath the car. "She's still clamped to the rails, Lars!" I shouted over the whine of the repulsors. "That is intentional, sir. Part of achieving the necessary velocity with so many people on board is the need to overcome significant inertia." "Contact!" Rachel yelled from behind me.
I heard gunshots ring out above the repulsor panels. "Send the pod, Lars!" I ordered. "Sending, sir." The clamps on the rail released. Then the RTV propelled itself off the ground and shot up the chute. The ground shook again, but somehow it didn't seem like it was coming from the ascending pod. "Gods, I hope this works," I muttered to myself, holding my arm up against the propulsion wash. I watched until the blue glow of the repulsor panels vanished in the darkness above. Then I turned to see the new overseers emerging from the mine's depths, weapons firing blat-tat-tat bursts of fire. "Let me know when they safely arrive, Lars," I instructed. "Affirmative, sir." Now I just hoped Monty was okay. Lars brought the next RTV into position and opened the doors. I looked at the new round of miners still comprised of the elderly and the lame, and motioned them up the ramp. They ducked at the incoming weapons fire as looks of panic and fear covered their faces. "It's going to be okay," I said, keeping my own head down. Lowering my voice, I asked, "It is going to be okay, right, Lars?" "Indeed, sir. The first RTV has reached the surface, and I am directing it to land safely to one side, though touchdown will be a little rough." I breathed a sigh of relief. "Good job, pal." Rachel echoed my sentiment to the AI. "Thank you both. It continues to be a team effort." "Speaking of team," I said to Rachel as I helped load the next pod, "any sign of Monty?" "Still not yet, sir." I cursed several more times as I assigned another armed miner to this pod. The woman had picked up one of the thug's weapons and slung it over her shoulder. "You know how to use that?" I asked. She replied by racking around, flicking the safety off, and bringing the rifle into low-ready position, butt against her shoulder. 3 years in the Union Light Infantry, Mr. Flint," she added. Well then, that was an interesting twist. But this was not the time for hearing her backstory as much as it intrigued me. "Take care of them topside. Join the others and wait for us to join you." "Copy that, sir." She stepped into the RTV and the doors closed. Again I backed down the ramp and again Lars fired up the repulsor's panels. The ground trembled beneath me, but it was more than just the repulsor's doing. I reached out a hand to balance myself. "Anyone else feel that?" I asked, not sure who I expected to reply. Rachel did. "Yep, I don't like it, Flint." "Me neither." I looked up and watched the RTV sail away from the track, disappearing up the chute. So far, this was going according to plan. But now that we had proof of concept, I no longer felt this was the best use of my skills. I ordered the next most capable-looking miner to take my place, instructing him to help groups of 30 to 35 board the RTVs and wait for Lars to launch them. "Who's Lars, Mr. Flint?" the man asked. It was a fair question, and I'd been too quick in explaining to recognize my failure to explain. "He's operating the cars remotely, Never mind. He'll see when you step clear of each vehicle and initiate the launch sequence." "Understood." I raced back toward the barracks and saw Rachel and several other armed miners defend their position against a growing number of overseers. The thugs' gun barrels flashed in the darkness, burping out flames and bullets. One stray bullet clipped my bicep, carving a lightning-hot mark across the surface of my skin. I cursed and dove for cover behind a crate. "It's getting hot down here," I said, scooting up beside Rachel. "When did you figure that out?" She was picking her targets one at a time, firing a single round for every time she peered down the sights. She was methodical but never predictable, alternating positions and changing her timing. "Anyway," I said, leaning back to look in on the barracks. The large majority of the miners still waited inside. Since we'd already sent 3 RTVs, I guessed about 400 remained. "This seems to have slowed our departure significantly." "You don't say," Rachel replied, sending 2 more shots downrange. "Any bright ideas?" "I have one, sir," Lars said. "And that is?" "I suggest you and the others get out of the main corridor immediately." "I don't think a retreat is the best tactical move." "Something is coming, sir." In the short time that I'd known Lars, I'd never once heard him raise his voice. This didn't bode well. "Everyone back inside," I ordered, then yelled up the tunnel to the RTV port. "And get those passengers loaded."
Our defenders sprayed the hallway with a burst of full-auto gunfire, covering one another as I pushed them back toward the main gate. But the withering suppressive fire did little to keep the growing numbers of thugs at bay. One miner spun sideways and around, caught him in the shoulder. He struck the ground, crying out in pain. I knelt and grabbed him under the shoulder, hauling him to his feet as I charged for the door. A second miner took a bullet to the cheek, blowing off the side of his head. I let his body lay and continued hauling the injured miner into the protective shadow of the gate. The tremor in the ground was growing stronger. The strange noise that we'd heard earlier also returned, but much louder. I dropped the miner and covered my ears. "What the hell's—" "There is an extremely large organic life form inbound, sir," Lars said. "Correction, make that several organic life forms." I ordered everyone away from the door, shouting over the din of the cavern-wide groan. Bullets continued to ricochet off the gate's frame, showering me in sparks. Within seconds, however, even walking became difficult, and I found myself sprawled out on my stomach. I heard a female voice scream in my ear. It was Rachel. "Look out!" was all I could make out. I rolled over as the ground shook beneath me. Then I looked up to see two men in the tunnel bracing themselves against the shakes, weapons coming to bear on me. There was no way I could crawl away fast enough, no way I could avoid their fire. I was about to cover my head when something caught the two thugs' attention. They turned to the side and aimed at something back the way they'd come. Judging by their attack angle, the thing was tall. They started screaming, their faces contorted in a ghoulish sneer. Muzzle flashes lit their mad eyes and yellowed teeth, but I could barely make out the sound of their weapons fire over whatever stalked them. Then something massive passed over the mouth of the door, and the men vanished from sight. There 1 second, gone the next. I watched in shock as rough, leathery skin passed over the opening, moving so quickly I hardly had time to think about what I was seeing. On and on it moved, gliding by the barracks as the ground reached its zenith, bucking and trembling so much that I found myself bouncing along it. I covered my head to keep it from smacking the stone, opting for my hands and arms to take the brunt of the blows. Likewise, my hips and knees knocked against the hard surface, sending bolts of pain through my body. I stayed in the fetal position, tumbling across the ground for what felt like an eternity, unable to hear anything beyond the deafening groan of the beast in the tunnel. Slowly, the violent shaking began to abate, and my body settled on the ground. I was covered in dirt and dust, with plenty of bloody cuts along my knuckles, knees, elbows, and hips. I coughed, daring to sit upright, and heard others in the enclave stirring as well. "Rachel?" I asked over comms. "I'm here," she said. "What was that?" I deferred the question to the AI. "Lars?" "I have no known record of anything of this nature," Lars replied, "so I can only provide a rough comparison." "To?" I asked. "That of a worm, sir." "As in a common garden worm found in soil?" "Affirmative. Though this creature is exponentially larger in mass and employs an interior oral cavity that most closely resembles an industrial multi-headed drill, for lack of a better example." "Giant worms?" Rachel said, walking toward me. "The monsters of the deep are giant, man-eating worms?" "That seems to be an accurate assertion, Miss Fontaine, though I predict the man-eating attribute is merely a byproduct of those combatants' unfortunate positions at the time of appearance, and not reflective of the creature's normal dietary needs." I blinked at the now empty passage before us, moving toward it slowly. Then again, I realized that if there was another giant worm on its way, we'd be well notified by the shaking in the ground. I raised my MX-090 and poked my head into the tunnel. But as I suspected, there wasn't a soul to be seen. My heart
skipped a beat, however, as I thought about the miners gathered at the RTV port. "Anyone still down there?" I yelled, cupping a hand to my mouth. I yelled twice more before I heard someone reply. "I'm good," said a miner, the one I'd left to take my place. "RTVs are too."
"Thank the gods,"
Rachel sighed.
"Was that a real-life worm?"
called a child's voice from behind us. I turned and saw a fully dust-covered kid sprinting toward us.
"Monty!"
Rachel yelled first, catching the boy in mid-stride and throwing her arms around him.
"Where the hells were you, kid? And how are you still alive?"
I yelled, but neither Rachel's embrace nor my line of questioning seemed to deter the boy. He wrenched himself out of Rachel's grip, dodged me, and darted into the tunnel, hands extended.
"Was that seriously a giant worm?"
"Sure was, kid," I replied, just happy the little runt was alive.
"Bring it back! Oh my gods, I want to see it!"
He put his hands on his head and started rambling.
"Mrs. Boneshaw always said there were monsters down there, but I had no idea that it was an actual worm. I mean, I suspected maybe it was some sort of endogenic lubricus, but to think that it had a circumference equidistant to that of the—"
Kid! I yelled, stepping out to get his attention. I turned his shoulders toward me and knelt in front of his face.
"You did it!" "Yeah, I know, Mr. Flint, but—"
"Kid," I said, trying to get his frantic eyes to focus on me.
"Monty!" "Yes, Mr. Flint?"
He finally settled on my face.
"Good job. I'm proud of you."
"Thank you, Mr. Flint. And what's more, I'm really glad you're okay."
"That makes two of us,"
Rachel said, placing a hand on Monty's white-covered hair and giving it a good muss.
"And you might want to inform the lad that his efforts have attracted the attention of the entire security division,"
Lars added.
"Several dozen guards have already responded to the explosion, and based upon radio chatter, are expecting miners to come pouring out."
I shared the good news with Monty, and then asked Lars, "They reached that conclusion so soon?" Lars gave the closest thing to a chuckle that I imagined he could evoke, then said,
"I may have had something to do with that."
"You sneaky devil," I said. "What about the worm?"
"It has moved to the end of the tunnel you're standing in, and has penetrated what appears to be a very old vertical shaft that, until now, has been backfilled with rock."
"Until now?" I asked, hoping the AI would expound.
"Correct. At the present time, the worm is boring a hole through the substrate in what I can only classify as an eager attempt to escape from the ground."
"Why would such a creature want to get out so fast?"
"Oh, shit."
Rachel looked at me.
"This starship?"
"Lars, is there any way a creature like that could, I don't know, detect a mounting energy buildup like the starship is giving off?"
"There is a significant amount of data collected throughout the galaxy that validates the existence of a so-called sixth sense, yes. Research shows that various native organisms of a given planet can be acutely sensitive to seismic geological events before they occur." "They know somehow that something bad is coming,"
Rachel concluded. I nodded back at her, and chances are that big guy wasn't alone. "Lars, we need to resume the evacuation." I cupped a hand to my mouth and ordered the miners to prepare the next pod. "Let's get these people out of here." Chapter 22. Without the presence of enemy fire, the evacuation went much more quickly. The miners left the barracks in teams of 30 to 35 as before, but loaded 3 RTVs at a time, expediting Lars's ability to jettison each vehicle up the chute. The loading was faster, too, as the elderly and injured had already been sent up, allowing each group to run down the tunnel and enter their respective pods. We were halfway through when the ground began to shake again.
"Sir,"
said Lars,
"worms imminent."
"Worms, as in plural?"
"Affirmative, sir."
"Everyone out of the main tunnel!" I cried, grabbing the closest miners and ducking back into the enclave. "Hold on to something!" Seconds passed as the vibrations increased. Then came the monstrous groaning, this time in a dual-note harmony that resonated in the cavern, adding to the already intense vibrations. The low-pitched frequencies played with one another, the waves oscillating in frequencies to cause shifts in the harmony that made my head dizzy. I clutched a vertical railing, feeling my legs give out. I knew that if I fell again, I'd be at the mercy of the ground, tossing me around like a rag doll. The cuts and bruises on my body already hurt enough as it was. I didn't need any more. On and on the worm calls went, making my ears ring and disrupting my sense of balance. Then the worms passed by the barracks, one at a time. Rocks fell from the ceiling, striking several people, sending them sprawling. I saw blood, but I didn't hear the miners cry out. How could I? Instead, the sounds of grinding stone and wailing worms shook the enclave, consuming everyone in the wave-like din. I tried to keep my legs under me, but it was nearly impossible. Instead, my hands clung to the railing, much like I'd clung to the chute's rod. Eventually, however, the worms passed, and the quaking subsided. Their departure left me to wonder just how many more we might expect, and whether or not this cave could handle any more. "I have a bit of good news, sir," Lars said over comms. "We'll take it, pal," I said, looking to Rachel. "The first worm has broken through the surface of the mountain and is making quite a spectacle of destroying the southernmost quarter of Oppenheimer's mine. The result is mine-wide attention on the worm's appearance, which is going to leave us ample opportunity to figure out how to escape," I said. "My hypothesis exactly, sir. And they're about to get 2 more surprises, too," Rachel said, obviously referring to the additional worms making their way up the shaft. "The worms don't look like they're heading to the Horizon's dock, do they?" I asked, suddenly concerned for the ship and Lars. "Negative, sir. If anything, the worms seem intent on getting clear of the entire operation." "Why do I have a feeling they know something about the explosion coming that we don't?" Rachel asked me. Lars continued, "The destruction to the mine seems unintentional and non-hostile in nature. Rather, the creatures are simply trying to escape the depths by any means possible." "Okay, people," I shouted. "Let's pick it back up." The final push to the last RTV went smoothly. Fortunately, no more worms had shown up to slow us down, nor, for that matter, had any remaining overseers. Rachel and I were the last aboard, and I closed the door behind us. "Let's do it, Lars." "As you wish, sir. Please hold on." I repeated Lars's instruction to those in the car and then grabbed one of the overhead handrails with both hands, allowing my MX-090 to rest on my back. I heard the familiar whine of the lower repulsor panels charge, and then felt the pod shake against its death grip on the track beneath us. "Here we go!" I called out, knowing we were seconds away from... The RTV shot upward, pressing me down. I felt like every bone in my body wanted to merge with the pod's floor, willing me to collapse to the ground. Instead, I fought the force, grunting as my thighs and calves protested. The RTV rattled, shaking everyone inside. The sound of air rushing around the frame increased the higher we rose. Faster and faster we sped until Lars feathered off the propulsion. My legs and back were instantly grateful for the reprieve. Light grew again in the tunnel as we neared the surface. "We are approaching the apex of our ascent, sir," Lars said. "Please stand by." Instead of a screaming noise, the repulsors gave a low hum. Suddenly the warehouse's floor passed by the windows and we were out of the chute. Lars used the port thrusters to slide us away from the pit and set us down near the long row of 14 other RTVs. As the vehicle powered down, I heard myself breathe an involuntary sigh of relief. I turned to Rachel. "We did it," I said, listening to the elation of the miners fill the background. "We sure did," she replied, and then threw her arms around me in a celebratory hug. The gesture caught me off guard, but I squeezed back. I'd take all the wins we could get right now. Plus, I quite liked the feeling of her body pressed against mine, regardless of the circumstances. "But we still have a long way to go,"
I said, realizing we should probably break off the public display of affection. Or was it just mutual appreciation?
Right.
Rachel pulled herself away and cleared her throat. Maybe the hug had caught her by surprise, too. The RTV's doors opened and I ordered everyone out. As Rachel and I emerged from the vehicle, I noticed that the miners had gathered in a large open area within the warehouse. Those from our pod raced to join the others. Then the throng turned to look toward me.
Lars?
Go ahead, sir.
I assume this scene is being hidden from the security camera feeds, right?
Indeed, sir. I have looped earlier footage from when there was no activity in this structure. That said, I do not believe Monty's diversion has bought you a significant amount of time. The security forces will most likely begin clearing every building and corridor in the complex. I recommend expediting whatever you have in mind to get these miners to safety.
Roger that, pal. Thanks.
And there's still the issue of the last artifact, Rachel said. She pulled the satchel with the 4 artifacts from her shoulder and stretched her arm.
You mean the one in Ozzy's office?
Monty asked, sneaking up behind us.
Yeah, that one.
I cocked my head at him. Shouldn't you be with your mother?
The best thing I can do for her is to help you,
he replied, standing up a little straighter.
The sooner we get out of here, the sooner she can get the real help she needs.
But I shook my head at him. I think you've done more than enough, kid. Why don't you—
Please, Mr. Flint, please let me stay with you and Miss Rachel.
I was about to protest when the kid said something that completely caught me off guard.
You might need me to read the artifacts for you or something.
I froze. What did you say?
The funny language on the artifacts. If you want, I will read it for you. Or I can carry them, or maybe help shoot the overseers with you.
I glanced at Rachel, who looked as surprised as I felt. Together, we looked at the satchel, and then back to Monty. Are you saying you understand the markings on the devices?
Well, mostly. I only had a little time with the first one, and then a few weeks with those 4.
He pointed at the sack.
But I've pretty much worked it out.
Worked it out, as in you've decoded them?
Rachel asked. Monty nodded emphatically.
It's not too hard once you figure out the base components. Languages and math have a lot in common.
Am I the only one who thinks this kid might be a frickin' genius? I whispered to Rachel, leaning close to her ear. She continued to give Monty an overly friendly smile, then whispered back,
Nope.
I agree with your overall assessment, Mr. Reed, Lars interjected. The child's ability to decipher ancient markings speaks of superior human intelligence and may be extremely useful. Let's come back to that, Monty, I said, noting Lars's comment. For right now, we need to get everyone off the planet and into orbit. Then I want to hear everything you have to say on the issue of those artifacts. Sound good? Monty shrugged.
Sure, Mr. Flint, whatever you want.
Great, kid. The moment I'd said the words, the ground started trembling. Rachel grabbed my arm, as did Monty. The warehouse's metal girders creaked 20 meters above us. Then the vibrations faded.
More worms?
Rachel asked. Lars replied before I could.
Yes, Miss Fontaine, I'm detecting several more signatures emerging from deep beneath the mine. They're getting more eager to leave, Rachel noted, which seems to correlate with the feedback loop I'm detecting from the buried starship. Gods, I wish we could have explored that thing more, Rachel noted.
Then she caught me staring at her.
What? I mean, I think it's cool.
Sure it is, I replied, casting her a peculiar glance. I couldn't help feeling once again that Rachel had an unusually high interest in that vessel. Not that I blamed her. A buried ancient starship was worth exploring. But there was something more to it than that.
So how are we getting everyone off planet, Mr. Flint?
Monty asked, arms crossed. Lars, how many ships does Ozzy have at his disposal? I asked. But before the AI could even reply, Rachel backhanded my arm.
You want to hijack Ozzy's ships? Are you crazy?
Do you have a better idea? I asked.
Well, no.
But we're probably talking dozens of starships and not enough pilots, and— To answer your question, sir, Lars said, cutting in, there are currently 27 multi-stage spacecraft within 6 kilometers capable of entering low planetary orbit. Of those, 10 are currently outfitted and fueled for launch. And what are we talking in terms of capacity? I asked. All 10 vessels are cargo haulers, capable of payloads that far exceed the combined weight of the miners. By my calculations, you will only need 2 of the vessels to move all 500 miners to orbit. How far are the closest 2 from the horizon? 1 kilometer, Lars replied. You most likely observed them as you made port. I saw them, yes, said Rachel. White rockets, red stripes, just to our west when we landed. That's correct, Miss Fontaine. What about the ship's ability to carry humans as opposed to minerals? The schematics I have access to show limited seating capacities. However, with some minor modifications, I think the necessary changes to the cargo holds can be made within 30 minutes. Make it 15 and you have yourself a deal. A deal, sir. I wasn't aware that— 15 minutes, Lars. Do what you can. Understood, sir. I will need the cooperation of 5 engineers per vessel and several hands to gather the necessary equipment. Most of the tools needed can be found in this warehouse if the inventory records are up to date. Monty? I put my hand on the kid's shoulder. Yes, Mr. Flint? Think you can get some of the more experienced engineers together to help Miss Rachel and you with prepping some cargo haulers for liftoff? Monty nodded. Sure thing, Mr. Flint. I know some smart people. Great, that's perfect, kid. I squared with Rachel. I need you to start working on those right away. What are you going to do? She asked. Help set up a defense of our retreat. We're going to draw a lot of attention once we leave this warehouse, and there's no way that won't draw fire. Sir, said Lars, I may have a partial solution to that problem. I'm listening. Since you have narrowed your retreat to the 2 nearest freight rockets, I show underground access to the ships. In fact, there is a wide service corridor that connects this warehouse to the loading and launch facility. Lars, you're a legend. He paused. I was unaware that my reputation among humanity was so highly regarded. Well, it is, at least by these humans. Can you keep our movements off the camera feed still? Affirmative, sir. Though I cannot guarantee you won't encounter enemy resistance, I can only corral so many employees. The tunnel's entrance is to your south, indicated by the overhead sign marked 2B South. Proceed as you wish. Turning to address the mass of miners, I cleared my throat and pushed Monty out in front of me. Everyone, listen up! The murmuring settled down as the people gave me their attention. We're 1 step closer to getting you out of here, but the next steps are going to require even more teamwork. Monty here needs a few of the engineers to help retrofit 2 of the mine's cargo haulers to accommodate carrying people instead of raw materials. So if he calls your name, I need you to follow him and Rachel as fast as you can. Grab whatever tools and supplies they tell you to locate around this warehouse, then you're headed with them out that far tunnel. I pointed to the corridor indicated with the 2B South sign. Those with weapons, you're staying with me. We're going to cover everyone as we move toward the launch facility. From there, we'll get everyone boarded once the ships are ready. The rest of you, I need you helping each other. The sick and the elderly need the most care. Swap out if you get tired. Don't rush, but don't take your time either. We're on a tight schedule. I wasn't going to ask if anyone had questions. I knew there would be too many to answer. But a man near the front raised his hand. I rolled my eyes, but pointed at him anyway. Who's going to fly the rockets? The man asked. I glanced at Rachel, realizing I'd completely and utterly overlooked that most obvious and very important aspect of the escape. My mouth opened, but before I could say anything, Lars said, I am, of course. I turned aside and spoke into my shoulder. You can do that? Of course, sir. My robust core systems allow me to pilot several vehicles at once, so long as I have adequate connectivity. After all, rocket science isn't that difficult, considering— That's fine, Lars, I don't need your resume. I turned back to the man who'd asked the question. We have pilots already boarding both craft as we speak. That seemed to satisfy the man's curiosity.
But, sir, we don't have multiple pilots, nor do I need to physically board the vessels. I'm trying to instill confidence, pal, I mumbled, not give testimony under oath. Lighten up. Ah, I can see how the masses might be aided by such a bending of the truth. Lightening up, sir. Good. To the miners, I said, if Monty calls you, step out and follow him and Rachel. Those with weapons, come to me. The rest of you, form a line at the mouth of the tunnel. Let's move out. Monty was about to leave when I grabbed his arm and knelt beside him. Hold on there, buckaroo. Yes, Mr. Flint, he replied. I could see Rachel look at the two of us, so I turned away a little. I didn't want her hearing what I had to say. I want you staying with Miss Rachel all the time. Yes, Mr. Flint. And when you're done loading the ships, I want you personally escorting her back to my ship, the Distant Horizon. Yes, Mr. Flint, I understand. You don't let her out of your sight, you hear? Monty nodded. And no matter what she tries to do, you make sure she gets to the horizon. Grab onto her legs if you have to. Monty smiled and gave me a small chuckle. I can do that. Good kid. What was that about me? Rachel asked. I heard my name. I stood up. Just told the kid here to listen to everything you say. She stared at me with a skeptical look. Sure. What? This kid is a handful. Monty looked away from Rachel and gave me a wink. I got it covered, Mr. Flint. Don't you worry. Chapter 23. With the front and flanks of the line protected by more than a dozen armed miners, I took a position at the rear to cover our retreat. 6 additional miners walked beside me, constantly checking our 6. In addition to Araga's weapons, we'd scavenged even more from the dead overseers before escaping in the RTVs. While I doubted we could protect everyone in the event of a firefight, we'd at least give the majority a fighting chance to get to safety. I'd asked Lars to keep me apprised of any movement he saw coming our way, but I also knew he couldn't see everything in the mine. The main corridor in particular had regular intersections since it fed the rocket's loading and launch bays. That said, I was expecting traffic. Still, it was better than walking around topside in the daylight. Anything was better than that. The line of miners was moving through the tunnel at a good pace, walking 10 abreast. Their footfalls echoed off the smooth concrete floors and ceilings, but their talking was at a minimum. Still, I felt it wouldn't be long before the commotion of 500 slaves walking toward a launch pad caught someone's attention. Sir, Lars said over comms, I'm detecting movement at the intersection ahead, to your left. I called the armed miners along the left flank to send word to the front. I was about to run up and join those ahead when I heard shouts from somewhere behind us. I turned to see a group of people running toward us, outfitted in workers' clothes. Lars, who are these guys, and how come you didn't notify me? I asked. My apologies, sir. They must have emerged from a smaller access hallway that I am unable to monitor. They appear to be general mine employees. I can see that. Any guess if they're hostile? No, sir. However, based upon... Crap, they've got tools, and now they're charging us. Their makeshift clubs and daggers would be no match for our firearms, but I didn't really want to add to the body count today, especially since these guys looked like regularly paid miners. But judging by their aggressive advance, they had orders to attack us, which meant 2 things, at least as far as I could reckon. The first was that our escape had caught the attention of someone in charge, no doubt Ozzy by now too. Second, it meant that whether or not these miners were guilty of enslaving those in the mist mines, they were culpable the moment they chose to follow any order intended to prevent our escape. The charging miners were 30-some meters away now, their calls to stay where we were amply clear, as was their intent to cause us bodily harm. God, this is going to be a bloodbath. I brought my MX-090 to my shoulder and was about to give the order to open fire when the weapons next to me lit up the tunnel with sound and light. I winced as the gunshots startled me. The mist miners beside me poured full automatic bursts into the approaching threat. The unarmored victims toppled over one another, grabbing chests and limbs as they collapsed in a heap.
Expended ammunition casings bounced off my head and arms as my defenders continued to fire. Within seconds, the rushing miners had been mowed down, left dying and dead on the concrete floor. As for me, I hadn't even fired a single round. "Cease fire!" I yelled, repeating the order several times. Whatever qualms I had about taking down a lesser-armed opponent were clearly not shared by the liberated miners. I looked at the man closest to me, a gaunt but determined man in his 30s. "Think you got 'em all?" "That felt good," he replied, chest heaving. Sweat ran down his temples and his hands shook. "I can imagine." Just then, more gunfire erupted from the front of the line. "Stay here," I said. "Keep your eyes peeled, and if more miners come, well, just do that again." I waved a finger loosely at the pile of bodies. I darted up the side of the line as the gunfire grew louder. The missed miners dropped to the ground the moment one of them had been struck by a bullet in the head. While I mourned the victim, a woman in her 30s, held by an older woman who was wailing, the group's actions gave me a clear view of what lay ahead. "What's going on out there?" Rachel asked over comms. "Contact," I said. "Several armed guards." But I couldn't count them all. They were hidden behind crates and equipment along the walls at the next intersection. "Stand by!" "Flint!" Rachel's voice was strained. "Flint, are you okay?" I tapped the comm off and sighted in on a security guard farthest from the front line. I figured the defenders were focused on those closest to them, which made my priority hitting those my forces weren't focused on. My reticle zeroed in on the man's head just as he popped up to fire. I squeezed. My MX-090 barely recoiled in my shoulder, discharging one of its 9-gram bullets at over 1,200 meters per second. Like the overseer I'd shot in the mist mines, the target's head exploded, splattering the wall behind him with blood. The body tumbled onto the floor, extending from the crate he'd been hiding behind. The next security guard I acquired a sight picture on was closer than the last and less protected. He leaned against a hover skidster, stepping on the lifting tines for a height advantage. But this also made him a perfect target for me since he was head and shoulders above anything else around. I fired 2 shots this time, one striking him in the neck and the other in the shoulder. The man flipped off the skidster. His head flailed around, held on by a thin sinew, and then his body slammed into the ground, rifle clattering to the side. The remaining attackers fell within 5 more seconds, unable to keep up with the withering assault of the rage-consumed mist miners. The defense, however, had not been without its cost. 2 of my team members had been killed in the exchange, taking rounds to the chest and gut. And at least another 10 unarmed miners had been gunned down. My heart ached for them. Hadn't they suffered enough? Though I supposed death was some form of mercy, given all that they'd seen. Still, to be so close to an escape only to die in this exchange was tragic. I ordered the line forward and instructed everyone to leave the bodies of the fallen. That was hard on them, but mourning for the dead was something that would have to be done in memory. Carrying those bodies would only slow us down. Then I ordered those closest to the slain security guards to retrieve the enemy's weapons. I tapped my comm and brought the channel back online. "What's going on out there?" Rachel sounded pissed. "We killed him," I said, trying to exude as much calm as I could. "Did you shut me off, Flint Reed? Don't you dare tell me you shut me off." "I needed to focus." She paused. "How bad?" "Looks like we lost almost 15. "Damn it," Rachel said. "You back on the move?" "We are, yes. And you guys?" "We're installing more traps and netting. It's not going to be pretty, but it will keep everyone from flying all over the place on launch. 10 more minutes." "Lars, how far out are we?" I asked. 2 minutes, sir." "Rach, you're going to have to work around the passengers," I said. Rachel made to protest, but I stopped her. "We're too exposed out here, and I can't imagine the launch bays are any better." She hesitated, then said, "No, they're not." "Then cover in the ships is our best bet. We'll make a defense from the gantries." "You're expecting more?" "Wouldn't you?" Rachel didn't need to think long. "Yep. Okay, send them up when you get here. We'll do as you say and work around them." "Sounds good, Rach."
The miners hustled up the towers and along the gantries, filing into the massive freight rockets. The bases of two monsters filled most of the twin silos that soared overhead, while the rocket's top halves protruded beyond the bays and into the blue sky. Several people tripped as they walked, and I had horrible visions of miners tumbling over the railings and meeting their end on the launch floor. After all, the support apparatuses were built for loading raw materials, not human beings. But no one fell, despite there being several close calls. I had barely entered the launch bays when the ground began to shake again. I steadied myself on a maintenance cart and grabbed another weapon-carrying miner who was almost knocked off her feet. This tremor was stronger than the others. It felt a lot closer, too.
"I think it's safe to say that if Ozzy's forces don't kill us, the worms sure will," Rachel said. "I can feel that from in here."
"Copy that," I said, noting the grim tone in my own voice. I looked up and surveyed the last stretch of people. "Looks like you got about 50 more for both rockets."
"Sounds good, we're almost done."
"When you are, I want you following Lars's instructions to get back to the horizon on the double."
"Wait, what about you?"
But I couldn't answer the question. Gunfire broke the calm, echoing through the cavernous launch silos. Several people screamed as bullets danced off the metal trussing that supported the gantries. "Third level!" someone on my team yelled. I looked up to see several security guards take cover in the recessed overlooks that ran along the curved walls. "Take 'em out!" Following my own orders, I aimed at one of several guards who, in their haste to fire on the people loading into the ships, failed to notice me and the defenders below, leaving his side exposed. I fired a round into the man's right arm, blowing a wide hole out the top of his left shoulder. The man fell away, leaving a blood stain on the ceiling above him. The security guard beside the dead body looked down and noticed my team. But he didn't react in time. My next round struck him under the gut, blowing out his back. Instead of falling backward, however, the man leaned over the railing and fell off the balcony. His body slapped the ground with a wet thud, spraying me with a fine mist of bodily fluids. The rest of the security guards turned from shooting the miners and started aiming at the defenders. I darted for cover, noting the advantage the guards had from their elevated position. It wasn't enough to hide behind something, we had to hide beneath something as well. Bullets smacked the floor, blowing out chunks of concrete and leaving divots. I took cover under a metal shelf on the side of a utility vehicle. More bullets pinged off the metallic body, whizzing away in high-pitched squeals. I checked my magazine to see that I only had a few rounds left, so I swapped it out with the only remaining mag on my belt. Then, as soon as there was a break in the barrage of gunfire, I rolled out from under the shelf and took aim at a guard who was also reloading. But unlike me, he failed to take cover when swapping out magazines. Rookie mistake, I thought, as I fired. My bullet blew off his right shoulder and sent him to the floor. If he wasn't dead, he would be shortly. I had time for one more target, and I chose a guard who was making a run for a better position. I fired 3 times, unable to track his jerky movements, before the 4th bullet struck him in the hip. He bent sideways, arms flailing. His weapon flew from his hands and clattered over the railing. I ducked under my shelf once more as bullets rang off the vehicle's topside. I heard a miner grunt to my left, sliding to the ground after a bullet drove through the top of his head. Another man past him started flailing about as if under attack from a swarm of Fiorian killer bees. He took several swings at the invisible bullets that riddled his body before collapsing on the ground in a bloody mess. Aggravated, I rolled out, took aim at one of the 2 remaining guards, and fired. The first one was busy shooting one of my defenders, completely unaware that my MX-090 was trained on his head. I squeezed, sending his near-headless body to the ground. The second and final security guard took 2 rounds to the chest, spinning him once to the left and then back to the right, before he careened off the railing and met the ground, head first. "Clear!" I shouted. "Cease fire!" The surviving defenders crept out from hiding and surveyed the damage. We'd lost 4 more miners in the surprise assault. I looked up and saw several bodies lying along the gantries as people wept over the dead. Maybe 30 people had yet to make it into the spacecrafts. "Everyone up and into the ships," I ordered.
Then, over comms, I said, "Lars, please tell me you had no idea those guards were going to appear." "You would have been the first to know had I seen them," replied the AI. I sighed with silent rage, eager to pay someone back for the losses we'd just suffered. "That's the right answer, Lars, because you don't want to know how badly I would have probed you if you'd fallen asleep on the job." "I'm more than pleased to avoid such wrath, sir." Over the next minute, I watched as the defenders helped the last few passengers on board and then entered the ships themselves. "You ready to go?" I said to Rachel. "Now get back to the horizon ASAP." "Will do," Rachel replied, but there was concern in her voice. I knew what she was going to ask next. "What about you?" "I'm going to settle accounts with Ozzy," I said. "Not without me, you're not." "Negative, Rachel. I don't want you anywhere near that man." "You listen here, Flint," Rachel said, stepping out onto a gantry. She glared down at me. "Don't you dare—" "I'll see you and Monty back on the horizon," I said. "Monty?" As if on cue, the kid came out to stand beside Rachel. He gave me a thumbs up. I returned the gesture, saying, "See you soon." "Flint?" Chapter 24. "You don't have to do this, Flint," Rachel said over comms. "Yeah, I do have to do this." I was following Lars's directions toward Ozzy's upper office. Apparently the man was holed up there, packing up some of his belongings, according to Lars. That news raised several questions, the most obvious of which was whether or not the thug was preparing to leave like we were. "We can come back for the artifact," Rachel said. "Let it go." "No way." I poked my head around a corner to make sure the hallway was clear before proceeding. "For one, I have no desire to come back to this place with or without Ozzy. I've seen enough giant worms for a lifetime." "But the explosion will most likely drive them away from this pit," Rachel contended. "Araga says the artifacts are just about indestructible. So we return, do some scans, and then we're gone." "So A, I don't want to be on the same planet as the worms. B, I don't like digging through rubble. This place has given me a newfound fear of being buried alive. And C, I don't like being on the same planet as worms." "Sir," Lars said, "you already stated that under point A. Also, turn left and take the stairwell at the end of the hall." "Thanks, pal," I said. "Sir, please be aware that—" "I don't care if you don't like worms, Flint," Rachel continued. I slowed at the turn and looked around the corner. I almost stepped around it, expecting no one to be there, when a security guard spotted me. He brought his weapon up and fired just as I pulled my head back. "Was that gunfire?" Rachel asked. "Lars!" I shouted. "Where was my warning?" "I'm sorry, sir, but Miss Fontaine's communications have seniority over mine." "Remind me to have you change that," I replied. "Acknowledged. I would like to note, however, that the guard missed and you are still alive." "And you need to shut up, Lars." "But, sir, you just said—" "Not now, pal." I hunched down and aimed my MX-090 around the corner. Since humans were conditioned to look for other humans at head height, one of the easiest ways to get the jump on an assailant was to appear where they least expected, at knee level. I rolled onto my hip and leaned out, weapon leading me. The split second the tactic gained me was enough to sight in on the man's chest and fire a short 3-round burst. 2 of the 3 bullets struck their target, pushing the goon back and toppling him to the ground. But his trigger finger tightened, causing his automatic submachine gun to fire a string of bullets around the hallway with an extended blat sound. I pulled back as rounds whizzed past me. When the magazine was depleted, the weapon went silent, as did the man's breathing. "Flint," Rachel asked, "if you keep this up, I'm going to mute the channel again." "Don't you dare!" "Just get back to the horizon with Monty. Those are the kid's orders, and you don't want to let him down after all he's done for us, do you?" "You're using a child?" Rachel sounded incredulous. "You should be ashamed of yourself." "And you should learn to follow orders from your commanding officer," I said. "You're not my commanding officer." "Last I checked, I sure as hell's am." "Flint Reed." "Oops," I said and tapped my ear, but I could still hear Lars. "I'm at the stairs, buddy." "Well done, sir. Ascend 5 levels," the AI instructed. "On it. Stairwell clear?" "Utterly, sir."
I started up the 2-flight stories, reminded of the last time I did this with Lars. This is starting to be a thing for us, ain't it?
A thing, sir?
A pattern, a tradition, you know.
Ah, I was unfamiliar that the word thing could have so many connotations.
Well, I guess anything can be a thing if you think about it.
Then your insistence that we have a thing together really is not as endearing as your tone makes it out to be.
And see, this is another one of our things.
What's that, sir?
Me trying to explain the nuances of human interaction to you and you not having the slightest clue what I mean.
Resulting in us now having two things to celebrate as habitual points of interest?
You got it, pal.
I feel like I understand this less than when we began, though I sense you expect me to share in some euphoric feeling of wonder or mutual appreciation. Therefore,
the next thing Lars did was utter a deep laugh over comms that sounded more like a digital hyena's demonic cackle than an act of human joy. You sure know how to ruin a moment, Lars. I rubbed the outside of my ear canal, hoping the sudden ringing would dissipate soon.
My apologies, sir. I will try harder not to let you down in the future. Additionally, please note that you are arriving at the first floor's landing. Once through the door, proceed down the hall. Mr. Oppenheimer's waiting room and main office is the 5th door on your left.
And no thugs?
There appear to be no hostile forces on this floor, other than Mr. Oppenheimer himself.
That's what I like to hear.
I pushed open the stairwell door and moved down the hallway. Even despite Lars's assurances, I still moved with my weapon pointed down range, head on a swivel. All it took was for someone to get lucky catching me off guard at a bad angle. I arrived at the 5th door and rolled to the side, reaching out to activate the motion sensor. The doors were unlocked and slid apart, allowing me to look upon the waiting room where Rachel and I had stood just a few hours before.
Confirming that he can't see me, I stated.
That is correct, sir. All of Ozzy's feeds, like the others, maintain looped content without you in view.
Just making sure, thanks.
Of course, sir.
I stepped into the waiting room and immediately heard a commotion coming from the other side of the door. Where is he positioned in the room?
Beside one of the display stands, on the right-hand side, halfway along the wall. The sound you just heard was a statue of 3 female humans engaged in
kinky stuff, I got it.
Correct. Landing on the floor. Copy that. Can you open the door for me? At your command, sir.
I gave myself a meter, brought my MX-090 up and readied myself to aim at where I imagined Ozzy was. Now. The doors parted, and I took a step forward, but Ozzy must have heard me. No sooner had I sighted him in than he dropped behind several pieces of furniture, blocking my aim. I squeezed anyway, firing bullets into the couch, end tables, and display hutches. Glass exploded and wood chips went flying. I moved fully into the room and sidestepped to the right, rifle still high in ready position, finger on the trigger. I made a quick lunge, expecting to see Ozzy on the ground, but he was gone. The man popped up on the opposite side of his desk, firing 2 pistols at me. He alternated shots, forcing me to dive behind 2 leather seats. Bullets chewed through the furniture. One round pierced my abdomen just above my left hip bone. I cursed, but managed to keep moving. The bullet went straight through. Still, it felt as if someone had taken a hot poker and pierced my side, leaving the glowing metal stuck in place. Bullets struck the place behind me, betraying the fact that Ozzy hadn't seen me crawl away. I gathered my legs beneath me, waited until he'd expended his magazines, and then rose. I fired 3 rounds from my MX-090, but the pain above my hip caused me to miss as soon as I stood upright. Ozzy ducked, ejected the spent magazines onto the wooden floor, and dove behind his desk. I guessed he had access to more ammo there, so I tried beating him to it. I charged down the right side of the office and then skidded to a halt when I'd come around the back side of the desk. But I'd been moving too fast and slid further past the desk's edge than I intended. Ozzy only managed to reload 1 pistol, but all it would take was 1 bullet to end my life. He fired, and I fell, but not from being hit. Instead, the pain in my hip made my leg buckle. The act may have saved my life, and I dipped below the deadly paths of the bullets.
As I fell, however, I managed to point my rifle at Ozzy, one-handed, and squeeze off 2 rounds.
"You son of a bitch!"
Ozzy roared, grabbing his right arm with his free hand. He tried bringing his weapon up, but the arm seemed immobilized, at least for the moment. I rolled over, attempting to get another shot off, when I saw Ozzy lunge toward me. The giant had ditched the remaining pistol and reached his left hand toward my face. He latched on, fingers wrapping around my head. Then he began to squeeze. I never knew my cranium could creak, but it did. The cracks sounded like gunshots in my ears, and the pain exceeded the worst migraine I'd ever experienced. I fought to get my rifle up, but Ozzy had pinned it against my chest with some part of his body. I tried jerking free, but his grip was simply too strong. Bone-crushing was the perfect term. Literally.
"You came back for the artifact, didn't you?"
Ozzy said, his gravelly bass voice adding to the pain in my skull.
"That's why you're here."
I wanted to reply, to say something snarky, but I could barely think, let alone speak. The pain was unbearable.
"I should have figured,"
Ozzy went on.
"With the failure in Celion City, I should have known they'd send someone after me."
Celion City? Despite the blistering pain, I at least heard that connection. Did this mean that Ozzy was behind the job on Araga's vault?
"Obrick was sloppy,"
Ozzy said, suddenly confirming my suspicions.
"And my enemies sent you in retaliation. You're with the Syndicate, aren't you, mate? Couldn't have me back in the game, could they?"
So Ozzy really was trying to return to his old profession. Seems Lars had been closer to the mark than we realized, and he was no doubt trying to use the artifacts to leverage his way back in. At least that was how my brain put everything together when squeezed like a lemon. But it still didn't explain why we'd been chased back on Varadia. Or had it? Maybe the hit team that had chased us was a syndicate. That certainly would have explained how well-funded and well-connected they were. And if they thought we were trying to aid Ozzy, of course they'd want to stop us. Even more if they thought we had artifacts to trade.
"Too bad for them. They failed to kill me, and they're going to lose their mine."
"What's that supposed to mean?" I asked, hardly recognizing my own voice.
"Those monsters in the abyss, something stirred them. Something you did, probably. So it's time to leave, mate. And no one is going to stop me, least of all some syndicate-hired gun."
Ozzy poured on the pain, squeezing me harder than I thought possible. I yelled as another loud crack sent a shard of light piercing through my consciousness. But while the bastard had been monologuing, I'd removed the blade from my belt and wrapped my bloodied left hand tight around the handle.
"Then I hate to disappoint you," I said, barely audible. "And how's that, mate?"
"I'm not with the syndicates." Then I jabbed the knife straight up. Chapter 25. Ozzy winced, then cried out in pain. As soon as he did, his hand came off my head and the plates of my skull popped back into place. The pain was so unbearable I could hardly see straight. But the man's hand was off me, at least for the moment. I blinked several times and noticed my knife protruding from under his ribs. Whatever it had hit had been vital. Blood surged out of the wound like it was shooting from an overpowered water pump. Ozzy placed his one good hand over the wound, fingers spreading around the knife's handle. I doubted he'd remove it, knowing how much more it would bleed when he did. His right arm still seemed out of commission. Shiny, crimson blood leaked from the gunshot I'd left near his shoulder.
"You bastard!"
he cried, still straddling me with both legs. I managed to bring my MX-090 around, but the monster of a man batted it away, seething in rage. The rifle clattered aside, too far to reach.
"You're going to pay for this,"
Ozzy roared, then raised his fist and delivered a crushing blow to my face. The pain shot through my head like a lightning bolt. Small stars filled my vision, and I felt a sudden urge to fall asleep.
but something inside me screamed, willing me to stay awake. I knew if I backed out now, I was as good as dead. I looked up to see Ozzy raise his fist for a second blow. I wouldn't be able to take another like that. His clenched hand came down and I leaned away, narrowly avoiding the blow. Instead, he punched the floor and swore at me, blood still pooling into my chest from the knee wound. My eyes focused on the handle protruding from his rib cage. I reached out and grabbed it, then wrenched the blade up and down as if prying a piece of machinery loose. The effort produced a blood-curdling cry from Ozzy. It also forced him to peel off of me. Suddenly free of the man's gargantuan weight, I rolled aside and brought my knees up, forcing myself to all fours. My head still ached, but I was in survival mode. I had to end this, or else Ozzy was going to end me. Seeing that I was against the far wall behind Ozzy's desk, I reached a hand to the office-width sliding glass door and pulled myself up. As I did, my eyes caught sight of the main quarry a few hundred meters below, and several kilometers below that, the valley floor that stretched to the horizon. I'd nearly forgotten the commanding view Ozzy's office had of the mine's mountaintop operation. Why do they insist on such high offices? I mumbled as I struggled to my feet. I thought of the hollow thrillers musing on villains' obsessions with power and heights. I mean, what's the matter with ground-level offices? I felt dizzy as my knees and back straightened. I pulled my eyes from the nerve-wracking view and refocused on my enemy. But before I turned, I heard Ozzy's boots pounding the wooden floor. I saw him charging out of the corner of my eye, then felt his body slam into me. I guessed it was the equivalent of being struck by a hover truck at full speed. If my spine hadn't snapped under the impact, it was pretty damn close to breaking in two. Pain lanced from head to toe, and I heard my ribs pop. A split second later, however, the glass behind me exploded. Our bodies blew through the transparent sliding doors in a cascade of broken glass. We flew 2 meters and crashed onto a sparsely furnished balcony. Ozzy rolled off me and slammed against the deck's minimalist railing composed of 3 thin cables running between metal posts. Glass shards struck me in more places than I could count, even despite the protective qualities of my thin exosuit. I'm pretty sure the tag didn't read Ozzy rated. I pushed myself up, glass biting into my hands. Ozzy likewise rolled to his belly and began to stand, knife still plunged in his chest. His right arm remained limp to his side, but his left hand was ready for a fight. The man's bearded face looked more like a rabid animal's, blood and foam coming from his lips, and he had a crazed look in his eyes. For the briefest moment I wondered if this was what the women he'd abused had seen just before he'd assaulted them. "Mr. Oppenheimer?" came a frantic voice from back in the office. For the briefest of moments, Ozzy's eyes looked over my shoulder. It had to be one of his staff, most likely Eno. But it didn't matter, that guy was just a helpless little twit. Ozzy ducked. Automatic gunfire erupted from inside the office, blowing out the glass and showering the balcony with bullets. I dropped to the deck, landing back in broken glass as more of the stuff rained down on me. I covered my head with my arms, doing my best to roll to one side, any side, and avoid being struck by whoever was firing. The bullets continued coming. My ears rang with a concussive barrage, and I could pick out the sounds of brass casings pinging the floor. I was nearly to the right edge of the deck when the weapon's chamber pin clicked. The magazine was dry. The prospect of a 2-against-1 fight brought on a new burst of adrenaline. I summoned my strength and leaped to my feet, but my over-anxious effort threw me against the railing. I caught myself as I looked down at the quarry. The resulting wave of vertigo was almost paralyzing. I blinked once and pushed myself off the railing, focusing on the gunman inside the office. Sure enough, it was Eno, and he was reloading. Convinced he was the greater threat, at least for the moment, I growled and charged back into the office. The man looked up in surprise as I ran at him, closing the gap faster than even I expected. He dropped the gun and put his hands up as if to stop me, but I was committed. I slammed into his chest, knocking his glasses off, and toppled over Ozzy's desk. Eno gave out a gasp of air as my body weight compressed his lungs against the floor. Then I somersaulted off him and onto the middle area rug.
By the time I rolled to my knees, Eno had also righted himself. He pulled his coat back to reveal a set of knives strapped to his abdomen. "You're taking your cooking classes very seriously," I said. "These aren't for cooking, Mr. McBride," he replied, removing one and flipping it in his hand. Just then, Ozzy stumbled back into the office. "Kill him," he ordered. Eno threw the first knife at me with so much speed I hardly had time to react. Fortunately, I was lucky, and the man's aim was off. The blade whizzed by my left ear so close I heard it break the air. Instead, the weapon collided with the wall somewhere behind me. A second knife was in his hand, and he flung it at me with better aim. This time, the blade hit me in the shoulder, sticking into the bone. The force of it pushed me back, but I managed to stay on my knees, even to stand to 1 foot. By the time a third knife was ready to launch, I was charging Eno again, closing the gap. I slammed into him and pinned his body against the front of Ozzy's desk, but the man hadn't released his knife, and I felt a searing, hot stab drive into my back. The blade, however, was stopped short, striking a rib instead of the long jab into a lung. Still, it hurt like a bitch. I looked up just as Ozzy used one of his huge boots to kick his desk toward me. The impressive amount of force shoved Eno and I back onto the carpet, with Eno lying on top of me. Knife still in hand, he raised it up and jabbed. I crossed my arms, deflecting the blow, but not before the blade sliced my forearm. Eno jabbed again, and again I blocked it, receiving another long cut. Then, faster than I could think, Eno produced a fourth knife from his belly strap and started stabbing me with cat-like dexterity. Bang! One of Eno's blades spun out of his hand. The man yelped and looked up. I craned my neck to see Rachel, standing inside the doorway, coming from the waiting room. "You fucking closed the channel on me, Flint!" she yelled. "I told you never to do that again!" Eno threw his remaining knife at Rachel, but I jerked him aside. Still, the throw forced her to dodge, which meant her aim for the next shot was off. I heard her pistol bark and saw splinters fly out of Ozzy's desk. With Eno off me, I rolled to my feet, but not before I heard more gunfire coming from the direction of the shattered glass doors. I dove for the cover of one of the couches and rolled to a stop. Ozzy had retrieved one of his pistols and was firing like a madman. For her part, Rachel had taken cover behind a wooden case filled with old-looking swords. Ozzy alternated shots, firing once at me and once at Rachel. The assault had us pinned down, at least for the moment. He'd run out of ammo eventually. Before that could happen, however, Eno was back on his feet and charging Rachel's position. "You take Ozzy," she said to me. Then I looked at the steward, who had leaped off the closest couch and was coming toward her, his leg outstretched in a flying kick. His leather shoes hit her hand and knocked her pistol away. Both of them crashed into the corner and fell in a heap. "Go!" Rachel said again. "I've got this bastard!" Ozzy's firing had ceased. This might be the only window I'd get. I ripped Eno's blade from my shoulder bone and then darted from behind my cover. I charged straight for Ozzy's desk. The thug noticed me and looked up. He was fumbling with another magazine in a desk drawer, but he wasn't going to be able to reload. I was moving too fast, and it was time I repaid him for shoving me through the glass doors. I propelled myself over the desk head first and drove my good shoulder into his chest, trying to aim for the knife that was still stuck there. I was beginning to think that maybe I'd hit bone with it. Surely it would have fallen out by now. But my blow missed the opportunity to drive the knife in deeper. Still, my momentum knocked Ozzy backward, and once again, we flew out onto the deck. His back slid along the broken glass, taking us right to the wire railing. Ozzy reached up and grabbed my neck, instantly cutting off my airway. But I still held Eno's throwing knife, so I started hacking at Ozzy's arm. The few cuts I managed to make succeeded in lessening the man's iron grip, enough that I could yank myself off him. I tumbled to the deck and pushed myself up. Ozzy likewise was standing, but before he could get fully erect, I threw a kick at his head. My boot landed on the side of his head, knocking him off balance. Convinced this was my moment, I charged him, driving the throwing knife into his gut. But as I collided with him,
two things happened. First, Ozzy grabbed my hand where it clenched the knife protruding from his chest and held it there. Even if I had the leverage to recoil, his grip was simply too tight. Second, and far more importantly, Ozzy toppled over the railing and took me with him. Once committed to the long fall, Ozzy let go of my hand and reached for the lowest wire of the deck's railing. His giant paw snagged the wire, and his body jerked to a halt. I managed to wrap my arms around the man, sliding down to his waist before I stopped. I looked below and saw both our feet dangling far above the quarry. "Don't let go, Flint," I told myself, "and stop looking down."
"What are you gonna do now, mate?"
Ozzy asked from above. "Me?" I asked in reply. "You're the one with only one good arm, mate." Ozzy's right limb was still out of commission, which meant unless he let go with his left hand, sending us both to our doom, he only had his legs to work with. Suddenly, Ozzy threw several scissor kicks at my lower waist, trying to wrap his knees around me. I fought off the first few attempts, but he had the advantages of larger limbs, height, and superior leverage. By his fourth attempt, I was unable to keep him away, and he wrapped his legs around me so tightly that the effort drove the air out of my lungs. Resisting every instinct that said otherwise, I let go with my arms and fell fully into his legs. Had he been thinking fast enough, that was the moment to release me. I was completely at his disposal. Instead, he held me fast, which gave me a split second to reach overhead and drive my knife into his armpit. Ozzy roared. His chest convulsed with the effort, shaking like a hover train engine. Instantly his legs released me, and all my weight hung on the knife lodged in the side of his upper chest. The blade slid down, cutting into bone and muscle. I knew I only had seconds before the knife or Ozzy's grip gave out, so I used my other hand to pull myself up the man's chest and then leap for the railing's lowest wire. As soon as I felt the cable touch my palm, the knife in Ozzy's chest broke free and tumbled below us, trailing a stream of blood. I grabbed hold of the wire with all my strength, bringing my second hand up to join the first. Ozzy and I were eye to eye, but my grip was slipping due to the blood in my palms from all the glass. Was this bastard really going to outlast me simply because he had a stronger grip? Gods, this was not how I wanted things to end. Ozzy started to laugh, just as a tremor began shaking the deck. I couldn't tell if his laugh was moving the wire or if this was another quake, another worm. I looked over at Ozzy dangling from the deck with one arm, bleeding from several holes in his chest.
"You're pathetic, mate,"
Ozzy said. He spit a mouthful of blood into the wind.
"All that, and you still couldn't stop me."
I tried getting a better grip on the cable, but my hand slipped free. I threw it back up, regaining a feeble hold. "It ain't over yet," I said, trying to believe my own words.
"Yeah, it is, mate. And once I climb back up there, do you have any idea what I'm going to do to that woman of yours?"
"What's that?" said a voice overhead. I looked up to see Rachel standing over us. Her face and hands were covered in blood, and she held one of the swords from Ozzy's display case in her hand. Ozzy tried to speak, but Rachel cut him off.
"You're going to rape me? Just like you've done to hundreds of women before me? Just like you did to my sister?"
"Sister?" I asked, not realizing I'd said the word out loud. Ozzy chuckled.
"You expect me to remember one face out of thousands? How quaint."
"No," Rachel said. "I expect you to remember them all."
Ozzy spit up at her, but only succeeded in smearing his own cheek with saliva.
"We're going to play a game, Ozzy,"
Rachel continued.
"And what's that?"
"It's the same game you played with your victims. It's called How Much Pain Can You Endure Before Your Life Isn't Worth Holding On To."
Ozzy glanced over at me in confusion. I let out a quick breath through my nose, then said, "Oh, you're fucked." Rachel took the sword and laid the blade against Ozzy's pinky finger. With a gentle back-and-forth motion, she started plying the blade past the flesh and into his bone. Ozzy threw his head back and screamed, tears chasing one another down the sides of his face.
"Does your scream remind you of anything yet?"
Rachel asked, so calmly that it gave me chills.
"Do you see their faces yet?"
But all Ozzy could do was weep, biting his lip until it drew blood. I watched as Ozzy's pinky finger separated. The tip bounced off his bald head and then tumbled into thin air. Rachel moved on to Ozzy's ring finger. The sword blade sliced into the skin and started sawing smoothly into bone.
"You little bitch!"
Ozzy cried.
"Wrong answer,"
Rachel said, then pressed with all her weight until the blade snapped the finger in two. The fingertip popped off and fell away, spinning as it descended out of sight. Ozzy tried to tighten his grip on the cable. His blood made it just as hard to hold as it was for me. The wires shook. Again, I wondered if it was just our muscles giving out, but I noticed the shattered glass on the deck begin to vibrate. As soon as the sword blade touched Ozzy's middle finger, he cried, "I see them! I see them all!"
"All?"
Rachel asked, pressing the weapon into the knuckle.
Yes, I see them all." "How convenient for you. Tell me, what color were Monty's sister's eyes?"
There was a brief pause. Ozzy looked at me as if I was going to give support, or maybe I could call off the bitch sawing away at his fingers.
"Told you,"
I said.
"Her eyes were brown,"
Ozzy said. Rachel clucked her tongue.
"Damn it, Ozzy. Wrong answer."
"Blue," he said. But Rachel added more pressure to the sword's blade.
"And what about my sister's? What was her name again?"
"I don't know," Ozzy cried. I could see his hand shaking. Blood was cascading down his arm. In all honesty, I had no idea how he was holding on. Hells, I had no idea how I was still holding on. Rachel really needed to wrap this up. But there was no way I was going to say that to her.
"Elizabeth,"
Rachel said. The deck shook as if emphasizing the intensity of her voice.
"Her name was Elizabeth. And do you remember her eye color?"
"Hazel," Ozzy said, his voice thick with desperation.
"Wrong again, Oswald."
Rachel leaned down as far as she could and spoke in a soft, almost angelic voice, despite the growing commotion in the mountain.
"Her eyes were gold, the same as every woman's you raped. But how would you know? You were never worthy enough to see their treasure."
And with that, Rachel severed Ozzy's middle finger. Unable to support his massive body weight with just his thumb and index finger, Ozzy's maimed hand slipped off the cable. For a split second, his body was frozen in midair, face looking up at Rachel in abject horror. But Rachel only stared back with grim satisfaction. She just ended the life of one of the galaxy's worst human scourges. And I didn't blame her one bit for the pleasure that wreathed her face. Ozzy screamed as he fell away from us, body leaning back into the wind. He grew smaller and smaller as the quarry seemed to expand, eager to consume his body. But the quarry wasn't expanding. Something was emerging from it. With the explosive force of a bomb, the ground blew apart, shooting rock and debris in all directions. There, lunging from the deep, was the giant maw of a great worm. Its flaps opened wide, revealing countless rows of rotating teeth that spiraled down to a black hole. The creature gave a blast that for a second seemed as if it might blow Ozzy's body into the stratosphere. The sound was deafening, nearly ripping my grip off the cable, but I felt Rachel's hands lock around my wrists and hold me fast. The worm continued to surge out of the ground, rising toward us. I watched Ozzy's body strike one row of teeth and then flip into a wild spin. He bounced further into the worm's maw until he was caught in the gyrating columns of teeth. Suddenly a red burst swirled into the worm's enormous mouth as the rapist's body was torn apart. The worm continued to rise, however, coming so high that I thought Rachel and I might be next. But the beast slowed, reaching its zenith, and then rested as if suspended in midair. The moment passed, and a whoosh of air rushed up as the monster sailed back toward the ground, body extended. It landed across the quarry with an explosion of rock and dust that blasted out, momentarily obscuring the worm from view. While the specimens I'd seen in the mist mine were massive, this particular worm seemed 2 or 3 times as large as those.
"Come on, Flint!" Rachel yelled. "Work with me here!"
She pulled on my arms, heaving me toward the next cable. I grabbed it and then reached for the next one until I'd gained the railing. Rachel grabbed me by the belt and yanked me over the top, causing me to collapse with her on the glass-covered deck. The worm's tremors still vibrated through the structure, but not as violent as before. I heard it give out another moan as the sound of movement echoed up from below. It was on the move. Rachel and I stood together and looked over the railing. Through the dust, we could see the giant monster slinking out of its hole and moving down the mountain.
"Well, he's in a hurry,"
I said.
"Then I think we should be too."
Chapter 26. I found the artifact in a display case in Ozzy's office. The device had been there when we'd first arrived, and I'd never even noticed it. A locked safe would have seemed like a more appropriate place to keep it, but then again, Ozzy was the sort who liked to show off his conquests. I carried the artifact toward Ozzy's desk and stepped over Eno's corpse. His business suit had several deep gashes running through it, presumably from the antique sword Rachel had found. While I obviously hadn't seen the final exchange, I recognized the aftermath.
"You did pretty good with that thing,"
I said, nodding to the sword she still carried in her hand.
"Every knight needs a capable page,"
she replied. Then she thrust out a hip and put a finger on her lower lip, tapping it.
"No, not a page, and not a princess either. Maybe I was more like a dark mage back there."
"A dark what?"
"Or maybe a mage goddess."
"I have no idea what you're talking about."
"Says everyone who doesn't take the time to read."
"Hey, I read." Rachel rolled her eyes at me.
"Sure you do."
Once at the desk, I tucked the artifact in the backpack that Ozzy had been using to collect some of his personal items, but Rachel took the pack from me.
"You're hurt,"
she said, eyeing my pelvis.
"Here, let me carry it."
After slinging the pack over her shoulders, she knelt and gave my hip a quick glance to make sure my exosuit was doing its job to contain the bleeding. She seemed satisfied, but I knew I was going to need proper medical attention soon.
"It'll do for now, but we need to get you back to the ship."
Another vibration shook the office, as if to emphasize her point. We ran out of Ozzy's office, through the waiting room, and into the hallway. I tried to remember the route we'd come with Eno when we first arrived, but I was having trouble gathering the directions. Fortunately, Rachel was on it, having just come this way. Plus, I had no doubt Lars was eager to contribute to our escape. "Those worms damage our rockets, Lars?" I asked, wincing, as I ran behind Rachel.
"Negative, sir. While the majority of the mine's core operation has experienced significant damage, the starship silos, as well as the Horizon's docking bay, have been minimally impacted."
"And let's hope it stays that way," I said.
Just then another quake jarred the hallway and threw Rachel and me to the wall. My head smacked it hard enough that I saw stars. We both stumbled forward but managed to keep our feet under us. "Remind me to wear a helmet on our next expedition," I said to Rachel. "No problem. I have one in pink that's just your size." "Perfect. Taking the elevator is going to be too risky," Rachel said. "We're taking the stairs." "Of course we are," I said. "It's our thing," added Lars. Rachel glanced back at me. "Your thing?" she whispered. "Never mind," I said. "Lead on." We descended as fast as we could, taking the steps 2 and 3 at a time. My side was screaming in protest, but I wasn't about to slow for it now. Lars would have plenty of time to probe me once we got back on the horizon. "Where's Victor?" I asked Lars. "Victor and Dolores are presently in geosynchronous orbit, directly over our position, as per my instructions to him." "So can you launch the starships?" "Indeed, sir. The vessels are sealed and have passed all systems checks for launch." "Do it," I said. "Send 'em up." "As you wish, sir." Then to both of us, Lars added, "On the next level, exit the stairwell and turn left." "On it," Rachel said, gripping the railing and using it to swing around to the door. She burst through it and into a corridor that looked less office building and more industrial. We must have been in the mine's operations section. "How far is the ship from here?" I asked Rachel. "Far enough that we need one of those," she said, pointing to a small hover skiff near the mouth of a massive tunnel. "I'll drive," I said. "Like hell's you will," she replied, sliding into the pilot's seat. "This one's reserved for mage goddesses." "Are they super pushy?" "Only when they have unruly subjects who won't shut up and climb in the back." Being a one-passenger utilitarian skiff, I was forced to hop up onto the cart's bed, landing amongst the several toolboxes. I shoved them off the edge to make more room for myself. As soon as I did, another tremor dislodged a huge chunk of the ceiling. The block of concrete and rebar smashed into the floor 3 meters away, showering me with bits of rock. "Go, go, go!" I yelled at Rachel. I looked up to see another boulder-sized rock careening toward us. The skiff whined and then shot forward, its pure inline acceleration threatening to throw me off the rear. I grabbed a handle on the side of the bed and managed to keep myself from joining the tossed toolboxes. I secured myself and then looked over Rachel's shoulder. "Watch out!" I said. "I see them!" More blocks of concrete fell ahead of us, slamming into the ground and striking the skiff with shrapnel. Rachel veered to the left and then back to the right, throwing me around in the bed. I rolled side to side, trying to keep from falling off. "Next time I'm driving," I said over the sounds of exploding concrete. While the hover skiff was immune to the vibrations, the tunnel wasn't. The destruction increased as we went, with more of the tunnel collapsing all around us. "We need to go faster," I said. "You really are the worst, you know that?" Despite my nagging, Rachel was doing just as well as I would have, maybe better given my condition, but I'd never say as much. She swerved to avoid a vehicle-sized block of stone, then swerved again to shoot under a fallen truss. We banged into a utility cart and then burst through a cluster of wooden crates, all in our mad dash to get out of this death trap. "Watch out!" I said, pointing over her shoulder. Rachel batted my hand out of her vision, then reached for the control panel with one hand while she controlled the yoke with the other. A tunnel-wide girder had fallen, leaving only a 2-meter gap beneath it. There was no way we were going to make it under. But Rachel increased the power, driving our sled faster. "What are you doing?" I demanded. "Shut up!" I stared at the girder, quickly calculating that the beam was level with our bodies. There was no ducking this. What was she thinking? As soon as the skiff reached top speed, indicated by a smooth female voice that said, "Maximum velocity achieved," Rachel punched an icon on the dashboard and killed the undercarriage repulsors. Suddenly, the skiff dropped out from beneath us, pulling us with it. We hit the ground with a jerk, jarring my head and neck. Sparks erupted behind me as the sound of metal grinding against stone produced a terrifying shriek. I watched as the girder passed overhead, narrowly missing Rachel's forehead. As soon as we were clear, Rachel diverted power back to the repulsors and the skiff popped off the ground, slamming my head into the bed. "God damn it, Rachel! You're welcome!"
The tunnel continued to decompose right before my eyes, but I saw a light up ahead indicating what I hoped was the end of this breakneck skiff ride. "At the intersection ahead, please turn left," Lars said as calmly as if he were a tour guide identifying a point of interest. "'Cause this is the end, right?" I asked. "I'm sorry, sir, no," Lars replied. "You are precisely halfway to the Horizon's docking station." "Halfway?" "Brace yourself," Rachel ordered. "Against what?" I grabbed one handle with both hands, feeling us accelerating up toward the maximum velocity range again. "Normal people slow down for tight turns, Rach." "If you haven't noticed," she replied, grabbing the yoke with both hands, "I'm not normal." I shouted something back at her, but it was lost in the scream of the skiff's drive core as the vehicle banked left. The repulsors fought to keep the sled on track, but it skewed sideways, sliding over the ground with a groan. I watched as the left-hand tunnel grew larger, as was the tunnel's right-hand wall. We were going to crash. "Lean!" Rachel yelled, throwing her body to the left. I didn't think twice and joined her efforts despite the pain it sent through my hip and hands. The skiff rolled to the left just as we met the tunnel's curved wall, but instead of striking it, we rode up the side, shooting out like a spaceball toss that had gone wide and rolled around the area's far edge. I held the handle for dear life as the skiff continued along the tunnel's right wall. 8 meters below me, concrete debris whizzed by. Just then, a jagged tooth of rock burst out of the wall, threatening to severely impede our forward progress. Rachel yanked on the yoke and sent the skiff sideways, powering in the direction of gravity. The vehicle slid through the air but eventually actualized the pilot's command. I lurched back to the rear as we skirted the obstruction and then slammed hard on the tunnel's floor once again. But the force jounced me into the air and off the bed. I was still holding the handle when my boots struck the ground beneath us. Our speed caused my feet to kick up behind us, but it wasn't enough to throw me back onto the bed. Instead, I kept skittering off the ground, never able to get up, and never able to settle my feet on the ground. "Rachel!" As if to emphasize my predicament, Lars added, "Miss Fontaine, it seems as if you're about to lose Mr. Reed. I recommend—" "What the hell's Flint?" Rachel asked, looking over her shoulder. She immediately put on the brakes and caused my upper chest to slam into the bed's edge, nearly cutting off my head. "Climb back in and stay in!" A stone exploded a meter behind me, peppering me with loose bits. "Go!" Rachel punched the throttle and we were off again, heading toward what I hoped was the last light at the end of the tunnel. "Please tell me that's our stop," I said to either Rachel or Lars. "It is," said the AI. "Please prepare to disembark." Disembark, yes. I am so ready to disembark. The wormquake wasn't done with us, however. Just as I thought Rachel was going to slow, a tunnel-wide section of concrete and rebar left the ceiling. For the briefest moment, I figured we'd scoot underneath like Rachel had done before. I figured the universe owed us that much. But oh no. The universe wanted to screw us, over and over again. The words, "we're not going to make it," were potentially the last I would ever say. Rachel didn't even have time to brake. Instead, the debris created an impassable barrier that caught the nose of our skiff. The front crumpled into the concrete wall, forcing the skiff's rear up and over us. The force flung me from the bed and jettisoned Rachel from the pilot's seat a split second after I catapulted over her. Together, we flew headlong over the obstruction, down the tunnel, and out the mouth into daylight, all before our bodies slammed into the ground and slid to a stop. I was pretty sure I'd broken something. Lots of somethings. And based on the way Rachel was moaning, I'd say she wasn't much better. "Rachel?" I asked, feeling the ground shake beneath me. "Rachel, can you move?" Chapter 27. "Rachel, can you hear me?" I asked.
"The better question is, do I want to?"
She replied.
Yes, I said. You most definitely do. There's the ship. Looking from my backside, I could see the Horizon's engine cones sticking off a ledge about 10 stories straight above us. It hugged a control tower that was itself connected to the canyon's wall. Lars, prep the ship for vertical takeoff. We're not going to have time for a tour. As you wish, sir. A warning klaxon echoed through the canyon, and lights started strobing. The platform slowly rotated so that the Horizon's nose would eventually point skyward. On your feet, Miss Mason, I said, pushing myself up and then helping Rachel stand. She cradled her left arm against her chest. I couldn't be sure, but it almost looked like her arm was broken. Suddenly, her forearm flexed in the middle. Never mind, I knew for sure. Son of a bitch, she said, taking my hand as I helped her stand. Agony was written all over her face. We need to get up the launch tower. I looked at the backpack with the artifact in it. Need me to carry that? I'm fine, Rachel replied. Let's just get out of here. Aside from more stair climbing and growing vibrations from the damn worms, Rachel and I ascended the tower without incident. When we emerged onto the platform, however, the worm quakes were growing stronger. Sir, said Lars, I advise you and Miss Fontaine to move more quickly. Damn it, pal. What do you think we're trying to do here? The drive core in the buried starship appears to be reaching critical mass, and the worms are increasingly restless. I detect several dozen distancing themselves from the pending neutron explosion. Weird, I said, grabbing Rachel's shoulder as she lost her footing. That all seems like new information to me. That is odd, as you say, especially since the seismic activity is reaching— Wait a moment. You are being sarcastic again, aren't you, sir? What do you know? I said to Rachel. The AI can be taught. She gave me a pained smile. The platform continued to tremble. The Horizon shuddered on the end of the docking platform. As we got closer, I noted that it was actually swaying. I also noticed a crew door slide open, which only made sense. Using the loading ramp would have been impossible now that the ship was readied for vertical takeoff. Sir, I have opened the portside crew door amidships. Lars paused, then added in a rather whimsical tone, and it seems I have inadvertently let the dog out. My apologies. Tiny leapt from the portside door and started bounding toward us. While I was thrilled to see the damn dog, this was hardly the place or time to enact a meaningful reunion. At the rate Tiny was closing the distance, however, I imagined his final leap into my chest being something that would knock me off my feet and probably cause further harm to Rachel. Get back inside! I yelled, hoping the dog would hear me above the sounds of grinding metal. But he was on a mission. Sir, please be aware that Tiny's left the ship. Thanks, Captain Obvious. No, that you are being pursued. I slowed and then cast a quick glance over my shoulder. 2 security guards emerged from the tower and stepped onto the platform, shakily raising their weapons. I was pretty sure they were shouting something, but I couldn't make it out. Suddenly, Tiny bolted around Rachel and me, took 3 more long strides, and then leaped into the air. The foremost security guard fired a shot, but it did nothing more than ricochet against the metal platform and spin off into the canyon. Tiny slammed into the man's chest, throwing him to the ground, and bit into the soft tissue around the guard's neck. The second security guard raised his rifle and fired at Tiny, but instead of hitting my dog, the bullet struck the first guard in the shoulder. At least that's how it appeared from my position. I must insist you keep moving, sir, Lars said. I hadn't even realized we'd stopped to watch Tiny attack the 2 new assailants. On it, I replied and began moving forward again with Rachel. Still, I felt compelled to know how Tiny was. Another glance over my shoulder showed that he had left his first target and was assaulting the second, biting into the guard's outstretched hands and forearms. Tiny's sharp teeth were turning the man's skin and muscle into ribbons. Blood gushed from the assailant's arms as he wrestled with the animal, but the fight was over once the guard lost his footing and tripped backward. Tiny seized the opportunity and fell upon the thug's neck, piercing his jugular vein with a vicious snap. Lars, can you patch my voice through the ship's external sound system? I asked. Of course, sir. Though there is a significant risk of feedback resulting from— Do it! Please proceed, sir. Tiny! I said, suddenly overwhelmed by the sound of my own voice blasting over the horizon's external speakers. Rachel winced as a shrill ring began to build. "I am adding an audio gate and limiting," Lars said. "Please try again." "Tiny, come!" I ordered, this time without the ring. Tiny lifted his head up, dripping with his victim's bloody gore, then cocked it at me as if deciding whether or not he wanted to leave his 2 kills. "Come on, buddy, back in the ship!" Again, his head twisted the other way, ears perked, and then he started scampering toward us. "Good boy." We crossed the remaining distance and proceeded to the crew door, but not before Tiny scooted around us and charged through the opening. I helped Rachel inside and then pulled myself through. Lars started closing the hatch the moment my feet touched the anti-slip plating inside the 90-degree turned corridor. Once again, I gave Lars the order to begin the launch sequence. "But, sir," he said, "you're not secured." "We will be, buddy. Just get us out of here." "As you wish, sir." A few seconds later, I could feel the drive core begin cycling up and the loud vibrations of the main engines igniting from their startup sequence. Rachel and I limped along the port corridor, passed through a bulkhead, and stepped into a cargo hold with articulating crash couches that were designed to swivel for just such a launch angle. Greeting us from the far side was Monty's familiar face. He unbuckled his harness and leaped up to help us. "Sit your ass back down," I commanded. "Yes, sir," Monty replied. I eased Rachel into a crash couch and helped secure her harness, careful not to bump her arm. "Thanks," she said, giving me a tepid smile. Then I took some cargo netting and wrapped it hastily around Tiny. He lay bound to the floor, apparently sensing the impending launch. I clipped the webbing to 2 anchor points on the wall and gave him a pat on the head. The harness was crude, but it would serve its purpose. The dog could take up his complaint with me later. "Please be seated for launch," Lars said. I sat down beside Rachel and strapped myself in, and not a moment too soon. It was almost as if Lars had waited for me to strap in before initiating launch. I heard the sound of the last buckle click, and then Lars said, "Launching." I grunted as the ship lurched skyward, throwing me back in my seat. Rachel let out a sharp yelp as her broken arm formed around her chest. I looked over to see her eyes clamped shut in pain. Beyond her, Monty shared an intense look of concern with me. Suddenly, a hollow display popped to life not 3 meters ahead of us, technically above us, showing multiple camera views from outside the ship. The nose camera showed several cumulus clouds, while the side cameras showed views of the post-docking platform and the starboard canyon wall, respectively. But it was the aft-facing camera feed that was the most interesting. Aside from the cones of fire in the lower section of the frame, the ground was undulating in a strange, rolling motion. I confirmed that this wasn't just distortion generated by the heat waves by looking at the docking platform that was disappearing to our aft. The metal sheets that comprised the surface flexed up and down like the surface of a turbulent lake. "My God's flint," Rachel said in awe. "Look at that." I looked back at the aft camera and noticed something break through the ground. Just as we'd seen beneath Ozzy's office, the ground split apart to reveal a giant worm emerging into the daylight. No, not one worm, 2 worms. "Great mystics of Agathon," I said in dismay. The 2 worms burst from the hole and strained toward the light of our engines. The distant horizon surged upward, shaking us in our crash couches. My guess was that Lars had diverted all power to the engines as per my implied order, which meant the dampers hadn't been engaged. But if being shaken in our seats meant getting off planet and avoiding being eaten by those worms, I was all for it. The 3 of us watched in awe as the worms lunged toward the horizon. I doubted the massive beasts were aiming for us on purpose. Just as Ozzy had been nothing more than a tiny flea to the worm that swallowed him, I couldn't imagine our ship was anything more than a small fly to the 2 that strained for us. Still, it looked like the monsters were bent on swallowing us whole. The horizon surged skyward in what felt like a painstakingly slow climb. Granted, I knew we were exceeding several hundred kilometers an hour in the last few seconds alone, but relative to the worms growing larger in the hollow feed, we weren't going nearly fast enough for my liking. "Lars!" I yelled. "Can't you go any faster?" "We are at maximum thrust, sir." The ship rattled like the worst junker I'd ever been on. I gripped the arms on my crash couch, willing myself not to black out from the intense pressure, and grunted to keep the blood flowing to my head. "This is going to be close." The worms were about to swallow the camera and, therefore, us. Their giant mouths closed, filling the frames with blackness save for the orange flare of the engines. Suddenly, the ends of their mouth flaps appeared in the frame, forming cylindrical cones and terminating in withered tips. At the same time, they seemed to fall away from the horizon as we pulled clear of their reach. I let out a wild hoot of celebration. Monty did the same, and Rachel smiled. She didn't seem able to manage much more. "Lars, divert power to dampeners." "Right away, sir." Within a second, the jostling lessened, as did the relentless press of the ship's violent battle against inertia. I watched Rachel's face begin to ease as the pressure came off her broken forearm. I reached a hand toward her and felt her take it in her own. "Now we can celebrate," I said. She smiled at me. "We made it? Damn, did we ever." "Sir," Lars said. "Yes, pal." "I'm detecting an energy spike from within the planet." In our mad rush to escape the worms, I'd forgotten about the buried ship. "How big?" I asked Lars. "That big," Rachel replied, pointing to the hollow. Cracks of light splintered across the mountain in all directions, thinning as they descended toward the desert valley floor. There was a momentary hiccup as if the landscape had been on a bed sheet that someone had shaken out. The mountain seemed as it might fall in on itself, but then the cracks of light released their energy. Giant shafts of light shot between the gaps in the ground. Suddenly, the mountain peak exploded. A massive ball of light decimated the landscape, blowing out the camera feed and turning our hollow screen white. "Compensating," Lars said. The image's brightness and the contrast changed until we could see details of the energy ball that flared like a tiny star. It expanded outward, sending flaming rocks streaming through the air, denoted by their long, white-streaked tails. The orb of light continued to blossom, and I wondered if it would ever stop. Finally, source energy spent, the explosion dissipated. Dark clouds curled over on one another, rich with the neutron explosion's fallout. But as the debris field began to disperse, I noticed a crater in the planet's surface, like the remains of a giant popped pimple. Countless lava flows began filling the bowl, tracing the new craggy outlines with their liquid light. "My gods," Rachel said, putting words in all of our mouths. "Lars," I said, "what was in that ship?" "It seems we will never fully know, sir, but clearly it had a big dick." Rachel and I shared a bemused look. "What was that, pal?" I asked. "I said, it seems we will never—" "We heard you," Rachel said, hardly able to contain the chuckles coming from her belly. "But a big dick?" Lars hesitated for a moment. "Is that not the proper idiom and application for when a person or personified object behaves robustly?" "It is now," I said, laughing with Rachel. When the laughter finally died down, I relaxed and let the vibration of the engines massage my aching body. As the horizon raced closer to the edge of space, I watched the explosion clear the atmosphere. But then, far below, I noticed long lines lunging away from the mountain's remains. "The worms," I said, nodding to the display. "Check it out." Rachel and Monty watched with me as the massive beasts raced away from Ground Zero, fleeing in all directions. There were more than I ever could have imagined, and they were longer than I could have guessed, too.
Despite all the death that mine had bred, life, it appeared, would keep going. The worms would find new homes in the soil, and they'd keep pissing in the ground or whatever it was they did, making mist for some future generations to harvest. Life went on, and humans found new ways to get high.
"They're magnificent,"
Rachel said at last, her voice barely above a whisper.
"Yeah,"
said Monty.
"and they really do have big dicks."
Epilogue. The journey to the space station above Vega 2 took 3 days. Had it not been for Victor's civilian light freighter, that would have been impossible for the miners to survive. The rockets lacked water, food, and proper waste management for the roughly 250 passengers in each ship. It was bad enough that they had to be locked in those tubes for 2 hours as it was. However, they were miners, which meant they understood being trapped in tight spaces. And worse, they'd been slaves, which meant they knew all about deplorable living conditions. Though I'd hardly call riding in a rocket's cargo bay deplorable. Uncomfortable, sure, and going to the bathroom in bags that were then tossed out the airlocks, yeah, that was not ideal. But it sure beat where they'd been just hours before. To the miners' credit, Lars said that not a soul complained. And when I thought about it, why should they? They were free. For most of them, the large majority, as I understood it, this was their first time out of the mist mines, let alone the first time in space. I only wished their ships would have had one porthole, so they could have witnessed the launch or seen the stars. But they'd get to see planets and stars aplenty once we got to Vega Station. The initial transfer from the rockets to Victor's ship above Meldorn went as smooth as I could have hoped for. Lars docked us on top of Dolores, leaving the larger 2 docking port and starboard clamps to handle the behemoth cargo haulers. Once secured, we connected the airlocks, and I climbed down the access ladder that led from the horizon into Victor's ship, wincing on every rung.
"You really need to get to sick bay,"
Rachel said, stepping beside me onto the metal grates. "And what, you don't?" I asked, tipping my head toward her arm. She held it in a sling made from a piece of torn shirt.
"There will be plenty of time for Dr. Lars to work his magic once we make sure everyone's secure."
"My thoughts exactly," I said. "Now, make yourself useful and go check in on the transfers. Gods know what sort of messes Victor will need us to clean up before we're ready to get underway."
"And what about you?"
Rachel asked as I helped Monty descend the last few rungs. "Me? While you're busy cleaning up the ship, I'm going to go clean up the pilot."
"Good luck."
"Thanks, I'll need it."
"What about me, Mr. Flint?"
Monty asked. He jumped down the remaining meter and spun around to face me. "You go help Miss Rachel, and stick by your mother's side, copy?" He nodded.
"Copy, Mr. Flint. Then, you want me to start documenting the artifacts' translations?"
I glanced at Rachel and then back at the kid. There hadn't been time to discuss this universe-shaking fact yet. A kid who could translate artifacts? "Yeah, we'd like that very much. Hopefully you can get a lot done before we get to Vega Station."
"I'll do my best, Mr. Flint."
"I know you will, kid." Of course, I had no idea how long it took to translate scribbles on artifacts. Hells, I didn't even know the scratches were a language until the kid said something. But with any luck, he'd be fast, and Lars would be able to pick up where the kid left off.
"Are you not staying long at the station once we get there?"
"No, we gotta get going."
"Why?"
"Well, we've told the Union we've got a few hundred refugees for them to sort out. But once they start asking questions and investigating where you all came from, well, let's just say, I don't like being on the wrong side of an interrogation."
"So you're on the run from the Union?"
"Not exactly, kid." I looked at Rachel.
"We're just trying to keep a low profile,"
Rachel interjected. "Yeah," I said, liking how she put it. "A low profile. So the sooner we can get everyone settled and secure on the station, the faster we can be on our way.
Anyway, you've got yourself about 3 days that you can work with Lars on the artifacts. It'll be, fun. Truth was, I had no clue if translating artifacts was fun for Monty. But he was mechanically inclined and way smarter than I was at his age. Damn, he might be smarter than I was right now, but I wasn't going to say that much out loud. Sure, Mr. Flint, whatever you need. Thanks, kid. Now get out of here. You need a shower and you're stinking up Dolores. Well, you need 2 showers, Mr. Flint. Rachel gave a raised eyebrow. You do, she said. Whatever, get the hells out of here, both of you. Victor was on the bridge, crawling under one of the control consoles. The entire room was painted in olive drab and smelled of grease, old cigarettes, and bad coffee. If the bridge was any indication of the rest of the ship, the entire bucket of bolts needed a professional cleaning crew and a solid week to air out. Permission to enter, Captain? I asked, already walking toward Victor's outreached legs. The sound of my voice caused him to bash his head on the underside of the console. That you, Mr. Hammer? Victor asked. I'd nearly forgotten about the moniker I'd provided to him back in Falco's club. That's me. Victor emerged from a tangle of wires, dressed in the same beige jumpsuit I'd seen him wearing when we met. Despite the black stains around his cheeks and forehead, the man had cleaned himself up. His face was freshly shaven, and his brown hair was combed into a respectable wave. Now that I thought about it, he wasn't a bad-looking guy. That, and he also didn't appear to be drunk. Pleased to see you again. Victor extended a grease-covered hand. I shook it, and then he handed me a rag. Sorry about that. Hey, listen, if you're keeping Dolores here ship-shape, that's fine with me. She needs some TLC, Mr. Hammer. You don't say. Truth is, he said, sliding back under the console, I've been a little out of it these last few months. You don't say. I repeated, this time with a smirk. He hadn't exactly been the picture of a confident starship commander when we met. Confident drinking companion, on the other hand. I'm sorry you had to see me like that, he added as something sparked above his face, but Victor seemed unfazed. I'd had a rough go of it for a while there. And now? Victor slid back out. And now you advanced me more credits than I've seen in 2 years' worth of jobs. Did I? I turned to speak into my shoulder. Lars? As per your agreement with Mr. Pelmatia, I advanced him half of his payment for this mission, with the balance to be paid upon completion. Which was 100,000 credits, sir. I made to speak, but choked. Then I started coughing. Mr. Hammer, sir? Victor asked. Are you okay? But I waved him off, eventually clearing my throat. I'm fine. Just fine. Well, anyway, all I can say is thanks for the job, sir. I really look forward to thanking the boss, too, when I see her. The boss? I asked in surprise. Wasn't I the boss? Then I remembered. Rachel. Sure. Miss Mason, was it? Victor asked, then gave a low whistle. I might not remember much from that day, but boy, oh boy, I won't ever forget her. Yeah, she has a way of leaving impressions, and a wake of bodies, I wanted to add, but I'd let Victor discover that for himself in time. He left the bar before the fighting had begun, or he would have had a sneak peek into Miss Mason's expertise. So Dolores here is going to be okay with all these passengers? I asked. She sure is. Your boss's personal assistant gave me a heads up about this mission, and I was able to get the necessary equipment to secure everyone. Hold up, I said, raising a hand. Personal assistant? Yeah, Mr. Lars Sanders III? Turning again to address Lars, I asked, The third? It seemed distinguished, Lars said. Since when have you been interested in social standings? Since I learned that the human psyche naturally responds to subtle social cues almost as easily as neurolinguistics programming. Therefore, in an effort to secure Mr. Pelmatia's trust and to expedite his sobriety and ship readiness, I felt a more formal title was appropriate. Sounds like he knows a thing or two. Victor went on.
And he was pretty strict about your whole no drinking on the job policy."
Victor looked around as if what he was about to say might be overheard by someone else on the bridge, even though we were the only two here.
"But if you ask me, the guy has one too many sticks shoved up his ass."
I let out a generous laugh. I couldn't have said it better myself, Vic. When I finally regained my composure, wiping a tear from my eye, I asked, "Do you mind if our ship rides your back through slip space?"
"For the price you're paying me, you can ride me as hard and as long as you damn well please."
Now there's a horrible mental image I won't be able to unsee. "Just until we get to Vegas Station, that'll be fine."
"Can do, Mr. Hammer. And once we've unloaded the passengers?"
"I'm not entirely sure yet, Vic. We'll have to wait and see what the boss and Mr. Lars Sanders III want to do." After we'd entered the first slip gap point, Lars insisted that I get to sickbay. Considering that I'd wrapped my hands in rags and knowing that the exosuit could only stop my hip from bleeding for only so long, I complied. But reluctantly. Lars was seriously crimping my style. The whole reason I'd been waiting to go to sickbay was so that Rachel and I could go together. The way I saw it, post-op recovery could be fun. But Lars insisted that bleeding out was a worse fate than missing a little private R&R time with Rachel. Rachel and Monty still weren't back from attending to the miners when Lars finally ordered me to a medical suite. I stripped down and placed myself on one of the tables. "Gods, can't you warm these things up?" I asked, mindful of how the cold surface was affecting my manhood. "My apologies, sir," Lars said. "Just give it a second." "I've heard those words before," I said, mumbling to myself. "What was that, sir?" "Probe me, Lars. Put me under and then probe me, because you know how much I hate this." "Very well, sir. Commencing alien anal intrusion." "What?" "Good night, sir." When Rachel and Monty finally made their way back to the Horizons Bridge, I'd already spent several hours in a recovery lounge chair, fixed myself 2 cups of coffee, and returned to the bridge to do some light reading. "Why the long faces?" I asked. Rachel looked at me and then indicated Monty. The kid looked positively terrible. He needed a shower, for one thing. But his eyes were red and swollen and... shit, what happened? I stood and walked toward the kid, placing my data pad on the navigation console. "Easy, Flint," Rachel said, raising a hand to slow me. "My mother," Monty choked. "She's—" I knelt, feeling a tug at the newly patched wound in my hip. But my pain was nothing compared to what this kid was going through. I looked up at Rachel, who squatted too. She shook her head with a grim expression on her face. "Damn. Your mother's what, kid?" "She's gone." I'd already guessed the answer, and still my heart wrenched in my chest. I lowered my head and breathed out a deep sigh. There was nothing worse than losing a parent when you were a child. I knew. What made it even worse was that Monty was such a good kid, and he'd already been through so much. Why does the universe always have to be such an asshole? "Listen, kid, I'm sorry." I shook my head slowly and then looked into Monty's eyes. "It shouldn't have ended like this for you. You're a good little man, you hear me?" Monty nodded, but I knew nothing I would say could ease the pain of losing his mother, because nothing had eased mine. So I did the only thing that I could think to do. I reached out and pulled him to my chest, wrapping my arms around him. That was what my father had done with me. Despite all the things he'd done wrong, all the things to mess me up as a kid, the hug my father had given me after my mother's funeral meant more to me than anything else. In fact, it was the only real memory I had of him being affectionate with me. Somehow, with that hug, I knew I was going to be okay. I knew that despite the pain of the present, my life would move on and the pain wouldn't last forever.
but damn if the memory of losing my mother didn't still sting. Maybe Monty felt a little of that same comfort, too. I had no way of knowing. But I did know he was in agony, just as I had been. Suddenly, like someone had opened a dam's floodgates, Monty burst into tears. His sinewy body shook against me in great heaves as he sobbed. He wrapped his arms tighter around me, burying his face in my neck. Words tried to form on his lips, but they bent into crooked wails, filling the bridge with the fragile sounds of grief. I let him continue for several minutes, his body trembling against mine, racked with sorrow. I'd rarely felt so helpless. All I wanted to do was bring Monty's mother back, whoever she'd been. I hadn't even met the woman, despite my promises to save her life. Feelings of guilt and frustration panged in my chest. Then, in an odd shift of emotions, I thought of Ozzy and the syndicates that had confined him to Meldorn. I thought of all the overseers who'd made Monty's life a living hell. Then I thought of their ends, of shooting evil men in the mines, of Rachel ending Eno with a sword, and of Ozzy falling to his death inside the maw of a massive worm. "Listen to me, kid," I said, wiping tears from my own eyes. "I know your mother is proud of you. She knows what you did back there to help your people. Hells, I'm proud of you, and you're not even my kid. So I can only imagine how she feels looking down on you right now." "Thanks, Mr. Flint." Monty pulled away from me, wiping his eyes. "And she must have been a remarkable woman," I added. Monty nodded as if to affirm my statement. "Because she raised an amazing young man like you." I tapped him on the chest to make my point. Monty smiled, wiping his cheeks and nose with his forearms. "Thanks, Mr. Flint. I really appreciate you." I gave him a little chuckle. "And I appreciate you right back." "Why don't you go get cleaned up, Monty?" Rachel said, placing her hands on his shoulders. "Lars will guide you to the cruise showers." "Thanks, Miss Rachel." The kid gave me one more hug, then reached over and threw an arm around Rachel, too, pulling us together. "We can't send him back," Rachel said, protesting for the second time in the last minute. "What do you mean, we can't send him back?" I asked. "Those are his people down there." "Yeah, but he's got no one." "No one? Come on, they're all orphans and widows in there," I said. "They're one big extended family of people who've lost loved ones." But Rachel shook her head. "Listen, Flint, they may have been through a lot together, those people. But they're no more family than anyone else who hates each other." "Hates each other?" I raised my eyebrows. "I didn't see anyone—" "They left her on the walkway," Rachel said, her face dark with anger. When I gave her a confused look, she added, "When everyone was loading the ships and those guards appeared, Monty's mom was one of the passengers who was shot. I got this story from several people who watched it happen. No one made an effort to help her, Flint. They were too caught up in saving their own asses. Sure, shared experiences, I get that, but at the end of the day, people only care about themselves." "Rachel, that's pretty dark," I said, thinking that maybe the miners just didn't have time to haul a dead body off a precarious gantry while being shot at. The truth was, I would have left her too. "It's true," Rachel said. "Well, it's not true of us," I replied, thinking of all we'd just done to save 500 miners together. "Then prove it," she said. "Let him stay on with us." "Rachel, I don't need to prove we want to help people by letting some random kid ride around the quadrant with us. Plus, who's going to take care of him?" "I will," she said with a raised chin. "You're going to watch after him," I stated, my sarcasm bordering on disbelief. "He needs a mother." "And you're the best option?" Suddenly, my conscience shot me a warning. Tread carefully, Flint. I mean, above and beyond all the other good options among his people?
Quit calling them his people, she blurted out. We're his people now, and plus, we need him.
I knew what Rachel was thinking before she even said it. The artifacts, I said.
Yeah, the artifacts. Not even Lars knows how to read those. And we're just going to let that kind of talent walk into a Union refugee camp?
Despite the fact that I didn't want some kid riding around with us on the horizon, I couldn't exactly argue with Rachel's logic. Monty was bordering on being a bona fide genius, and anyone who could give Lars a run for his money was someone I wanted to know. We'll need to run it by Auraga, I said.
Of course.
Rachel was nodding expectantly. And if it turns out he can't read them, then we'll need to reconsider this.
Totally. Well, get him started right away to test him before we arrive at Vegas Station.
Still, I said, letting my voice trail off just to annoy her.
You know,
Rachel interjected, her tone growing soft.
He held it together all the way to the bridge. It wasn't until you hugged him that he lost it.
A lump formed in my throat. You're a real asshole, Rach. You know that? Monty had been lost in his work for the last 3 days. He'd taken over the Horizon's war room, covering the table with the artifacts, several data pads, and documents, both those on the table's display and several floating in hollows around the room. Monty had also littered the space with the previous day's used clothes and several meals' worth of dishes. Since he'd refused to eat in the mess hall, Rachel had brought him food instead. I decided to check in on the kid with her as she brought an empty duffel bag to pick up his laundry.
Monty, you really should take a break, Rachel said. Come relax with Flint and me. I told you I can't.
Monty replied, his face buried in lines of code generated from a handheld scanner that he moved across one of the artifacts.
Yes, she insisted. You can, and you should. I know all this fascinates you, but I don't have time.
Monty looked up in exasperation.
We're almost to Vega, and I don't even know if I'm going to be done as it is. I can't leave you with a job half done, not after all you've done for me.
What if you don't have to leave? I asked. Monty's eyes locked onto mine.
What do you mean?
I mean, what if you stayed on with us? Monty looked to Rachel.
Are you both serious right now? The way we see it, Rachel said. You don't have any real reason to keep on with the miners, do you?
He shook his head. A look of sorrow haunted his expression, but he blinked it away.
No. All my family is
right here, Lars said over the conference room's speakers. The sudden awareness of his voice startled me.
Yeah,
Monty said, looking between Rachel and me.
Right here.
The sentimentality was killing me. I cleared my throat, then added, That way you can take your time deciphering the artifacts, including all those we have yet to find.
Yet to find?
His eyes went wide. Did you think all we do is go around rescuing miners on backworld planets? I asked. Monty shrugged and spoke out of the corner of his mouth.
Kinda.
Rachel stepped to the table and touched the closest artifact.
We're on a mission to find more, just like these. And we need someone who knows how to read the language. Plus, who knows what else they might lead to that needs reading. You mean the weapon?
Monty said calmly. Rachel and I looked at each other. No one knew about what Auraga had told us, which meant Monty here had clearly passed our little test. That was Auraga's only stipulation, too.
If you think you can care for the child, then my only concern is whether or not he lives up to his claims,
Min had said during a call from the Horizon's bridge.
As much as I admire your desire to care for this boy, the Union has channels for such orphans, and I will personally see to it that he receives the very best placement. But if he proves himself,
Rachel asked.
If he proves himself, who am I to stop a viable asset for helping us achieve our goals? The billionaire smirked. Figures it would be a child.
A child, sir? I asked. But Araga waved me off.
I'm just mumbling to myself, Mr. Reed. In any event, see what he can do, and let me know what direction you take from there.
When the call had ended, Rachel threw her arms around my neck and kissed me on the cheek. Damn, if I wasn't careful, I'd have the galaxy's first floating orphanage. Those things are talking about a weapon? I asked Monty, careful not to jump to any conclusions too quickly. The kid nodded.
As far as I can tell, it refers to a weapon of immense power, able to destroy entire worlds.
Entire worlds? Yeah, right, kid. I was playing dumb, of course, but I wanted to see how confident he was.
Yes, Mr. Flint. It says so right here.
Monty placed 3 of the 5 artifacts together, and then positioned the other 2 in seemingly random places apart from the cluster of 3.
I don't know how these 2 fit into the puzzle, but I do know these 3 over here are a trio.
They link together? I asked. Perhaps this was the beginning of the map that Araga had told us about. Monty nodded, then pointed to several places along the artifacts, causing hollow lights to illuminate the passages he wanted us to see.
These are instructions on how to assemble these devices, but there's more than that. A lot of the rest of the text speaks of its activation.
Its activation,
Rachel repeated.
Yes, it appears as if the artifacts are actually components of a key that not only leads to wherever the weapon is, but activates it as well.
So if you had the rest of these devices, I said, pointing at the open spaces in Monty's layout, you think you could figure out where the weapon is?
Absolutely, Mr. Flint. But I expect that we could use this collection of devices to turn it on as well.
Rachel backhanded my bicep.
That work for you?
It does. We needed to tell Araga about this and about this kid. He really was a genius. I sat down across from Monty and looked him square in the face. What do you say, kid? Want to stay on and help us? He didn't even hesitate.
Absolutely.
Then he seemed to pull back a little. I thought maybe he'd been embarrassed with how emphatically he'd replied. Rachel apparently noticed too.
What's wrong, Monty?
She asked.
Well, it's just that I can't give you a whole lot more information until I see more of the artifacts.
We understand that, kid, I said. Don't worry about that. We'll find them.
But what, Monty?
Rachel asked, leaning on the table.
I just don't want to disappoint you.
How would you disappoint us?
Rachel asked.
You've already done more than we could ask for.
Not with what I need to do,
Monty replied.
I know that I can do this. I meant with what you need to do. According to my calculations, we're going to need to find more artifacts to complete this puzzle.
And we're ready to, I said. But Monty shook his head.
A lot more, Mr. Flint.
Our hollow call to Min Araga from the bridge was more than just about Monty and the artifacts. As it turned out, when pressed, Araga was willing to share about the rival faction that had hunted us back on Alton 4. But as he spoke, I couldn't help feeling a lot of this information would have been helpful before we'd encountered Ozzy. You're telling us that was a syndicate hit team in Varadia? I asked Araga, hand pointing to an invisible Varadia somewhere behind me.
It was, yes,
he replied.
And quite serendipitously, too. Had Oppenheimer succeeded in terminating you, the fact that another syndicate was after you would have obscured my involvement in the enterprise. According to Lars's report, Oppenheimer already believed you were a rival syndicate, which means that this entire affair is nothing more than an underworld turf war.
I raised an eyebrow at the old coot. And we should find that comforting?
Not particularly, he admitted. We are talking about your deaths here. But since this overall mission is about keeping the quadrant safe, if not the entire galaxy, Then I presume you understand the comment wasn't personal.
It's always a matter of perspective, isn't it?
Quite so.
Oraga replied, adjusting his monocle.
Quite so. Can you at least tell us who was hunting us? Rachel inquired. Ironically, it was the very faction you were posing as.
I had to think back for a second. The McBride Black?
Precisely.
So you're telling me we escaped from one of the most powerful underworld factions in the quadrant on Veradia, only to land in front of a former syndicate hitman on Meldorn, all in the name of hunting for these artifacts?
The irony is striking, isn't it?
Oraga asked with a smile. Striking enough that I feel like we've just gotten mixed up in an intergalactic mafia conspiracy. I rubbed my face.
I would be lying if I said you were in the clear, Mr. Flint.
What's that supposed to mean, men? It was Rachel's turn to make me feel uncomfortable.
It means our faces are probably on record, both on Altan 4 and on Meldorn.
You're saying the syndicates know us and are after us? I said. Oraga nodded. So not only do we have a next to impossible mission, but now we have the most well-known
and ruthless,
Lars interjected. The most well-known and ruthless and well-funded. God's damn it, Lars!
I was merely trying to help paint the proverbial picture of what you're up against, sir.
I think we got it.
Very good, sir. Your reservations are noted, Mr. Reed, Oraga said. However, if it helps you, I had already factored in the presence of violent opposition when selecting you and Miss Fontaine for this endeavor.
That's supposed to help me feel better?
The emotional fallout is for you to decide, Mr. Reed. I simply wanted you to know that had I not felt you are up to the task, I would not have offered you the position.
Damn, if I don't feel 1,000% better. Lars was on that statement faster than I could protest.
Sir, the mathematical premise of 1,000% is redundant by tenfold.
Shut up, Lars.
For what it's worth,
Oraga said, continuing as if he were used to Lars' interjections. Then again, men probably never spoke as creatively as I did.
I would like to note that you have made 2 very valuable additions to your team, additions that will aid you in your pursuit of the remaining artifacts and your evasion of the McBride Black, namely, Mr. Palmedia and the boy Monty.
Somehow having a former alcoholic pilot and a genius ex-minor kid as assets against the Quadrant's most nefarious criminal organization didn't exactly feel valuable, but I didn't want to go on record as such in case it came back to bite me. Instead, I said, having an army would be a close second. Oraga smiled at my joke. Surely he knew the odds were stacked against us. And a private army wasn't completely out of the realm of possibility, right?
Your best weapon at present is stealth, Oraga said, and remaining 1 step ahead of your enemies, which it seems like you're doing well at.
I wouldn't call Veradia a step ahead.
But you're still alive, Mr. Reed, and in my world, that's what matters most. Just stay alive.
I rubbed a hand over my face again, trying to come to grips with just how much my life had changed since that one fateful shift back on Celion City. Stay alive, I repeated. Got it.
So,
Oraga rubbed his hands together with an expression of deep interest.
Where are you off to next? Well, I have a call into an old associate,
Rachel said, waving her data pad. I looked over her shoulder and read the top of the contact file she'd pulled up. Who's Alphonse Malloy?
Quit being so nosy, Flint,
she said, trying to push me away. Suddenly my eyes caught sight of a list of known locations, and the top entry made my blood run cold. I stopped trying to look at the data pad and just stared at Rachel.
Are you okay, Mr. Reed?
Oraga asked. Fine. But I wasn't fine. Rachel looked over at me, clearly annoyed.
Anyway, I hope he has some intel for us based on the next location on your list. Marvelous. Keep me apprised of your progress, And do me a favor. Let me know how it goes with that young man, would you?"
"Sure thing, Mr. Uraga," Rachel said. Seeing that I was still staring her down, she ribbed me with her elbow. "Sorry, I got distracted there. We will." I blinked at Uraga. "We will keep you updated on all of the things."
"Marvelous. And take care of each other, would you? It's a big, dark galaxy out there."
"Will do, Min," Rachel replied. "Thanks." Then the billionaire closed out the channel. As soon as the feed was cut, I turned to Rachel. "Who's Alphonse, Rachel?" "I told you, he's an old—" "Don't bullshit me, I saw the top of the list of known locations." Rachel showed the first hint of concern in a barely imperceptible twitch of an eyelid.
"We worked together once," she replied.
"At the Red Tower?" Rachel froze, then said,
"Damn it, you saw that."
"Yeah, which only means one thing."
"I was going to tell you."
"When?"
"Eventually."
"So you don't think it was important that I knew you were a constable?"
"Was a constable."
"Doesn't matter, sweetheart."
"Listen, I know what you must be thinking right now.
That I've slept with a Union spy? Twice?"
"I'm not a Union spy, Flint."
"Then what the hells are you, Rachel? Or is that even your real name?"
"It's my real name."
"Really?"
"God's damn it, Flint."
"Well, can you blame me?"
"Constables aren't what everyone thinks."
"Oh, so they're just a nice flowery division of the Union who play card games and sip tea while covertly taking out government leaders with poison-tipped thingies?" Rachel smirked.
"Do you hear yourself right now?"
I was nodding at her, then slowly turned the movement into a shake of my head. "Well, then give me something, would you? Because I really want to know that the woman I'm falling for hasn't been playing me this whole time." Rachel's eyebrows arched.
"Falling for?"
She placed a hand on her chest. She seemed genuinely touched by the words, and I hadn't even meant to say them. They just kind of tumbled out.
"Is that what this is really about?"
I looked away. Rachel stepped toward me and took my hands.
"I'm falling for you too, Flint."
"How can I know that? You've been trained to convince people that—" Rachel leaned in and kissed me on the mouth. Hard. It was as passionate a kiss as I'd ever had. So much so that I lost my balance. We fell into the captain's chair and almost toppled onto the floor. When she finally pulled away, she asked,
"Do you know I'm serious now?"
I blinked, then gave her a smirk. I might need a little more convincing.
"Sure you do."
Rachel pressed herself off my chest but didn't stand up right away. Instead, she curled into my lap. We sat there for a moment, me just holding her, before she said,
"I was a constable for 10 years. It was a good career, a prestigious career, but I wanted out."
"Why?" She seemed to think about her reply before giving it.
"When you start working for something as big as the Union, you think you're in it for the people. You have all these idealistic hopes that you're advancing the causes of good in the universe. And maybe you are. But as you get higher and higher, you find out things aren't as black and white as they appear. The whole idea of the greater good starts to come with a lot of price tags that I didn't want to keep paying."
"So you get out and became an assassin?"
"Gods, Flint."
She punched me playfully.
"Would you drop the whole assassin bit?"
"Sorry."
"No, I don't know. At first, I needed a break from it all. Needed to get out and clear my head. I'd done things that I needed to get some distance from. But after a while, some of those idealistic dreams started to come back."
"And you figured you could do more good on your own than you ever did with the Union," I offered.
"Something like that. Only it turns out that the opportunities to do good are few and far between when you're operating off the grid.
And vigilantes have to eat, just like everyone else. Thus Oraga's comment about you taking any job as long as it pays well. She wiggled a little. I have my non-negotiables, but in the end, the whole galaxy runs on credits, not good deeds. That's a pretty pessimistic view, don't you think? Call it what you want, but it's where I'm at. And yet you clearly don't believe it, I said, giving her a stern look. What do you mean I don't believe it? You heard Oraga. I shook my head. Rachel, you just helped save a mine full of slaves. You even convinced me to take one on as crew. That got her to smile a little. Still, she didn't seem to buy it. It seems we have a bit of a mutual challenge then. How's that? I need to convince you that you're capable of doing more good than you believe you are, and you're going to need to convince me that you're genuinely in love with me. I never claimed to be in love with you, she said, putting a fist on her hip. Sure you didn't. Deciding two could play at this game, I reached for my own data pad stowed in the arm of my captain's chair. What you reading there, champ? Rachel asked me. Look who's being nosy now. I mean it, what are you reading? You wouldn't like it. I turned to keep her from looking around the side of my pad. Cut it out, Flint, I'm serious. But I kept moving the data pad, forcing her to get closer to my face. When she was finally off balance, I grabbed her and pulled her into another kiss. She let out a playful scream and then hit me. You're not reading anything, are you? She said. Am too. But I already told you you won't like it. Try me. It's one of those trashy romance novels about knights and castles. You'd probably just write it off, say it's pretty worthless. Worthless? She faked a shocked expression. Oh, I don't know about that. Really? Sure, she said, putting her lips close to my ear. They make for great research material, and Scarlett Mason has been dying to try some things out. This has been a Podium Audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more sci-fi adventures, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You've been listening to Resonant Abyss, Book 2 of the Resonant Sun series, produced by Emily Durr, written by J.N. Chaney and Christopher Hopper, performed by Mark Boyette, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2019 by Variant Publications. Production copyright 2020 by Podium Audio, all rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.